Yu Shiwan did not expect this. Xie Jingmo was her brother-in-law in the morning and became her husband in the afternoon. Following the man out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yu Shiwan lowered her head and looked at the fresh new red booklet in her hand, her expression still a bit dazed. Suddenly, a bouquet of delicate, dewy red roses was presented to her. Yu Shiwan paused, slowly raising her head, only to meet the man's lazy, flirtatious peach blossom eyes. He raised his eyebrows slightly, a casual smile spreading in his eyes. Congratulations on your marriage. The man pushed the roses closer to her, lazily curling his lips. Xia, 4 hours earlier, Yu Shiwan received a call from Gu Sihunfeng and came to the billiard hall in the city center. This billiard hall belonged to a high-end club, and Gu Sihunfeng was a VIP member here, with a private room, often calling friends to come over. Yu Shiwan came to the door of the private room, reached out and pushed the door open, just opening a crack, when she heard the sound of billiards being played inside, and the laughter of the group. Feng Ji, in the past you never dated a girlfriend for more than 7 days, but this time you've been dating Miss Yu for 3 weeks, how strange. You don't understand, our Feng Ji chased Yu Shiwan for 3 months before he got her. Of course he wants to play around a bit more to make it worth his while. Tisk, actively pursuing, and even making an exception to date her, Feng Ji must have developed real feelings for Yu Shiwan. The adored Gu Sihunfeng sneered as he held the cue stick. Who are you, disgusting? Yu Shiwan is just the real heiress of the Yu family that they found along the way, not the fake heiress that was pampered. I just think she's pretty, so I'm just playing around with her. Yu Shiwan's grip on the doorknob tightened slightly. Just playing around. Of course, she knew that Gu Sihunfeng was the notorious playboy, untamed and carefree, changing girlfriends every few days. She didn't like Gu Sihunfeng, nor did she want to date him. It was her own birth parents and brother who forced her to agree to Gu Qingfeng's pursuit, just to promote cooperation between the two families. Yu Shiwan remembered last night, hearing through the door as her own birth mother said to Yu Shangxiang, Shangxiang, although you were found not to be the Yu family's biological daughter, you have been by my side since you were little, and in my heart, you are my most beloved daughter. Her 2 biological brothers also said to Yu Shangxiang, that's right, Shangxiang, you are the most precious and beloved sister to your big brothers. What can Yu Shiwan compare to you? Of course your big brothers can't bear for our princess Shangxiang to suffer any grievances. They can't bear for Yu Shangxiang to suffer the slightest grievance, yet they are willing to push her, their own sister, into the hands of a playboy like Gu Sihunfeng. Yu Shiwan's heart ached, her chest feeling as if it was being twisted by a knife. She closed her eyes briefly, suddenly feeling very tired. The laughter in the private room continued. Tisk, Gu young master hasn't fallen for her, but it seems Yu Shiwan has developed real feelings. How many people chased her before, and she didn't even bother to pay attention, but this time she succumbed to Gu young master's charms. Ha, that's our Feng Ji's charm for you. Gu Sihunfeng had his arm around a woman with long wavy hair, laughing recklessly and smugly. Of course, I just make one call, and she comes obediently like a loyal dog, doesn't she? I even had her make a bracelet for me with her own hands, and she had to obediently listen. This is the first time I've been with a woman for so long without even being intimate. Before Gu Sihunfeng could finish his words, he saw Yu Shiwan push open the door and walk in. Suddenly, the raucous atmosphere became silent. Yu Shiwan ignored the scrutinizing gazes of the others, walking straight up to Gu Sihunfeng. Her skin was snow-white and glowing, her enchanting brows carrying a hint of coldness. Gu Sihunfeng panicked inwardly, instinctively pushing away the woman in his arms, then feeling he had overreacted, he laughed nonchalantly. Shiwan, this is my sworn little sister. I'm teaching her how to play billiards. You're so considerate, you won't get jealous, will you? Yu Shiwan didn't even glance at the woman, her expression very calm. No, I won't. Gu Sihunfeng smiled in satisfaction. He liked this obedient and docile girlfriend. Seeing the red bean bracelet in Yu Shiwan's hand, Gu Qingfeng's smile deepened. To be honest, in order to get close to Yu Shiwan, he had put in a lot of effort over the past 3 months, fawning over her and running around. So he had Yu Shiwan make him a bracelet to commemorate their 3 weeks of dating. Although this red bean bracelet was very simple and not worth much, he usually wore watches worth hundreds of thousands, but for some reason, he really wanted to wear this bracelet now. Gu Sihunfeng lifted his chin, haughtily extending his hand. How stingy, oh well, I can barely wear it. Come, put it on your boyfriend. Yu Shiwan looked at him indifferently, her brows and eyes as cold as the moon, then she grabbed the bracelet and yanked it hard. Snap! The bracelet suddenly broke. The red bean beads scattered all over the floor. Gu Sihunfeng was stunned, his brows furrowing tightly, a flash of panic inexplicably passing through his heart. In that moment, he felt that Yu Zhuan breaking this red bean bracelet was like she was severing all ties with him forever. Gu Qingfeng's brows knit even tighter as he stared at Yu Zhuan's expressionless face. What do you mean? Did you hear what I said in the private room just now? The exquisite and radiant face of Yu Zhuan was like ice and snow. There was not a trace of emotion left. Yes, I heard. So, Gu Xihengfeng, from now on, we're broken up. She said this and then turned to leave, her solitary and cold demeanor not lingering for a second. The people in the private room were all dumbfounded, staring at this scene, until Yu Zhuan's figure disappeared from their sight. A young master named Li looked absolutely incredulous. Young Master Gu, you've been dumped? Fuck, this woman Yu Zhuan. Feng Ge, Yu Zhuan must have heard what you said just now. She's definitely heartbroken, you should go and coax her. The others dismissed it nonchalantly. Are you fucking crazy? What status does Yu Zhuan have to deserve our young Master Gu to go coax her? That's right. I would say, women are like this, deliberately throwing a fit, playing hard to get, just waiting for you to go coax them. Gu Xihengfeng clenched his fists, his eyes glued to the scattered red beads on the floor. What did Yu Zhuan just say? Break up? Humph, it seems he's been too good to her, spoiling her and giving her a sense of entitlement. Has she forgotten what her status is? She's a penniless heiress that no one loves, except for Gu Xihengfeng. Who else would want her? Feng Ge, you should go after her, someone nearby couldn't help but urge. Gu Xihengfeng cursed angrily. Chase her? Fuck off. Yu Zhuan never paid attention to others, she only agreed to his pursuit. Clearly she has developed feelings for him, she's fallen head over heels. What she just said about breaking up was just a tantrum, an act of playing hard to get. Just wait, in less than 3 days, Yu Zhuan will come back to him of her own accord. Yu Zhuan walked out of the private room, her mood much lighter as she left Gu Xihengfeng behind, a faint smile gracing her features. She has finally shrugged off a burden. From now on, she won't have to deal with him anymore. As for the Yu family, Yu Zhuan's lips tightened as she made a firm decision. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't pay attention to her steps, suddenly tripping on something and about to topple forward. Careful! In the nick of time, a strong arm steadied her waist, pulling her into an embrace. Instantly, the man's unique woody fragrance enveloped her, without her consent. The man was very tall, and as Yu Zhuan collided with his chest, she looked up to see his black shirt, casually unbuttoned at the collar. His sculpted chest muscles were faintly visible, his collarbone line sharp and sensual, his skin porcelain white, the prominent Adam's apple sliding up and down as he swallowed. It was alluring enough to captivate the heart. Yu Zhuan paused, hastily lifting her head to meet the man's strikingly handsome face. Bone structure refined to perfection, features of breathtaking beauty, especially those unique peach blossom eyes, languid and indifferent. Yu Zhuan was slightly startled in her heart, for she recognized this face that could sway the world. Xie Jingma, the patriarch of the prestigious Xie family in the capital circle. Noble lineage, towering influence, ruthlessly powerful, feared by all, known as unapproachable in their circles. However, Yu Zhuan's connection to Xie Jingma was not just because of his illustrious status. It was also because Xie Jingma was her brother-in-law. Years ago, the elder Mr. Yu had unexpectedly saved the grandfather of Xie Jingma, and the two old men got along very well, becoming quite fond of each other. They even arranged a marriage between their grandchildren. This was how Xie Jingma became the betrothed of the true Yu family heiress. However, fate played a cruel trick. Yu Zhuan was mistakenly switched at birth, and only returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, while the fake heiress Yu Shanshan had not been sent away. The Yu prince and two brothers all doted on Yu Shanshan, wanting her to fulfill the marriage agreement. They even deceived Yu Zhuan, persuading her to tell the Xie family, "I don't like Xie Jingma, I don't want to fulfill the marriage, I want my sister Shanshan to marry him instead." But the Yu family's background was nowhere near comparable to the Xie family's. Yu Zhuan could see that Xie Jingma, as a favored son of heaven, had extremely high standards, and was very averse to the marriage with Yu Shanshan, as well as being quite disdainful of the Yu family. Remembering Xie Jingma's distaste for the Yu family, Yu Zhuan consciously took a step back, also avoiding the hand supporting her waist. "Thank you for just now catching me." "You?" Xie Jingma glanced at her retreating movement. "Do I look that elderly and benevolent?" Yu Zhuan. Of course not, he was only 1 year older than her. It seems he doesn't like such false courtesies, so Yu Zhuan changed her address. "Thank you." The man rubbed his fingertips, his tone somewhat inscrutable. "You've broken up with Gu Xihengfeng?" Yu Zhuan was startled. How did he know? Just now when she broke up with Gu Xihengfeng, she forgot to close the private room door, causing quite a commotion. If Xie Jingma happened to be passing by, eye, he might have overheard it unintentionally. Yu Xiwan nodded honestly. Yes, we've broken up. Upon hearing this, Xia Jingma's brows lifted slightly. Those lazy, flirtatious peach blossom eyes looked at Yu Xiwan, his lips curling into a meaningful arc. Congratulations, a man like Gu Sihunfeng who lacks integrity is undeserving. Lacking in integrity. Yu Xiwan was momentarily stunned, not believing she would hear such words from his mouth. Facing Yu Xiwan's questioning look, Xia Jingma sighed softly, as if wistful. Sometimes I envy men like Gu Sihunfeng, so carefree and licentious, today taking on a sworn little sister, tomorrow finding two sworn big sisters, flitting among the flowers, affectionate everywhere. I can't do that, I'm incapable of it. Yu Xiwan, why did that sound a bit strange, like there was a hidden meaning behind it? But it was true that Xie Jingma was very much a man of integrity. He was also famously uninterested in women. After the passing of Mr. Yu a few years ago, the relationship between the Yu and Xie families had grown more distant, and the marriage arrangement between them was no longer widely publicized, so not many knew about it. Aside from Xie Jingma's illustrious family background, just based on his outstanding looks, those wealthy heiresses and society ladies were all eager to get close to him, even without seeking any formal relationship, just wanting a fleeting romance. But Xie Jingma, with his flirtatious peach blossom eyes, maintained an aloof and haughty demeanor, with no rumors of any scandals. It was said that at a banquet before, a real estate tycoon surnamed Zheng tried to set Xie Jingma up with a woman, even secretly slipping something into his drink. When Xie Jingma returned to his hotel room and lifted the covers to find a beautiful woman in a nightgown lying on the bed. Faced with such an alluring scene, Xie Jingma felt no such desires. He even discovered the hidden micro-camera in the room, and immediately deduced that it was that Mr. Zhang behind the scheme. Zhang had intended to secretly record Xie Jingma on video, to hold it over him, but the plan was exposed, scaring him into begging for forgiveness. He even grabbed a bottle of red wine and smashed it against his own head, the glass shards and bloody wine spilling everywhere in a gruesome scene. Xie Jingma merely lifted his eyelids slightly, glancing at the broken glass on the floor, toying with the micro-camera he had removed, his tone as casually indifferent as always. Since you're so unafraid of death, then I'll give you two choices: swallow these glass shards, or the Zhang family is ruined. Choose. That Mr. Zhang immediately lost control of his bowels and bladder, fainting on the spot. After this incident, Xie Jingma's ruthless reputation spread, and no one dared to harbor any improper thoughts towards him again. Many speculated that Xie Jingma, with his power and status, could have any woman he wanted, yet he remained so chaste. Could it be that he had a white moonlight that held a special place in his heart, and it was for her sake that he guarded his virtue? The Yu family members in Yushangxiang were greatly excited by this speculation, believing that since Xie Jingma had a marriage arrangement with Shangxiang, his purity must be for her sake. But Yu Xiwan felt that might not be the case, because it was obvious that Xie Jingma was very averse to the marriage arrangement with Yu Shangxiang, and his attitude towards Yu Shangxiang was as cold as ice. How could it be for Yu Shangxiang's sake? Perhaps he truly had a white moonlight that he loved hopelessly, or maybe he simply wasn't interested in romantic affairs. Yu Xiwan had even secretly speculated whether Xie Jingma might be incapable. At this moment, faced with Xie Jingma's advice that men like Gu Sihunfeng who lack integrity are undeserving, Yu Xiwan accepted it wholeheartedly, her shimmering eyes looking at him. Thank you, I understand. Yu Xiwan and Xie Jingma were not very close, at most just nodding acquaintances, so she prepared to take her leave. But suddenly her phone vibrated, receiving a message from Gu Sihunfeng. Yu Xiwan, you don't know this yet, but on the day you returned to the Yu family, you had an allergic reaction to pineapple and broke out in hives all over your body, nearly going into shock. It was deliberately done by your two brothers. They just wanted to intimidate you, to keep you from acting like the true Yu heiress in front of Yu Shangxiang. If you don't believe me, go ask your brothers and see if they dare deny it. The entire Yu family combined doesn't treat you as well as I do. You'd better think it through carefully, whether you still want to break up with me. Yu Xiwan's pupils dilated sharply, her grip on the phone tightening until her knuckles turned white. The drink she had during her first meal back at the Yu family had been spiked with pineapple juice, causing her to have a severe allergic reaction, her whole body breaking out in hives, her throat swelling up and making it hard to breathe, her heart rhythm disrupted, and it was deliberately done by her own two brothers. To favor Yu Shangxiang, they were willing to put their own sister's life in jeopardy? Xie Jingma noticed her change in demeanor and asked solemnly, "What's wrong?" Yu Xiwan wasn't close enough to Xie Jingma to share such private matters. She shook her head, her eyes rimmed with red, an unyielding stubbornness in her cold, shattered expression. "A personal matter, I'll be going first." With that, she hurried out. Xie Jingma watched the slender retreating figure of the girl, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, his expression inscrutable. "Young Master Xie, I'm back." At this moment, Assistant Tao Yi came running back, panting. Actually, this billiards hall in the city center was a private property owned by young Master Xie. Today, young Master Xie had come to inspect it. As he was leaving, he happened to pass by the VIP room and overheard Gu Si Hongfeng calling his girlfriend to send him a bracelet. Young Master Xie paused in his steps, then suddenly changed his mind, saying he wasn't in a hurry to leave, and that he'd go in half an hour, without anyone accompanying him. Tao Yi went to wander around, and when he came back, he saw young Master Xie leaning at the corner of the corridor. As Yu Jiwan passed by, Xie Jingma gently stuck out his leg, tripping her, tripping her, tripping her. And then he caught her in his arms, caught her in his arms. Tao Yi's mouth twitched, his eyes wide in amazement. As Xie Jingma's top-tier assistant and trusted confidant, he discreetly turned around, pretending he saw nothing. After Yu Jiwan left, Tao Yi came back, chuckling slyly. "Young Master Xie, I'm back, and I didn't see anything just now." Xie Jingma gave him a sidelong glance. Tao Yi smiled cheerfully, assuring, "Truly, young master, I didn't look at anything I shouldn't have. I didn't see anything improper at all." Xie Jingma's expression was ambiguous, his tone dangerous. "I see you're quite talkative. Are you looking to change jobs?" Tao Yi immediately lost his cheerful demeanor. "No, absolutely not. I only wish to serve young master wholeheartedly, selflessly dedicate myself, brave fire and water, pledging unwavering loyalty. I have no desire to change jobs at all." A string of brown-nosing flattery. The crucial point was, the salary young Master Xie paid him was a lifelong golden rice bowl. Of course he didn't want to change jobs. Xie Jingma couldn't be bothered to listen to his prattle, raising his wrist to check the time on his watch, without even looking up. "All right, go prepare the car." Addressing official matters, Tao Yi's expression turned serious. "Yes, young Master Xie, are we heading back to the company now?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Go to the Euphamily." Yu Jiwan hailed a taxi and hurried back to the Euphamily home as fast as she could. As soon as she walked into the living room, she saw her father Yu Changde, mother Tao Shujing, elder brother Yu Shouqi, second brother Yu Shaoke, and Yu Shangxiang. The entire family of 5 was present. Seeing Yu Jiwan return, Yu Changde angrily slammed his hand on the table. "You ungrateful wretch, so you finally decided to come back. Si Hongfeng just called and said you've broken up with him. Who told you to break up with him? You'll call Si Hongfeng right now, in front of me, and apologize to him. Do you hear me?" Tao Shujing held back the enraged Yu Changde, frowning at Yu Jiwan. "Listen to your father, quickly call Si Hongfeng and apologize. The cooperation between the Yu and Gu families has just been finalized, and we elders have discussed it. You and Si Hongfeng are meant to be married. How could you just break up like that?" Yu Jiwan's expression turned icy. "Married?" Yu Shaoke lounged on the sofa, sneering. "Oh, you have an objection? Humph, don't think I can't see through you. You broke up with Gu Si Hongfeng because you still have your eyes on the marriage with the Xie family, wanting to marry Xie Jingma yourself. I say we should just hurry up and marry you off, so you don't interfere with Xiangxiang's marriage." Elder brother Yu Shouqi nodded in agreement, his tone more composed, but even colder. "Father, mother, Shaoke has a point. Jiwan is the true Euphamily heiress. With her presence, Shangxiang and Xie Jingma's marriage may encounter problems. It's best to just marry her off quickly." Yu Shouqi looked at Yu Jiwan, the disdain and reproach in his eyes unconcealed. "Jiwan, you've been acting out of line, but you should know your limits. A man like Gu Si Hongfeng, there are plenty of women who want to marry him. You should cherish this good opportunity." Good opportunity? Cherish it? Ha, how absurd. Yu Jiwan had thought they were forcing her to agree to Gu Qingfeng's pursuit for the sake of the two families' cooperation. Turns out, they've always seen her as an obstacle, impeding Yu Xiangxiang's marriage to Xie Jingma, and they're eager to marry her off. Do they not care at all about marrying their own daughter off to a lecherous playboy? Yu Jiwan's eyelashes trembled violently, a sharp pain stabbing her chest, almost suffocating her. Was it her fault for being switched at birth? Her adoptive father's gambling and domestic abuse, blaming her for his gambling losses, cursing her and beating her. Her adoptive mother's favoritism towards the son, with all the good food and toys going to the brother, never caring for her. Until the day she was brought back to the Euphamily at 16, she had been overjoyed, thinking she had finally found her true family, that her life of darkness had finally seen the light, that she could have loving parents like other students. Even with Yu Shangxiang remaining in the Yu family, she had treated her like a real sister, always trying to please her parents and brothers, hoping to gain even a tiny bit of the familial affection she had always yearned for. But in the end, what did she get? Perhaps she should never have returned to the Yu family in the first place. Yu Jiwan's heart ached to the point of numbness, all hope and expectations crushed. That's it then. She no longer wanted to keep fighting. She didn't want to keep longing for the parental love and affection of these people anymore. The Yu family, she no longer wanted to stay, not at all. Just then, the usually silent Yu Shangxiang spoke up, her voice sweet. But father, mother, the marriage agreement with the Xie family should belong to my elder sister. She is the true Yu family heiress after all. Hearing Yu Shangxiang's words, Yu Changde's gaze instantly filled with doting love. My dear Shangxiang, even if you're not the true heiress, you will always be our Yu family daughter. The marriage with the Xie family, you shall fulfill it. Tao Shujing gently took Yu Shangxiang's hand, her expression kind. My precious daughter, you've been raised in luxury and comfort, with wisdom and cultivation. Only a noble lady like you is worthy of marrying the Xie family patriarch. Yu Shaoke was even more protective. Shangxiang, my silly little sister, second brother knows you don't compete or fight, but don't forget, it was Yu Jiwan who originally said she didn't want to fulfill the marriage agreement, and wanted you to marry Xie Jingma instead. Yu Jiwan. Yu Shaoke turned to look at her, the tenderness in his eyes vanishing instantly, his tone harsh as he accused. Tell us, wasn't it you who said back then that you wanted Shangxiang to take your place in the marriage with the Xie family? Yu Jiwan watched the scene coldly. Only in front of Yu Shangxiang did they act like good, caring parents and brothers. She used to envy that. Now, she just found it ironic. Back then, you told me that if I just said I want Yu Shangxiang to fulfill the marriage with the Xie family, you would accept me and treat me as a true family member. But how did you actually do it? On the very first day I returned to the Yu family, the juice I drank was spiked with pineapple, causing me to have an allergic reaction and almost die. Wasn't that you and Yu Shochi? Yu Shaoke was shocked hearing this. Damn, how did Yu Jiwan find out about this? Yu Shochi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yu Jiwan closely. He was several years older than Yu Shaoke, more composed, but also keenly perceptive of the change in Yu Jiwan. Her gaze, the way she looked at the Yu family members, how it had suddenly turned so cold, as if she was looking at a group of irrelevant strangers. Yu Shochi's brow furrowed slightly, an inexplicable feeling that something was about to irretrievably slip away from them. Yu Shaoke had never taken Yu Jiwan seriously, so after the initial surprise, he sneered disdainfully. So what if it was me and the elder brother? It was just an allergic reaction, no need to make such a big fuss, you're not even dead. Me and the elder brother were just warning you, even though you're the true Yu family heiress, after returning to the Yu family, as the elder sister, you should yield to Shangxiang, and not compete with her over anything. Yu Jiwan's gaze suddenly turned icy, the faint derision in her brows and eyes abruptly turning sharp and cutting. Yield to Yu Shangxiang? So when she was sick, you didn't even bother to ask my opinion, you just made me take a whole year off school to take care of her and wait on her. And when I finally returned to school, just because I scored higher than her on the exams, you tore up my admission letter, causing me to nearly not even get into university. Yu Changde furrowed his brow, slamming the table heavily. Good, so you've been holding a grudge. When Shangxiang was sick and didn't do well on the exams, she was already in a bad mood, and you had to score so much better. Wasn't that deliberately upsetting her? What kind of elder sister are you? And what's the big deal about tearing up your admission letter? Didn't you still end up going to university in the end? You have no reason to feel wronged. Although she had already decided not to long for even a shred of familial love, hearing these words still stung her heart. This was her own biological father and brothers. Back then, when her admission letter was ripped up, she had been shocked and heartbroken to the point of utter disillusionment, wanting to leave the Yu family then. But it was Tao Shujing who comforted her, saying they would treat her well from then on, never letting her suffer injustice again. Believing her mother's words, she had faith that as the woman who gave birth to her, there would at least be a trace of maternal love. But now, just because they feared she might interfere with Yu Shangxiang's marriage to the Xie family, they were willing to marry her off to the licentious Gu Sihanfeng, unhesitatingly pushing their own daughter into the fire. Tao Shujing recalled her previous promise, her body stiffening slightly as she tried to defend herself. Xuan, it's not that mother wants you to suffer, but you and Xie Jingma are not a good match. Shang Xiang and Xie Jingma are much more suited. I'm doing this for your own good, Tao Shujing said. The Gu family and our Yu family are a good match. Although Si Hanfeng is a bit of a philanderer, once you're married, he'll surely settle down. You two will live happily ever after. Happily ever after? Yu Zhiwan let out a cold laugh. If they're so happy together, why don't you let your precious Shangxiang marry him then? Hearing this, Yu Changde immediately exploded in displeasure. What kind of attitude is this? Let me tell you, Yu Zhiwan, this is already decided. The Gu family's conditions are not bad at all. Marrying into them is a privilege, not a loss for you. Looking at Yu Changde, Yu Zhiwan's cherry lips curled into a mocking smile. If it's such a privilege, then you go marry Gu Sihanfeng instead. Not just Yu Changde, but Tao Shujing, Yu Shouqi, Yu Shaoke, and even Yu Shangxiang were all shocked by Yu Zhiwan's words. This Yu Zhiwan, how could she say something like letting their father marry Gu Sihanfeng? Yu Changde was so enraged his face was flushed, raising his hand to slap her. Brat, you ungrateful wretch, how could I have a daughter like you? You've gone too far, truly gone too far. Yu Zhiwan raised her hand to block, firmly stopping Yu Changde's slap. Her gaze was clear and icy, her words resounding with finality. How laughable, you don't want a daughter like me, but I even more don't want a father and family like you. From today on, the Yu family and I are severing all ties, we'll go our separate ways, with no further relationship whatsoever. The room fell silent after Yu Zhiwan's words. Yu Shouqi looked at Yu Zhiwan in shock, his expression filled with bewilderment. Yu Changde couldn't even muster up his anger anymore. Even Yu Shangxiang covered her mouth in surprise. Yu Zhiwan turned and went to her room upstairs to pack her things. Her room was in the cluttered attic, small and undecorated. This was the accommodation the Yu family had arranged for her, where she had lived for all these years. Yu Zhiwan didn't have many belongings, and soon finished packing. She pulled her suitcase and headed downstairs. Yu Shangxiang hurried over, grabbing her arm as tears streamed down her face. Sister, this is your home, how can you leave? If anyone should leave, it should be me. It's all because of me that you ended up fighting with father, mother, and our brothers. Sister, please go apologize to father. Just say you were just throwing a tantrum. I'm sure father will forgive you. Seeing Yu Shangxiang so subservient, Yu Shaoke rushed over, his heart aching. Shangxiang, don't be so humble, she doesn't deserve it. But seeing Yu Zhiwan pulling her suitcase, Yu Shaoke's emotions were complex after all, this was his own blood sister. Yu Zhiwan, are you really leaving? Yu Shaoke frowned. Yu Zhiwan's expression was blank. Are you either deaf or just can't understand? I made myself clear just now. Yu Shaoke was at a loss. Yu Zhiwan had always been sweet and deferential towards him. When had she ever spoken to him like this? Yu Changde raged furiously. No one is allowed to stop her. Let her go. I, Yu Changde, have no daughter like this. Once you leave, don't come crawling back. Come back? Yu Zhiwan felt like she was hearing a joke. This family, and all of you so-called family members, only make me sick. I will never return to the Yu family. With that, she pulled her suitcase and walked away, her retreating back proud and resolute, never looking back. Yu Shaoke clenched his fists tightly, then seeing Tao Shujing's dazed expression, he gritted his teeth and tried to persuade her. Mom, don't worry, no matter what happened in the past, Zhiwan was always the one to apologize first. This time will be the same. Let her suffer a bit outside, then she'll know how good it is here. She'll come crawling back with her tail between her legs in less than a week, you'll see. Elder brother, don't you agree? Yu Shouqi looked at Yu Zhiwan's retreating back, his expression complex, but he still nodded. That's right, she'll come back on her own. Yu Shangxiang took a few steps to chase after her, but was called back by Yu Changde. She stopped and watched Yu Zhiwan's back. Sister, the way you left looks just like a stray dog being driven out of its home. Whether you believe it or not, I don't want you to leave now. Are you really giving up just like that? What a pity. Your family, your fiancé, they're all mine now. Yu Zhiwan pulled her suitcase and left the Yu family home. The weather was gloomy today, as if it was about to rain. But Yu Zhiwan felt no melancholy or aimlessness in her heart. The thorns that had stabbed her heart were finally pulled out. She would never have to endure the harm and pain inflicted by her own family again. Even if she left the Yu family and had no home, she would never return to her adoptive parents' house. She had taken a year off school to care for Yu Shangxiang, starting university a year later than her peers, and was now just entering her senior year. Yu Zhiwan planned to go back to school and apply for dormitory accommodation. Just as she was about to head towards the intersection ahead, a discreetly luxurious black car suddenly pulled up. The car window rolled down, revealing the hauntingly handsome profile of a man. Yu Zhiwan was slightly taken aback.
Xie Jingma? Why was she encountering him again?
As soon as Xie Jingma saw Yu Zhiwan pulling a suitcase, he immediately had Taoyi stop the car. He pushed open the car door and got out, walking up to Yu Zhiwan. "Why are you pulling his suitcase?" he asked. Xie Jingma glanced in the direction of the Yu family home, then brought his gaze back to Yu Zhiwan's face, his voice suddenly turning dark.
"Did they bully you again?"
Yu Zhiwan's lashes fluttered slightly, her expression momentarily stunned. Not long after she returned to the Yu family, she had overheard the servants gossiping behind her back. Although the true heiress has returned, it seems the elder and second young masters don't seem to like this sister, only doting on Miss Shangxiang.
I must say, it's probably because this true heiress isn't good enough, otherwise why would the young masters dislike her so much?
When her university admission letter was torn up, she had gone to consult an upperclassman at the admissions office, and the first thing he asked was, "Did you do something to anger your parents? That's why they tore up your admission letter?" Even Gu Si Hanfeng, just a few days into their relationship, had told her, "The Yu family favors Yu Shangxiang over you. It must be because there's something lacking in you.
You should reflect on yourself more and improve in the future."
But now, seeing her with a suitcase, Xie Jingma didn't interrogate her or blame her for anything. Instead, his first words were, "Did they bully you?" Not accusing her, but asking if she had been mistreated. Yu Zhiwan's grip on the suitcase handle tightened, and her heart constricted slightly. It was as if she had been comforted after suffering wrongdoing. She looked up at the man in front of her, her eyes inexplicably warming. "I've severed all ties with the Yu family. From now on I have no further association with them, so I'm packing up to move out of the Yu family home."
Xie Jingma was momentarily taken aback, but then his brows lifted slightly, sincerely congratulating her.
"Then let me congratulate you. Congratulate you on making such a brave decision."
Yu Zhiwan's heart softened. "Thank you."
She hadn't expected the first words of congratulations to come from him, someone she wasn't even close with. Come to think of it, when Yu Changda had torn up her admission letter back then, her phone had received a message offering to help her leave the Yu family. She had indeed considered leaving the Yu family at the time, but after Tao Shujing's comforting, her heart had softened, and she had refused that message. It's unclear who sent that message. It could have been a mistake, or even a prank. Yu Zhiwan glanced at Xie Jingma, then at Taoyi, who had gotten out of the driver's seat, a bit curious as to why Xie Jingma was here.
As if sensing her question, the man drawled, "I've come to discuss the marriage proposal."
Yu Zhiwan nodded. "I see. Yu Changda and Tao Shujing are both at home, as is Yu Shangxiang. You can go see them now." Seeing her indifferent, uninvolved demeanor, Xie Jingma's tongue gently touched the roof of his mouth, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. After a 3-second pause, he corrected her slowly.
"Perhaps I wasn't clear enough, Miss Yu Zhiwan. I've come to discuss our marriage proposal." Yu Zhiwan was taken aback, almost choking on her own saliva. "Me?"
The man tilted his head slightly, his thin lips curving into a lazy smile.
"You did just break up with Gu Si Hanfeng, so I shouldn't be considered the other woman now, right?"
"Of course, even if I was the other woman, it wouldn't be a big deal."
By the side, Tao Yi's eyes widened. My goodness, was the president willing to be the other woman now?
Yu Zhiwan pressed her lips together. But the Yu family had already said the one to fulfill the marriage agreement with the Xie family is Yu Shangxiang.
The man raised his brow, his tone unyielding. "Who are they to dictate who I marry?"
With that, Xie Jingma leaned in slightly towards Yu Zhiwan, his deep, bewitching peach blossom eyes locked unwaveringly on her, almost making her feel lost in their depths.
"Yu Zhiwan,
the marriage agreement made between my grandfather and your grandfather has always referred to the true Yu family heiress. In other words, you, and only you, have been my betrothed from the very beginning." The man's voice was low and magnetic as he spoke such moving words. Yu Zhiwan's heart suddenly constricted, her lashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, blinking involuntarily a couple of times.
How could he be so serious about this marriage agreement?
Seeing her silent, Xie Jingma slowly straightened his posture, casually adjusting his cuffs, his long, pale index finger tapping lightly against his wrist bone. When he spoke again, his voice held no discernible emotion. "I know you've said before that you don't like me and don't want to marry me, but my grandfather places great importance on his promises. Even though your grandfather has passed away, he is still unwilling to break the engagement, and wishes for me to fulfill this marriage agreement with you." Xie Jingma lifted his gaze, his deep, dark eyes looking directly into the girl's beautiful, shimmering eyes. His sensual Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he spoke in a low, unhurried tone.
"Yu Zhiwan, if you don't mind, let's get married first. A year later, we can get divorced.
By then, if my grandfather sees that we cannot get along, he will no longer insist on the marriage. As compensation, after the divorce, you can receive half of my assets. Beside them, Tao Yi's eyes widened at this.
Half of the president's assets. Goodness, that was an astronomical figure.
Tao Yi whipped his head around to look at Yu Jiwan, his eyes shining with anticipation.
Doesn't this kind of windfall make her the least bit excited? Is she really that uninterested in the president?
He would kill to be in her shoes and marry the president. It was impossible for Yu Jiwan not to be astonished. She stood there a bit dazedly, still gripping the handle of her suitcase.
Miss Vu, you can consider this proposal seriously.
The man did not rush her or force her, considerately giving her time to think it over. The air fell quiet, with only the occasional bird call in the distance.
Tao Yi looked at Yu Jiwan, then at Xie Jingma.
He suddenly felt a bit concerned for the president.
Seeing Yu Jiwan's hesitant demeanor, it really seemed like she didn't want to fulfill the marriage agreement with Xie Jingma.
Just as Tao Yi was thinking this, the previously quiet Yu Jiwan suddenly spoke up. The young lady's brows and eyes were stunningly beautiful, her icy white complexion breathtakingly gorgeous. She looked at the man in front of her with eyes brimming with spring water.
Mr. Xie, I'm willing to fulfill the marriage agreement with you, and I won't ask for half your assets after the divorce a year later. I just have one request of you. Help me transfer my household registration out of the Yu family.
I want to completely sever ties with the Yu family, not have the slightest association or connection with them anymore. The blood tie she cannot change, but the family bonds, she wants to cut off completely.
However, transferring one's household registration is not that easy.
Now that she has just left the Yu family, she has no property of her own, no permanent residence, so getting married would be a convenient way for her to transfer her registration. Hearing her response, Xie Jingma's breath hitched for a moment, though he was surprised that she agreed to marry him for this reason. But soon, the man's thin lips curved into a lazy smile, a low, hoarse chuckle rumbling from his throat, his peach blossom eyes narrowing sensually.
Alright, then let's go register our marriage today. We'll quickly transfer your household registration out of the Yu family. This was exactly what Yu Jiwan wanted. She nodded.
Xie Jingma raised his brow, then naturally reached out and took her hand. Then let's go to the Yu family to get your registration book. I'll go with you. The way he held her hand so naturally made Yu Jiwan pause slightly.
It was as if she wouldn't have to face the Yu family's tribulations alone anymore.
His palm was large and warm, completely enveloping her hand. Yu Jiwan felt a tingling, feverish sensation where their skin touched, her fingertips instinctively wanting to curl. It took her several seconds to regain her composure, quickly pulling back. No need to go, I secretly took the registration book with me.
The Yu family was already determined to have her marry Gu Sihanfeng. How could she have left the registration book with them? After all, the Yu family wielded a certain amount of influence.
Even if she wasn't present, they could use her household registration or ID card to sign things behind her back. So when she was packing earlier, she had made sure to pack all her identity documents and certificates, and had also gone to the study to retrieve the registration book.
Hearing this, Xie Jingma's gaze suddenly chilled. Just how deeply had the Yu family hurt her, that she would be so vigilant at every turn? Xie Jingma couldn't help reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. Ji, you've considered things thoroughly, well done. Yu Jiwan was suddenly patted on the head, blinking in bewilderment.
Probably because she was always being belittled, disliked and suppressed in the Yu family, hearing Xie Jingma address her in this doting, childlike way took some getting used to. And this Ji nickname, how could he say it so naturally, as if he had called her that many times before? Perhaps this was the professional skill of a top executive, being adept at everything.
Yu Jiwan made a mental note to learn from him. Xie effortless Jingma glanced at Yu Jiwan's suitcase, a hint of dejection creeping into his tone. Ji has agreed to marry me, so you shouldn't dislike me anymore, right? You don't want to live with me?
Of course, Ji and I aren't that familiar yet, so you agreeing to marry me must be difficult. If you don't want to live with me, that's fine too. I won't make you uncomfortable, truly.
Yu Jiwan was taken aback, quickly shaking her head.
She knew all too well what it felt like to be disliked and shunned.
No, it's not a burden. I don't mind.
Since she had already agreed to fulfill the marriage agreement, living together would be normal, no need to be so particular. Hearing this, Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes crinkled into a lazy smile, his lips curving in a casual way. Alright then, it's almost noon, let's head home first to put your luggage away, then we can go register the marriage this afternoon.
Home? Did she even have a home anymore?
Yu Jiwan's lashes fluttered, the shimmering light in her eyes looking at the man. She wasn't sure why, but she wanted to see the home he spoke of, nodding softly, okay. Beside them, Taoyi kept his gaze averted, pretending he hadn't heard or seen anything about Xie Jingma's earlier green tea behavior. As soon as Yu Jiwan said okay, Taoyi immediately sprang forward, eagerly offering to carry her luggage. But Xie Jingma beat him to it, effortlessly picking up Yu Jiwan's suitcase and placing it in the car's trunk.
Taoyi instantly understood. The president was even going to personally handle the lady's luggage.
On the drive to Lanxi Garden, Taoyi, in his role as Xie Jingma's attentive assistant, raised the partition.
Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma sat in the back seat.
To stay in touch, Yu Jiwan suggested they exchange phone numbers and add each other on WeChat.
Yu Jiwan had imagined Xie Jingma, as a man of his status, would have a WeChat profile picture with a cold, aloof, or business-like style. But after adding him, she saw his profile picture was actually a cute, pink, and adorable cartoon rabbit. It really didn't match his style at all. Yu Jiwan couldn't help stealing a few more glances.
She could tell it was a rabbit drawn with a brush, and the style wasn't very polished.
Was this something Xie Jingma had drawn himself when he was in school?
Yu Jiwan blinked at the cute, pink rabbit, wondering if perhaps pink was the true color befitting a strong man. Yu Jiwan turned to look at Xie Jingma, wanting to ask if he had drawn that rabbit himself. But as she turned, she noticed Xie Jingma had placed her WeChat as the top contact, and changed her remark to wife. Seeming to sense her gaze, the man looked up, not the least bit embarrassed. He leisurely held out his phone to her.
Gigi, you don't need to keep staring at my phone.
I'm always open to my wife's supervision. Yu Jiwan was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise.
How did he associate this with supervision?
She quickly waved her hands.
No, I'm not trying to supervise you.
I just felt that this remark of yours is a bit. Xie Jingma raised a brow, the phone twirling elegantly between his well-defined fingers.
If you don't want to supervise my phone, are you trying to manage the remarks in my phone?
Yu Jiwan. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he chuckled lowly. I didn't expect my wife to be so controlling.
Alright, the passcode to my phone is 161027.
Yu Jiwan, ?
She really didn't intend to check his phone. She didn't even want to manage the remark anymore.
Xie Jingma turned off his phone screen, then lit it back up, leaving it in lock screen mode. He leisurely took Yu Jiwan's hand, guiding her index finger to tap each number 161027.
The lock was successfully opened.
Yu Jiwan's fingertips couldn't help trembling slightly, her pearly white ear tinged with a bashful pink. Xie Jingma did not immediately release her hand. His index finger gently scratched the soft, pale skin of her palm, the action infused with a sense of endearment. He lowered his gaze, chuckling softly. Every line from his brow to his jaw exuded charm. My grandfather has always hoped I would fulfill the marriage agreement with you, and treat you well.
Now that my grandparents are getting older, since we'll be getting divorced a year later, can we pretend to be affectionate for now?
Just pretend, to ease their minds a little.
Is that alright? Yu Jiwan blinked, suddenly remembering something. Xie Jingma did not have parents. To be precise, Xie Jingma's parents had passed away when he was young. This was a widely known rumor, but the exact details of how his parents died were unclear to the public.
It seemed to be a taboo topic within the Xie family, with all members remaining tight-lipped about it.
Some gossipers speculated it might be related to some grand family secrets.
There were even rumors that Xie Jingma had accidentally killed his own parents, but of course, such claims were too absurd to be believed. So Xie Jingma had essentially been raised by his grandparents. His filial piety towards them was only natural.
Yu Jiwan nodded. I understand, I'll do my best to cooperate with you.
Pretending to be affectionate and harmonious to please his grandparents wouldn't be too difficult.
Then thank you, my lady.
The man smiled gently, his tone relaxed and sensual as he addressed her naturally, without any awkwardness. But Yu Jiwan felt uncomfortable, reaching up to touch her flushed ear.
My lady.
Lifting her head, she noticed the man glancing down at her phone, giving a slight nod, as if signaling something.
Yu Jiwan paused for a couple seconds before understanding.
No, I don't need to give you an affectionate remark.
Your grandparents probably won't check my phone anyway, right?
The man tilted his head, raising a brow.
If not an affectionate remark, then what else will you put as my remark? Or do I not even merit a remark at all? Yu Jiwan quietly regarded him.
She first placed his WeChat at the top, making him the top contact.
As for the remark, calling him husband felt too cloying.
She couldn't bring herself to say it. Yu Jiwan thought for a moment, her slender white fingers tapping on the screen, entering 2 characters as his remark.
AMO. Not too distant, but not overly affectionate either, a unique, intimate form of address.
Xie Jingma's brows raised slightly, his peach blossom eyes taking on a lazy, glimmering smile. He seemed satisfied with it. Yu Zhiwan then had a chance to continue asking, "By the way, that cute, pink rabbit profile picture of yours, did you draw it yourself?" The man lowered his gaze, his deep, unfathomable eyes resting on her face, a hint of obscure meaning within. After a long pause, he softly replied, "No, I didn't." Yu Zhiwan uttered an "oh." So it wasn't drawn by him. Someone else must have drawn it. And that passcode of 161,027, that probably had some meaning as well. But Yu Zhiwan didn't ask further, not being particularly curious or invested in his personal affairs. Soon, the car arrived at Lanshi Garden. It was a villa with a garden and courtyard. Yu Zhiwan belatedly realized that Xie Jingma's residence was very close to her university. Walking from the villa's main gate, it would be less than 15 minutes to reach her campus. However, as far as Yu Zhiwan knew, the Xie Group's headquarters were on Huaihai Road, quite far from here, taking 40 to 50 minutes by car. So it seemed inconvenient for him to live here and commute to work. Xie Jingma got out of the car first, then walked around to help Yu Zhiwan, his hand braced on the car door frame to prevent her from accidentally bumping her head. "Take a look, see if you like it here. If not, we can move to a different place." Yu Zhiwan bent down to exit the car. "No need, this place is nice. It's just that it seems quite far from your company. Do you always live here?" The man's posture was languid, his tone light and casual. "Yes, I like the environment here." Yu Zhiwan immediately expressed agreement. "The environment is indeed very good here. Our university is actually nearby." Xie Jingma's lips curved. "How convenient, you can go to school anytime." After a pause of a couple seconds, he continued unhurriedly, "I'll occasionally come visit your university as well." A look of surprise crossed Yu Zhiwan's features. Ah, now it made sense. Yu Zhiwan recalled that she and Xie Jingma had attended the same high school, but went to different universities. In high school, Xie Jingma had been 1 year ahead of her. Many people had expected that with his family background, Xie Jingma would go abroad for further studies after graduating high school. But to everyone's surprise, he had chosen to attend a university within the country. And that university he had chosen just happened to be the one Yu Zhiwan had long admired and wanted to apply to. Unfortunately, the Yu family had pressured her to change her application and enroll in a different university. Luckily, her university and Xie Jingma's were not too far apart, just separated by a single street. She was a year younger than him, and with Yu Xiangxiang taking a gap year, by the time Yu Zhiwan started university, Xie Jingma was already in his junior year. But Xie Jingma's reputation had always preceded him. Even at the neighboring university, she had heard of his name. Back then, Xie Jingma would frequently come to her school, and at first everyone had assumed he was visiting a girlfriend. Later they learned he had a good friend studying there, so he was just coming to see his friend. By the time Yu Zhiwan reached her junior year, Xie Jingma had already graduated. She had run into him on campus once and was puzzled. Was he still coming to visit his friend? Had that friend not graduated yet? But it seems Xie Jingma still occasionally came to her school. He must really love this campus, huh? Though her university was indeed quite beautiful. As a design major specializing in fashion design, she often sketched fashion design drafts. Just as Tao Yi had driven the car into Lanshi Garden, the butler Mr. Fu and the servants came to greet them. Likely because Tao Yi had informed Mr. Fu beforehand, Mr. Fu's attitude towards Yu Zhiwan was extremely respectful, treating her as the lady of the house. He greeted them cheerfully, "Sir, madam." Since they had not officially registered the marriage yet, Yu Zhiwan was unsure if she should accept the title of madam. She instinctively looked to Xie Jingma, meeting his encouraging, affectionate gaze, which settled her mind. She nodded gracefully at Mr. Fu. Xie Jingma's lips curved slightly as he told Mr. Fu, "Go attend to your duties." Mr. Fu's kind smile remained as he led the servants off to their tasks, though the servants kept sneaking glances at Yu Zhiwan. They couldn't help but think, the madam is truly beautiful, a perfect match standing beside the master. Xie Jingma carried Yu Zhiwan's suitcase up to the second-floor master bedroom. Yu Zhiwan followed behind him, glancing around. The villa's decoration had a cool, muted tone, and she didn't see any feminine belongings. It seemed no woman had been here before. In the second-floor master bedroom, Xie Jingma set down the suitcase, crossing his arms as he leaned against the doorframe. "You can rest for a bit. I'll have Mr. Fu prepare your daily necessities. And what would you like for lunch? I'll have the kitchen make it." Yu Zhiwan replied, "Anything is fine, I'm not picky." Xie Jingma, seeing her still being so polite, drawled teasingly, "Even pineapple doesn't bother you? Then shall we have a pineapple feast for lunch?" Yu Zhiwan. The man chuckled lowly, straightening up, his hands sliding into his trouser pockets. In his poised, handsome bearing, he spoke with a casual smile. Madam, rest assured, from today on, there will be no more disliked things like pineapple in this household. This coaxing tone, as if talking to a child.
What did pineapple do to offend him? Watching Xie Jingma's retreating back as he went downstairs, Yu Zhiwan was still a bit dazed, her mind replaying his words, our household. Wait, did Xie Jingma know she was allergic to pineapple? Lunch was ready soon. In the dining room, Xie Jingma gallantly pulled out Yu Zhiwan's chair. See if it's to your liking. Yu Zhiwan sat down, her clear, dark eyes lighting up with delight. It is, everything is what I like to eat. The man's lips curved slightly, his acknowledgement subtle. It seems our tastes align, so we can enjoy our favorite dishes together from now on, sharing favorite meals together. Yu Zhiwan's nerves were lightly tugged. Before age 16, living with her adoptive parents, as the less favored daughter, any good food or drink was only for her younger brother, never for her. After returning to the Yu family at 16, they doted on Yu Shangxiang, only preparing the dishes she liked, buying clothes only for her preferences. Even if they asked Yu Zhiwan, the next day it would still be just for Yu Shangxiang's tastes, her own opinions never mattered. Over time, she had gotten used to just saying anything's fine or it's all okay when they asked. Now, hearing Xie Jingma say they would enjoy favorite dishes together in the future, it wasn't a particularly big thing. She had saved up money and could buy things she liked now. But for some reason, hearing him say that still stirred something deep within her. It was like she could tell her former self, you are no longer overlooked, you don't have to read others' expressions, someone will prepare the things you like too. Xie Jingma saw her quietly eating, and used the communal chopsticks to serve her a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs. Give this a try. Thank you. Yu Zhiwan looked up, suddenly remembering something. Taking a closer look at the dishes on the table, many had a sour-sweet flavor. But didn't Xie Jingma dislike this kind of taste? Back in high school when she saw him in the cafeteria, he had frowned and pushed away a plate of tomato chicken wings, his friend laughing, the wings are mine, since our Xie Ji doesn't like sour-sweet flavors. Now, he likes it? Seeing Yu Zhiwan's perplexed gaze fixed on him, Xie Jingma raised a brow leisurely. What, is there something on my face that you like? Yu Zhiwan, no. Ah, perhaps the man's tastes have changed with age. After finishing lunch, Yu Zhiwan went to the restroom. In the living room, Xie Jingma was seated on the sofa when Mr. Fu came over cheerfully. Sir, should we only prepare the ladies' personal care items, or should we replace everything with a couple's set instead? Like this one, for example. Mr. Fu held up an iPad, showing an image of blue and pink couples' toothbrush holders. Xie Jingma glanced at it casually, his tone languid. There's no need to ask about such things. Of course it should be the couple's set. Excellent. Mr. Fu beamed, the wrinkles on his face practically blooming with delight. When Yu Zhiwan returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa, barely taking a sip of tea, she saw Mr. Fu directing the servants and some brand store personnel as they brought in various women's clothing, bags, and shoes, likely enough to fill the entire second-floor wardrobe. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback, and before she could speak, she then saw the personnel bringing in an assortment of sleepwear matching his and hers couple's sets. There were also slippers, bathrobes, toothbrush holders, and other daily necessities, all in coordinating couple styles, many in contrasting blue and pink. It was simply dazzling. Yu Zhiwan's brow furrowed as she turned to look at Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma's eyelashes lowered slightly as he picked up his teacup, taking a sip before responding calmly. Mr. Fu took the liberty. Let him be. Yu Zhiwan. She didn't expect the elderly Mr. Fu to be this hip. The gloomy weather finally resulted in rain, with the occasional rumble of thunder. It wasn't until around 2 p.m. that the rain began to let up. They set out by car towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xie Jingma drove, with Yu Zhiwan in the passenger seat. Her mind wandered, thinking that even their marriage registration coincided with bad weather, perhaps an omen of something inauspicious. After 30 minutes, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before getting out of the car, Yu Zhiwan's phone rang. It was Yu Xiaozi. Yu Zhiwan's brow cooled, and she directly rejected the call. Immediately, furious texts came in. Yu Zhiwan, you've grown bold, daring to hang up on me? I'm warning you, Gu Xihanfeng is at your residence right now. You better hurry back and grovel an apology to him, continue dating him, and marry him. Yu Zhiwan's delicate features took on a disdainful sneer. This Yu Xiaozi was not even worthy of being her brother. Without a second thought, she blocked Yu Xiaozi, as well as the other Yu family members and Gu Xihanfeng, to avoid their further harassment. Xie Jingma walked around to the passenger side, opening the door for Yu Zhiwan. Glancing at the caller ID on her phone, his brows furrowed with a hint of coldness. But before he could say anything, Yu Jiwan turned off her phone.
Let's go. Insignificant people don't need my attention.
We shouldn't delay the registration.
Gazing at the young lady's exquisite, radiant features, Xie Jingma's brow raised slightly as he extended his right hand to her. His fingers were long and elegant, his knuckles well-defined, the skin unblemished and translucent like a perfect work of art. Yu Jiwan hesitated for a moment before understanding, gently pressing her rose-red lips together as she placed her hand in his palm. The rain had stopped.
Xie Jingma led Yu Jiwan by the hand as they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau.
After filling out the relevant information and getting the red booklet stamped with the steel seal, Yu Ziwen felt a bit dazed.
She had really gotten married.
Her spouse was Xie Jingma, that man she had always thought would never cross paths with her. But since they were already married, Yu Ziwen didn't have time to lament her lost single life, as she had something more important to do. That was to quickly have her household registration transferred out of the Yu family.
She no longer wanted the slightest connection to the Yu family.
As she walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sky had cleared up, with a rainbow in the distance after the rain. Yu Ziwen's eyes lit up as she looked at it in surprise, when Xie Jingma bought a bouquet of roses and presented them to her. The man was handsome and distinguished, his almond eyes sparkling with a casual smile, the rainbow behind him dazzling and magnificent. Yu Ziwen suddenly recalled a saying, "If this person were a rainbow, I would only know of their existence when I encountered them." Xie Jingma raised his eyebrows slightly, bringing the roses closer to her, his voice low and seductive.
"Congratulations on your marriage, Mrs. Xie." Meanwhile, at the Yu residence, in the living room, Yu Xiao fumed, his face alternating between pale and flushed. "The dead girl, Yu Ziwen, she's really got guts. She even dares to block me." Yu Shangxiang coaxed in a sweet voice, "Second brother, don't get angry first.
Maybe sister just wants to use this method to get your attention, so that you all care more about her." Then she looked at Yu Shuji beside her. "Big brother, you should call sister and comfort her."
Yu Shuji had a blank expression as he took out his phone. Comfort her? Does she deserve that?
She ran away from home again, and now she's playing block. I want to see what other tricks she has up her sleeve. As a result, the call was also blocked. Yu Shuji was stunned, his expression very unpleasant. He had never been rejected by Yu Ziwen before, this was the first time.
Yu Ziwen, she.
Yu Shuji suddenly had a foreboding feeling, taking Yu Shangxiang's phone, Yu Chanda's phone, and Tao Shuzhen's phone, trying to call Yu Ziwen one by one. As expected, they were all blocked. Tao Shuzhen was so angry her chest hurt. This ungrateful daughter, she even blocked her own mother's calls, how heartless of her.
Yu Xiao looked at Gu Sihunfeng. "Try calling Yu Ziwen with your phone." Gu Sihunfeng snorted lightly, confidently declaring, "No need to call, she definitely won't block me."
Yu Ziwen likes me so much, she only accepted my pursuit and rejected others, she definitely won't block me. The living room fell silent for a moment. Yu Changda and Tao Shuzhen exchanged a glance, Yu Shuji and Yu Xiao exchanged a glance, collectively choosing not to say anything. They also didn't tell Gu Sihunfeng the truth, that Yu Ziwen agreed to his pursuit under their coercion. Yu Shuji pondered for a moment, then spoke, "Dad, Mom, Shangxiang is grown up now, the right age, it's time for her to fulfill the marriage pact with Xie Jingma."
Yu Changda nodded. "Good idea, these days I'll go visit Mr. Xie, formally discuss it, and put Shangxiang and Jingma's marriage on the agenda, at least get the engagement done first."
Yu Shangxiang immediately blushed shyly, hiding in Tao Shuzhen's embrace. Yu Xiao chuckled teasingly, "Shangxiang, don't be shy. Second brother is waiting to eat your and Xie Jingma's wedding sweets."
Gu Sihunfeng was indifferent to Yu Shangxiang's affected behavior, standing up from the sofa. "Then what about Yu Ziwen? Does she still want to marry me?"
Initially, he was just playing around with Yu Ziwen. But today, with Yu Ziwen actively breaking up with him, he re-evaluated Yu Ziwen, and found that he not only wanted to play around, he wanted to continue the relationship. He admitted that this woman, Yu Ziwen, had successfully piqued his interest. No wonder he got bored of his other girlfriends within a week, but with Yu Ziwen, he had been dating for 3 weeks and still wanted to continue. Since their circle was all about arranged marriages anyway, if he had to marry, he might as well choose someone he was interested in. Furthermore, Yu Ziwen was beautiful enough, easy to manipulate, and madly in love with him, a good candidate for an arranged marriage. Yu Xiao was supremely confident. "Don't worry, Yu Ziwen can't run away, sooner or later she'll come back and humbly apologize." At worst, the family register was upstairs in the study. Even if Yu Ziwen was unwilling, with the Yu family's power, they could still have Yu Ziwen and Gu Qingfeng's marriage certificate issued. By then, it would be a fait accompli, and Yu Ziwen would have to accept the arranged marriage, willing or not. And there was also Shangxiang. Once she married Xie Jingma and became the admired Mrs. Xie, the Yu family would have climbed to the most prestigious heights, and their status would soar as well. After Yu Ziwen and Xie Jingma collected their marriage certificate, they went to handle the household registration transfer. According to the process, in about a week, Yu Ziwen's household registration should be able to be transferred out of the Yu family. Once transferred, she would have a new household registration on the same register as Xie Jingma. One more week, just one more week, and she would be completely severed from the Yu family. Back at the Lanchi garden, Yu Ziwen still held the bouquet of roses that Xie Jingma had given her outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. This was the first time Xie Jingma had given her flowers, and on the day they got their marriage certificate, it did have some significance. Throwing it away wouldn't be appropriate, but just leaving it there also didn't seem quite right. Yu Ziwen had the butler find a vase to put the flowers in. Xie Jingma curled his lips, following her to sit down on the sofa. He casually draped one arm over the sofa armrest, his wrist bones distinct, the faint blue veins on his pale arm exuding a strong sexual aura. He stared unblinkingly at Yu Ziwen, and when he saw her finish arranging the flowers, he suddenly spoke in a lazy, languid tone. "We've already registered our marriage, right?" Yu Ziwen looked up at him, perplexed. "Yes, so? Don't tell me you've forgotten?" The man let out a soft laugh, his lashes impossibly long. Yu Ziwen didn't understand why he asked that, when she saw him suddenly lean in closer and raise his phone, turning on the selfie mode. "Yu Ziwen? ? The man looked at her flawlessly fair face and drawled, "Come on, smile." He suddenly leaned in so close, almost touching her face, his hot, ambiguous breath caressing her cheek, and the unique, pleasant woody scent of him invaded her nostrils. Yu Ziwen's heart tightened slightly, and she obediently smiled at the camera. Click. In the photo, the young girl looked at the camera, her skin glowing, the cherry red of her lush lips curved in a smile, her beautiful brows and eyes radiant and enchanting. But the man wasn't looking at the camera, only at her, lazily curving his lips, his peach blossom eyes languorous and alluring. Emotion flowed, indescribably ambiguous. After taking the photo, Yu Ziwen saw the man unabashedly set it as his phone's wallpaper, and even the lock screen. Yu Ziwen. So it was just a pretense of affection, so that when his grandparents saw the wallpaper, they would think they were getting along well. The way he had looked at her so tenderly during the photo shoot, she had almost believed it was real. His peach blossom eyes, they are truly deep in affection, even towards a dog. After Xie Jingma finished setting the wallpaper and lock screen, he was just about to put down his phone when he received a message from his good friend. "Xiaoyi Chen, Jingma? Jingma sir? Xiaoyi Chen, where are you? Busy with something?" Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, his slender fingers typing slowly. "You knew I was busy getting our marriage certificate. Xiaoyi Chen, what the hell?" Xie Jingma continued typing leisurely. "Alright, don't rush, I'll just show you Yu Ziwen and my marriage certificate." Xiaoyi Chen, no one's rushing, but did you really get married? To Yu Ziwen? Just now after they had registered, both their marriage certificates were in Yu Ziwen's bag. Xie Jingma turned to look at her, his expression nonchalant. "My dear, can you give me the marriage certificate?" Yu Ziwen reached for her bag, casually asking, "What's the matter?" "Xie Jingma, someone is insisting on looking at our marriage certificate." Yu Ziwen, her eyes, glistening with water, blinked, and she took out the 2 marriage certificates from her bag, handing them over, puzzled. How can there be such a person? Xie Jingma's tone was innocent. "I know, right? How can there be such a person?" He took them, opened the inner pages of the 2 marriage certificates, and took a photo of them together. He sent the photo to Xiaoyi Chen. "Xiaoyi Chen, fuck, you really did get married. Xiaoyi Chen, what happened? Why did you suddenly get married? Xiaoyi Chen, Yu Ziwen agreed to marry you? Did you trick and kidnap her? She must have been lured by you." Xie Jingma lazily typed. "Stop with the Yu Ziwen this, Yu Ziwen that. From now on, call her sister-in-law. Xiaoyi Chen, go on and show off then." Xie Jingma, seeing Xiaoyi Chen's message go on and show off then, narrowed his peach blossom eyes slightly, and promptly sent the photo into the family group chat. The group chat exploded with messages. "Xie Grandpa, this photo, you didn't just Photoshop it to trick me, did you?" Xie Jingma, well, in that case, please don't believe it. Xie Grandpa, believe it. Xie Grandpa, just now, old Fu told me you've brought my granddaughter-in-law back to the Lanchi garden, and I was half believing, half doubting, but now it's confirmed. Xie Grandma, old man, stop talking nonsense, quickly book a plane ticket, we're going back to the country immediately, I can't wait to see my precious granddaughter-in-law. Xie Grandma, whether the grandson comes to see us or not doesn't matter. Xie Grandpa, doesn't matter. Cousin Xie Yuntang, what did I just see? Brother, you finally got married off? Cousin Xie Yuntang, the sister-in-law is so beautiful. Cousin Xie Yunzhou, wow. I've long admired the sister-in-law.
Brother, you married well. Cousin Xia Yunzhou, wish you and the sister-in-law eternal happiness and bliss.
Seeing the words eternal happiness and bliss, Xie Jingma raised his eyebrows slightly.
He sent several red envelopes into the group.
Then he exited the group chat, folded the marriage certificates, and took a photo of the bright red covers. He then posted it to his Moments.
Married. The comments soon exploded again. Xiaoyi Chen commented, "What's the deal with your Moments cover? You're almost blinding my dog eyes." Xia Yunzhou, I just checked. My brother set the cover to be their marriage certificates. 2 bright red covers, it's so dazzling. Xiaoyi Chen, at Chinan, come take a look. Our Jingma sir didn't even bother to just hang the marriage certificate around his neck, did he?
Chinan, shut up, don't give him ideas. He's capable of doing that.
Xie Jingma, is he out of his mind? Hang the marriage certificate around my neck? Better to hang it on his forehead.
Xie Jingma couldn't be bothered with them, putting down his phone, resting his head on his hand, and continuing to watch his wife arranging the flowers.
His wife arranging the flowers was still the best sight.
Yu Ziwen finished arranging the vase, and when she looked up, she met the man's deep, affectionate gaze, not knowing how long he had been staring at her. Her heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat, and she hurriedly averted her gaze.
Feeling something was off, she looked back at him directly. "What are you staring at me for?"
Xie Jingma chuckled in a low voice, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, the sexy laughter flowing from his throat, as if he was teasing her, "Looking at how cute you are."
Yu Ziwen?
The man, resting his head on his hand, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with a light smile, his voice lazy.
"It's my first time being married. I find it novel. I want to look at my wife more. Is that not allowed?" Yu Ziwen thought for a moment. "Actually, this is my first time being married too."
Xie Jingma raised his eyebrows slightly, staring at her for a few seconds, then suddenly tilted his head, his mouth curling in a lazy smile.
"Then you can also take a good look at your husband. Let me show you." Yu Ziwen, no need for that.
She remembered she still hadn't unpacked her suitcase, and went upstairs to the master bedroom.
As she was taking out her clothes, Yu Ziwen suddenly realized a problem. This was the master bedroom, so at night, would she and Xie Jingma be sleeping together?
Meanwhile, downstairs in the living room, Xie Jingma called over the butler, nonchalantly saying, "Isn't the bed in the guest room broken? It's time to replace it."
The butler looked perplexed. "No, they're all fine." Xie Jingma unhurriedly took a sip of his tea. "Not broken?" The butler was puzzled for 2 seconds, then suddenly realized, oh, yes, they're broken. All of them are broken, can't be used anymore. I'll arrange for a replacement immediately.
In the second floor master bedroom, Yu Ziwen was packing her suitcase when she suddenly heard some commotion outside. Suspiciously opening the door, she saw the servants carrying beds out of the guest rooms, bustling about.
And not just one bed.
Several guest room beds were being carried out.
Yu Ziwen scratched her head in bewilderment. What was going on? Seeing Xie Jingma approach, she curiously asked, "What's happening? The beds are broken?"
Xie Jingma nodded impassively. "The guest rooms are rarely used, the furniture is old, it's time to replace them."
Yu Ziwen, I see.
Xie Jingma, don't worry, the bed in the master bedroom is fine, we can sleep there at night. At those words, Yu Ziwen gave him a somewhat peculiar look.
Xie Jingma raised his brows slightly. "What's wrong?"
Yu Ziwen pressed her lips together, her tone tinged with hesitation and self-doubt. "I can tell, you seem to have always disliked the Yu family people.
So with me, won't you find it awkward to sleep in the same room?" Xie Jingma furrowed his brow, his expression suddenly becoming more serious.
He pulled Yu Ziwen back into the bedroom, making her look directly at him. Gazing into her pure, clear eyes, his voice low and profoundly focused, unlike ever before.
"Yu Ziwen, I dislike the Yu family people because I can't stand them bullying you.
I have never, not even a shred, disliked you. And Yu Ziwen, don't doubt yourself, you are good, so very good, irreplaceable." Yu Ziwen was stunned, staring blankly at the man before her. Back in the Yu family, her own biological parents, her own brothers, the words they said to her most were, "Yu Ziwen, this is not good enough, that is not good enough, you will never compare to Yu Shangxiang." She had worked hard to study, to meet their demands, only to be met with their criticizing gazes. But now, Xie Jingma, this man of prestigious background, more esteemed than anyone else, was telling her, "You are good, so very good." Yu Ziwen's long lashes trembled, her eyes glistening with tears, the tip of her nose involuntarily turning a little sour. "Thank you, Truly, thank you. The outside world all said Xie Jingma was unapproachable, but she felt he was quite easy to get along with, and so comforting, quite amiable. He was a good person. Since the guest room furniture was all old, and the beds had been moved out, Yu Ziwen ended up staying in the master bedroom. After dinner, Xie Jingma had some urgent work to attend to in the study. Yu Ziwen returned to the bedroom first. Seeing the large bed in the center, her eyelids suddenly twitched. She had forgotten to ask, sleeping together with Xie Jingma, how would that work? Yu Ziwen stared at the bed, her mind wandering for a few seconds, when suddenly her phone started ringing. It was a call from her instructor, Liang Yulan. Hello, Professor Liang. Yu Ziwen, good news. Liang Yulan was exhilarated. The Jinhua Fashion Design Competition has opened registration. Remember to sign up, try to bring back a trophy. Yu Ziwen's eyes lit up. Professor Liang, when does registration start? Liang Yulan, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Oh yes, Yu Ziwen, you should continue to use the name Nightsmoke to enter the competition. Your teacher believes with your design talent, the chances of you winning an award are very high. Liang Yulan sighed as she spoke. As Yu Ziwen's instructor, she had recognized Yu Ziwen's design talent and abilities long ago, which were even stronger than many professional designers. She had once asked Yu Ziwen, and found that Yu Ziwen had started self-studying design knowledge since high school. In the second semester of her freshman year, there was a new fashion design competition, and Liang Yulan insisted that Yu Ziwen must participate. Whether she won a prize or not, it would be good experience. But the Yu family refused, because the Yu family's fake princess, Yu Shangxiang, was also studying fashion design. The Yu family was afraid that Yu Ziwen would snatch the honors from Yu Shangxiang, and no matter what, they wouldn't let Yu Ziwen register. They even used emotional manipulation on Yu Ziwen, saying they were worried she would be upset if she lost the competition. Liang Yulan really couldn't bear to see such a good talent go to waste, so she advised Yu Ziwen to use the alias Nightsmoke to enter the competition. During the competition, Yu Ziwen only worked backstage, instructing the models on how to showcase the clothes, without making a public appearance or being seen by the Yu family. In the end, true to expectations, Yu Ziwen's design won the championship of the new designer competition, while Yu Shangxiang only got third place. When it was time for the awards ceremony, it was also Liang Yulan who went up to accept the award on Yu Ziwen's behalf, saying Nightsmoke was the daughter of a friend. For the subsequent Starlight Design Competition, a higher-level event with fashion designers from all over the country participating, Liang Yulan had Yu Ziwen continue to use the Nightsmoke alias. In the end, Yu Ziwen's stunning Chinese-style evening gown design stunned countless eyes, and she won the championship, her name echoing far and wide. Of course, during the awards ceremony, it was still Liang Yulan who helped accept the award. And Nightsmoke, with her exceptional design talent, had never shown her face publicly. This mysterious and outstanding designer's popularity skyrocketed, her reputation spreading far and wide in the industry, with so many people wanting to catch a glimpse of Nightsmoke's true face. Liang Yulan thought about these past events and kindly encouraged, Yu Ziwen, the Jinhua competition is the highest-level fashion design competition in the country, with top talents gathered. The competition is fierce. But your teacher believes, with your abilities, you have an excellent chance of winning an award. Go for it. Yu Ziwen smiled. Thank you, Professor Liang, I will definitely work hard. At the same time, at the Yu family, Yu Shouqi sat on the sofa, his expression grave as he held his phone, politely and respectfully sending messages. Nightsmoke teacher, are you there? Nightsmoke teacher, you haven't replied to me for a long time. Have you really decided not to continue cooperating with the Yu Corporation? Or is there something we've done wrong that has displeased you? If we've done something incorrectly, we'll immediately apologize. We hope you can forgive us. After sending them, Yu Shouqi still didn't receive any reply, and he wearily rubbed his forehead. The Yu Corporation's main business was a high-end clothing brand, so he naturally had some understanding of fashion design. In that year's new designer competition, he had originally hoped that Shangxiang would win first place, but unexpectedly a Nightsmoke suddenly emerged. He could see at a glance that Nightsmoke's designs were truly excellent, not only far surpassing Shangxiang's level, but also more capable than many professional designers. At that time, the Yu Corporation's clothing brand was in a slump, lacking good designs, and the business was deteriorating. Shangxiang wanted to help, but her designs were still too immature. Yu Ziwen also offered to help the family, but Yu Shouqi scoffed, not even bothering to look at her, thinking she was delusional. If Shangxiang couldn't help the family, there was no way Yuzuan could, she would just cause more trouble. In the end, Yu Shouqi had no choice but to find Nightsmoke's Weibo and privately message her, expressing his intention to cooperate. Unexpectedly, Nightsmoke agreed very decisively. Later, Nightsmoke won the championship of the Starlight Design Competition with a Chinese-style design, becoming increasingly popular, with more and more big brands wanting to cooperate with her. But Nightsmoke only cooperated with the Yu family, only designing for the Yu Corporation. Those fashionable socialites and female celebrities who liked Nightsmoke's designs also started buying the Yu Corporation's clothes. In this way, the Yu Corporation's clothing brand gradually revived, and the Yu family's fortunes also improved along with it. It could be said that the Yu Corporation's clothing brand was saved by Nightsmoke. Nightsmoke brought the Yu Corporation enormous benefits, so much so that calling her the mainstay of the Yu Corporation would not be an exaggeration. But starting 3 weeks ago, for some unknown reason, Nightsmoke suddenly decided to no longer cooperate with the Yu Corporation. Since Nightsmoke had never shown her face publicly, Yu Shouqi could only contact her through private messages on Weibo, sending many inquiries about the reason, but Nightsmoke had not replied to a single one. Yu Shouqi's brow was tightly furrowed. What was going on? Could it be that they had offended Nightsmoke somehow? But they had never even seen Nightsmoke's face. How could they have offended her? If Nightsmoke left the Yu Corporation, those socialites who had come for Nightsmoke would certainly follow and stop buying the Yu Corporation's clothes. And these socialites were important big clients. At this moment, Yu Xiangxian walked over holding her phone, her expression aggrieved and distressed. "Big brother, just now I sent a message to my sister on WeChat, and found that not only has she blocked our phone calls, she's also blocked us on WeChat." Yu Shouqi frowned irritably. "Xiangxian, big brother knows you cherish the sisterly bond, but don't keep contacting Yuzuan in a groveling manner. She's not worthy. She's not even worth the tip of your finger, much less worth you being distressed over." Hearing Yu Shouqi praise her so, a blush rose to Xiangxian's cheeks. "Big brother, I know you're concerned for me, and that I'm better than her, but she's still a girl, just leaving home like that, without even a place to stay. I'm worried about her." "Alright, Xiangxian," Yu Shouqi interrupted her, "I still have business to attend to, no time to deal with Yuzuan. Whenever I hear Yuzuan's name, it just irritates me. It was her own choice to run away from home, even if she gets in trouble outside, it's what she deserves." After coldly saying this, Yu Shouqi coaxed Xiangxian to go back and sleep, then continued messaging Nightsmoke. "Nightsmoke teacher, please reply to me. If I've done something wrong, please just tell me, I'll fix it immediately. I just don't want you to ignore me. I really need you, the Yu family needs you too." At the Lanqi Garden, Yuzuan looked at the messages in the Weibo private chat. If this was before, seeing Yu Shouqi adopting such an attitude, she would have felt sorry for this big brother, and then tried various ways to alleviate the family's worries, putting in her best efforts for the Yu family. But now, Yuzuan put down her phone. Her exquisitely beautiful face was cold and indifferent. She didn't even want to spare a single glance for Yu Shouqi. Whether the Yu family was prospering or declining, living or dead, it had nothing to do with her. Yuzuan finished packing her change of clothes, ready to take a shower. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Xie Jingma had returned from the study. Yuzuan looked at the man's exquisitely handsome features, and after thinking for a moment, couldn't help but ask, how are we going to sleep later?" Xie Jingma glanced at the change of clothes she was holding, raising his brows slightly, drawling out the words leisurely. "Of course, we'll sleep together after your shower." Yuzuan went to take a shower first, then let Xie Jingma go wash up. She sat on the edge of the bed, casually picking up a book from the nearby table, but her gaze kept drifting without actually reading anything. She glanced towards the bathroom, hearing the sound of running water. Unable to help furrowing her brow when she was showering, did Xie Jingma sitting outside hear it this clearly? Soon, the sound of water stopped. The man emerged from the bathroom, his bony fingers grasping a white towel, casually drying his hair. Yuzuan looked up, her eyelid twitching. His sleepwear matched hers in a couple set. Xie Jingma had previously said that the butler had prepared these mismatched couple sets on his own. This was the first time Yuzuan was wearing couple pajamas with someone. Curiously staring at it for a few seconds, she suddenly realized Xie Jingma's charcoal gray silk sleepwear seemed a bit too revealing of his physique. The sleepwear itself was quite loose, but with his movements drying his hair, the silk fabric naturally clung to his body, outlining the sexy, toned contours of his abs. And because his arm was raised, the clothing on his waist was pulled up, exposing a glimpse of his slender, powerful waistline, exuding an explosive power. He looked so capable, utterly captivating, almost seductive. Yuziwon's eyelashes fluttered in panic as she quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head to continue reading the book. As a fashion design student, she naturally had some understanding of human body structure. She couldn't help but recall in her mind his abs and waistline. They were just too perfect. Wonder what they would feel like to touch. Xie Jingma glanced at her as he dried his hair, seeing her lowering her head to read, no longer looking at him, and calmly put the towel away, not drying anymore. His hair was mostly dry, so he turned and went back into the bathroom. Yuziwon absently read for a while, when she suddenly remembered that earlier, she had left her dirty clothes in the laundry basket without washing them, in order not to hold up Xie Jingma's shower. Yuziwon got up and walked into the bathroom, seeing Xie Jingma, tall and long-legged, standing at the vanity. The faucet was running, and he was washing clothes. The lace fabric was turning in his bony fingers. As Yuziwon realized what he was washing, her earlobes flushed hot. What are you doing? How could he be washing her underwear? Apparently her reaction was too strong. The man paused his movements and turned to look at her, his expression unusually perplexed, as if scolded by his wife. What's wrong? Yuziwon was stunned to the point of speechlessness. What are you doing? He replied very calmly, I'm just washing the clothes. Yuziwon, what? Why are you washing my clothes? Xie Jingma lowered his gaze to the small white fabric in his hands, understanding now why she had reacted so strongly. Seeing the girl's ears flushing with shyness, he raised his brows ever so slightly, his tone unhurried. That's how my parents were. My mother's clothes, my father would always wash them. Yuziwon blinked. So his parents seemed very affectionate? No, that wasn't the main point here. Yuziwon rushed over in a few quick steps, her fair cheeks tinged with pink, her glistening eyes hazy with embarrassment as she looked at him wetly. We don't have to do that. You don't need to help me wash. I can do it myself. She snatched her little underwear back from Xie Jingma's hands. Although they had already gotten married, they weren't a genuine couple in love. For him to hand-wash her undergarments, wasn't that just too embarrassing? Xie Jingma was pushed aside by her, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he lightly pressed his tongue to the side of his cheek, his gaze upon her deep and intent. Yuziwon had no time to pay attention to him now, because she discovered, her bras had already been washed and hung up by Xie Jingma, and he had even washed half of her underwear. Her ear burned again. She quickly finished washing the remaining half. After finishing, she turned around to see Xie Jingma still standing there beside her, his tall, slender figure leaning against the wall, his gaze upon her cool and calm, and on his long, pale fingers, there were still remnants of the white foam from washing the clothes. Yuziwon couldn't help but think again about how he had gently scrubbed her underwear. Her pupils shuddered sharply, and she grabbed his hands, putting them under the faucet. What are you standing there for? Quickly rinse your hands. Yuziwon held the man's hands, meticulously scrubbing from his fingertips to the backs of his hands, as if trying to obliterate all traces, thoroughly washing away the foam. Xie Jingma was stunned. Feeling the girl's soft, boneless little hands moving between his fingers, like interlocking their fingers, he slowly curved his lips into a smile, obediently standing there and letting her wash, the end of his words laced with amusement. Thank you, my lady, for helping me wash my hands. And you did it so carefully. He looked at the delicate, fair profile of the girl, his gaze resting on her flushed ear. My lady, rest assured, when I was washing your underwear just now, I was very thorough and clean, scrubbing every area. At this, Yuziwon stumbled and almost fell over. She had just barely managed to forget about that incident. Yuziwon's cheeks burned, and she took a deep breath, looking up at him. Xie Jingma, it's not that I think you didn't wash it clean enough, it's just that, this is too embarrassing for me. It's very difficult for me. The man was silent for 2 seconds, then lazily said I see. Yuziwon, huh? He knows? What does he know? Until she was lying in bed, Yuziwon couldn't stop thinking, he probably won't take the initiative to wash her underwear again from now on, right? The sound of rustling came from beside her, as Xie Jingma slid under the covers to lie down. Yuziwon's body suddenly tensed up. The woody, fresh scent from the man's body wafted over, clean and pleasant, yet it felt like it was enveloping her, forcefully imbuing her with his aroma. Yuziwon closed her eyes, still able to sense a smoldering, intent gaze upon her, her fingers involuntarily curling inward. However, the man simply said good night in a leisurely manner, then switched off the lamp on his side. There were no boundary-crossing actions. Yuziwon's slightly tense body relaxed. This was the first time she was sleeping in the same bed as an adult man. She had thought she might not be used to it, and have trouble sleeping. But perhaps it was because so much had happened today, or perhaps it was because the man beside her made her feel at ease, and before long, she drifted off into dreamland. In the darkness, the man's eyes opened. opened, and he turned his head to look at the girl beside him, her breathing shallow. He sighed almost inaudibly, reaching out to gently pull her into his embrace. He lightly nuzzled his forehead against the crook of her neck, but the next moment, he lowered his gaze to look at himself below, his brow furrowed in irritation. He slightly loosened his hold on the girl, putting some more distance between their lower bodies. The next morning, Yuziwon had a good night's sleep, and when she woke up, she found that Xie Jingma was not by her side. Had he gotten up this early? She yawned, getting up to wash up. She just happened to run into Xie Jingma coming out of the bathroom, his hair slightly damp, as if he had just taken a shower. "Good morning, my lady." The man's lips curled up, his low, magnetic voice more hoarse than usual, sounding even more seductive and irresistible. Still a little drowsy, Yuziwon responded absent-mindedly, "Morning." But as soon as she entered the bathroom, her mind snapped fully awake. This chilling water vapor enveloping her. Had he really taken a cold shower this early in the morning? Not even feeling the cold, his body must really be that good. Yuziwon marveled at this as she walked up to the vanity, seeing the set of his and hers toiletries, her eye twitching slightly as she picked up her own cup to brush her teeth and wash up. During this process, Xie Jingma lazily leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed as he watched her. When Yuziwon finished her grooming, he came over and took her hand. Yuziwon was startled, and the next moment, she felt a faint, cool metallic sensation on her ring finger. She looked down and saw it was a finely crafted, simple ring. Yuziwon looked up at the man in bewilderment. "This is..." The warm bathroom lighting cast a shadow on the man's flawless, porcelain face, making his handsome, captivating features even more alluring, like an enchanting, demonic beauty. Those bewitching peach blossom eyes were lazy and smiling, as if concealing endless, doting affection. "Since we're already married, we can't be without a wedding ring. Our marriage yesterday was rather sudden. The proper wedding ring is still being made, so please bear with wearing this simple one for a few days, my lady." Yuziwon's eyelashes fluttered slightly, wanting to say it wasn't any trouble, and she didn't need to wear a ring. After all, they would be divorced in a year anyway. But she had a more pressing question now. "How did you know my finger size?" This ring fit her hand perfectly, not too big or small. Xie Jingma raised his brows slightly, his tone casual. I measured your size while we were sleeping last night." Yuziwon, huh? Seeing her wide eyes, Xie Jingma raised his brows even higher, lazily continuing. "And I also measured the size of your neck while you were sleeping." Yuziwon? A chill went down her back, and she reached up to touch her own neck. He couldn't have used a string to measure around her neck while she was sleeping, right? Yuziwon suddenly felt a deeper chill down her spine. What else did you do? How could she have slept so deeply? Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes were filled with mischief, his pace unhurried as he spoke. "I also measured your waist, and..." He deliberately drew out the end of the sentence, his gaze slowly trailing upwards, settling on the area of her chest. "Yuziwon?" Yuziwon immediately bristled, rushing over to cover his eyes. "Where are you looking? You shouldn't be randomly measuring things when you're not even sleeping." The man could no longer hold back, his sexy Adam's apple bobbing as he let out a low chuckle, his chest even slightly trembling with mirth, the corners of his eyes and brows relaxed and gleeful. He pulled Yuziwon's hands away from covering his eyes, affectionately ruffling her hair, his peach blossom eyes languid and smiling. "I was just teasing you, I didn't measure all kinds of random things. Since Yuziwon doesn't allow it, how could I dare? I only measured the size of your fingers. Be good." "Yuziwon," he said. "Be good?" Yuziwon wasn't feeling very good. She humped and glared at him before turning to stride out of the bathroom. Xie Jingma, scolded and glared at by his wife, still lazily curved his lips into a smile. Seeing the girl's vibrant, passionate demeanor like this, she was finally not treating him like a stranger anymore. Progress. After Xie Jingma left the bedroom, Yuziwon took off the ring on her ring finger, curiously examining it closely. Suddenly she noticed, engraved on the inner band, were two letters MW. What did that mean? The initials for Mian 1? Yuziwon furrowed her brow, remembering she had an online friend she was quite close with, whose Weibo name was, to MW, also had the letters MW. What a coincidence! Yuziwon hurried to the nightstand, picking up her phone. She had two Weibo accounts. Her main one was Wan Yen, a well-known designer with several 100,000 followers. Her smaller account was Yuan Xingtai, not many followers, where she would occasionally post some random thoughts. She liked the flavor of green plum cakes and candies, so she used that name. It was this smaller account that was mutually followed with to MW. They had been online friends for many years. Yuziwon couldn't even remember why they had followed each other in the first place. She had initially thought to MW was a girl, often commenting on each other's posts on Weibo, treating him like a casual online friend. It was only later that she realized this little sister was actually a guy, and he also had a girl he had been secretly in love with for a long time. Her online little sister suddenly turning out to be male, Yuziwon naturally felt a bit awkward about it. But then she also felt he must have such deep feelings for this girl he's been in love with for so long, it must be bittersweet for him, so she quietly hoped he could be with the one he loves. Yuziwon logged into her smaller Weibo account and saw that 2MW had posted a new tweet yesterday. Starting from today, I'll be able to see her every day. Yuziwon's eyes lit up, genuinely happy for him, and she immediately commented, "Congratulations, is it that you're together with the one you've been in love with?" Yuziwon had thought, this early in the morning, 2MW probably wouldn't reply right away. But to her surprise, 2MW responded in seconds, sort of. Yuziwon was puzzled, sort of together? What did that mean? Then she saw 2MW had posted a new tweet. "I'm waiting for the moonlight to fall on me." There was a sense of loneliness and desolation in those words. Yuziwon sighed, it seemed he still hadn't succeeded. For some reason, 2MW's tweets seemed to have gained some popularity, with random netizens also commenting, I'm also waiting for my moonlight. You all have someone you love? Wait, the MW in the blogger's nickname, could it mean my wife, my world, my whole? I have a friend who uses MW as a nickname for their crush. The world will eventually be conquered by our pure love. Yuziwon suddenly understood, the MW in 2MW must have such a romantic meaning? Looking at the ring Xie Jingma gave her, with the engraved MW, it was likely just the initials for Mian 1, a coincidence. Come to think of it, 2MW had mentioned he was self-teaching fashion design, and hoped that one day he could design a wedding dress for the girl he loves. Being in unrequited love truly is a sweet torment. Yuziwon left an encouraging comment in the thread. The moonlight will surely fall on you. I wish you can fulfill your wish and be together with the one you love. 2MW replied in seconds. Thanks for the good wishes, rabbit, with 2 pink rabbit emojis. Yuziwon smiled, putting down her phone and changing into new clothes to go downstairs. To her surprise, she saw Xie Jingma was making breakfast, and he was even wearing an apron with pink bunnies printed on it. This overwhelming girly vibe. Yuziwon suddenly felt, perhaps the couple's items Fubo had prepared, the pink one should be left for Xie Jingma to use? She had never heard he had such a girlish side before. Yuziwon stepped closer, and keenly noticed that the pink bunnies printed on this apron were the same as the one in his WeChat profile picture. Who drew that adorable, pink little bunny that he likes so much, even setting it as his profile picture and having it printed on his apron? Sensing the girl's pensive gaze, Xie Jingma glanced over. What's wrong? Breakfast will be ready soon. Yuziwon asked in amazement. You can cook? Xie Jingma, surprised? Yuziwon nodded. I thought someone like you would have your meals served, without ever getting your hands dirty. Xie Jingma turned off the stove, ladling the porridge into a ceramic bowl. Someone like me? Yuziwon didn't know, was it because his face was just too handsome, with his broad shoulders and slim waist, even doing something as simple as cooking looked so pleasing to the eye. Yuziwon, I thought someone of your status would have people waiting on them hand and foot. The man let out a light chuckle, his voice languid and seductive. I'd be more than happy to serve my lady, letting her have her meals and everything else handed to her on a silver platter. Yuziwon. Fubo, holding a watering can, was directing the servants to water the flowers in the garden outside. Passing by, he couldn't help but give a beaming ant smile. The master is truly doting on his lady. In the dining room, Yuziwon tried Xie Jingma's cooking, her eyes lighting up. Not only was it the kind of breakfast she liked, the taste was also top-notch. Like these crystal shrimp dumplings, so fresh and delectable. And this lotus seed soup, so delicious she finished the whole bowl. I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this good, even better than a 5-star chef. Yuziwon praised him without holding back. Xie Jingma's brows raised slightly. I'm glad my lady enjoys it. To capture a woman's heart, you first have to capture her stomach. The saying seems to be true. It was worth all the effort he put into practicing cooking, sacrificing a few pots and pans, even making Fubo be the taste tester, going from inedible to tears of joy. After breakfast, Yuziwon needed to go to the university. Originally she had planned to go by herself, since Lanchi Garden wasn't far from her school. But Xie Jingma ended up driving her all the way to the school gate. After seeing her enter the school, Xie Jingma then drove off to the company. As a senior, Yuziwon didn't have many classes left. She went to Professor Liang Yulan's office, discussing the fashion design competition. Around 11 a.m., Yu Ziwen bid farewell to Professor Liang and prepared to head back to Lanqi Garden. When she reached the school gate, she unexpectedly ran into Gu Sihanfeng. Yu Ziwen's expression turned cold, continuing to walk forward without even a sideways glance, treating him like roadside trash.
Yu Ziwen, when had Gu Sihanfeng ever been so blatantly ignored like this?
Irritated, he blocked her path, just about to unleash his spoiled brat temper, when he suddenly noticed something, his pupils shrinking as he fixated on the ring on Yu Ziwen's finger.
Yu Ziwen, what is that on your hand?
Yu Ziwen was stopped by Gu Sihanfeng, but she had no intention of hiding the ring. She simply wore it openly and matter-of-factly.
Why was this Gu Sihanfeng suddenly coming to the school? Hadn't he already graduated? Young Master Gu.
Just then, Gu Qingfeng's brother Wei Chen came running over, cheerfully speaking up. Jian, I heard someone saw you come to the school, so I immediately told young Master Gu.
As soon as he heard, he rushed over to find you. Gu Sihanfeng snapped unhappily. Who said I came to find her? I came to look for Xian Xian.
Xian Xian was the young girl he had met at the billiards hall yesterday. Wei Chen was rendered speechless. How could he still be in denial at a time like this?
What a spoiled young master attitude.
But Wei Chen was Gu Qingfeng's good brother. Of course he had to help him out. He quickly turned to Yu Ziwen, chuckling awkwardly. Jian, young Master Gu did come to find you. You two had a misunderstanding at the billiards hall yesterday. You must clear things up properly today. I won't disturb you. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some cigarettes first.
Wei Chen hurriedly left, giving them a chance to talk privately.
Gu Sihanfeng cursed at Wei Chen for meddling, but his eyes were glued to the ring on Yu Ziwen's finger.
Suddenly an evil smile appeared on his face.
Yu Ziwen had just told him they were breaking up yesterday, and now she was wearing a ring on her ring finger. It was obvious she was guarding her purity for him, even after their breakup. Even if she was single, she had to put a ring on that finger, just to warn off other men from pursuing her. He never expected Yu Ziwen to love him so deeply, to be so loyal and unwavering. Gu Qingfeng's mood greatly improved. He lifted his chin, speaking in a condescending tone.
Yu Ziwen, about the things I said at the billiards hall yesterday, you don't need to be so angry. At first I just wanted to play around with you, but now, I take that back. I'm going to get serious with you. Don't talk about breaking up anymore. I'm allowing you to continue being my girlfriend, understand?
Hearing this, Yu Ziwen immediately furrowed her brows, taking a step back. What nonsense was he spouting now? Better keep some distance.
Gu Sihanfeng, I made it very clear yesterday, I've already broken up with you.
We have no relationship from now on. Gu Sihanfeng let out a mocking snort in his heart. She was still playing hard to get. He dug something out of his pocket, opening his palm to reveal a handful of red bean beads. Yu Ziwen, you broke that red bean bracelet yesterday, the beads scattered everywhere.
I've picked them all up.
18 beads, not a single one missing.
Aren't you calmed down now?
Yu Ziwen glanced at it indifferently, her expression unchanged, not the slightest reaction. Seeing her like this, Gu Sihanfeng frowned impatiently.
Yu Ziwen, what else do you want?
I've already approved you to continue being my girlfriend. Don't keep going back and forth.
Take off that ring on your hand, it's an eyesore to me.
And about you cutting ties with the Yu family, I have to say, you're being a bit too unreasonable.
After leaving the Yu family last night, where did you spend the night?
Yu Ziwen's beautiful lips curved into a cold, mocking sneer, her exquisite brows and eyes seemingly frosted over. Gu Sihanfeng, I'll say it one last time, you and I are already broken up. We have no relationship whatsoever anymore. And this ring can't be taken off, because I'm already married. Please, young Master Gu, refrain from pestering me again in the future.
Yu Ziwen turned and left the school gate without waiting for Gu Qingfeng's petrified expression.
Gu Sihanfeng stood there, stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning, staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed at Yu Ziwen's retreating back. What did she just say?
Yu Ziwen said she's already married? Married? That's impossible. She had just broken up with him yesterday, and now she's married to another man? How is that possible? Gritting his teeth, Gu Sihanfeng quickly pulled out his phone, dialing Yu Ziwen's number.
But the cold mechanical voice informed him the call could not be connected. He had been blocked. Gu Sihanfeng paused, staring disbelievingly at the phone screen.
Yu Ziwen had blocked him too? How could she do this to him? I see, he had underestimated Yu Ziwen.
This ungrateful woman, she really had the nerve to block him. Gu Sihanfeng was so angry he almost threw his phone, furiously pulling up Yu Zuiqi's number, wanting to call him and ask if he knew about Yu Ziwen's marriage. But just before pressing the dial button, Gu Sihanfeng suddenly calmed down.
No, that doesn't make sense. Yu Ziwen's social circle was so small, she didn't even know any other men. How could she get married? In just one day, where would she find someone to marry? She was an unloved, fallen aristocrat. Who would want her? Yuziwon must be doing this on purpose, trying to make him jealous by wearing the ring and claiming she's married. Gu Sihongfeng sneered. Was Yuziwon feeling jealous that he was casually seeing other women, so she wanted him to also experience the feeling of jealousy? Really, ever since he started dating Yuziwon, he hadn't been with any other women, at most just hugging and cuddling, never sleeping with anyone else. He had already turned over a new leaf, but she still wasn't satisfied? She loved being so possessive and obsessed? Gu Sihongfeng looked at the red bean beads in his palm. Oh well, the reason Yuziwon refused other men's pursuit and only accepted him was because she loved him too much, which is why she got so jealous. Once he breaks it off with those casual companions, this petty Yuziwon would happily continue being his girlfriend again. Lanchi Garden wasn't far from her school, so Yuziwon planned to walk back. As she was walking, a black car suddenly pulled up beside her. The window rolled down, revealing Xie Jingma's devastatingly handsome face and his unique peach blossom eyes. Yuziwon was surprised. What are you doing here? The man raised his brows slightly. It's almost noon. I was coming to the school to pick you up, and just happened to spot you here. Get in the car. Come to pick her up? Yuziwon paused, feeling a bit unaccustomed to this. No one had ever come to pick her up before when she was at the Yu family. Realizing she had zoned out, Yuziwon quickly pulled open the door and got into the passenger seat. As soon as she sat down, the man leaned over, considerately helping her fasten the seatbelt. The distance between them suddenly shortened. His unique, pleasant woody scent wafted over. Yuziwon's long lashes fluttered, subtly holding her breath. She noticed, up close, his lashes were really long, and his nose bridge was so high, and his lips were also. After securing the seatbelt, Xie Jingma noticed the plain ring on Yuziwon's finger, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. His warm fingertip inevitably brushed against Yuziwon's finger. Yuziwon had been staring at his lips, but when he touched her ring, her heart suddenly raced. Why are you touching my ring? The man chuckled, his voice low and languid. I'm wearing one too. If you're upset, Wan, you can touch mine as well. Yuziwon, how childish. This man was like a 3-year-old. She didn't touch his ring, but stole another quick glance at his lips, then quickly averted her gaze. Strangely, she suddenly felt like eating jelly. She tugged on the seatbelt across her chest. Isn't it noon? Why did you come back from the office? Are you not busy this afternoon? I have something to do this afternoon. After a pause, Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes gleamed mischievously, his smile lazy and indolent. And I'll need to trouble my lady to accompany me. Ha! Yuziwon was just about to ask what it was, when her phone suddenly rang. Xie Jingma told her to take the call first. Yuziwon's expression lit up with delight after hearing what was said on the other end of the line. Once she hung up, Xie Jingma asked curiously, what's got you so happy? Yuziwon excitedly explained, it's my aunt. Oh right, the call was from my aunt, not a relative from the Yu family, but an uncle and aunt who really cared for me when I was living with my foster parents. Yuziwon thought Xie Jingma didn't know about her past, so she specifically elaborated. The man listened and nodded, his expression not showing much surprise. It was almost as if he already knew about her aunt. Yuziwon blinked in bewilderment, but she had never told Xie Jingma about her aunt before. Could this be the calm and unflappable demeanor of a top executive, unfazed by anything? Yuziwon didn't think too much about it, continuing excitedly. My aunt's daughter, my younger sister, had been hospitalized and just underwent surgery, but she was in a coma afterward. Just now, my aunt called to say she's woken up and is doing well, no longer in danger. That's why she was so delighted. The surgery had required a large sum of money, and her aunt's family didn't have much savings. Luckily, over the years Yuziwon had earned some money through her Xuanyan identity doing design work, and was able to help pay the medical expenses, as a way to repay her aunt and uncle's past care for her. After all, her foster parents had treated her so poorly. If it weren't for her aunt and uncle, her life would have been even more miserable. Now hearing this good news, Yuziwon was practically bouncing in her seat. She looked at Xie Jingma, eagerly grabbing his arm. You said you had something to do this afternoon and wanted me to come with you. Is it urgent? If not, I'd like to go to the hospital first. Xie Jingma glanced at the hand gripping his arm, seeing her looking at him with bright, hopeful eyes. He couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle her hair, the corner of his lips curving upward. It's not urgent. I'll accompany you to the hospital first. Yuziwon was taken aback. Huh? You're coming with me? She thought visiting her aunt and uncle was something she could do on her own. Why did Xie Jingma need to come along? Xie Jingma gave her a sidelong glance, his pale, slender fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel, speaking in a languid tone. I'm your husband, of course I should come with you, isn't that right, Yu Ziwen? Seeing her hesitation, the man's tone lowered slightly. If I'm embarrassing you and not up to par, and you don't want to bring me to meet your family, it's fine, you don't have to consider my feelings. I won't be unreasonable about it. Yu Ziwen's eyes widened in bewilderment. When have I ever thought you were embarrassing? If Xie Jingma wasn't up to par, then who else would be? Why was he thinking this way? Yu Ziwen felt helpless, both explaining and comforting him. I've never looked down on you at all, really, don't overthink it. If you don't believe me, then come to the hospital with me now. Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes curved gently. Okay, I won't overthink it, I'll go to the hospital with you. Yu Ziwen, wait, something feels a bit off here. Yu Ziwen scratched her head, bewildered. Meanwhile, Xie Jingma had already turned the car around, bought some get-well gifts for the patient and a gift for the aunt and uncle, then headed to the hospital. When they arrived at the third-floor ward, they happened to run into the aunt in the hallway. Yu Ziwen hurriedly rushed over. Aunt, how is my sister doing? Suingji's face lit up with joy at the sight of Yu Ziwen. Your sister was just asking about you. You got here so fast. Oh, Wan, who's this? Suingji noticed the tall, stunningly handsome stranger behind Yu Ziwen, his bearing and aura exuding an inherent noble air. Hearing Suingji's question, Xie Jingma did not immediately speak, lowering his gaze to glance at Yu Ziwen, as if waiting for her to introduce him. Yu Ziwen pursed her rosy lips, stealing a quick look at Xie Jingma. After only a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to be straightforward. After all, she didn't want Xie Jingma to think she was ashamed of him, and the fact that they were married wasn't something to hide away either. Auntie, let me introduce, this is my newly wedded husband, Xie Jingma. Suingji heard this, her eyes widening in shock. What? Wan is married? When did this happen? Xie Jingma heard Yu Ziwen calling him husband, the corner of his lips curving upwards, unable to suppress his smile. It was as if he had finally gained that status, his eyes and brows brimming with delight. Auntie, Wan, and I just got married. Due to some special circumstances, we plan to have the wedding ceremony a bit later, and we very much look forward to your attendance then. Yu Ziwen, ? Wedding ceremony? Who said anything about having a wedding ceremony? At this time, Suingji, as Yu Ziwen's maternal aunt, couldn't help scrutinizing Xie Jingma with a very discerning eye. This man had an extraordinary bearing, though he was trying to appear more approachable. The aura of someone from a prominent and powerful background still leaked out subtly. One could tell he was no ordinary person, and his looks were also a bit too eye-catching, quite worrying. However, his attitude towards her was very polite and courteous, clearly being respectful for Yu Ziwen's sake. It seems he really valued Yu Ziwen. Well, that's good, as long as he treats Yu Ziwen well. But Suingji felt puzzled. This man looked somehow familiar, as if she had seen him before. Just then, Yu Ziwen's uncle came out of the patient's room, hearing the commotion. Yu Ziwen greeted her uncle happily, and Xie Jingma also politely greeted him as uncle. What a dutiful couple. After Xie Jingma and Yu Ziwen went into the room, Suingji quickly grabbed her husband's arm, whispering, Lao He, look, that man is Wan's new husband. Don't you feel like we've seen him before? Lao He studied him carefully for a few moments, then suddenly widened his eyes, stuttering in shock. That's the president of the Xie Corporation. I've seen his photo in financial magazines before. Suingji was also taken aback, but then shook her head. No, that's not what I mean. I feel like we've seen him in person before, maybe a few years ago? Maybe when Wan was still in high school. Lao He rubbed his chin. But how could we possibly have the chance to see someone as important as the Xie Corporation president? Suingji still felt something was off, racking her brain to remember where they might have seen him before. It must be somehow related to Yu Ziwen. In any case, this man seemed to really value Yu Ziwen, so as her aunt, she could feel a bit more at ease. Because Yu Ziwen had such a difficult childhood, her foster parents never treated her well. Suingji remembered when Yu Ziwen was 8 years old, she saw a stray dog freezing on the street and couldn't bear to watch it suffer, so she asked her foster father if she could bring it home. The 8-year-old Yu Ziwen happily took the dog in and cared for it as a companion, which was the only warmth she had in that abusive, gambling household where the foster mother favored the son. But one day when Yu Ziwen returned home from school, she saw a plate of meat on the table, and her foster father and his friends were drinking and boasting while eating it. Wan was rarely treated so patiently by her foster father, and felt something was off. When she refused to eat, her foster father forcefully stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth, asking if it tasted good. Afraid of angering her foster father, Wan carefully said it tasted good. Her foster father then laughed viciously, mocking her by saying, "This is the dog you've raised. You've raised it so well, huh?
Terrified, Wanwan ran to the kitchen and saw the bloody dog skin that had been peeled off, causing her to burst into tears. The piece of meat she had been forced to eat also made her violently sick. 8-year-old Wanwan cried and pleaded with her father to return her puppy, but was slapped across the face. Her father cruelly told her that after raising her for so many years, he could even sell her if he wanted to, let alone eat a dog. A young girl could not possibly resist against a grown man. When Wanwan continued crying, her foster father tried to beat her with a belt, but her foster mother didn't intervene, only comforting Wanwan's younger brother. Neighbor Ing Zi heard the child's cries and immediately rushed over, taking Wanwan back to her own home and saving her from the beating. After that, Wanwan never dared to raise a dog again. Ing Zi knew Wanwan truly loved puppies, her eyes still shining whenever she saw one on the street. But she was now too scared, the trauma forever scarring her. Even years later, Ing Zi still feels her eyes well up when thinking about it. Wanwan never had good days living with her foster parents. After returning to the Yu family, Ing Zi is unsure of how Wanwan is doing, as she is unable to know all the details of what happens within the Yu household. She has heard the Yu family favors their biological daughter Su Xiangxiang. Now that Wanwan is married, Ing Zi only hopes the man treats her well, as that is all she wishes for her niece. In the hospital room, Wanwan asked about her sister's condition and chatted with her. While Xie Jingma was focused on peeling an apple, Wanwan quietly tugged on her sister's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, is your husband good to you? If he dares to mistreat you, tell me, and Mom and Dad will stand up for you." Seeing her sister's mature concern, Wanwan couldn't help but smile, patting her head affectionately. Her sister confidently said the doctor said she'd be able to get out of bed and run around soon. Xie Jingma, with his head down peeling the apple, seemed to not have heard their conversation. However, when the sister mentioned your husband and "will stand up for you," a tender warmth appeared in his expression. As long as he treated Wanwan well, Xie Jingma was happy with anything, even if she was critical of him. He earnestly hopes that more and more people will treat her well. Hearing their whispered conversation come to an end, Xie Jingma poured a glass of water and handed it to Wanwan, asking if she wanted to have her sister moved to a better hospital room. Wanwan thought about it for a moment, then said, "The room doesn't need to be changed. I want to invite some senior expert doctors to come check if my sister has completely recovered from the surgery, and see if there are any lingering issues." Xie Jingma nodded, taking out his phone to make a call. Soon, several renowned expert doctors, including the hospital director, rushed over, greeting them with great respect. Ing Zi and her husband were puzzled by the grand arrangement. Wanwan was a bit bewildered as well. Turning to Xie Jingma, Xie Jingma held her hand, assuring, "It's okay, let them examine your sister." The expert doctors quickly conducted a joint consultation, confirming that the patient's condition had been fully treated. As long as the medical instructions were followed, there would be no lingering issues, and a full recovery was imminent. Wanwan was completely relieved. Ing Zi and her husband were overjoyed, profusely thanking the doctors. The director politely declined, giving a respectful nod to Xie Jingma before leading the doctors out of the room. Wanwan and Xie Jingma stayed a while longer before taking their leave. Watching the couple depart, Ing Zi couldn't help but remark that she would definitely attend Wanwan's wedding when the time came. Then she suddenly recalled where she had seen Xie Jingma before. It was the year Wanwan was just starting high school, when she was still living with her foster parents. That day, Wanwan's foster father had lost at gambling and took out his anger on her, twisting her wrist almost to the point of breaking, and slapping her face, leaving a swollen red mark that lasted for a long time. That same night, Ing Zi was working late and passing by an alley on her way home, when she heard the sounds of a brutal beating and a man's agonized cries. The alley's streetlight was flickering. Peeking inside, she saw a group of young students surrounding and assaulting a middle-aged man. In the brief flashes of light, she recognized the beaten, bloodied, and bruised man as Wanwan's foster father. Leading the attack was a young man, Xie Jingma, his expression fierce and brutal, as if he wanted to kill the foster father. Ing Zi didn't know the full details of what happened in the alley, but she knew that after that day, Wanwan's foster father was hospitalized for a long time and never dared to lay a hand on Wanwan again, instead showing a strange fear and reluctance to even be near her. Not long after that incident, the school's assistant principal came to see Ing Zi, saying they were aware of the difficulties Wanwan faced at home, and wanted to provide financial assistance. Knowing Wanwan's parents were unreliable, they entrusted the funds to Ing Zi as Wanwan's aunt, hoping she would take good care of Wanwan. Of course, they also gave Ing Zi a token of appreciation. Ing Zi remembered that besides the assistant principal, there were a few other teachers in the office, as well as a defiant-looking student in a school uniform. At the time, Her focus was on the teachers and she didn't pay much attention to the student. But now, thinking about it, that student was clearly Xie Jingma. So Xie Jingma had been secretly supporting Wanwan all along? Knowing Wanwan's parents were untrustworthy, he had the school channel the funds through Ing Zi to ensure Wanwan was properly cared for. And later, when Wanwan's foster father was arrested for gambling and imprisoned, was that also somehow related to Xie Jingma's involvement? Ing Zi suddenly understood. No wonder Xie Jingma had seemed familiar. 17-year-old Xie Jingma and the current mature Xie Jingma shared similar features. So all this time, Xie Jingma had been quietly looking out for Wanwan, even from as early as high school. Could it be that he had been secretly in love with Wanwan since then? Ing Zi was overwhelmed with mixed feelings, excitement that Xie Jingma would surely treat Wanwan well in the future, but conflicted about whether she should tell Wanwan about Xie Jingma's long-standing affection and the things he had done for her in the past. In the hospital's parking lot, Wanwan sat in the passenger seat, her face bright with a cheerful smile. Really, I've had such good luck today. Aside from running into Gu Sihangfeng at school, everything else has been great. And my sister is going to recover so soon. As Xie Jingma was about to start the car, he paused at her words. You ran into Gu Sihangfeng at school? Wanwan, still looking down at her phone, replied nonchalantly, yes, he came to the school to look for me. Xie Jingma's almond eyes narrowed dangerously, and he didn't start the car. Casually resting his long fingers on the steering wheel, he spoke in a cool, lazy tone. Look at your husband, I have a question to ask you. Wanwan looked up, perplexed. What question? Tapping his fingers on the wheel, Xie Jingma was silent for a few seconds before speaking calmly. My dear, do you like men of Gu Qingfeng's type? Asking his wife if she likes another type of man was a rather strange question, almost like putting a metaphorical cuckold's horns on himself. But Xie Jingma asked it directly. Wanwan's face immediately scrunched up, as if she had been insulted. Why are you asking that? Xie Jingma's expression held a faint, sardonic smile. As far as I know, my dear has never lacked for admirers. Even more so after starting university, but you only agreed to Gu Qingfeng's pursuit. Agreed to that good-for-nothing Gu Qingfeng's pursuit. By the end, his tone had taken on a dangerous edge, tinged with bitterness he couldn't quite control. Wanwan rolled her eyes, displeased at the mention. It wasn't my choice to agree to him. It was the Yu family's doing. They forced me to accept Gu Qingfeng's pursuit for the sake of the cooperation between the families. I don't like Gu Sihangfeng at all, not even a bit. Xie Jingma was taken aback by this revelation. So it was because of the Yu family's meddling that she had agreed to Gu Sihangfeng. The next moment, his gaze darkened, a chilling frost settling over his brow. Again, the Yu family. Wanwan keenly sensed the shift in her husband's aura, growing colder. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Had she said something wrong? Nothing's wrong. Xie Jingma composed himself, affectionately ruffling her hair. Gradually, a playful glint appeared in his almond eyes. So Wanwan doesn't like Gu Sihangfeng, huh? Then what type of man does Wanwan like? Wanwan, how would I know? I don't have anyone I like, and I haven't really thought about that. She eyed him suspiciously. Why are you asking that kind of question? Don't tell me you're planning to introduce me to someone after we get divorced? Xie Jingma almost smiled wryly. Well, before I introduce my dearest suitor, I'd request you remain single. Wanwan blinked in confusion. Single? But I'm already married, to you. Her words caused the corners of Xie Jingma's mouth to curve upwards. You're right, my dear, I misspoke. Seeing him smile, Wanwan smiled back. Don't worry, I'm a woman of principles. As long as our marriage lasts, I won't have any improper relationships with other men. Bathed in the perfect sunshine, her skin glowed radiantly, her lips plump and red. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating shimmer, her smile dazzling and alluring, like a delicate, lush rose. Xie Jingma felt his heart grow heated, his low, raspy voice laced with seduction. Then my dear can rest assured, I won't have any improper relationships with women other than you. Ever. Wanwan nodded, still trusting his words. After all, he was known for being, well, not being particularly interested in women. All right, Wanwan suddenly remembered. You said you had something you wanted me to accompany you with this afternoon. What is it? As he drove, Xie Jingma's lazy tone replied, my grandparents are traveling abroad. They heard we got our marriage certificate yesterday and were overjoyed, wanting to come back immediately. But the snowstorm was affecting flights, so they just got back this morning. As soon as they arrived home, they wanted to see their long-awaited granddaughter-in-law. Wanwan didn't even notice his mention of long-awaited granddaughter-in-law, her eyes widening in surprise as she sat up straight. Your grandparents want to see me? Seeing her apprehensive expression, Xie Jingma couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Don't worry, my grandparents are very kind and they really like you. Still, Wanwan couldn't help but feel nervous, gripping her fingers tightly. When are we meeting them this afternoon? Xie Jingma lazily curved his lips. No rush, it's already past noon. Let's go have a meal first, can't let my dear go hungry. he still had the mood to joke around. After all, meeting the in-laws was nerve-wracking for anyone. Wanwan self-consciously smoothed her hair and fidgeted with her clothes, her brow furrowed slightly. Is this outfit a bit inappropriate? Maybe I don't look presentable enough? She hadn't put much thought into her outfit when leaving the house today. As the light turned red, Xie Jingma glanced over at her. Without hesitation, he said, "Not at all. My dear is beautiful enough as you are." He paused, his voice low and alluring. "In fact, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Wanwan was taken aback by the compliment, suddenly feeling a bit flustered as her pearl-like earlobes turned slightly pink. Thank you, but maybe you just haven't seen that many girls. Xie Jingma? Xie Jingma took Wanwan to a restaurant he frequented, where they had a private room on the second floor reserved just for him. As they ate, Wanwan noticed Xie Jingma's phone screen lighting up intermittently. It seemed his grandfather was constantly messaging, asking if there was anything he needed to be mindful of in advance. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, replying, "Put away anything related to pineapples, she's allergic to them." Grandfather Xie, don't worry, it's all been taken care of. Grandmother Xie, we even renamed the pineapple parrot to Fatty. Cousin Xie Yunzhou? Just as Xie Jingma was about to put down his phone, Xie Yunzhou sent a private message. Xie Yunzhou, brother, there's a big pineapple plushie in the old house that I bought before. Is that okay? Xie Jingma, you should put that away too, to be on the safe side. Xie Yunzhou, brother, you're putting your wife before your little brother. Xie Jingma, is that so? Xie Yunzhou started wailing even louder. Xie Yunzhou, okay, I'll stop blabbering. You know, back in high school, I even helped you send gifts to your wife-to-be. Xie Yunzhou, now everything's worked out. Brother, for your and your wife's happiness, you don't have to worry about me. Seeing Xie Jingma constantly checking his phone and replying to messages, Wanwan guessed he might be busy with work matters. After finishing her meal, she got up and went to the restroom. Upon returning, she unexpectedly encountered the Yu family, Gu Changde, Tao Shuqin, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang in the hallway. Yu Shangxiang was startled at first, but then rushed over to Wanwan with concern. "Sister, where did you stay last night? Don't run away from home again, just apologize to Dad and come back home. I was really worried about you." Seeing his daughter who had been missing overnight, Gu Changde's expression was complicated. But upon hearing Yu Shangxiang mention running away from home, he immediately grew cold, remembering that Wanwan had wanted to cut ties with the Yu family. This daughter of his was just so unreasonable. She couldn't be more obedient and filial like Shangxiang. Gu Changde grew angrier the more he thought about it. "Shangxiang, don't bother with her. Don't try to convince her to come back home either. Gu Changde, don't have such an unfilial daughter." Wanwan's eyes coldly narrowed as she looked at him. "Unfilial? That's nothing compared to you, Mr. Yu, who married off your own daughter to Gu Si Hongfeng, pushing her into the pit. You're even worse than an animal." Gu Changde was taken aback, his body trembling with rage, his chest heaving violently. "Unfilial? This disobedient daughter dared to curse her own father like this. Who gave her the nerve?" Tao Shuqin quickly stepped forward, placing a hand on Gu Changde's back to calm him, and shooting a disapproving look at Wanwan. "How can you say such unfilial and disrespectful things? Do you have any shame as a daughter at all? You even blocked our calls, being so willful. No wonder, having been raised by foster parents, you didn't receive a proper upbringing and don't know how to be filial to your parents." Wanwan's expression hardened, her beautiful brow and eyes like frost. "Mrs. Tao, what standing do you have to criticize me? Was it my fault that I was switched at birth? I've already severed all ties with the Yu family. You people are nothing but an eyesore to me. If I want to block your calls, I will." Eyesores? Wanwan actually called them eyesores? Gu Changde's anger only grew further, pointing at Wanwan and bellowing, You ungrateful child." But Tao Shuqin noticed that Wanwan had addressed her as Mrs. Tao, and Gu Changde as Mr. Yu. "Oh, so you're throwing a tantrum and won't even call us mother and father anymore, is that it?" Tao Shuqin looked at her with a mix of fury and disbelief. "Mom!" At this moment, Yu Shangxiang suddenly spoke up, pleading with a face on the verge of tears. "Sister must have just said those things in the heat of the moment, you really shouldn't be angry with her." Hearing Shangxiang call her mom, Tao Shuqin's heart practically melted. Though Shangxiang wasn't her biological daughter, she was always so sensible and thoughtful, calling her mom with such warmth. If only Wanwan could be even 1/10 as good as Shangxiang. Unable to stand it anymore, Yu Shaozi took a stride towards Wanwan. "Wanwan, not only are you bullying Shangxiang, you're even defying your own parents now. As your older brother, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Saying that, he raised his hand, about to slap her. But in the next instant, Wanwan's right hand firmly blocked him. Wanwan looked at him coldly. "Yu Shaozi, don't flatter yourself. What makes you think you're my older brother? What right do you have to hit me? You clearly knew I'm allergic to pineapples, yet you still put pineapple in my juice. Being siblings with someone like you makes me sick. Yu Shaozi failed to land the slap, left furious and flustered. So what if you're allergic? That was ages ago. Do you have to keep dredging up the past? You're not even dead. Why are you so petty? As the words left his mouth, a resounding slap echoed through the hall. Wanwan had slapped Yu Shaozi hard across the face. Yu Shaozi stood there, stunned, his face burning with the clear imprint of a palm. Wanwan had actually dared to hit him, and with such force. Wanwan! Yu Shaozi roared in outrage, his eyes bulging. Are you looking for a death wish? Wanwan let out a mocking smile, her crimson lips curling. I just gave you a slap, and you're not even dead. Why are you being so petty about it? Yu Shaozi was left speechless, Wanwan having used his own words against him. Unable to retaliate, his fury simmered, his face flushed with frustration. Wanwan couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on this group of eyesores, turning to leave. Second brother. Yu Shangxiang snapped out of her shock, running to Yu Shaozi with reddened eyes. How could sister hit you like that? Tao Shuqin rushed over as well, her face etched with worry. This Wanwan is simply unacceptable. Shaozi, does it hurt? Mom, I'm fine, Yu Shaozi said, wincing as he covered his face. His gaze was fixed firmly on Wanwan's retreating back. Yu Xianxian's eyes glistened with tears. Even if sister was throwing a tantrum, she shouldn't have hit you. I wish I could have taken that slap for you, second brother. Yu Shaozi quickly comforted her, his heart aching for his sweet sister. Xiangxian, don't say that. Your second brother couldn't bear for you to suffer even a little. Gu Changde was seething with rage. This unfilial daughter, she's really changed. In the past, even when he had torn up her admission notice, which was the angriest she had ever been, Wanwan still ultimately stayed with the Yu family after being soothed by Tao Shuqin, never daring to use such a deplorable attitude towards him. But now, she had cursed him as worse than an animal, and even slapped Shaozi. Was she really intent on severing all ties with the Yu family? Yu Shaozi sneered. Mom, Dad, don't worry. Wanwan may act tough, but she's still registered under the Yu family household. Let's see if she has the guts to transfer her household registration out. Gu Changde's brow furrowed deeply. I won't allow her to transfer her household registration out. That's just being ridiculous. If my own daughter transfers her registration, it'll only make people say I've failed as a parent, bringing shame to the Yu family name. As he spoke, Gu Changde's phone received a message. Opening it, his face lit up with delight. Tao Shuqin hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Gu Changde said excitedly, "I just got the news that grandfather and grandmother Xia have returned from abroad. Shuqin, it's better to act quickly than to wait for the right time. Let's go to the Xia family now and discuss Shangxiang and Jingma's marriage arrangements." Hearing this, Yu Xianxiang's face immediately flushed. "But father, the marriage arrangement is sister's." Yu Shaozi sighed. "My poor sister, how could Wanwan possibly be worthy of being the Xia family's daughter-in-law? She was raised by foster parents, enduring a difficult life. She lacks the upbringing, the cultivation, and even the proper grace of a lady. Aside from her pretty face, what else does she have? How could Xie Jingma possibly find her suitable?" Tao Shuqin persuaded earnestly, "That's right, Shangxiang. You were raised in the lap of luxury, as a true young mistress of a wealthy family. Other than you, who else could be worthy of being the Xie family's daughter-in-law? Honestly tell Mom, do you like Jingma?" Yu Xianxiang's face flushed even redder as she bashfully lowered her head. "Mom, second brother, please don't say any more. I'll just go along with your arrangement." Seeing her reaction, Yu Shaozi teased with a smile, "Our Shangxiang is all grown up now, getting shy." "Second brother, you're so annoying." Yu Shangxiang pouted, but a glimmer of something flickered in her eyes. "Oh, dear sister, your actions just now were so foolish, only making the Yu family dislike you even more. Look, even if I've taken over your family, taking your fiancé, what can you do about it?" Gu Changde thought for a moment before asking, "Shaozi, where's your eldest brother? Have him prepare some valuable gifts. Your mother and I will head to the Xie family right away." Yu Shaozi's expression became uneasy. "Dad, big brother is at the company. He's been busy contacting Lian Yan. Lian Yan doesn't plan to continue cooperating with our Yu group." Hearing this, Gu Changde's expression grew serious. Although Su Shizhi was currently managing the company, he was well aware of Lian Yan's importance to the company. Why did they suddenly not want to cooperate with the Yu group? Yu Shangxiang spoke up earnestly, "Dad, I studied fashion design as well. Though I may not be as talented as teacher Lian Yan, if the company needs me, I'm willing to go work there and help lighten big brother's burden." Gu Changde was immediately filled with gratification. "Good daughter, your father's love for you these years hasn't been in vain. Unlike that Wanwan, she's utterly useless, only bringing trouble to the family. She's not even worth a finger of yours." Turning to Yuxiaozi, Gu Changde carefully instructed, "Tell your eldest brother to properly contact Lianyan, and to treat Lianyan teacher with the utmost respect. Lianyan teacher is our benefactor, our savior." Mentioning Lianyan, Yuxiaozi's attitude also grew reverent. "Dad, don't worry, I understand." Gu Changde finished his instructions, then looked at Tao Shuqin. "Shuqin, let's hurry and prepare the gifts, then go to the Xie family to discuss the marriage arrangements." Wan turned the corner, walking a bit further down the hallway before returning to the private room. Seeing her expression was off, Xie Jingma's gaze darkened. What happened? Wan didn't want to bring up those people who had ruined her mood, and she didn't want to let the Yu family influence her either. She waved it off nonchalantly. "Nothing." "All right," she said as she sat down, her black and white eyes looking at Xie Jingma, her lashes fluttering. "I wanted to ask you earlier when we were eating, what do your grandparents like or are interested in? Let's go buy some gifts for them." She knew that with the Xie family's status, their grandparents probably lacked for nothing, but for this first visit to the in-laws, she wanted to ensure the proper courtesy and thoughtfulness. It wouldn't do to go empty-handed. So right after finishing their meal, Wan dragged Xie Jingma to a nearby luxury shopping mall. Xie Jingma had wanted to say he had already prepared everything, but seeing Wan pulling him around the mall, like a young couple out shopping, he casually raised an eyebrow, not saying anything and just letting Wan lead him around to browse and buy gifts. After finishing the shopping, the two headed to the Xie family's old manor. On the way there, Xie Jingma was driving when his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Xiao Yichen. This guy usually didn't have anything important, so Xie Jingma was initially going to ignore it. However, he glanced over at Wan in the passenger seat, then drawled lazily, "Dear, could you help me reply to this message? I'm driving right now and it's inconvenient. Do you still remember the lock screen password?" Wan, "I remember." His phone was on the center console, and Wan picked it up, unlocking it with the password 161027. The lock screen and wallpaper were their couple photos. Wan self-consciously reached up to touch her ear. Feeling flustered, she opened the WeChat app. Xie Jingma's top contact was her, labeled as wife. She reached up to touch her earlobe again, uncomfortably. Quickly opening Xiao Yichen's chat, she saw the new messages. "Xiao Yichen, Jingma, what are you up to? Come out and play." Aside from these new messages, Wan also noticed a previous conversation between Xiao Yichen and Xie Jingma from yesterday. "Xiao Yichen, Wan actually agreed to marry you? Did you swindle and trick her? You must have. Wan was definitely kidnapped by you." Xie Jingma, stop it with the Wan. Xie Jingma, from now on, call her sister-in-law. What is this Xiao Yichen saying? Something about swindling and tricking? Kidnapping? That's just nonsense. Wan found it a bit strange, but she had discretion, not carelessly snooping through more of the chat history. She simply said, "Xiao Yichen is asking you to go out and play." Xie Jingma glanced at her coolly before replying, "Tell him I'm not going, I'm heading to the old manor." Wan sent the reply as he instructed. In just a few seconds, Xiao Yichen responded again, typing rapidly, "Your grandparents are back home, huh? Great, it's been a while since I visited your grandparents, let me come to the old manor as well." Wan read it out loud to Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma's tone was lazy and casual. "Tell him I'm going back with my wife, he doesn't need to butt in." Wan, how was she supposed to say that? Seeing Wan's disgruntled look directed at him, Xie Jingma raised an amused brow. "Then tell him, I'm his sister-in-law, and he's driving so it's inconvenient for him to reply." Wan didn't listen to him, directly replying, "This is Wan, he's driving right now so he can't reply." It went quiet on the other end for quite a while. Finally, Xiao Yichen sprang back to life. "Xiao Yichen, whoa, it's sister-in-law. Xiao Yichen, so the one using Jingma's phone is you. Xiao Yichen, sister-in-law, hello, I'm Jingma's friend, my name is Xiao Yichen. Hello, I'm so sorry for the discourtesy. Xiao Yichen, I didn't expect our first conversation would be on WeChat, how rude of me." "Xiao Yichen, it seems you and Jingma are very in love, that puts my mind at ease. When you have time, let's all go out and play together, I won't be a third wheel disturbing you two now. Wishing you and Jingma a happy newlywed life and may you have children soon." Seeing all those messages bombarding her, including that line about them being very in love and wishing for children soon, Wan's mouth twitched. She didn't read all of it verbatim to Xie Jingma either. Clearing her throat, she summarized briefly, "Xiao Yichen said he won't disturb you anymore, you can go on with what you're doing." Knowing Xiao Yichen, Xie Jingma understood that Chatterbox wouldn't have said it so concisely. Seeing the faint blush on the girl's pale cheeks, he smirked playfully.
Is that all? Wanwan shook her head firmly. Yes, that's all. The man chuckled softly, his tone indulgent. Okay, if my wife says that's all, then that's all. Even if there was more, I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Wanwan. Arriving at the Xie family's old manor, the ornate gates parted open, the car driving into the estate before stopping in front of the main residence after a few more minutes. Even before the servants could announce their arrival, Grandpa and Grandma Xie had grown restless, unable to wait any longer. They hurried to the doorway, eagerly looking out. They're here, their grandson has finally brought his wife. The other Xie family members who had been sitting in the living room also curiously gathered around. The black car stopped, and Xie Jingma got out first, then walked around to the passenger side, gently opening the door for the young lady. Stepping out of the car in a mint green dress, the tall, slender girl had skin like gleaming snow. Even from a distance, her delicate beauty was evident. Perhaps worried she might be nervous or constrained, as soon as the girl got out, Xie Jingma affectionately took her hand. As they drew closer, her exquisite looks became even more striking, a face like blossoming peach flowers in spring, eyes like shimmering pool reflecting the sky, clear and pure, her soft, ink-like hair flowing down naturally. Bathed in the thin sunlight, she exuded an otherworldly elegance, her beauty unparalleled. And beside her, the man stood tall and refined like jade, his handsome features noble and aloof. Those lazy, half-lidded eyes were filled with indulgence and doting. Hand in hand, they walked together, a perfectly matched pair, truly heaven-sent. Grandma Xie, seeing this, couldn't contain her joy, her smile beaming brightly. Grandpa Xie was even more delighted, his old joints no longer aching from the excitement. Xie Jingma led Wanwan in front of the elders. Grandpa, Grandma, this is Wanwan. Wanwan's eyes were clear and bright, her voice soft. Greetings, Grandpa, Grandma. Ah, good girl. Grandma Xie responded happily. Though aged, her bearing was still graceful, her appearance well-maintained, a jade bangle adorning her wrist. Her gaze upon Wanwan was warm and affectionate. Wanwan, were you tired on the way here? Don't feel constrained at all. Grandpa and Grandma are thrilled to see you. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Grandpa Xie's hair was slightly grayed, leaning on an exquisitely crafted lion head cane as he frowned disapprovingly. It's all thanks to this grandson of ours, hurrying you to register the marriage without proper ceremony. Grandpa and Grandma have to make it up to you. Wanwan immediately shook her head. Grandpa, I wasn't uncomfortable. She had also wanted to transfer her household registration out of the Yu family as soon as possible. Grandma Xie had already brushed aside her own grandson, warmly taking Wanwan's hand. Wanwan, come, let's go to the living room and chat with Grandma. Grandpa Xie chuckled happily. Yes, Wanwan, let's go to the living room first. Don't worry about Jingma. Grandpa and Grandma will introduce you to everyone. The forgotten Xie Jingma. What are Grandpa and Grandma talking about? Just then, the parrot hanging by the window suddenly squawked loudly, marriage, bridal chamber, have children soon, bridal chamber. Wanwan instinctively turned her head to look. What is this parrot saying? Bridal chamber? Grandma Xie glanced at the parrot, feeling embarrassed. Wanwan, this parrot is called Fatty. I don't know who taught it, but it just keeps saying all this nonsense. Wanwan. Fatty, what an interesting name. In the distance, Xia Yunzhou. He mourned the loss of Fatty's previous grand name Pineapple for 3 seconds. And I don't know who taught it, as if. It was obviously Grandpa and Grandma Xia constantly talking about it, that's why the parrot learned it. At this time, the servants brought down the gifts the two had brought from the car, a large assortment. Aside from some precious supplements and tea sets, Wanwan had heard Xie Jingma say Grandma liked flower arranging, so she had specially bought a pair of exquisite and costly flower vases. Grandpa liked chess, so she had bought a white jade chess set. Seeing these thoughtfully selected gifts, full of care and consideration, Grandma Xie's face lit up with a smile. You child, you've truly put so much thought into this. Grandma and Grandpa both love them. Grandpa Xie couldn't put the chess set down, itching to show it off to all his old friends. Look, this is the chess set my granddaughter-in-law gifted me. Don't you have a granddaughter-in-law like this? More importantly, Wanwan's gifts were so in line with their interests, clearly she had asked Jingma and discussed it with him. Who knows, they might have even bought them together. It seems their relationship is going quite well. Grandpa Xie felt greatly comforted in his heart. Jingma's parents had passed away early, and he and Grandma Xie were also getting on in years, not knowing when they would depart this world.
Now that Wanwan is accompanying Jingma, the young couple supporting each other through life, he and his wife could rest assured. After entering the living room, Xia Jingma introduced the other family members to Wanwan.
Wanwan greeted each one in turn. Grandpa and Grandma Xia had 3 children.
Xia Jingma's father was the eldest, but unfortunately after getting married and having a son, both he and his wife passed away, leaving behind only Xia Jingma. Xia Jingma also has a second uncle and aunt, who gave birth to a pair of twin siblings. The elder sister is Xia Yuntang, the younger brother is Xia Yunzhou, who has always felt resentful, thinking he should have been the elder brother.
Xia Jingma also has an auntie, who is currently sitting on the sofa with her husband.
They are a dink couple, married for many years but never had children, their affection for each other evident.
These are considered Xia Jingma's closest family members. Grandpa Xie also has other siblings, so there are some more distant relatives of the Xia family, scattered across various cities, some even overseas.
Today, with Xia Jingma bringing his newlywed wife back to the old manor, the identity of the Xia family's young mistress is self-evident. Even those relatives overseas will make a special trip to come meet this new daughter-in-law, though due to the urgency, they haven't been able to arrive immediately.
Xia Jingma told Wanwan they can meet them gradually later on. Wanwan nodded.
She had heard before that the passing of Xia Jingma's parents was a topic the Xia family preferred not to discuss, as if it involved some kind of secret.
Now, it does seem to be the case. Among all present, including Grandpa and Grandma Xia, none of them had even mentioned their deceased son and daughter-in-law.
After greeting the second uncle, aunt, and auntie and uncle, Xia Yuntang, dressed in a pale white cheongsam, came over with a smile, her features delicate.
Sister-in-law, I'm Yuntang.
My brother was able to marry, take you as his wife. It's truly his fortune.
Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Was she just about to say Xia Jingma had married her? But Xia Jingma didn't seem to mind, lazily curling his lips. Yes, it's my fortune. Wanwan. So this is them putting on a display of affection in front of Grandpa and Grandma? But marrying her is a bit much, isn't it? Xia Yuntang had an open, carefree personality, and the more she looked at Wanwan, the more she liked her. Without hesitation, she linked her arm with Wanwan's.
Sister-in-law, let's add each other on WeChat later, so we can stay in touch more easily.
Wanwan nodded. All right.
Wait a moment, she suddenly noticed the pale white cheongsam Xia Yuntang was wearing. It was one of Wanwan's own designs. Seeing Wanwan's gaze fixed on her cheongsam, Xia Yuntang's eyes lit up, as if she had found a kindred spirit.
Sister-in-law, do you also think this dress is nice?
It's designed by Wanyan. I really love her designs. And Wanyan has never shown her face, she's so mysterious. It's just a pity that Wanyan only collaborates with the U Group. I really dislike the U Group, but to get Wanyan's clothes, I had to grit my teeth and buy from them. Sister-in-law, I don't mean to look down on the Yu family, it's just that they have this real heiress right in front of them, but they dote on the fake heiress Shang Sheng instead.
I can't stand them.
And I heard from my brother that you've already severed ties with the Yu family.
Sister-in-law, well done. From now on, we'll be your family, and we'll stand up for you. Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. Family, standing up for her.
These were words she so rarely encountered, and they were deeply moving.
Yuntang, thank you. Don't worry, Wanyan won't be collaborating with the U Group anymore.
Xia Yuntang was stunned for a moment, then delighted beyond measure.
Sister-in-law, do you know Wanyan? Oh right, you're also in fashion design. Do you know Wanyan? What does she look like? How old is she?
Wanwan realized she had let slip something she shouldn't have, unsure whether she should tell them all that she is Wanyan. Just as she was hesitating, Xia Jingma suddenly spoke up beside her.
All right, that's enough talking, let your sister-in-law rest a bit. Xia Yuntang, ? Just a few words and it's tiring her out?
Xia Yunzhou chuckled, munching on an orange, completely unfazed. Just wait, Xia Yuntang, in the future when our big brother starts favoring his wife over his brother and sister, there'll be plenty more of this.
Wanwan, what does favoring his wife over his brother and sister mean?
Xia Yunzhou smiled mischievously at Wanwan, his handsome features charming.
Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Xia Yunzhou. I've long admired your reputation, and now we're finally family. Long admired her reputation? Finally family? Wanwan's elegant brows furrowed slightly in confusion. Have you known me before? Xia Yunzhou's smile suddenly froze on his face. Oh no, he had let the cat out of the bag.
Xia Jingma lifted his eyelids, casting a slow, warning glance in his direction. Xia Yunzhou broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Darn this big mouth of his.
Well, sister-in-law, you and my brother had a betrothal, so of course I know you. Wanwan ed in understanding. So that's how it was. And sister-in-law, Xia Yunzhou winked at her, we actually used to go to the same high school, in the same year.
hair. We weren't in the same class, but our classes were next to each other.
Don't you remember me? Wanwan thought for a moment. I think I do recall that. Xia Yunzhou lifted his chin. See, my brother also went to the same high school as you. Wanwan nodded. I know. Xia Yunzhou couldn't help chuckling, raising his brows meaningfully as he discreetly elbowed his brother. See, brother, even though you and the sister-in-law weren't in the same year, she still has a deep impression of you. Xia Jingma curled his lips. Wanwan remembers me so clearly, huh? Wanwan glanced at him.
Of course. After all, someone as remarkable as him would be hard to forget. In truth, she had been a bit of a loner back then, not paying much attention to other classmates.
But Xia Jingma, he was just too different.
The most memorable incident was when he had just been publicly reprimanded by the school for getting into a fight, his name posted on the bulletin board. The next day, he was again standing on stage as the top student, having aced several subjects. He delivered a speech in front of all the teachers and students.
The good student and the troublemaker were both him.
He was already handsome in appearance, with a wild, defiant spirit, and yet his grades were still excellent, making him especially popular with the girls.
He was simply a dazzling, magnificent golden boy.
Even if they weren't in the same year, she would often hear his name around the campus. Afraid of letting anything else slip, Xia Yunzhou quickly stuffed some orange slices into his mouth to shut himself up. Actually, he had known about Wanwan first. The year he had just entered high school, he heard the top-ranking student was a very beautiful girl who had scored far ahead of the second place. But this girl was from a less well-off family. Her father was a gambler and didn't want to let her continue studying, wanting her to go work instead. Her mother also only cared about her younger brother, not her. The teachers really couldn't bear to see such a talented student drop out to work, as that would ruin her future. They went to visit her home, saying that with her first-place scores, she could get a tuition waiver and a scholarship to attend high school. Only then did her father agree to let her continue studying. Xia Yunzhou, being very curious back then, had specifically looked up the exam rankings and found out the first-place girl was called Wanwan. That same night, Xia Yunzhou casually told his brother about this, and that was when Xia Jingma first learned of Wanwan. Of course, Xia Yunzhou could tell that in the beginning, his brother had only heard about Wanwan and found her impressive for being able to study so well despite her family circumstances. He had admiration and sympathy for her, but nothing more. His brother didn't particularly pay special attention to Wanwan. Later one evening, he and his brother were playing ball on the campus when they happened to come across a boy confessing to Wanwan. The boy clearly looked like an unscrupulous rich second generation, grinning sheepishly without a hint of propriety.
Wanwan, be my girlfriend.
The young lady's brows and eyes were cold.
I don't date.
The boy persisted.
Don't be so hasty in rejecting me. I know you're short on money, right? If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll give you money to spend, buy you clothes and a phone.
Wanwan's brow furrowed, and she turned to leave. The boy quickly blocked her path, overbearing and unreasonable, his smile frivolous.
Wanwan, don't be so stubborn.
I know you want to break free from your parents, escape your family of origin.
I'm here to help you. I have plenty of money. Not only can I take you in, I can give you money to spend. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, let me kiss you and hug you. This way, it'll be a mutually beneficial arrangement, right?
Here, I have a card with 20,000 on it. Take it as your pocket money.
It's a show of my sincerity. Wanwan didn't even glance at the card.
She looked at the boy, her gaze cool and indifferent, like a pile of snow on the eaves in winter.
It's true I want to escape my family of origin, but to escape a painful family of origin, only to then fall into your filthy, stinking cesspit? Sorry, I'm not that stupid.
After Wanwan said this, the boy was stunned. It was only after Wanwan had walked away that the boy regained his senses, furious and wanting to go confront her.
What did she mean by filthy, stinking cesspit? How dare she insult him? Xia Yunzhou, watching this scene, was simply amazed.
No wonder she's the top of the year, she's really impressive.
What was even more astounding was, when that boy grew angry and wanted to go find Wanwan, his brother actually stepped forward to block the boy, his expression halfway between a smile and a frown. Your confession didn't go well, so now you're losing your temper.
What, still want to cause trouble for that young lady? Seeing Xie Jingma, the boy's arrogant flames were instantly extinguished, and he could only chuckle weakly, stammering that he didn't dare.
Xia Yunzhou also couldn't stand that kind of guy, thinking he could just harass a girl like that.
At his brother's signal, Xia Yunzhou warned the boy, "Don't you go around all talk and no action. If anything happens to Wanwan in the future, I'll come find you directly. Got it?" The boy's face paled with fright, not daring to be two-faced. He said he really wouldn't go bother Won Won, and scurried away in disgrace. Xia Yunzhou could see that his brother had stepped in to help Won Won out of a touch of pity for her, but even more so, out of admiration. Admiration for her unyielding, upward-striving vitality. Xia Yunzhou was certain that at this point, his brother's feelings for Won Won were nothing more than admiration, without any other ulterior motives. But later, he didn't know what happened, but about 2 months later, his brother had suddenly fallen for Won Won. Xia Yunzhou was utterly puzzled. What's going on here? How did this happen? Something's not right. Somewhere unknown to him, his brother must have experienced something with Won Won. Xia Yunzhou had always thought his brother wouldn't easily fall for someone. Even if he did develop feelings for someone, he would still remain defiant and unrestrained, not bound by emotions, not confined by love, forever remaining the magnificent, reckless golden boy, never swayed by his own feelings, always in control. But the moment his brother fell for Won Won, Xia Yunzhou finally realized, when his brother falls for someone, he can become that vulnerable, that messy. A god fallen from grace, only to raise her up high, sacrificing his very heart and blood for her. Xia Yunzhou didn't know why his brother had fallen for Won Won, nor what exactly had transpired between the two of them. But unfortunately, at that time there were quite a few other boys in school who also wanted to pursue Won Won. Even though Won Won came from a less privileged family and was cold, aloof, and kept to herself, she was simply too beautiful, with excellent grades as the top student in the year, so she never lacked suitors. And each time, Won Won's reason for rejecting them was the same: she didn't date while in school, as it would violate school rules, and she wouldn't agree to anyone's pursuit. So in the beginning, his brother didn't make any overt moves to pursue her. When Xia Yunzhou found out his brother was secretly in love, he was completely stunned. Secret love? His brother, with that face of his, was resorting to secret love? What a waste of his looks. But there was nothing to be done, as at the time, Won Won was truly in an iron-willed mode, determined to focus solely on her studies, allowing no one to interfere. Xia Yunzhou couldn't understand back then. Won Won was already the top of the year, so far ahead of the second place. Why was she still working so hard? But his brother had immediately grasped the reason. Won Won was studying so diligently in order to earn scholarships every year, ensuring she wouldn't be forced to drop out by her gambler father, so she could smoothly complete high school and then go to university, step by step escaping that suffocating family of origin. So his brother had helped Won Won discipline her gambler father, making sure the old man never dared to mistreat her again. He had also secretly provided financial support to Won Won through her aunt, helping her live better. These were the things Xia Yunzhou knew about. In the things he didn't know, his brother had done even more. Later, an unexpected event occurred. Won Won was discovered to be the real heiress of the Yu family, and was taken back by them. Regarding the betrothal to the Yu family, his brother had always been disdainful of it, and had suggested to their grandparents many times to cancel the engagement. Now it turned out, Won Won was actually his true fiancée. It was like the darkness parting to reveal a new, bright path. Xia Yunzhou was truly happy for his brother. But just after Won Won returned to the Yu family, she openly stated that she didn't like Xie Jingma, didn't want to fulfill the betrothal, and wanted her younger sister Shang Xiang to marry Xie Jingma instead. Xia Yunzhou was dumbfounded, never expecting that for the first time in his life, when his brother had fallen for someone, their budding romance would be shot down even before it could begin. Xia Yunzhou had thought his brother would give up. In reality, his brother did indeed become gloomy and dejected for a period of time. But later, he actually kept on silently being good to Won Won, continued to secretly pine for her. He even inquired about which university Won Won wanted to apply to, and without going abroad, he applied to that same top university in the country. Later, when Shang Xiang fell ill and had to take a leave of absence from school, Won Won took a year off as well, reportedly to take care of her. After Won Won took the college entrance exam, she surprisingly changed her application, not applying to that university. My brother didn't know why Won Won had suddenly changed her plans, but he unconditionally trusted her, believing she wouldn't easily give up on her goals, and must have her reasons. Fortunately, the two schools were not far apart, just across the street. By the time Won Won was in her freshman year, my brother was already a junior, often going over to her campus. At first, everyone thought my brother was going there to meet his girlfriend, and the rumors spread quite widely. I was so speechless about it. If Won Won heard my brother had a girlfriend, then his chances would be even more hopeless. Luckily, my brother clarified it quickly, saying he was just going to see a friend. In reality, he was using that as an excuse to secretly glimpse at the girl he was pining for. As I reflect on these past years, the orange slices in my mouth taste sour and bitter. Fortunately, now Wanwan has agreed to marry my brother. It took my brother 8 years, but he's finally taken a step closer to Wanwan. Though, the way I see it, Wanwan doesn't seem to harbor any romantic feelings for my brother. The orange slices in my mouth suddenly taste even more sour. Grandpa and Grandma are still happily discussing the wedding ceremony details now that their grandson and granddaughter-in-law have registered their marriage, their smiles never fading as they summon the butler to bring over the betrothal gift list. Wanwan, even though you and Jingma have already registered your marriage, the proper rituals can't be skipped. These betrothal gifts here, your grandpa and I have carefully prepared them together. Take a look. Do you like them? The betrothal gift list is a thick, lavish volume, the celebratory golden sprinkled red paper making it look grand and formal. Wanwan is surprised. There are still betrothal gifts? Xia Yuntang and Xia Yunzhou, being twins, are in perfect sync, both their curious heads leaning in. Wow, sister-in-law, quick, take a look at what's on it. Wanwan glanced at Xie Jingma first. This unconscious reliance on him is clearly very pleasing to Xie Jingma, his eyes crinkling in a smile as he gently squeezed her hand, then helped her flip open the betrothal gift list. Wanwan lowered her gaze to look. Just the real estate listings take up a huge portion. 2 different styles of manor houses, 4 villas, and 2 riverfront apartments, plus a private island. There are also several shops, 2 jewelry stores, and 2 auction houses. All of these are directly registered under her name. In addition to the cars, there are various luxury jewelry items, gold and silver jewelry, diamond jewelry, pearl jewelry, and more. And this is just a small part of it. The rest of the list contains equity shares and investment funds. Given the massive scale and growth trajectory of the Xie Group, even just 1% equity would mean a continuous influx of vast wealth. Wanwan suddenly felt the betrothal gift list in her hands weigh a ton. This is truly too valuable. She looked at Xie Jingma with a headache, discreetly sending him a glance, feeling undeserving to accept all this. After all, she's not even truly his proper wife, they'll end up divorced eventually. Xie Jingma saw through her thoughts in an instant, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as his expression cooled. Seeing his silence, Wanwan urgently sent him another look, pleading for him to help her. Receiving her silent cue, Xie Jingma turned to look at Grandpa and Grandma, speaking slowly, I think it's still not enough, we should add a bit more. Wanwan was instantly bewildered. What did he just say? Hearing Xie Jingma's words, Grandpa and Grandma were overjoyed, beaming from ear to ear. Good, good, good. They could never give their granddaughter-in-law too many betrothal gifts. All they wanted was to not let Wanwan feel the least bit slighted. Then Grandpa, Grandma, and Xie Jingma added several more pages to the already glittering betrothal gift list. Wanwan glared at the man's back with deep resentment. How could he do this to her? Sensing the girl's resentful gaze, Xie Jingma turned back, his tone utterly innocent. What's wrong? Wanwan. After reviewing the gifts, Grandma had the servants bring in a potted plant, a unique one, a persimmon tree entirely made of pure gold. The trunk and branches were solid gold, and the round, red persimmons hanging from the tips were polished from Hatan red jade. Bright red and plump, they looked adorable and auspicious. Grandma affectionately took Wanwan's hand. Wanwan, this is a little item your grandpa and I saw at an auction abroad yesterday. We found it interesting, so we bid on it and got it, to give to you. I hope that after Wanwan escapes the clutches of the Yu family, her future life will be smooth sailing, peaceful and prosperous, with everything going as she wishes, the old lady said warmly, squeezing Wanwan's hand. Wanwan's eyes misted over, unable to hold back the prickling sensation. When she returned to the Yu family at age 16, her own grandfather, the old Mr. Yu, was still alive and had treated her very well, the only one in the Yu family who was kind to her. But that good period was short-lived. Half a year later, Grandpa fell ill and passed away. After that, there has never again been an elder who would take her hand and speak to her so sincerely, every word wishing her well. The old lady may have called it a small item, but just looking at the pure gold and Hatan red jade, one could tell it must have cost a fortune at the auction. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandpa. Wanwan's throat tightened, her voice tinged with a catch. Child, in this family, there's no need for thanks, the old lady said affectionately, stroking her cheek, not wanting to make her melancholy. She then smiled. Oh, and there's also a blue sapphire necklace that I thought looked lovely, so I bid on that as well. That's another gift for you, Wanwan. The chatterbox Xie Yunzhou also joined in to liven up the mood. Grandma, you and Grandpa bought all these gifts for our sister-in-law, "So what did you get for my brother?" Afraid of the sudden silence, Grandpa and Grandma exchanged a glance. Oops, they had completely forgotten about their grandson. Grandpa cleared his throat, tapping his cane. "This is a joyous occasion, let's not bring up other matters." Xie Jingma, Xia Yunzhou. Great, they were so preoccupied with the granddaughter-in-law that they even forgot their own grandson. Xie Jingma raised a brow, though he didn't seem to mind. He took the opportunity to gently hold Wanwan's hand, looking down at her with a lazy, fond smile in his eyes. "What can I say? Our Wanwan is just so lovable, deserving of everyone's affection." His tone so matter-of-fact, as if this were the most natural thing, praising her so directly, as if she were the most precious, wonderful person in the world, as if in his view, she ought to be loved. Wanwan's heart suddenly constricted, a soft, fizzy sensation rising in her chest, her shimmering eyes gazing at the man in a daze. She realized that Xie Jingma seemed to be constantly praising her, from time to time. Just then, a servant hurried in to report, "Master, Mistress, Mr. Yu Changde and Mrs. Tao Shuqin have arrived. They are at the front gate now, saying they've come to pay a visit." At the mention of Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin's names, the warm, lively atmosphere in the living room suddenly cooled. Xie Jingma's gaze immediately turned to Wanwan. Apart from coldness and disdain, Wanwan's delicate, fair face betrayed no ripple at the sound of Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin's names. She no longer yearned for her parents' affection, no longer grieved or cared about them, and would never again give them a chance to hurt her. She had completely given up on the Yu family, completely indifferent to them now. Suddenly, Wanwan felt a warmth on her shoulder, and when she looked up, it was Xie Jingma wrapping his arm around her. That gesture, as if unconditionally shielding and supporting her. Wanwan couldn't help but pause in realization. He really is an exemplary, dutiful husband, isn't he? Hearing the servant's report, Xia Yunzhou let out a disdainful snort. Pay a special visit? Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin still have the nerve to come? To put it simply, it's like having a nice gathering suddenly invaded by cockroaches and rats who wouldn't be disgusted. Xia Yintang also rolled his eyes in distaste at the mention of the Yu couple. Grandpa and Grandma were evidently very concerned about Wanwan. "Wanwan, do you want to see them?" the old lady asked, clearly prioritizing Wanwan's feelings. Wanwan shook her head, not wanting to lay eyes on that unsightly Yu family again. Seeing this, the old lady decisively issued an order to turn them away. "Then we won't receive them." This was leaving them no face at all, treating Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin like trash to be sent away. The servant paused, unable to hold back a comment. Their young mistress truly held a weighty place in master and mistress's hearts. In an instant, the servant's gaze towards Wanwan became even more reverential. Meanwhile, outside the manor, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, carrying thick gifts, waited anxiously and excitedly for the servant to usher them in. Changde, Tao Shuqin suddenly felt a bit worried. "Do you think it might be a bit too presumptuous of us to come visit and discuss the marriage matter?" "How so?" Yu Changde puffed out his chest. "This marriage was originally arranged by our father and Mr. Xie. We're just fulfilling the betrothal now." At this, Tao Shuqin furrowed her brow. "But originally, father's intention was for the dead girl Wanwan to fulfill the marriage with the Xie family. When Wanwan returned to the Yu family at 16, old Mr. Yu, who was still alive then, doted on her greatly, even happily proposing that Wanwan and Xie Jingma fulfill the betrothal. It was they who secretly coaxed Wanwan to refuse Grandpa's suggestion, and let her openly state that she didn't like Xie Jingma, and wanted Shangxiang to marry him instead." "Ah, don't overthink it," Yu Changde said worriedly. "The position of the Xie family's daughter-in-law is meant for Shangxiang. I don't know what happened, but ever since our father passed away, the Xie family has become more and more distant from us, and less fond of us. Now we can only rely on this marriage arrangement to get close to the Xie family. Shangxiang is so filial and well-behaved. When she becomes the admired Xie family's daughter-in-law, won't she lend a hand to our Yu family? Then we can look forward to soaring to new heights." Yu Changde was thinking of the family's interests, while Tao Shuqin was thinking of their daughter's happiness. She smiled. Not only is Jingma extremely handsome and talented, he's also the most outstanding heir the Xie family has ever had. If Shangxiang can marry such a man, she'll enjoy endless bliss in the future, and everyone else can only envy us. Yu Changde, of course. That's why we must finalize Shangxiang's marriage today. As they were talking, the servant who had gone in to report came back out. Yu Changde immediately perked up, addressing the servant, "Quick, lead us inside, don't make Mr. and Mrs. Xie wait." Yu Changde had already taken a step forward, but the servant stood there, his attitude cold. Sir, madam, our master and mistress said they will not receive you. What? Yuchanda's brows knitted tightly, as if he could pinch a fly. Not receive us? Impossible. Did you deliver the message wrong? The servant replied flatly, this is the eviction order given by our mistress herself. Eviction order? Tao Shuqin was suddenly flustered, anxiously looking to Yuchanda. Chanda, what's going on? Even though the Xie family had become more and more distant from them since old Mr. Yu's passing, but still, they had come bearing gifts specifically to pay a visit. For Mrs. Xie to disregard the etiquette of hosting guests and issue an eviction order directly, this was essentially chasing them out, without any courtesy at all. Could it be that they had offended the Xie family somehow? Thinking of this possibility made Yuchanda break out in cold sweat. Striving to steady his nerves, Yuchanda looked at the servant and probed cautiously, why did the mistress issue the eviction order? Is it because she has important matters and no time to see us, or because there are other distinguished guests? The servant, not expecting Yuchanda to have guessed correctly, did not conceal the truth. That's right, there are indeed distinguished guests present. Yuchanda let out a sigh of relief, as long as they hadn't offended the Xie family. He quickly followed up, may I ask who the distinguished guests are? The servant replied, of course, it's our Xie family's daughter-in-law. Boom, a bolt from the blue. The Xie family's daughter-in-law? Xie Jingma got married? After saying this, the servant heard another servant calling him, and without caring about the looks on Yuchanda and Tao Shuqin's faces, he turned and hurried back. At this moment, Yuchanda and Tao Shuqin stood outside the Xie family manor, as if struck by lightning, both dumbfounded. Tao Shuqin was the first to regain her senses, desperately tugging at Yuchanda. The Xie family's daughter-in-law? Xie Jingma got married? Yuchanda, as if his sweet dream had been shattered, his face drained of color. When did this happen? How come we didn't hear a single whisper about it? Tao Shuqin was in a panic. Then what about our Xiangxiang? She was supposed to be the Xie family's daughter-in-law. Who did Xie Jingma marry? Yuchanda was also extremely anxious. If Xie Jingma had married someone else, how could the Yu family climb up the social ladder? Suddenly, Yuchanda caught sight of something, excitedly clapping his hands. Don't be hasty. Shuqin, look, whose sports car is that? Tao Shuqin followed his gaze, identifying it after a few seconds. The one in the courtyard, isn't that the sports car Xie Yunzhou often drives? Yuchanda nodded emphatically. Exactly. That's Xie Yunzhou's car. It means Xie Yunzhou has also returned to the Xie family manor. I knew it. Xie Jingma has never been fond of women. How could he suddenly get married without any news at all? The Xie family's daughter-in-law, the servant mentioned, must be referring to Xie Yunzhou's girlfriend. Tao Shuqin was still puzzled. Is that so? Yuchanda became more and more convinced. Of course, Xie Jingma doesn't even have a girlfriend. How could he suddenly bring a woman back to the manor? But Xie Yunzhou is different. He's been dating for a few years now. Bringing his girlfriend to meet grandpa and grandma is only natural. That's why Mrs. Xie couldn't receive us and issued the eviction order. In the Yu family living room, Yu Shaozi, anxious that his parents had gone to the Xie family to discuss the marriage, was pacing back and forth restlessly. As the eldest brother, Yu Shuji was relatively more composed, sitting on the sofa holding a document, but it was clear his mind was not on the document. Xiangxiang's face had been flushed since afternoon, her heart pounding rapidly. Seeing Yuchanda and Tao Shuqin return, Yu Shaozi was the first to rush over. Dad, Mom, how did it go? Is the marriage arranged? When will Xiangxiang and Xie Jingma get married? Next month? Hearing about the wedding next month, Xiangxiang's face flushed an even deeper red. However, Yu Shuji noticed something amiss. He stood up. Dad, Mom, why did you bring the gifts back instead of giving them? Yuchanda sighed helplessly. It wasn't convenient today. Xie Yunzhou brought his girlfriend back to the manor, so Mr. and Mrs. Xie couldn't receive us. Tao Shuqin was still uneasy. Changda, I still feel like there's something off about what that servant said about the Xie family's daughter-in-law. Yuchanda assured her, don't overthink it, and don't scare yourself. Xie Jingma has a betrothal, with either the dead girl Wanwan, or our precious Xiangxiang. You think Xie Jingma would choose Wanwan over Xiangxiang? Yu Shuji nodded, analyzing. Dad's right. Between Xiangxiang and Wanwan, one is a pampered young miss, the other grew up in a poor family. Xie Jingma would definitely choose Xiangxiang. There's no way he'd look at Wanwan. Xiangxiang bit her lip, her hands shyly twisting together. But I feel like Jingma has been quite cold towards me. She doesn't even have his phone number or WeChat. She can't even have a proper conversation with him. Yu Shaozi comforted her. Silly Xiangxiang, he's cold towards all women. That's just his aloof personality.
and I have a feeling it's because of your betrothal to him that he's keeping his distance from other women. So once you two are married, you can build your relationship then. Yu Chengde smiled. Your second brother is right. Tomorrow, your mom and I will go to the Xie family again, and we'll definitely get your marriage finalized. Tao Shuqin's brows were still tightly knit, still feeling uneasy. At the Xie family manor, Xie Yunzhou sat aside, watching his brother now and then peel oranges for Wan Wan, or whisper something to her. If Grandpa and Grandma hadn't called him, his gaze wouldn't leave Wan Wan at all. TSK. Where was the aloof, distant, unapproachable manner he supposedly had around other women? Whoever said his brother wasn't fond of women, he'd argue with them. Xia Yintang was also sitting beside them, kicking Xia Yunzhou. Stop staring, peel an apple for me. Xia Yunzhou immediately kicked him back. Don't think just because you're my sister, I'll go easy on you. Xia Yintang? You brat, trying to rebel against me? The old lady frowned sternly. Yunzhou, don't be disrespectful. Yintang is your sister. Xia Yunzhou sulked. Xia Yintang mercilessly mocked him. Ha 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 ha. Although the siblings bickered and fought, Wan Wan could tell their sibling relationship was very good. This was just their way of interacting. Wan Wan was marveling at this when she suddenly heard Xia Yintang revealing a big piece of news about Xia Yunzhou. Xia Yunzhou had been dumped, and he was the one who got dumped. His girlfriend had broken up with him 2 months ago. Xia Yunzhou looked exasperated, glaring at Xia Yintang with a mixture of anger and courage. Little sister-in-law, it's been 2 months already, can you not keep bringing this up and just let it be for a while? Xia Yintang sniffed disdainfully. What's 2 months? Even if it's been 2 years, I can still dig this up and keep whipping you. TSK, that girl really had foresight, knowing you're unreliable, so she dumped you early. Xia Yunzhou, is she even my sister? How am I unreliable? Xia Yintang, just for that, you better call me big brother, or I can't guarantee I won't hit you. Xia Yintang wasn't afraid at all, turning to call out, Grandpa, Grandma, look at him. The old lady shot him a stern look. The old master's cane twitched, itching to be used. Xia Yunzhou immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right, I, as a good man, won't fight with a good woman today. Truce for now. He then subtly glared at Xia Yintang. Keep acting up, Xia Yintang. Xia Yintang laughed until her stomach hurt, grabbing Wan Wan's hand. Sister-in-law, see? Xia Xiao is the lowest on our family's food chain. In the future you can just order him around for anything. Xie Jingma gave her a sidelong glance, drawling, does my wife need to order him around? Xia Yintang smacked her forehead, instantly realizing. Sister-in-law, I misspoke just now. In the future you can just order my brother directly. Wan Wan. She turned to look at Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma handed her the peeled orange, his lips curled in a smile, his voice sexy and alluring. Did you hear that, Mrs. Xie? Remember to order me for anything you need. His fingers were long and clean, the joints beautifully defined, looking like a work of art. Even the orange he peeled was spotless. Wan Wan felt her heart suddenly caressed by a feather, ripples spreading across the surface of her heart lake, tingling and trembling. She gazed at the man for several seconds before taking the orange from his palm, very softly saying, I understand. I have something I want to order you to do right now. You're blocking my view of Grandpa and Grandma. Can you move a bit further away? Xie Jingma? Seeing him stunned, Wan Wan's lips curved upwards, a mischievous, lively light shining in her beautiful eyes. I was just teasing you. Xie Jingma raised his brows in surprise, as if in disbelief. A few seconds later, his Adam's apple bobbed as he chuckled, indulgent and doting. What a good wife. She's starting to become naughty, but that's fine, she can be even naughtier. He's becoming less and less reserved with her. He likes this radiant, lively, mischievous side of her. Wan Wan and Xie Jingma were kept by Grandpa and Grandma to have dinner. The uncle and aunt, the aunt and uncle, Xia Yintang and Xia Yunzhou, the whole large family was gathered, and the atmosphere throughout the meal was very harmonious. After dinner, Wan Wan chatted with the elders for a while, then followed Xie Jingma to the room he used to live in. The room was on the second floor, where Xie Jingma had stayed before going to university. Wan Wan looked around the room with interest. It was cleaned very neatly, and the furnishings hadn't been moved at all. For example, the bookshelf had some cool mechanical models, and some award certificates, etc. However, Wan Wan asked, puzzled, this room doesn't have any pink things. Xie Jingma? Pink? Wan Wan blinked her eyes. I feel like you really like pink things, like your WeChat profile picture, and your apron, they're both pink bunnies. Xie Jingma's brow arched up. Ah, so you're talking about that. He leaned lazily against the desk, tilting his head slightly, the corner of his lips curling. I don't like pink, I just like that bunny. Hearing him say that, Wanwan couldn't help becoming more curious. Who drew that cute, pink little bunny that he likes so much?
Wanwan realized her mindset was changing too quickly. Yesterday she wasn't curious about his little bunny at all, but today she's getting more and more curious. There was a photo album on the desk, and Wanwan picked it up to take a look. It was photos of young Xie Jingma. In the photos, he was only 2 or 3 years old, delicate and adorable. Like a meticulously sculpted little dumpling, he was good-looking even from a young age. There was also a man and a woman in the photos, who looked somewhat similar to Xie Jingma in their features.
This was Xie Jingma's father and mother?
Wanwan wanted to ask him, but was afraid it would make him sad. After all, losing his parents at a young age must have been very painful for him. But Xie Jingma took the initiative to explain to her, seeming to have already come to terms with it, his tone flat and without any particular melancholy.
The people in the photos are my parents.
Wanwan glanced at him, clumsily changing the subject.
You were quite good-looking as a child.
At this, the man's almond eyes crinkled upwards, his voice lazy and charming.
Aren't I good-looking now? Wanwan.
He sighed slowly, solemnly self-deprecating.
It's my fault for not meeting your aesthetic standards.
Wanwan, no, you're very handsome now, in my opinion. As the words left her lips, a low, hoarse, languid chuckle escaped the man's throat, sounding extremely seductive.
So I'm in Wanwan's aesthetic, huh?
This is the first time Wanwan has complimented me. I'll have to write it down in a little notebook.
Wanwan? Why is he like this? Wanwan didn't want to entertain him further, continuing to flip through the photo album.
She felt his family had a good atmosphere. In these photos, his father would either have his arm around his mother's waist, or his shoulder, their love overflowing, barely paying attention to little Xie Jingma.
Wanwan couldn't help smiling a bit. However, as she flipped through more pages, Wanwan noticed something off.
In the photos, Xie Jingma's father radiated love, but Xie Jingma's mother had a cold expression, her body instinctively distancing herself from Xie Jingma's father, as if in disgust, not wanting physical contact. It wasn't just one photo, but almost all of them showed this cold detachment.
Wanwan's brow furrowed slightly.
Last night, when Xie Jingma told her he washed his mother's clothes, saying his parents were like this, she had thought they were a loving couple. But now, looking at these photos, it seems they weren't that loving after all.
Wanwan suddenly recalled that Xie Jingma's parents' passing was an event the Xie family was unwilling to discuss. Just what happened?
Wanwan put down the photo album, looking at Xie Jingma with a confused expression. But then she saw that he had really taken out a little notebook, writing down a line. On the evening of September 23rd, Wanwan complimented that I'm in her aesthetic.
Wanwan? What is he doing? He actually wrote it down in a little notebook. And that cute expression, what is he playing at? Wanwan looked at him with an extremely complex expression. You?
Xie Jingma twirled the pen casually between his fingers, raising a brow, his manner unflustered.
What? Did I write it wrong? Wanwan, it's not wrong.
This was indeed what had just happened.
But, you didn't need to actually write it down in a little notebook, did you?
Xie Jingma made a no sound, very humbly receptive to her advice. You're right, I shouldn't have recorded it that way. Then he took out his phone, took a photo of the written line, and immediately posted it to his Moments.
Wanwan?
The man's almond eyes crinkled in a lazy, mocking smile.
Thank you for the reminder, my dear. Nowadays it's not popular to use pen and paper, it's popular to record it directly online. Wanwan? Who reminded him? Turning the tables on her.
And at this moment, the comments on the Moments post he had just sent out were already exploding.
Xia Yinzhou, hee hee hee, Xia Yin Tang, hee hee hee, Grandpa, hee 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 hee, Grandma, hee 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 hee,
Xiaoyichen, damn it, at Qinan, come take a look quick. Qinan, my dog eyes, are blinded.
Xiaoyichen, Jingma, tell the truth. Did you hold a knife to Wanwan's neck to force her to compliment you? There's no way Wanwan would compliment you on her own.
Qinan, you idiot, don't go looking for trouble. Lord Jingma's in the throes of love, he won't tolerate that talk.
But it was too late.
Xie Jingma narrowed his eyes at Xiaoyichen's comment, coolly and haughtily blocking him.
Xiaoyichen? Woof woof woof? Wanwan was pestered by Xia Yintang to add him on WeChat, and of course Xia Yunzhou added her as well. Even the grandpa and grandma added their contact info, and pulled her into the family group chat.
Wanwan had been a bit nervous at first, but after joining the group, everyone warmly welcomed her, greeting her cheerfully.
The elders even sent her red packets affectionately.
Especially Xie Jingma, whenever she replied to the elders, he would lazily send a message in response, as if guarding and backing her up at all times.
Wanwan's slight nervousness instantly vanished. It was getting late, so Wanwan and Xie Jingma should be heading back. The grandpa and grandma were reluctant to let her go, repeatedly telling her she must come by often. Of course, their dear grandson had to come along too, otherwise who would be Wanwan's driver and send her back? Xie Jingma? Driver? Wanwan suppressed a smile.
She listened earnestly to the grandpa and grandma's instructions, nodding in agreement to everything. On the way back to Lanxi Garden, Xie Jingma was still the one driving. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wanwan's gaze fell curiously on the thin notebook in the back seat. Flipping open the first page, she saw the bold, powerful handwriting. On the evening of September 23rd, Wanwan complimented that I'm in her aesthetic. He had even specially brought along his little notebook to take back to Lanxi Garden. Wanwan's lips twitched, unable to fathom that Xie Jingma could do something so childish. What a 3-year-old! Recalling how he had just taken a photo and posted it on Moments, Wanwan wanted to take a look. She opened her WeChat, and Xie Jingma was the top contact. She directly tapped on his profile picture to access his Moments. The next second, her eyelid twitched violently. What was his Moments cover photo? That bright red, dazzling thing, what was it? Wanwan suddenly looked up, staring at the man in the driver's seat with a baffled expression. What's your Moments cover photo? Xie Jingma gave her a glance, as if saying, so you finally noticed, evading the question. This is the first time Wanwan has looked at my Moments, isn't it? Wanwan, that's not the point. The point is, why did you set your marriage certificate as your Moments cover? That's so strange. The brilliant neon lights outside cast a radiant glow on the man's handsome, profound features. He lightly tapped his slender, pale fingers on the steering wheel, drawling lazily with an upward lilt to his voice. Strange? I was even planning to start wearing the marriage certificate around my neck from tomorrow. Wanwan? His tone didn't sound like he was joking, but serious. Wearing the marriage certificate around his neck. The image was too beautiful, she didn't dare imagine it. Wanwan quickly intervened. No, not to that extent. That would be too strange. Well, setting it as your Moments cover is fine. It's good like that. The man's almond eyes crinkled. Since the madam says it's good, then I'll obey and just set it as the Moments cover. Wanwan. Did he just trick her? As Mr. Lucen once said, if you want to open a window in the room, most people won't agree, but if you say you want to tear off the roof, they'll relent and agree to let you open the window. Xie Jingma just did that to her, didn't he? He set the marriage certificate as his Moments cover, which she found strange, but then he said he'd wear it around his neck, so she relented and thought just setting it as the cover was fine. Truly a top-tier business magnate. Cunning, so cunning. Wanwan looked at him with a resentful expression, like she was staring at a big villain. The man curled his lips, his peach blossom eyes filled with gentle tenderness. Before coming to the manor, you were quite nervous. Are you still nervous now? Wanwan paused, shaking her head. I'm not nervous anymore. Grandpa and Grandma have been so good to me, and Yentang and Yunzhou also welcomed me warmly. The family and affection she had always yearned for, she was finally experiencing in the Xie family. And it wasn't fake, but genuine care for her. As they approached an intersection, Xie Jingma turned left. Then shall we come by often? Wanwan nodded. We can. Xie Jingma chuckled lightly. What if Grandpa and Grandma ask you to stay overnight? Wanwan, that's fine too. Xie Jingma glanced at her, his gaze deepening. And if Grandpa and Grandma want to see you every day, and have you live in the manor, which is far from your school, would you be willing even though it would be inconvenient for your studies? Wanwan thought it over. Actually, that would be fine too. I can overcome the inconvenience of the commute. Hearing this expected answer, Xie Jingma's brow furrowed slightly, his deep, magnetic voice taking on a more serious tone. Wanwan, you have the right to say no. If there's anything that makes you feel inconvenienced, forced, or dislike, you can directly say no. The moment he said those words, Wanwan felt a sharp tug on her nerves. Her slender, white fingers unconsciously gripped the seatbelt in front of her, turning her head to look at the man, her lashes fluttering rapidly. I just feel that Grandpa and Grandma have been so good to me, and Yentang and Yunzhou too, they've all treated me so well. I want to cherish that, and give back to them. Xie Jingma pulled the car over to the side, stopping. He leaned over, gently stroking her head, his dark, tender peach blossom eyes unwaveringly gazing at her. Wanwan, you don't need to make any efforts to repay them. They like you, not because you're obedient, but because they like you as a person, like you for who you are.
and they won't stop liking you just because you say no.
Wanwan felt her heart suddenly pounding rapidly, her eyes stinging with warmth.
In the past, at the Yu family,
when Yu Shangxiang fell ill and took a leave of absence, Yu Xiucheng and Yu Shatze didn't respect her opinion, making her take a leave as well, saying as the elder sister, taking care of her younger sister was her duty. When it came to choosing college majors after the college entrance exam, Yu Changde disregarded her opinion, forcibly modifying her choices, saying she had to give way to Yu Shangxiang, couldn't attend a better university. Tao Shuzhen also didn't care about her opinion, forcing her to date Gu Sihanfeng. At the Yu family, she had no right to refuse, had to do things she didn't want to do. Now, Xie Jingma was telling her that she didn't need to force herself, didn't need to compromise herself, that she had the right to say no, and even if she did, Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't stop liking her.
Wanwan.
Xie Jingma gazed at her face quietly, his long, slender white fingers gently stroking her soft hair.
My family likes you because you yourself are worthy of being liked. They will always treat you well, and so do I. His girl had endured too much suffering and setbacks in her foster family and the Yu family.
Sometimes, those starved of love, when they receive even a little warmth, want to repay the other party as much as possible, even if it means compromising themselves.
Xie Jingma wanted her to get used to being loved,
to get used to refusing things she didn't want to do. He didn't want her to suffer, didn't want her to suppress herself. He just wanted to indulge her, spoil her, gradually cultivating her coquettishness, her sense of entitlement.
Back at Lan Shi Garden,
in the living room, Wanwan sat on the sofa, cradling a water glass, occasionally stealing glances at Xie Jingma as she sipped the water. The words he had said to her in the car just now were still reverberating in her mind. The impact on her heart hadn't subsided. For him to say those things to her, he really was a good person. A very good person. There was something she was hesitating about, whether she should tell Xie Jingma. Just as she was mulling it over, she suddenly saw Xie Jingma pulling out his little notebook and pen from somewhere, writing another line in it.
What was he recording now? Wanwan's expression darkened, unable to resist leaning in to look. It said,
on the evening of September 23rd, Wanwan kept stealing glances at me.
Wanwan flushed immediately. I wasn't stealing glances at you. I have something I want to tell you. Xie Jingma gave her a sidelong glance, unhurriedly writing another line. Denies it after being caught, how adorable. Wanwan's face turned scarlet. What was adorable about that? She hurried, Xie Jingma, I really do have something to tell you.
Xie Jingma, scolded by his wife, was perfectly content.
He loved Wanwan's unruly attitude towards him. I'm listening, the madam can tell me anything. Wanwan took a sip of water to calm herself, then asked, do you know the designer Wan Yin?
Yin Tang was wearing a white chiffon qipao designed by her today. Xie Jingma's brow raised slightly, a faint touch of playfulness floating in his peach blossom eyes. Of course I know her. Wan Yin is very famous and mysterious. Her design skills are top-notch. I'm a big fan of hers. Wanwan was shocked, the water glass almost slipping from her hands as she stared at him in utter disbelief.
You like Wan Yin?
Yes. The man sat lazily on the sofa, his elbow propped against the armrest, the top two buttons of his white shirt undone, every inch of him exuding a seductive, alluring air. His languid, smiling peach blossom eyes looked straight at Wanwan, the curve of his lips laden with deep meaning.
I like Wan Yin very much. I'm her devoted fan. If I ever get to meet her, I'll definitely ask for her autograph, a photo, a hug.
Wanwan was simply too surprised, her pupils dilating in astonishment. She never imagined Xie Jingma would also like Wan Yin, and be the kind of devoted fan wanting autographs and hugs. This was just too much of a paradigm shift.
Wanwan looked at him incredulously. You also think Wan Yin's designs are outstanding?
The man nodded without hesitation.
Of course, I've been keeping track of every single one of Wan Yin's designs.
Her level is far beyond other designers. She has immense design talent and brilliance.
Wanwan's eyes widened, once again shocked. He had been following all of her design releases?
This was beyond just being a devoted fan. It was practically a deranged fan. Many people liked Wan Yin's designs, and Wanwan was already used to it, also grateful for everyone's appreciation. But for some reason, when Xie Jingma said he liked Wan Yin, she felt it was different somehow. Wanwan fidgeted, touching her earlobe, her lashes fluttering. Well, I told Yin Tang at the manor today that Wan Yin won't be collaborating with the Yu group anymore.
Are you curious why I know that?
Oh, why is that?
Wannan looked up at the man, her gaze glistening and bright.
The outside world has been very curious. Every time Wan Yin participates in design competitions, it's teacher Lian Yulan who accepts the awards on her behalf.
while Wan Yen never appears publicly. In fact, Teacher Liang has been accepting the awards on my behalf, because I am Wan Yen. Xia Jingma seemed quite surprised, sitting up straighter. Wan is Wan Yen? Wan Nan puffed out her cheeks. Why does your surprise look so affected? Xia Jingma, ? Affected? He pinched the bridge of his nose, chuckling wryly. No, I'm genuinely surprised. 2 years ago, when he first found out Wan was Wan Yen, he was truly surprised. From the moment he saw Wan Yen's design works in the newcomers competition, he felt the design style was so familiar. It was just like Wan's. After discreetly investigating, sure enough, it was her. Thereafter, he had quietly attended every competition Wan Yen participated in. Only the wind knew. He had witnessed every championship she won, witnessed every important moment of hers. He had kept track of and collected every design collection Wan Yen had released. He believed more than anyone else that no matter what circumstances, her brilliance could never be obscured. She herself was a dazzling existence. Xie Jingma looked at the girl before him, his gaze dark and profound. Why did you choose to tell me this important matter? Wan Nan pressed her lips together, speaking directly. Wan Yen is something I'm willing to tell you about first, out of my own volition. Xia Jingma's gaze immediately deepened. Wan Nan said, I've already cut ties with the Yu family, and won't be helping them anymore. I want to open my own fashion design studio, and I'll be drawing design drafts every day. Now that we're living under the same roof, you'll eventually notice the clues, so I might as well tell you proactively. Xia Jingma's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. You want to open your own studio? Yes, this had been her goal for a long time. She had also been saving up money towards it. These past 2 years, Wan had been drawing design drafts for the Yu Group under the identity of Wan Yen, mainly to help the Yu family. So her rates weren't high, and she hadn't managed to save up much money. Plus, with the hospitalization and surgery of the daughter of her aunt, she had helped pay the medical expenses. Her current savings still weren't enough to set up the studio, but she was getting close. As she was contemplating this, Xia Jingma suddenly spoke up. The man's ebony gaze fixed on her, the corner of his lips curling upwards. I'll invest in you. Wan was taken aback. You'll invest in me? She furrowed her brows. Is it because of our spousal relationship that you want to take care of me, so you're investing? The man's exquisitely handsome features exuded an aloof, debonair charm as he leaned lazily against the sofa, his long, slender fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Madam, rest assured, I don't do unprofitable deals. As I said before, I'm Wan Yen's devoted fan. I really like Wan Yen, and I understand Wan Yen very well. So I believe, with your abilities and reputation, if I invest a sum of money, I'll earn back much more in the future. Wan Nan sucked in a sharp breath. You have such high hopes for me? Xie Jingma, of course, the Yu Group is the best proof. The Yu Group's clothing brands were all revived because of Wan Yen, which shows how powerful and influential Wan Yen is. Wan hesitated. But what if it ends up losing money in the future? If I end up losing your investment? The man raised a brow. What are you afraid of? With me backing you, even if you lose money, it's my loss. Wan Nan blinked her eyes, then blinked them again. But you just said you don't do unprofitable deals. The air suddenly fell silent. Xie Jingma was quiet for 2 seconds, then suddenly let out a helpless laugh, filled with indulgence. Wan, I believe in your abilities, and I trust my own judgment. And I'm even more convinced that your studio won't lose money. So boldly go do what you want to do. Hearing the man's unwavering tone, Wan's heart stirred, her worries suddenly dissipating, replaced by a surge of determination. If even a top business magnate like Xie Jingma was so optimistic about her, how could she not be brimming with self-confidence? After all, the Industries and Fields Xie Group was involved in all had great development prospects. They were all aimed at expanding their business territory and making money. This was inseparable from Xie Jingma's leadership and decision-making. Of course she believed in Xie Jingma's vision. Then, the man tilted his head slightly, lazily curling his lips as he extended his right hand towards her. Miss Yu, will you accept my investment? Wan looked at the man's outstretched hand for a few seconds, then steeled herself, firmly grasping it. Pleased to cooperate. I'll work hard to operate the studio and make good money, so your investment won't lose money. Xie Jingma curled his lips. Before that, there's something more important. Wan, huh? What is it? Before she could finish, she found herself suddenly pulled into his embrace. Wan froze. What are you doing? Their bodies pressed against each other, his warm body heat seeping through the thin fabric, feeling like their skin was melding together, their faces close enough to nuzzle. Wan's heart constricted, her thoughts going blank for a few seconds, then her heartbeat accelerating wildly. Miss Wan Yen, he finally spoke,
his arms tightening around her. I like you, very, very much. I'm your devoted fan. His low, magnetic voice held a touch of melancholy. The scorching breath fanning her ear made Wanwan's body feel electrified, an irresistible tingling sensation that caused her to tremble slightly. He liked Wanyan this much, even wanting autographs, photos, hugs. It was so quiet around them. Held in Xie Jingma's arms, Wanyan could hear his steady heartbeat, feel his scorching body heat, and the pleasant woody scent enveloping her senses. Her delicate lashes fluttered, and on an inexplicable impulse, she raised her hands to embrace him in return. Thank you for your liking. The moment she hugged Xie Jingma, Wanwan had only one thought: his waist felt so enticing. With her fashion design knowledge, she naturally had a deep understanding of human body structure. She had admired the perfection of his abdominal muscles and waistline when she had accidentally glimpsed them before. Now holding him, his waist was so trim and firm, not an ounce of excess, emanating a powerful, alluring sensuality. She wondered what his abs would feel like to the touch. Wait, Xie Jingma was so innocently fond of Wanyan, yet she was having these indecent thoughts about him. That was disrespectful. Wanwan felt guilty, hastily pushing him away, her gaze darting around nervously. Ahem, so you like Wanyan that much, huh? Xie Jingma's eyes settled on her face, his brow quirking. Why is the madam's face flushed? Wanyan froze, raising a hand to touch her cheek. It was indeed hot. She grew even more embarrassed. It's just because you suddenly hugged me. I had trouble breathing, that's why I'm flushed. Definitely not because of how nice Xie Jingma's waist felt to hug. Without waiting for his reaction, she turned and hurried upstairs. It's getting late. I'm going to take a bath and go to sleep. After her bath, Wanwan sat on the bed, thinking about the things she would need to busy herself with in the next few days, until the sound of water stopped, and Xie Jingma still hadn't come out of the bathroom. Wanwan's brow furrowed as she suddenly realized something, throwing off the covers and rushing to the bathroom. He couldn't be washing her underwear again, could he? Why are you washing my clothes again? Wanwan ran over and saw that he had diligently washed all her underwear, cleaning them spotlessly. Wanwan flushed with embarrassment from head to toe. In just a few days, he would know exactly what all her underwear looked like. Seeing her hurry over with her sleepwear in disarray, Xie Jingma reached out to tidy her collar. Catching a glimpse of her delicate collarbone, his gaze darkened, lingering there for 2 seconds before lazily raising his eyelids to meet her eyes, his tone light. The madam must be busy with the studio matters lately. Since the madam is working hard outside, earning money to support the family, then I'll just have to do the cooking and laundry for you. Wanwan, this was too dutiful, wasn't it? Wanwan gave him a once-over. He couldn't be studying something like the self-cultivation of a qualified house husband every day, right? Or did he have a special fetish, enjoying serving others? Xie Jingma had just said yesterday that he was happy to wait on his wife, hand and foot. From now on, it really did seem like she wouldn't have to lift a finger. Well, Wanwan glanced at him, grumbling in a low voice, if you're willing to wash, then wash. It's you who'll get tired, not me. The man chuckled, his voice sensual, both playful and serious. How could I get tired? I always wash your clothes with a smile. Wash with a smile? Wanwan tried to imagine the scene, her face instantly turning scarlet. Ugh, she didn't want to think about it anymore. In the next few days without much school, Wanwan was busy handling the registration of the studio. Together with Xie Jingma, they named the studio Jingfeng. The future clothing brand would also be called Jingfeng. The betrothal gift from Grandpa and Grandma included several commercial properties, some jewelry stores, some cosmetics shops, all located in very prosperous, commercial areas. Wanwan went to take a look, and decided to rent one of the suitable storefronts nearby as Jingfeng's first flagship store. Afterwards, Wanwan began procuring the necessary items. Of course, she didn't have to do the legwork herself. Xie Jingma had butler Fu help her, so Wanwan only needed to make a list, and the servants would purchase everything. The challenging part was personnel recruitment. The assistant positions were manageable, but the operations director role was harder to fill. Wanwan initially interviewed several candidates who didn't satisfy her, until she met Het Saiwei, poised and professional, in her 30s, an elegant and commanding woman. Wanwan was instantly impressed, talking to her extensively. It was clear that Het Saiwei was not only an expert, with deep experience, but also had unique insights into brand operations, as well as connections in the fabric and garment manufacturing industries. As Het Saiwei put it, as long as there were good designs, she could open up the market and build up the Jingfeng brand. Wanwan had some unpublished design drafts stored in her phone, and immediately showed them to Het Saiwei. Het Saiwei's brow furrowed slightly. Miss you, I hope you don't mind me being blunt,
but did someone trick you?
These design drafts are too similar in style to one person's work.
Wanwan was surprised. Whose?
Hatsaiwei slowly uttered a name, Wanyan. Anyone in the fashion design industry would have heard of Wanyan. Hatsaiwei shook her head.
These drafts can't be used. Not only the style, even the small details are too reminiscent of Wanyan's work. If we make clothes based on them, they could very well be accused of plagiarizing Wanyan. Wannan couldn't help but chuckle.
Miss He, your eye is quite sharp. These design drafts were indeed designed by Wanyan. Hatsaiwei was stunned, her gaze filled with astonishment.
Miss Yu, you're saying that? Wannan's red lips curved in a slight smile. That's right, Wanyan is the chief designer for our Jingfeng.
Hatsaiwei was dumbfounded for a few seconds, then abruptly stood up, her expression utterly disbelieving.
Miss Yu, are you serious? Wannan smiled calmly. Of course I'm serious. Hatsaiwei was overjoyed. This was practically a windfall.
After all, establishing Jingfeng as a new brand and turning it into a major one was no easy feat, requiring steady, step-by-step progress.
But if Wanyan was Jingfeng's chief designer, it would be completely different.
With Wanyan's popularity and influence, as long as it was publicly announced that Jingfeng's clothes were designed by Wanyan, the socialite heiresses and celebrity matrons who adored Wanyan would naturally flock to it. That way, Jingfeng would already have an initial customer base.
However, hasn't Wanyan always been collaborating with the U Group? Now that Wanyan is working with Jingfeng, wouldn't the U Group suffer heavy losses and severe deficits?
Hatsaiwei looked at Wannan, surprised and puzzled.
You know Wanyan? Wannan gave a slight smile. You'll find out later.
Wannan highly valued Hatsaiwei's capabilities, immediately hiring her as Jingfeng's brand operations director and having her recruit a few employees. Then they contacted the garment factories to start producing some sample garments based on the design drafts. Wannan had been busy beyond measure these past few days, but now with Hatsaiwei on board, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. When she returned to Lanshi Garden in the evening, Xia Jingma hadn't come back yet. Wannan sat on the sofa, tapping her weary legs, mentally calculating, tomorrow, her household registration would finally be transferred out of the Yu family. At the same time, at the Yu residence, Gu Sihunfeng hurriedly rushed into the living room, holding a stack of photos.
Look at who's in these photos.
The living room was occupied by the Yu family of 5.
Yukang had just finished his medication.
Last time he went to the Xia family manor to discuss the wedding matters, he was driven out by the old Madame Xia. He had planned to go again the next day, but his chronic stomach problem flared up, causing him to delay and miss the visit. Right now, seeing Gu Sihunfeng hurry in with a stack of photos, the impatient Yoshio snatched the photos, looking through them with disdain.
Isn't this just Wanwan? Yuxioki's sharp eyes noticed the details in the photos. Wanwan was coming and going from a clothing store called Jingfeng. Jingfeng? Is Wanwan going there to buy clothes?
Gu Sihunfeng looked at the girl in the photos, recalling how Wanwan had recently blocked him, playing these coy tricks. He was both loving and resentful towards her.
This petty woman, was she really so jealous?
He had already completely cut ties with those mistresses.
As the mighty young Master Gu, when had he ever gone to such lengths for a woman?
Wanwan had blocked him, so she couldn't see or hear him every day. She must be heartbroken, surely crying herself to sleep every night, missing him. Yoshio saw Gu Sihunfeng staring at Wanwan's photos with a mixed expression, urging impatiently, I say, are you going to just stare a hole through the photos, or what? Just spit it out. What's the deal with these photos? Yukang, seated on the sofa, also pressed sternly.
Sihunfeng, speak up. Tashikin embraced Yuxiangxiang affectionately, her voice anxious. Yes, Sihunfeng, hurry and tell us, what has that wretched girl Wanwan done again?
Gu Sihunfeng knew that the true heiress Wanwan was not favored, but seeing Tashikin cosset Yuxiangxiang so maternally while cursing Wanwan, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable.
However, he didn't say anything, just flicking his forefinger against the photos.
A friend of mine saw Wanwan on the street and took these photos to send to me. My friend said this Jingfeng is a newly established clothing brand, and Wanwan isn't just going there to buy clothes, she's been rushing over there every other day. It's possible this store is related to her somehow. Yukang took the stack of photos, his expression solemn.
Related to her?
Yuxiangxiang suddenly thought of something, letting out an ah, and covering her mouth in shock.
Could it be that sister has gotten a designer job at that clothing store?
Tashikin immediately became displeased.
That wretched girl. The U Group's main business is clothing brands, and she's not even working as a designer for us, but going to work for someone else? How outrageous.
Yukang was already dissatisfied with Wanwan, and now he was even more furious. slamming the photos down on the coffee table. This ungrateful wretch. I was already displeased that her design skills were inferior to Xiang's, but now she's not even helping our own company, and has gone to do design work for another company. Is she harboring resentment? Is she trying to help Jingfeng compete against the U Group? Yoshio's let out a scornful laugh. Dad, you're overthinking it. With Wanwan's capabilities, does she even deserve it? We have Wan Yan. Wanwan has only studied fashion design for a few years. How can she compare to the renowned Wan Yan? And this Jingfeng is some unknown small brand. Wanwan thinks she can help Jingfeng compete against the U Group? She's daydreaming. Hearing the mention of Wan Yan, Yu Kang immediately turned to look at Yuxiyuki. Shochi, how is it? Has Wan Yan responded to us yet? Yuxiyuki's expression was grave as he shook his head. No, still no response. He had always been respectful towards Wan Yan, never daring to offend her. But Wan Yan still refused to acknowledge him. Yoshio stroked his chin. I'd say Wan Yan has never collaborated with other brands, only with us, the U Group. This means Wan Yan really likes the U Group. These past few days that she hasn't responded to brother, perhaps there's been some situation with Wan Yan's side, preventing her from replying in a timely manner. Yu Kang contemplated this and nodded. That's possible. He then looked back at the photos of Wanwan going in and out of Jingfeng, his anger flaring up. This scoundrel, going to work for another company, doesn't she have any sense of being a Yu family scion? Yoshio sneered. Sense? She doesn't even consider us important anymore. Who knows, she might even want to transfer her household registration out of the Yu family. Yu Kang pondered briefly, then instructed a servant to go upstairs to the study and fetch the household registration booklet. The servant soon came hurrying back down. It's not good, the master. A household registration booklet is missing. What? Yu Kang abruptly stood up from the sofa. What do you mean it's missing? Even the usually composed Yoshiyuki's expression changed. A household registration booklet was always kept in the study upstairs. How could it be missing? The servant explained, Young master, I searched the study several times, but I couldn't find the household registration booklet at all. Yoshio's also grew anxious. The last time we used the household registration booklet was when processing the business license. Could we have misplaced it somewhere then? Yoshiyuki shook his head. No, I remember clearly. I personally put the household registration booklet back in the study. Gu Si Hongfeng was not a Yu family member, but seeing the Yu family's registration booklet missing, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Yuxiang spoke up hesitantly, biting her lip. Mom, Dad, big brother, second brother, I just thought, could it be that on the day sister ran away from home, she took the registration booklet with her? Sister, how could she do something like that, when you all treated her so well? Hearing this, Tashikin was furious, her heart aching. But then she thought of something, her face turning deathly pale. Could it be that not only had Wanwan run away from home, she had also taken the registration booklet, wanting to transfer her household out of the Yu family? Was she truly determined to sever ties with the Yu family, even disowning her own mother? How cold-blooded and heartless of her. Yoshio sneered. Well, she's really spread her wings now, truly wanting to transfer her household out of the Yu family. Yu Kang's face turned ashen with rage. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. If this gets out, how will others view our Yu family? They'll just make a laughing stock of us, saying I, Yu Kang, have failed in raising my daughter. How can I show my face? Shochi, you must immediately go reapply for the household registration booklet. Declare the one in Wanwan's hands invalid. We absolutely cannot let her transfer her household out. Absolutely not. Yuxiyuki immediately nodded. He may not like Wanwan, but she was still his blood-related younger sister. Her transferring her household out would be a disgrace. Yes, father, I'll go reapply for the household registration booklet right away. I won't let Wanwan act recklessly. At Lan Shi Garden, Wanwan was sitting on the living room sofa, texting on her phone. Hearing the sound of a car engine, she knew Xie Jingmo was back from the company. She couldn't be bothered to move, casually glancing up. The next moment, she saw the man's tall figure walking into the living room, and in his right hand, he was holding two dark red booklets that looked like household registration booklets. Wanwan was momentarily stunned, realizing what they were, and a bright light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Excitedly, she sprang up from the sofa, rushing towards him. What are you holding in your hands? Is it my household registration transfer? Seeing the girl rush towards him with her eyes shining brightly, Xie Jingma raised a hand to loosen his tie, his peach blossom eyes seeming to hold a dangerous, ambiguous smile. Just now you acted like you didn't even see me, and now you're suddenly so enthusiastic? Wanwan's steps faltered, realizing her intentions had been a bit too obvious. Awkwardly, she touched her nose, but thinking of her household registration, she still hurried up to him, step by step.
You're finally back from the company.
The man lowered his gaze to look at her, half smiling.
What do you mean by that? Were you waiting specifically for me? Wanwan quickly nodded her head. Yeah, waiting for you, lying effortlessly without a trace of embarrassment.
Then she surreptitiously glanced at his right hand.
What are you holding?
Xie Jingma knew what her intention was, lazily giving her a sidelong glance as he headed for the sofa.
Wanwan immediately followed behind him, like a little shadow clinging to him. Why aren't you saying anything?
This was the first time Xie Jingma had been so clung to by her. Lightly raising an eyebrow, he raised a hand to loosen his tie, then single-handedly undid a couple buttons of his shirt, his distinct knuckles and prominent Adam's apple exuding a languid, alluring air. Settling down on the sofa, his peach blossom eyes held a faint, teasing smile.
Mrs. Xie, with you acting this way, I almost thought I held a high position in our home. Wanwan? What kind of talk was that?
It was as if she constantly bullied and enslaved him.
No way, you already hold a high position in this household.
Wanwan followed to sit down, eagerly eyeing the two household registration booklets in his right hand, barely restraining herself from snatching them.
Hurry and let me see.
But the man remained unmoved, casually propping his forehead with his left hand and lifting his eyelids to look at her.
There's a question I've been curious about for many years.
Many years? Wanwan blinked her lashes, growing curious as well.
What question?
The man's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, his tongue pressing against the roof of his mouth, his tone casual but with an undercurrent of dominance.
The year you returned to the Yu family at 16, you said you didn't like me and didn't want to fulfill the marriage contract, and even wanted Yuxiang to marry me. He let out a short, mirthless laugh, as if exasperated.
My dear schoolmate Wanwan, as far as I can remember, I didn't do anything to offend you in high school.
If you didn't like me, that's fine, but why did you want Yuxiang to marry me?
Wanwan was startled, her eyes slowly widening in astonishment.
That was so many years ago, though? How can you still remember that?
No wonder it was a question he had been curious about for many years. Wanwan immediately waved her hands, feeling wronged. Please don't hold a grudge against me. It wasn't my fault. I was misled by others.
Xie Jingma's gaze darkened. Misled? It's a long story. Wanwan's expression turned somewhat melancholy as she thought of her grandfather. When I first returned to the Yu family, my grandfather was still alive.
He was very kind and good to me, feeling that I had suffered too much living with my adoptive parents. He wanted to make it up to me, and even told the Yu family that the marriage contract with the Xie family was mine, and that I should fulfill it. But the next night, Yukang and Tashikin secretly found me, deceiving me that if I rejected the marriage contract, they would accept me as a true family member and take good care of me. At that time, I had just left my adoptive parents' home, and I really hoped to experience what it felt like to have loving parents.
So I agreed to them.
Wanwan lowered her eyelashes, a faint mist of sorrow clouding her eyes. Back then, when she heard her classmates talking about their parents, one saying their father had bought them a long-awaited gift, another saying their mother had taken them to an amusement park they'd always wanted to go, she had listened with envy, her heart filled with longing. At that time, she had held so much admiration and expectation towards Yukang and Tashikin. Only later did they repeatedly crush all her desires. Suddenly, her hand was enclosed in the man's warm, dry palm.
Wanwan stilled, looking up to meet Xie Jingma's deep, affectionate gaze.
Holding her hand with one hand, the man gently caressed her cheek with the other. Wanwan, they failed to cherish you.
It was they who were blind.
The exclusive adoration meant for you will come. Wanwan's heart trembled violently, the tenderness and compassion overflowing in his eyes seemed to enfold her in a net, shielding her from all the hurt and malice outside. Under Xie Jingma's gaze, Wanwan's tightening heart gradually eased, the sorrow and bitterness dissipating.
Exclusive adoration meant for her.
Wanwan couldn't help raising her hand to cover the one caressing her cheek. Gazing at Xie Jingma, her eyes shimmering, she spoke candidly and sincerely. Back then, I didn't know you well, and I didn't want to be bound in a marriage contract with someone I didn't understand.
Moreover, my adoptive father was such a terrible person, with domestic violence and gambling, which I'd witnessed since childhood.
So I actually had some aversion towards the idea of marriage.
That's why I said I didn't like you and didn't want to fulfill the marriage contract. That was my own inner thoughts.
But that last part, about wanting Yuxiang to marry you, was something Yukang and Tashikin made me add. It wasn't my own intention at all, I only found out later that they had deceived me. Xie Jingma finally understood the whole story, his heart aching for his girl, but his animosity towards the Yu family growing. The ruthlessness in his eyes flashed briefly, before his thumb, calloused from years of use, gently caressed the delicate, fair skin beneath her eyelid. Wanwan, congratulations, you've completely escaped the Yu family now. Wanwan was momentarily stunned, her expression rather bewildered. What do you mean? Xie Jingma's lips curved in a slight smile, his peach blossom eyes lazily amused. Wanwan, your household registration has been transferred out. The moment those words left his lips, Wanwan's lashes fluttered violently, her heart almost stopping. Her household registration has been transferred out? It really has been transferred out of the Yu family. Her household registration has truly left the Yu family. Wanwan's chest heaved with emotion, as if a butterfly had broken free from its cocoon, reborn in radiance. Her eyes shone like stars, impatient to look at the household registration booklets placed beside Xie Jingma. Wait, her hand. Wanwan suddenly realized that just now, when Xie Jingma had raised his hand to caress her cheek, she had impulsively lifted her hand to cover his. How could she have done such a thing? She must have been lured by him just now. Definitely. Wanwan's earlobes flushed, her hand retracting as if stung, her pale cheeks tinted with an embarrassed pink, the corners of her eyes reddening slightly, like rose petals blushing. But fortunately, the awkwardness only lasted for a few seconds, before Wanwan pushed it to the back of her mind, excitedly taking the two household registration booklets. The first one was the Yu family's. Opening it, she saw the names of Yu Kang, Tashikin, Yuxiuki, Yushios, and Yuxiangxiang. But her name was no longer there. Her name was gone from the Yu family's household registration. Wanwan immediately picked up the other booklet, her heart suddenly racing, her fingertips trembling slightly. Wanwan took a deep breath and gently opened the booklet. On the first page, the name listed as the household head was Xie Jingma. Turning to the second page, her own name was there, with the relationship to the household head listed as spouse. Wanwan stared at her own name for a long while, then flipped back to the first page to look at Xie Jingma's name, then back to the second page to see her own name again. A warmth welled up in her eyes. She and Xie Jingma were in the same household registration booklet. She was now in the same household as Xie Jingma. Her household registration had finally left the Yu family. She no longer had any connection to the Yu family. Aside from the blood bond that flowed in her veins, she and the Yu family would have no further association. Wanwan looked at the household registration booklet, at times on the verge of both laughter and tears, her eyes burning but the corners of her mouth curving upwards. She kept flipping back and forth between the pages, looking at Xie Jingma's name and then her own, unable to tire of the action. Seeing her in this endearing state, Xie Jingma asked gently, "Are you happy?" Wanwan nodded eagerly, "I'm happy." Xie Jingma's brow rose subtly, and a light smile tugged at his lips seeing her joy. But the next moment, he heard Wanwan excitedly telling him, "When we divorce a year from now, my household registration will be separated from yours as soon as possible. I won't linger on your registration booklet, don't worry." The upward curve of his mouth immediately fell, his jaw tightening slightly. His peach blossom eyes looked at her dispassionately for several seconds before speaking, his tone colder than usual. "I'm bothered that you'll linger on my registration booklet?" Wanwan was taken aback. He averted his gaze, his voice holding a hardness foreign to his usual manner. "We'll discuss things a year from now, when the time comes." That suppressive aura, deeply rooted within him as one in a superior position, had finally leaked through, if only slightly. Wanwan's heart constricted quietly, her shimmering gaze blinking in bewilderment. Why did it seem like he was unhappy? Wanwan studied him for a few seconds. His fair complexion, the devastatingly handsome face, remained impassive, revealing nothing of his true emotions. It was unclear if he was truly angry. But when he wasn't smiling, those languid, affectionate peach blossom eyes appeared cold and distant, as indifferent as a dog's. Yet, it wasn't long before Wanwan saw Xie Jingma don the apron printed with cute little bunnies, foregoing the servants to personally cook many of her favorite dishes, celebrating the transfer of her household out of the Yu family. Wanwan's heart melted instantly, her eyes brimming with grateful tears. "Thank you, you're so good to me." He truly was an exceptionally wonderful person. Wanwan was so touched that she even ate an extra 2 bowls of food, her black and white eyes fixed unblinkingly on the man across from her. "All right, didn't they say my household registration would be transferred out tomorrow? How come it's done already today?" The man lazily lifted his eyelids. "I wanted to surprise you." He had used a bit of his influence to arrange a special channel to expedite the transfer of her household registration. He had wanted to give her a surprise, yet she had been preoccupied with the thought of divorcing him a year later. This cold-hearted girl was simply impossible to warm up. There was no choice but to punish her. To punish Wan Wan, Xie Jingma cooked dinner for her with a cold expression. When eating, he also served her dishes and picked out fish bones with a frosty face. And when it came time to wash her undergarments at night, he decided he wouldn't smile at all. Not even a single smile. Unaware that she was being punished, Wan Wan happily finished her dinner. Suddenly, she remembered the Yu family's household registration booklet was still with her, feeling it was an eyesore. For the matter of her household registration being transferred out, she needed to notify the Yu family, warn them that she no longer had any connection to them whatsoever. They were unfit to regard themselves as her parents or siblings, attempting to discipline or berate her. Of course, Wan Wan had no intention of personally returning the household registration booklet to the Yu family. She called the same city courier service, and in less than an hour, the booklet was delivered to the Yu family. Once the Yu family opened it, they would see that her household registration had been transferred out. Whether they were angry or furious, it no longer concerned her. And naturally, Wan Wan chose a cash-on-delivery service. There was no way she'd spend a single cent for the Yu family again. After sending the courier, Wan Wan returned to the living room, when suddenly she caught the sweet, fragrant scent of something. Sniffing carefully, she realized Xie Jingma was in the kitchen making petit cakes, and they were green grape and matcha flavor, her absolute favorite. Her social media ID was even a bowl of green grapes. She never expected Xie Jingma could also make desserts. He was truly so thoughtful. Strangely, he had maintained a cold expression throughout the process of making the cakes, and even when bringing the finished product to her, his face remained expressionless. Wan Wan blinked her moist eyes in bewilderment. "Are you feeling unhappy?" he replied. "No." Wan Wan tilted her head, puzzled. "Do you also like the green grape petit cakes?" He grunted. Wan Wan's eyes brightened, her delicate features suffused with delight. "What a coincidence, I love green grape flavor too. There's a bakery in the east of the city, their green grape cream rolls are especially delicious." Xie Jingma, still punishing her, responded with a stingy sound. Without even resting, he went back to the kitchen, his expression cold as he made her 2 green grape cream rolls. "Wan Wan?" ? In the end, Wan Wan was fed until she was completely stuffed. But it had to be said, Xie Jingma's culinary skills were truly impressive. The cakes he made even tastier than the ones from that bakery in the east of the city. The most surprising thing was, not only did she and Xie Jingma have the same preferences for regular meals, even their tastes in sweets were perfectly aligned. After finishing the petit cakes, Xie Jingma had to go to the study to handle some work matters. Wan Wan bounced back to the bedroom. Today, she was truly happy. The preparations for her studio were nearly complete, ready to officially open soon, and her household registration had been transferred out of the Yu family. Ever since leaving the Yu family, everything had been steadily improving, her life gradually falling into place. Wan Wan logged into her small Weibo account, posting a microblog to record her mood. A bowl of green grapes, a happy day. After posting, she put down her phone, intending to go take a bath and get ready for bed. But her phone suddenly pinged with a notification. The microblog she just posted had a comment from 2MW. 2MW, unhappy. Ha, what happened? Wan Wan sent a private message to him, asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" On the other end, it seemed like he had typed something in the input box, then deleted and revised it several times, finally sending a message after a few seconds. "She's always wanting to leave me." Wan Wan suddenly understood. It was related to the girl he had been secretly in love with. Well, since they had been mutually following each other on social media for so many years, aside from that girl he was in love with, there didn't seem to be much else that could easily affect his mood. A bowl of green grapes. You said last time that you two were kind of together. Are you trying to date her? 2MW, no, she doesn't know I'm secretly in love with her. A bowl of green grapes, then how did you two end up together? 2MW, a sudden marriage. A bowl of green grapes. What a bombshell of 2 words. Previously, he had only been in a sour, secret pining, yet suddenly they had gotten married all of a sudden. And it was a sudden marriage, at that. Wait, she and Xie Jingma had also gotten married suddenly. Well, she and 2MW were truly longtime internet friends, even the sudden marriage thing was in sync. Wan Wan thought it over, then typed, "So how have you two been getting along in this period?" The reply came instantly, "Still okay." A bowl of green grapes, then do you feel she has a good impression of you? Does she enjoy spending time with you? 2MW, she's a steel-willed woman, with a closed-off mind. Wan Wan,
how deep-rooted his resentment seemed. Wanwan carefully considered the situation, then offered some advice.
A bowl of green grapes. Since you two are getting along well, why don't you try to take it a step further? A bowl of green grapes. She still doesn't know you have feelings for her. Why don't you try confessing to her?
Express your true feelings? After Wanwan sent those 2 messages, it took a while before she got a reply.
To MW, let's say, due to some reason, you become friends with a man you didn't pay much attention to before, and you get along relatively well. To MW, now, this man confesses to you, saying he's been secretly in love with you since high school.
Would you feel troubled by that? Wanwan paused for a moment.
A man she didn't pay much attention to before confessing that he's been secretly in love with her since high school.
A bowl of green grapes, troubled? I don't think so.
A bowl of green grapes. He's just been secretly fond of me, and he hasn't harmed me or done anything unreasonable. Why would I feel troubled?
To MW, okay, bunny.
He sent the pink bunny emojis he often used.
Seems like he cheered up. Wanwan knew To MW had a girl he'd been in love with for many years, but the specifics weren't very clear.
From the chat just now, it seemed he'd been in love with her since high school.
Such a vibrant time of youth. Wanwan couldn't help but think back to her own high school days.
Enthusiastically, she rummaged through the drawer and took out her high school graduation photos. Aside from the class group photo, there were also some individual shots, like the one of her and her deskmate, some in front of the teaching building, others under the lush camphor trees. Just looking at the photos, Wanwan could almost hear the buzzing cicadas of that summer. Back then, as the third-year students were taking graduation photos, other students would sometimes pass by in the background. Some outgoing students would enthusiastically give a peace sign to the camera, their smiles bright and youthful.
Wanwan looked at these old photos, the corners of her mouth curving upwards.
As she flipped through them, her brow suddenly furrowed. In the photo taken under the camphor tree, she was facing the camera, and in the background, there was a tall, handsome-looking male passerby.
Could that be Xie Jingma? Wanwan leaned closer, scrutinizing it carefully.
It wasn't her eyes playing tricks. The more she looked, the more it resembled Xie Jingma. But during her third year in high school, Xie Jingma would have already been a sophomore in college.
How could he have been back at the high school? Just then, the bedroom door opened. Xie Jingma had returned from the study after finishing his work.
Wanwan immediately turned to look at him, her eyes shining brightly, as if she'd made a remarkable discovery.
Do you know what I just found? Turns out we took a photo together back in high school. Xie Jingma raised a questioning brow.
Wanwan hurried over, holding the photo up to him.
Look.
The man lowered his gaze to the photo, the girl in it possessing a beauty that captivated the eye. He curved his lips slightly, his voice low and tinged with a smile.
Our Wanwan is truly beautiful. Who was he to praise her? Wanwan saw he hadn't noticed, so she urgently pointed out, look here, this passing male student, is that you? Xie Jingma followed the direction she was pointing, as if only now noticing himself.
He drawled slowly, feigning surprise. Oh, so it is me.
Wanwan eyed him suspiciously. But weren't you in college back then? How did you suddenly end up back at the high school? The man casually closed the bedroom door, his handsome features calm.
I don't quite remember. I must have had something to return to the school for.
Wanwan oed, so that was it. How coincidental.
He just happened to be returning to the school on the day she was taking her graduation photos, passing by the spot where she was photographed.
This must be fate.
The Yu family had invited Gu Sihunfeng to stay for dinner.
Yu Kang sat at the head of the household.
Don't worry, Gu Sihunfeng, Wanwan's household registration won't be able to transfer out. I can still decide her marriage matters, and your union with her will continue.
You will be our son-in-law.
Tashikin laughed. That's right, Sihunfeng, come, eat more.
Marrying our Wanwan is a blessing for you.
Yuxiang coquettishly cooed. In the future, you'll have to treat your sister-in-law well, brother-in-law. Hearing this brother-in-law, Gu Sihunfeng felt incredibly comfortable. He normally found Yuxiang's affected mannerisms quite distasteful, but now he discovered this Yuxiang was quite skilled with her words. Yushios coldly snorted, Sihunfeng, you can't spoil the dead girl too much in the future. Her temperament isn't good, you'll have to discipline her. Gu Sihunfeng confidently replied, don't worry, she still listens to me. In the 3 weeks of dating Wanwan, she had never thrown a tantrum with him, being very obedient. Now the more he thought about it, the more he felt Wanwan truly liked him. She had refused other men's pursuits, only accepting his. Before him, she was docile and quiet. Surely after marriage, she would be a virtuous wife and mother.
Tashikin grew more and more satisfied with Gu Sihunfeng.
Although he was a bit of a playboy, the fact that Wanwan could marry him was a true case of compatibility. Most importantly, Finally, with Wan Wan and Gu Qingfeng's marriage set in stone, Wan Wan would no longer be able to compete with Xiang Xiang for the position of the Xie family's young mistress. Xiang Xiang would then be able to marry Xie Jingma as she wished. Tao Shuqin smiled and reminded Gu Sihanfeng to eat more vegetables, calling him son-in-law repeatedly. At this moment, Yu Shouqi came back from outside and strode up to the dining table. "Mom, Dad, I've already applied for the household registration book to be reissued." Yu Changde finally put down the burden on his heart. "Good, as long as it's reissued, the household registration book that Yu Ziwen took away will be invalidated. I wonder how she's going to transfer the household registration now. As long as she's in the Yu family, I'm her father, and I have the right to manage her." Tao Shuqin told the servant to add an extra set of bowls and chopsticks. "Shouqi, you've been busy coming and going. Sit down and have your meal." Yu Shangxiang sweetly called out, "Big brother, come sit down. This black pepper steak is your favorite. I specially asked the kitchen to make it for you." Yu Shouqi felt warmed in his heart. Shangxiang is so considerate. This was his good sister, unlike that Yu Ziwen, who was always causing him trouble. Suddenly, the servant outside ran in to report, "Young master, there's a Same City Express delivery. They said they've mailed a document, and it's cash on delivery." Yu Shouqi frowned. "Same City Express delivery?" Yu Shaozi put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking puzzled. "Who bought something, and it's cash on delivery?" "Yu Shouqi, I'll go take a look." After Yu Shouqi went out, he paid the delivery person, which was something his assistant usually did. When did the distinguished young master of the Yu family do such a thing? He also didn't know who sent the express delivery, whether it was deliberately to give him trouble. Yu Shouqi came back to the living room with the express delivery. Yu Shaozi couldn't wait any longer. "Big brother, quick, see what it is?" Yu Shouqi opened it and took out a dark red, square-shaped book from the document envelope. Yu Shaozi was startled. "It's a household registration book." Yu Changde, hearing this, didn't even bother to eat his meal and hurriedly came over. "Is it our family's household registration book?" Tao Shuqin, Yu Shangxiang, and Gu Sihanfeng also came over. Yu Shaozi nonchalantly laughed. "I knew it, it's the household registration book that was accidentally lost when we handled the business license last time. A good-hearted person found it and mailed it back to us. Yu Ziwen didn't have the brains to take the household registration book." Yu Changde anxiously urged, "Shouqi, quickly open and take a look." "Okay." Yu Shouqi opened it, and the first page had Yu Changde's name. "Dad, it's indeed our family's household registration book." Yu Shouqi continued flipping through. The second page was Tao Shuqin, the third was his, the fourth was Shaozi, and the next page was the dead daughter Yu Ziwen. However, as Yu Shouqi turned the page, his expression suddenly froze. The household registration book no longer has Yu Ziwen. When you flip it over, it's Yuxiangxiang, with the page for Yu Ziwen missing in between. Yu Shi's face immediately tensed up. He didn't believe it and flipped through it several times. There were the pages for his father, mother, him, Shaozi, and Shangxiang, but there was no page for Yu Ziwen. Yu Ziwen, she really did transfer her household registration out. Yu Kang was so angry that his vision went black, almost fainting. "Bastard. Damn it. How dare she do such an outrageous thing?" Tao Shuqin hurriedly supported him, both angry and anxious. "Shouqi, are you sure? That dead girl really did transfer her household registration out?" Yu Shi tightly gripped the household registration book, his gaze capable of burning a hole through it. "Mom, I've checked it several times. Yu Ziwen is no longer on the household registration. It's just the 5 of us now." Yu Shaozi's face looked extremely unsightly. He snatched the household registration book, flipping through it himself a few times, then angrily slammed it shut. "Well, I really underestimated her. She's really got guts." Yuxiangxiang looked at the scene, her eyes flickering. "Sister, so you really don't want this family anymore? Even the identity of the Yu eldest miss is no longer wanted." Gu Qingfeng's expression also became serious. "Strange, how did she transfer her household registration out?" Yu Kang was so angry that his hands were shaking. It took him several tries to fish his phone out of his pocket and find Yu Ziwen's number to call her, but the call could not be connected. Then he remembered that Yu Ziwen had blocked them all. Yu Kang was so angry that his heart ached. With a bang, he threw the phone to the ground, shattering the screen. "This ungrateful child, does she want to anger me to death?" "Changde, calm down first." Tao Shuqin hurriedly supported him, putting her hand on his chest to soothe him. "How could this dead girl be so heartless, not even recognizing you as her own father, or me as her own mother? Is she so eager to cut ties with the Yu?" Yu Shaozi was so angry that his lungs hurt. Now she not only moved out of the Yu, but also completely severed the father-daughter, mother-daughter, and sibling relationships. "Legally, she will no longer have any relationship with us." Tao Shuqin was startled. startled, and a sudden pain pierced her heart. When Yuzuwan returned to the U at the age of 16 and transferred her household registration from her adoptive parents' home to the U, how happy Tao Shuqin was then. The way Yuzuwan looked at her as a mother was bright and shining, like she was glowing, following behind her and calling her mom with so much warmth and anticipation. From when did it start to change? The way she looked at Tao Shuqin as a mother gradually became sad, disappointed, numb, and disillusioned, no longer with any expectation. Tao Shuqin felt a tightness in her chest, like a water-soaked sponge was stuffed in, making it hard for her to breathe. Was it because she as a mother did not do well enough? Was she too partial? This has led her own biological daughter to be willing to sever ties, not even wanting her as a mother anymore. Suddenly, the sound of choked sobs rang out in the living room. Tao Shuqin turned her head and was immediately anxious. Shangxiang, my precious daughter, why are you crying? Xiangxiang saw the self-blame and introspection in Tao Shuqin's eyes, and cried stutteringly, "It's all because of me, that's why my sister transferred her household registration out. Mom, let me leave this family, let me go back to my original family. Maybe if I leave, my sister will be willing to come back." When Tao Shuqin heard Xiangxiang crying and saying she wanted to leave, the bit of self-blame and sympathy for Yuzuwan that had just welled up in her heart was instantly suppressed, and she held Xiangxiang's hand with concern. "Silly child, what nonsense are you saying? This is your home, and I am your mother. Where are you going to go?" Yu Shaozhe rushed over in one quick step. "Shangxiang, don't say such silly things. You will always be my best sister." "Yushi, Shangxiang, can you bear to leave your elder brother and elder sister?" Xiangxiang's eyes were red from crying, tears dropping down. "Of course I can't bear it, but..." Yu Kang looked at her with deep pity. "Shangxiang, your biological father is an abuser and gambler, and although he's in prison now, he hasn't been released yet. And your biological mother is biased towards boys, only caring about your brother. How could she possibly care about you? With such a difficult family, how would you live if you went back there?" Xiangxiang's tears swirled in her eyes. "If my sister could grow up like that, I can too." Tao Shuqin anxiously grabbed her hand. "My precious darling, your sister was used to a hard life from a young age. That's just the kind of life she's lived. But you can't do that. You've had the best of everything since you were little. You've been the pampered princess. How could I bear to see you go back and suffer? Do you still remember? When Yuzuwan, that girl, first came back to the U, she was worried you would be bullied by your biological parents, and agreed not to let you go back, to keep you here. Xiangxiang, just stay in the U, and never again say you want to leave. Hearing that makes mother sad." Xiangxiang's tears fell like broken pearls, as she threw herself into Tao Shuqin's embrace. "Mother." Gu Sihengfeng looked at Xiangxiang's melodramatic performance, his brow furrowed. "Have you finished your heartfelt acting? If you could leave just like Yuzuwan, I might be able to admire you a bit more." Xiangxiang stiffened, curling up in Tao Shuqin's arms and crying even more pitifully, "Mother, I'll leave now. You don't have to keep me." Yu Shaozhe glared, wanting to punch Gu Sihengfeng. "Shut up. Don't talk about Shangxiang like that." Yushi's expression was serious as he also protected his sister. "Shangxiang is my sister, Sihengfeng, what's your attitude?" Gu Sihengfeng snorted. "Well then, let's get back to Yuzuwan. She has completely severed ties with you all. Can you still have a say in her arranged marriage?" Yu Kang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot as he slammed the table hard. "The arranged marriage will of course still stand. I will make her transfer her household registration back properly." Tao Shuqin wore a troubled expression. "How are you going to make her transfer it back? We can't even get through to her on the phone now. The household registration book has also been sent back, with the return address blurry. Where can we find her?" The stack of photos Gu Sihengfeng had brought showed scenes of Yuzuwan going in and out of the Hengfeng clothing store, as well as the store's promotional flyers. Yu Kang looked at them with a burning rage. "I'll make this ungrateful daughter know the consequences of going against her own father. Since the Hengfeng promotional materials say they're officially opening in 10 days, Xiuqi, let's move up the launch of our New Year season by half a month, to coincide with Hengfeng's opening." Yushi was taken aback. "Father, you mean..." Yu Kang, "Suppressing a newly established brand won't be hard for us, will it? I'll make sure Hengfeng goes bankrupt right after they open. Whether Yuzuwan is working there or has been hired as their clothing designer, as long as Hengfeng fails, she won't be able to make a living outside, and won't have any money. She'll have no choice but to meekly come back home." Gu Sihengfeng was alarmed at this, originally wanting to stop them. "Yuzuwan is just a girl, she's finally found a job. no need to completely destroy her. But then he thought, if Hongfeng fails, Yu Ziwen will lose her job and be completely helpless, without even any money. At that time, the only one Yu Ziwen can rely on will be him. Then Yu Ziwen will have to submissively come to him. Gu Si Hongfeng instantly felt a desire, and resolutely did not intervene to stop Yukang anymore. Yushi's expression was stern as he nodded. I understand, father. I'll get right on it. Make sure Hongfeng can't even open. With the powerful Yuanchuan behind them, the Yu clothing brand is one of the top in the industry. Suppressing an unknown small brand will be child's play. Yu Shazhe gritted his teeth, venting his anger. When that dead girl crawls back, I'll definitely make her apologize for transferring the household registration. Beside them, Yuxiangxiang, seeing the Yu people ruthlessly going all out against Yu Ziwen without a trace of pity, a glimpse of smugness flashed in her eyes. Sister, this is your own biological parents and brothers. How loving they are towards you. This is the outcome of you rejecting me before and not listening to me. Yuxiangxiang lowered her gaze to the photos of Yu Ziwen, suddenly noticing something, her expression tightening. Sister, is that a ring she's wearing on her hand? Ring? Tao Shuqin looked over in doubt, and after seeing it clearly, her heart suddenly sank. It is indeed a ring, and worn on her ring finger. What is that dead girl trying to do? A wedding ring is not something to be worn casually, right? Could it be that she? Aunt, Gu Si Hengfeng chimed in at the opportune moment, smiling in a debauched and flippant manner. That's Yu Ziwen deliberately wearing it. She's trying to make me jealous. Tao Shuqin was perplexed. Deliberately wearing it? Gu Si Hengfeng, I recognized a few dry sisters before, and she's unhappy about that. So she's wearing a ring on her hand, wanting me to mistakenly think she's married, to make me jealous as well. Aunt, don't worry, I've completely cut ties with those dry sisters. Tao Shuqin heaved a sigh of relief, so it was just her throwing a tantrum. She almost thought Yu Ziwen had actually married someone else. Yu Shazhe heard this and felt a wave of disdain. This Yu Ziwen, before they had forced her to agree to Gu Qingfeng's pursuit, who would have thought she had actually grown to like Gu Si Hengfeng, even caring about Gu Qingfeng's dry sisters. Yukang assumed the air of the head of the household. Alright, don't worry about the ring or whatever. Xiuqi, the task of suppressing Hengfeng is up to you. You must force that ungrateful daughter to obediently come back. Yushi, yes, father. That morning, Yu Zhiwan was making the final preparations for the grand opening of Hongfeng's store. After all, Jie Jingma had invested a lot of money in her, and she couldn't let him down. When she rented the store, she spent extra money to get a spacious and well-lit shop. Some ready-to-wear clothes had been produced according to the design drafts and were displayed in the store. Among them, there was a special dress, from the fabric to the embroidery, and even the jewelry and diamonds used on the dress, were all under her close supervision. This dress was the centerpiece of the grand opening. Yu Zhiwan was doing the final inspection, and the other employees in the store were also busy in an orderly manner. Suddenly, Hikawei hurried over and said in a low voice, "Boss, have you heard? The Yu family has moved up the release of their new products by half a month, and it coincides with our grand opening, on the same day." Hikawei's expression was one of concern. The Yu family is a well-known brand in the country, and their new product releases are always highly anticipated, as people are very curious about their new offerings. Now that the Yu family's release and Hengfeng's grand opening are on the same day, the public's interest will definitely be drawn to the Yu family, and Hengfeng may be overlooked. What Hikawei could think of, Yu Zhiwan had naturally thought of as well. However, there was no sign of anxiety on her delicate, fair face. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Do you know my relationship with the Yu family? Hikawei paused and nodded. I know. After all, the Yu family is also a prominent family. When they publicly acknowledged the return of the true heiress, they suddenly had an extra daughter. It's just that after the true heiress returned to the Yu family, she didn't seem to be favored much, and the family seemed to dote more on the false heiress. Hikawei's heart sank. Now that the Yu family has moved up the release, it's possible that they did it intentionally, maybe realizing your connection with Hengfeng, and are targeting you. Yu Zhiwan's slender white fingers caressed the luxurious dress, the corners of her vermilion lips curving up slightly, a hint of mockery in her bright eyes. What's meant to happen will happen. Let's just see who ends up stumbling in their own cleverness. Hikawei's heartstrings were struck, and she didn't know why, but this young woman seemed to possess a composure and calmness that belied her age. Perhaps she had experienced too much in the past. However, after hearing Yu Zhiwan's words, Hikawei suddenly realized an important factor. The public's attention on the Yu family's release was mostly because of Wan Yan, as they were eager to see what new creations she had designed. In other words, Wan Yan was the Yu family's biggest draw. But now, Wan Yan had collaborated with Hengfeng and become their chief designer. Without this major pillar, could the Yu family still maintain their former glory? At the Yu family's company headquarters, Yushatsu burst open the door to the CEO's office, excited. "Big brother, do you know who I ran into with Shang Xiang when we went to have lunch just now?" Yushochi lifted his head from a stack of documents and asked, "Who did you run into?" Yushatsu's face was flushed with excitement as he leaned on the desk in front of Yushochi, "The young miss of the Xie family, Xie Yuntang. Xiang Xiang and I went to the restaurant, and we happened to see Xie Yuntang and her friend. We were just a few steps behind them, and we secretly heard Xie Yuntang say, 'Of course I have to go show support for my sister-in-law's clothing brand.'" The sister-in-law Xie Yuntang was referring to must be Shang Xiang. On the day of the new product release, Xie Yuntang is going to come show support for our Yu family. Yushochi was delighted to hear this. "Really?" Yushatsu nodded emphatically. "Of course it's true." Xie Yuntang said sister-in-law and also mentioned a clothing brand, and every detail matches up with our Shang Xiang. Shang Xiang shyly lowered her head, her face blushing as red as fire. She never expected Xie Yuntang to directly call her sister-in-law behind her back. Yushochi said in a deep voice, "Xie Yuntang has often bought clothes from you. She likes Wanyan's designs, but she has never attended our new product releases before. This time she's specifically coming to show support. It's an honor for us. After all, Xie Yuntang comes from an extremely distinguished background. She can be considered the #1 socialite in the capital. Among that group of wealthy heiresses, there is none more beautiful than Xie Yuntang, nor any with a better family background. This kind of noble young miss attending Yu's new product release means that you will bask in her glory. Moreover, Xie Yuntang herself runs an entertainment agency, having promoted many popular stars. She is known as a godmother by many netizens, with millions of Weibo followers. If Xie Yuntang has the female stars under her agency wear Yu's dresses on the red carpet, it will make you even hotter and more sought after." Yushatsu sighed. When Shang Xiang and I were walking behind Xie Yuntang, she didn't see us. When I heard her say sister-in-law, I wanted to go greet her, but Shang Xiang shyly held me back." Shang Xiang stomped her foot, blushing. "Second brother, in that situation, how could I let you go up to her?" Yushatsu teased. "Then Shang Xiang, if Xie Yuntang calls you sister-in-law right to your face at the new product release, what will you do?" Shang Xiang's face turned even redder. "Second brother, you're so mean." Yushatsu burst into laughter. Yushochi chuckled as well. "Don't tease Shang Xiang so much, she's a girl. Her skin is delicate. I'll make good preparations, and welcome Xie Yuntang's arrival then." Time flew, and it was the day of Hongfeng's grand opening, also the day of the Yu family's new product release. At the venue of the Yu family's new product release, the lights were shining brightly, the decor was luxurious. Yushochi had invited all the fashion media reporters to come, first to expand the influence of the Yu brand, and second to suppress Hongfeng, not letting those media outlets cover it. Apart from the media reporters, there were also many of Yu's VIP customers who were invited, mostly wealthy heiresses or high society ladies, dressed elegantly, frequent buyers of Yu's haute couture dresses. In the audience below, the reporters were bustling with their cameras, tightly packed, completely encircling the venue. In a corner, a few reporters were whispering in discussion. Why did the Yu family suddenly move up the new product release by half a month? Who knows, maybe Yu is really confident about this season's new products. To put it bluntly, it's because they have confidence in Wanyan. Perhaps the design genius Wanyan has created another masterpiece. Whoa, then I'm really looking forward to it. I'm also a fan of the design goddess Wanyan. I'm really curious, among all the clothing brands, why does Wanyan only collaborate with you? I know a bit about that. When Yu was going through a downturn in development, it was Shochi who actively sought out Wanyan, and to everyone's surprise, Wanyan directly agreed, not even considering the other big brands, only collaborating with you. TSK, you must have accumulated a lot of good karma in their previous life to get such a good thing to just fall into their laps. Speaking of which, what does Wanyan actually look like? I only know she's a woman. Shoo, the release has started. Quick, stop talking. Normally, it was the brand director of Yu who hosted the new product releases, but this time Shochi personally took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Yu family's new product release event. Today, we will be unveiling our brand new high-end custom series of dresses. After some pleasantries, Shochi introduced the design concept of the dresses, explaining that they were all created by Yu's designers. Then, the staff in uniform attire wheeled out the dress racks one by one. As each dress was presented, the reporters in the audience immediately aimed their cameras at the stage, snapping photo after photo. But before long, some reporters noticed something amiss, and their enthusiasm for photography started to wane. Wait, these designs don't seem to be in Wanyan style at all. I agree, they don't look like it. Just now, Shochi said these are the works of Yu's other designers. Wanyan's designs will definitely be the grand finale. You make a good point, but I'm still anxious. Let's quickly bring out the design genius Wanyan's creations. Even the VIP socialites and matrons in the audience seemed lackluster about the dresses on display. After all, these designs were too standard, without any major flaws, but also nothing eye-catching, failing to really captivate. Seeing the audience's reactions, Shochi became increasingly convinced of how crucial Wanyan is to Yu. After the first batch of new product dresses were shown, Shochi took the stage again. Everyone, the upcoming new products are a bit special. They are the designs of my sister Yu Shangxiang. Shangxiang is an outstanding talent in our Yu design department, and she was even the third-place winner in the new designer competition. I hope Shangxiang's designs can win your love. As the staff wheeled out the dress racks again, the reporters in the audience craned their necks curiously. They of course knew about Yu Shangxiang, the second young miss of the Yu family, the false heiress who had now joined Yu's design department. But what about the true Yu heiress? The VIP socialites also politely looked up, nodding. Not bad, as expected of the Yu family's second young miss, much better looking than the previous batch of dresses. I heard the Yu family's true heiress also studied fashion design, but her skills are probably no match for the second young miss. Not probably, definitely not a match. It's a good thing the Yu family has such a capable second young miss. Their future development is sure to be even better. A young heiress in a red dress nearby rolled her eyes in exasperation. TCH, you all really know how to sweet talk. I don't think the designs of this second young miss are that great either. How can you praise them to the skies like that? The group of socialites who had just praised her felt embarrassed. Qin Mei, your personality is still so straightforward. You're not afraid of offending people with your words. The young heiress called Qin Mei snorted. I know you all too well. You're just praising the second young miss because she's the sister of CEO Yu Shochi, and look down on the true heiress who isn't favored. As for me, I'm here to buy clothes. Of course I'll choose what I like. These mediocre designs on stage don't even compare to a single finger, no, a single toe of Wanyan's. A young lady in a blue dress next to her nodded. Qin Mei may speak bluntly, but she's not wrong. The designs of the second young miss really aren't that impressive. They don't stir any desire in me to buy them. At this time, in the backstage area, Shangxiang had been secretly observing the situation on stage. Hearing the VIP customers speak this way, she couldn't help but feel hurt, her eyes reddening. Second brother, I've tried so hard, but I still can't compare to teacher Wanyan. What should I do? I really want to help relieve the burden on our family. Am I really so useless? Yushatsa also didn't expect the audience to be so unimpressed with Shangxiang's designs. It seems Shangxiang still cannot take on the lead role. Shangxiang, you're actually already very good. Wanyan is so talented, such a genius designer, it's only normal that you can't match up to her. Really, Shangxiang, believe in your second brother. You're already so talented. If it was Yu Jiwan instead, she'd probably be scolded to death by those young misses. They'd really tear her to shreds. Hearing this, Shangxiang's tears turned to smiles. Second brother, I knew you loved Shangxiang the most. Of course, who else would your second brother love if not you? Yushatsa patted her shoulder, then continued watching the situation on stage. In the VIP seating area, a few of the impatient heiresses were already getting restless. President Yu, stop teasing us, we've been sitting here for half an hour already. Hurry and show us Wanyan's designs. That's right. Let us see what new works Wanyan has come up with. I really love Wanyan's Chinese-style designs. If this new collection has any Chinese elements, I'll immediately place an order. Not only those socialites, even the media reporters below were all eagerly anticipating. Of course Yu Shochi wasn't an idiot. He could clearly see that most people were here for Wanyan. The more this was the case, the less he could let the news of Wanyan refusing to continue collaborating with Yu slip out. Otherwise, Yu would suffer a major loss. But Yu Shochi's brows were furrowed, occasionally taking out his phone to check, yet Wanyan still hadn't responded to his messages. At this critical juncture, Yu Shochi gritted his teeth and could only resort to forcing the issue. Please be patient, everyone, Shochi said with a pained expression. I'm very sorry. Teacher Wanyan has been unwell and resting due to illness in recent times, so she did not have the energy to participate in the design of Yu's new collection this season. But please don't worry, Wanyan's condition has improved greatly, and her works will definitely be featured in Yu's next season's new product release. Please look forward to it. What? Wanyan is sick? Only after hearing Shochi say that Wanyan's condition has improved did the audience and the venue collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Whoa, that really scared me. I'm glad it's not a serious illness. Wanyan the design goddess has to recover quickly. I can't wait for her new works. Come to think of it, the relationship between you and Wan Yen must be pretty good. They probably communicate with each other every day. Wait, if Shochi knew long ago that Wan Yen was sick and couldn't design for Yu's new collection, why didn't he say so earlier? If he had, I wouldn't have even bothered coming here today. That's right. An elaborately dressed matron stood up from the VIP seats, her expression displeased. Since this new product release doesn't have any of Wan Yen's designs, President Yu, why didn't you make that clear earlier? You've made me come here for nothing. Another young heiress also complained. Seriously, he should have said so earlier. Isn't this just using Wan Yen's name to lure people here? I came specifically for Wan Yen, and ended up wasting my time here for nothing? The media reporters below were fine. After all, Yu is a major brand in the country. They would still come to Yu's release regardless of whether Wan Yen had new works or not, to cover the news. But those VIP socialites and heiresses were all powerful and wealthy figures. Now that they had come for nothing, of course they felt tricked, voicing their grievances. Shochi, however, was not flustered, already having a counterplan. Please, everyone, calm down. Although we don't have any of Wan Yen's new works today, Xia Yuntang, the young Miss Xia, will be attending our Yu family's new product release. She is our surprise guest. At the mention of Xia Yuntang's name, the disgruntled socialites and heiresses immediately quieted down. Who doesn't know Xia Yuntang? The young Miss Xia, the beloved granddaughter of Mr. and Mrs. Xia, and the own sister of Xie Jingma. Not to mention her beautiful appearance, just her distinguished family background alone is enough for many to rack their brains trying to get close to her. Moreover, Xia Yuntang herself runs an entertainment agency, having promoted many stars, showing her own outstanding capabilities. If Xia Yuntang truly comes today, of course they would seize this rare opportunity to get to know her better. Wow, Miss Xia is really coming? I do know that she often buys Yu's haute couture dresses. To be precise, it's the dresses designed by Wan Yen that she likes. Xia Yuntang is a big fan of Wan Yen's. Wow, Yu has really pulled it off. Being able to invite the young Miss Xia, the Yu family brand will surely be the #1 clothing brand in the country from now on. While the audience was discussing, Shochi quietly went to the side stage to quietly ask Shang Xiang, "How's it going? Has Xia Yuntang arrived yet?" Shang Xiang shook her head. "No, second brother has gone outside to wait." Just then, Yu Shatsa came back, but alone. Yu Shatsa rushed over, anxious like an ant on a hot wok. "Big brother, Xia Yuntang still hasn't come. Could it be she got held up on the way?" Shochi remained calm. "Maybe she'll be here soon, don't worry. How's the situation with Hongfeng?" Mentioning Hongfeng, Yu Shatsa's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he sneered. "Don't worry, big brother. I've had someone keeping an eye on them. Hongfeng is deserted. They only invited 1 or 2 media outlets. Hardly anyone is paying attention. With such a gloomy grand opening, just wait for them to go bankrupt. That dead girl Yu Jiwan, she won't be able to make it at Hongfeng." Shochi nodded in satisfaction, his eyes full of confidence. "Yu Jiwan, however you get your household registration transferred out, just come back obediently and admit your mistakes." But at that moment, a bespectacled reporter in the venue shouted loudly, "Everyone, look! Xia Yuntang just posted a Weibo, recommending a clothing brand." Hearing this, the crowd quickly took out their phones, sure enough seeing Xia Yuntang's Weibo post. She used lots of praising words, with elegant diction and an enthusiastic tone, personally recommending a clothing brand. At first, the audience thought Xia Yuntang was recommending Yu, but upon closer inspection, the brand Xia Yuntang recommended was Hongfeng. Hongfeng? What brand is that? Seems to be a newly established clothing brand. Whoa, Miss Xia really likes Hongfeng a lot. She praised it in over hundreds of words without any repetition. Strange, wasn't Xia Yuntang supposed to come to you? Why is she promoting this small Hongfeng brand? At the side stage, Yu Shatsa had been smugly gloating, thinking that even if Xia Yuntang didn't show up in person, she had at least promoted Yu on Weibo. Later, when Shang Xiang marries Xie Jingma, he would definitely have her treat this cousin-in-law well. But the next moment, hearing everyone discussing Hongfeng, Yu Shatsa's smile instantly froze, his expression changing dramatically. "Big brother, what's going on?" Shochi had already taken out his phone. Seeing that Weibo post, his eyes wide in astonishment and disbelief. This Xia Yuntang, did she post the wrong Weibo? How could she be promoting Hongfeng? However, the most shocking part is yet to come. After Xia Yuntang posted that promotional Weibo, the male and female stars in her company all reposted Xia Yuntang's Weibo. They are all top-tier celebrities with millions of followers, and they all reposted the Weibo at once. The effect can be imagined. Hongfeng's name instantly topped the hot search list. The media reporters and socialites on the scene were all stunned. What the heck? What kind of extraordinary person is this Hongfeng that Miss Xia would help promote like this? This momentum, this lineup, simply amazing. I can't hold back. I want to go check out Hongfeng. Wait a minute. Did you notice, at the end of Xia Yuntang's Weibo, she said she's now at Hongfeng's flagship store?
Didn't Yushochi just say that Xie Yuntang is the surprise guest for Yu's launch event, and she's supposed to come attend Yu's event? How did she end up at Hongfeng? No need to ask, someone must have lied. Xie Yuntang is openly promoting Hangfeng and saying she's at their flagship store. Clearly she doesn't care about you at all. Otherwise, how come she hasn't shown up even after all this time? The VIP matrons could no longer endure, turning to glare at Yushochi. Mr. Yu, you first concealed that there would be no Xiaoyan's design at today's launch, and now you've lied that Miss Xie would come to you, deceiving us again and again. Are you trying to trick us? Playing tricks on your own VIP clients? Is this how you operate? Let's go check out Hongfeng. Since they're not showcasing Xiaoyan's design today, what are we still doing here? As the words fell, many people angrily got up and left. Even the reporters on site couldn't wait anymore, since there was nothing to film with you not showcasing Xiaoyan's design. Seeing this, Yushochi immediately tried to stop them. Please wait, ladies and gentlemen. However, no one listened to him anymore, unstoppable. In no time, the lively venue had become desolate. Only a few staff members were left, looking at each other in bewilderment. How could this happen? Bro, what do we do now? Yushatsu was anxiously floundering. Damn it, why did Xie Yuntang recommend Hongfeng? Yu Xiangxiang's brow was tightly knit, her expression grim. Yushochi's face darkened. Although the launch event ended in a mess, the news of Xiaoyan refusing to continue cooperating with you has not been exposed, and everyone still thinks Xiaoyan is still with you, so you won't suffer any losses. Let's go to Hongfeng too, and give Hongfeng a gift. He has been keeping an eye on Hangfeng these days, and found that some of the clothes displayed in Hangfeng's store clearly have a design style very similar to Xiaoyan's, obviously plagiarized from Xiaoyan. What a huge audacity, to even dare to copy Xiaoyan. He will now go and expose Hangfeng's dirty secrets, to make Hongfeng lose everything. At the Hongfeng flagship store, although many reporters had been invited away by the Yu side, Hikaiwei had used her own connections to invite 2 media outlets, as the news of Xiaoyan becoming Hangfeng's chief designer definitely needed to be officially announced to the public. Inside the store, Xie Yuntang was holding onto the arm of Yu Jiwan, whispering, "Sister-in-law, I took the liberty of promoting Hangfeng on Weibo, please don't mind." Yu Jiwan wasn't being overly polite. Not at all, you're helping me. Xie Yuntang smiled brightly, excitedly hugging Yu Jiwan. Sister-in-law, you're so good. Hongfeng will only get better and better, and you as Hongfeng's boss will make a lot of money. In the distance, Hikaiwei was truly curious. Just what kind of person is the boss, to be able to bring in Xiaoyan as the chief designer, and for the mighty Miss Xie to like her so much, she must be an extraordinary individual. At this moment, the excited security guard rushed in. Boss, Ms. He, there are many luxury cars outside. Seems like distinguished guests. Hikaiwei immediately turned to look outside, and sure enough, saw many luxury cars, with some elegantly dressed socialites and matrons getting out and heading straight for Hongfeng. Then, another excited security guard ran in. Boss, there are many reporters outside. They say they're here to film our opening ceremony. Yu Jiwan instantly understood. Xie Yuntang's promotional Weibo had taken effect. She turned to Hikaiwei, giving her a meaningful look. Hikaiwei nodded, indicating she understood, and then efficiently instructed the store staff to do their jobs. As the reporters arrived, the first thing they noticed was that Hangfeng's store was spacious and bright, the decor very fashionable, the chandeliers, the lounge chairs, all designed in unusual geometric shapes, looking as chic as an international brand, not at all like some small unknown store. The most surprising thing was that, probably because of the opening, Hangfeng was going all out, having set up a small runway stage in the store, allowing models to showcase Hangfeng's clothing with the best lighting and effects, showcasing Hangfeng's designs from all angles. Wow! Wow! The admiring socialites and young ladies were instantly captivated. So unexpected. I initially thought it was some small unknown brand, but it looks so grand and high-end. They even have a runway, much more sophisticated than Yu's display method. Having the models wear the clothes is the best way to fully appreciate the designs. And these clothes, I feel they're really good looking, even better than the new releases from big brands like Yu, totally beyond my expectations. Hangfeng is impressive, no wonder they can get Miss Xie to help promote them, they've got skills. The media reporters were already eagerly raising their cameras, frantically shooting the models and the clothes. As one stunning outfit after another was showcased, everyone watched, enthralled, not the slightest sense of visual fatigue. Each gown, each series, brought delightful surprises and anticipation. Gradually, the final masterpiece came. It was a dress of the utmost elegance and ethereality, like gossamer clouds swirling. The fabric was unique, airy and light as mist,
yet flowing and wispy as clouds, the voluminous skirt embroidered with scattered diamonds, like sprinkled stardust. Most mesmerizing were the faint Chinese-style embroidered patterns on the skirt, woven in silver thread. As the model moved, the skirt gently swayed, the silver embroidery shimmering with a hazy, moonlit glow, as if the dress was wrapped in a layer of moonlight, transcendently ethereal. And the scattered diamonds on the skirt, like crushed galaxy, sparkling and dazzling. It combined the ethereal and the grand in such a stunning manner. In that moment, whether the media reporters on site or the socialite matrons, they were all captivated, stunned into silence for a long while before exclaiming in waves of astonishment. So beautiful. Oh my God, this gown is too gorgeous. I can't bear to look away for even a second. Such a unique style, combining the ethereal and the grand without the slightest incongruence. The design is incredible. Is this also a new release from Hongfeng? So dazzling, so stunning. The just-arrived Yushiochi, Yushatsa, and Yushangxiang happened to witness the showcase of this gown, their gazes instantly drawn to it. Yushiochi immediately felt immense pressure. Hongfeng's design level was too high enough to make him feel threatened. As for Yushangxiang, her eyes were fixated on the gown, truly so beautiful and ethereal that even she wanted to own one. Yushatsa, hearing the lavish praises around him, clenched his fists in anger, his expression darkening. Just earlier at the U launch event, these people had not uttered any such admiring words, but now at Hongfeng, they were showering praises unabashedly. It completely overshadowed Yu's limelight. At this moment, Hikaiwei walked up to the model, loudly introducing to the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hongfeng's opening ceremony. The gown the model is wearing now is our grand finale piece today, named Hongfeng." Hearing this, the crowd immediately expressed their feelings. Such an apt name. A glimpse of Hongfeng, unforgettable. Love at first sight. Wow, the brand name and the dress name are the same. Is it conveying the design philosophy of creating beautiful clothes for customers? Hongfeng is no ordinary brand. This finale piece is more gorgeous than all of Yu's new releases today. Hearing this, the expressions of Yushiochi and Yushatsa darkened even further. The whole launch event that you had painstakingly organized was outshone by just a single Hongfeng gown? The crowd was still immersed in Hongfeng's dazzling presentation. By the way, who is the designer of this gown? Incredible. Must be a design master-level talent. I feel like the design style of this gown seems a bit familiar. You know, I feel the same way. Listening to the discussions around him, Yushiochi inwardly sneered. Of course it's familiar, because it's plagiarized from Xiaoyan. It seems that Yu Jiwan is working at Hongfeng, so she may have designed this gown. If so, then she actually dared to plagiarize Xiaoyan's work. You know, for a designer, the most fatal thing is to be slapped with the label of plagiarism. Not only will it ruin their reputation, but they'll never be able to make it in the industry again. Yushiochi glanced at the distant Yu Jiwan, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if he was looking at a stranger rather than his own sister. He seemed willing to destroy her reputation and everything she has, leaving her with nowhere to go, forced to beg the Yu family and never dare defy them again. Ms. He. Yushiochi stepped forward, his expression harsh. Who is the boss and designer of your Hongfeng? The others finally noticed that the Yu people had actually come to Hongfeng. Hikaiwei saw Yushiochi and her expression immediately turned wary. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Yushiochi lowered his head, straightening his sleeve. "I need to see your Hongfeng boss. I have an important matter to discuss with them." Hikaiwei frowned, about to speak. But beside her, Yu Jiwan raised her hand slightly, stopping her. Yushiochi looked up to see Yu Jiwan step forward after stopping Hikaiwei, her cool gaze sweeping over him, her voice as frosty as ice. "I am the boss of Hongfeng." At these words, Yushiochi froze, his mouth involuntarily agape, his usually composed demeanor completely shattered by the shock. Yushatsa and Yu Shangxiang were even more disbelieving. What? That dead girl Yu Jiwan is actually the boss of Hongfeng? How is that possible? They had always thought Yu Jiwan was just coming to work at Hongfeng, but she's the boss? The surrounding crowd let out exclaims upon hearing Yu Jiwan's declaration. This is the boss of Hongfeng? So young and beautiful. Didn't expect the founder of Hongfeng to be such a young girl, truly accomplished at a young age. You know, her bearing is just different. TSK. Suddenly, a matron muttered in doubt. "I feel like I've seen the Hongfeng boss somewhere before, seems familiar." "Me too. I remember now. Isn't this the true heiress of the Yu family?" "What? Heavens, it really is." This. The gazes of the crowd turned ambiguous. After all, Yu Corporation's main business is in the fashion industry, and now the true heiress of the Yu family has set up her own company, Hongfeng, also a fashion brand. Is she trying to take on the Yu family? Yushiochi snapped out of his shock, his brow furrowing deeply. Impossible.
How can you be the boss of Hongfeng? Where did you get the money to open a store? Yu Zhiwan's gaze at him was light and contemptuous. Where I got the money is none of your business, an unrelated person like you. What nerve do you have? Yu Shatsa immediately stepped forward, displeased. Yu Zhiwan, what kind of attitude is this? He Kaiwei saw this, sternly warning, you two gentlemen, if you don't want to be thrown out by security, mind your tone towards our boss. The store's security immediately trained their eyes on Yu Shochi and Yu Shatsa, as if on the boss's single command, they would instantly expel these two. Yu Shatsa was so angry he almost stomped his feet. Well, when has he ever been treated this way by Yu Zhiwan? Yu Shochi gritted his teeth, temporarily swallowing this humiliation. Fine, Yu Zhiwan, since you are Hangfeng's boss, then I, as the person in charge of Yu Corporation, solemnly notify you that the designs in your store are plagiarizing Xiaoyan. Plagiarizing are you? You must publicly apologize and destroy all your clothes. What? Plagiarizing Xiaoyan? Hearing Yu Shochi's words, the crowd suddenly reacted. Ah, no wonder the Hangfeng design seemed familiar. Turns out they're plagiarizing Xiaoyan. Wow, it's true. The style is really similar to Xiaoyan's. No way, just when I finally found a new brand I really liked, and it turns out to be plagiarism? Disappointing. Seeing the public opinion gradually turning against them, Yu Shochi sneered coldly, then spoke righteously. As everyone knows, Xiaoyan only collaborates with Yu Corporation. She is our contracted designer. Now someone has shamelessly plagiarized Xiaoyan, wanting to ride on her fame as the responsible party. Yu Corporation is duty-bound to seek justice for Xiaoyan. These words were spoken so loftily, the admiring socialite matrons and media reporters all praised him profusely. Yu Corporation is actually so protective of Xiaoyan, truly so righteous. A company with such conscience, rare to find. Yu Shatsa had just barely been prevented from being thrown out by Yu Zhiwan's security, his anger bottled up inside. Now seeing the tide turning, he couldn't wait to see Yu Zhiwan's flustered and disgraced expression. Let's see her act high and mighty now. However, amidst the chaos, Yu Zhiwan stood there, her bearing ethereal, her expression not the slightest bit flustered, still devastatingly elegant. Yu Shochi, if you claim our Hangfeng designs plagiarized Xiaoyan, what evidence do you have? Yu Shochi's tone was arrogant. Evidence? Are you trying to change the subject or stall for time? Let me tell you, the eyes of everyone here are the evidence. All present can see that your designs are too similar to Xiaoyan's style. The crowd present unanimously nodded in agreement, echoing his words. That's true, anyone with eyes can see it. Yes, Xiaoyan's designs have such a distinct personal style, it's not easy for others to imitate. Hangfeng as well, why did you have to plagiarize Xiaoyan? You're courting destruction. Do you know Xiaoyan's status in the design world? Do you know how many people love Xiaoyan? Anyway, I don't like brands that climb up by stepping on Xiaoyan. If Hangfeng doesn't apologize and give an explanation, we'll unite to boycott Hangfeng. Right, boycott this despicable brand. In just a few words, several socialite matrons had already decided to boycott Hangfeng in order to defend Xiaoyan. Hearing these condemnations, a gleam of triumphant confidence flashed in Yu Shochi's eyes. Yu Zhiwan, let's see you turn this around now. Then Hangfeng can just go ahead and go bankrupt. He Kaiwei looked at Yu Zhiwan with worry. Yu Zhiwan glanced at the time on the lady's wrist watch, her red lips curving in a mocking smile as she looked at Yu Shochi, her gaze filled with disdain, as if looking at an ignorant ant. Then, Yu Zhiwan turned to the camera lens, her expression coldly elegant, her voice clear and forceful. Due to the urgency of time, I haven't had the chance to introduce to everyone all of Hangfeng's clothes are designed by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan is our chief designer at Hangfeng. At these words, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck from the 9 heavens, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, not a sound to be heard, with 2 young reporters so shaken they almost dropped their cameras. What the hell? Did they hear that right? Yu Zhiwan said, Hangfeng's designer is Xiaoyan, and the chief designer at that. All the clothes showcased in the store just now were designed by Xiaoyan. Is this for real? In the deathly silence, Yu Shochi suddenly clenched his fists, sneering coldly, preposterous. Yu Zhiwan, do you think fabricating such lies can wash away the stain of plagiarism? Yu Zhiwan looked at him mockingly. Fabricating? I'll tell you now, this is straight from Xiaoyan's own mouth. Xiaoyan's own mouth? Suddenly, a tall reporter in the crowd exclaimed excitedly, Look everyone, Xiaoyan has posted on Weibo. She says she's happily collaborating with Hangfeng. At this, the crowd immediately took out their phones, and sure enough, they saw that Xiaoyan had posted a Weibo just a minute ago, saying she's thrilled to be Hangfeng's chief designer, and that she had ended her collaboration with Yu Corporation a month and a half ago. Even more importantly, Xiaoyan had attached a chat record with Yu Shochi, clearly stating that she had notified them a month and a half ago
that she was ending the collaboration and would never work with them again. Wow, Xiao Yan herself posted on Weibo. Holy shit! The design goddess Xiao Yan herself has declared she's collaborating with Hongfeng and is their chief designer. Goodness, everything Yu Zhiwan just said is true. Xiao Yan herself has confirmed it. So it's not plagiarism. The clothes in the Hongfeng store were originally designed by Xiao Yan. No wonder it has Xiao Yan's signature style, because these are her new creations. Goodness, just what is Hongfeng? To be able to get Xiao Yan on board as their designer. At this moment, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shatze, and Yu Shangxiang were all dumbfounded, staring at Xiao Yan's Weibo post, feeling as if their heads were about to explode. Especially Yu Xiuqi, his trembling hand holding the phone as if he had suffered a great blow. How could this be? How could this be? Xiao Yan is collaborating with Hongfeng, even becoming their chief designer. These past few days, Xiao Yan hadn't been willing to talk to him, to reply to a single message from him, yet she agreed to work with Hongfeng. Xiao Yan has abandoned him, abandoned Yu Corporation. Xiao Yan no longer wants him. Yu Zhiwan had been standing there calmly the entire time. She knew today would be busy with the store opening, so she had scheduled a Weibo post in advance, using Xiao Yan's account to announce to the world that from now on, Xiao Yan would be Hongfeng's chief designer. That Weibo post had been the pre-scheduled one. Yu Zhiwan looked at the distraught, pale-faced Yu Xiuqi, her expression suddenly freezing. She asked flatly, "Now, do you have anything else to say?" At this point, the other people in the store had all figured it out. Wait, everyone look at the last part of Xiao Yan's Weibo. She said she ended the collaboration with Yu Corporation a month and a half ago, and even has the chat record with Yu Xiuqi as proof. But at Yu Corporation's launch event just now, Yu Xiuqi kept claiming Xiao Yan was sick and unwell. That's why she didn't design any new pieces for you. Lying. Clearly a lie. Unbelievable. Yu Xiuqi knowingly lied to all of us about Xiao Yan's situation. This is truly chilling. No, it's outrageous. How dare he curse Xiao Yan's health like that? Humph, Yu Corporation was just using Xiao Yan's name to deceive all of us, putting up a sheep's head to sell dog meat. If Xiao Yan herself hadn't come forward to clarify on Weibo, who knows how long we would have been kept in the dark. Just now, Yu Xiuqi even brazenly claimed Xiao Yan would have new designs in Yu Corporation's next season launch. What shamelessness! The most important thing in business is integrity, and Yu Corporation has so severely damaged their reputation. Despicable and heinous. Since Xiao Yan is no longer with Yu Corporation, I'll never buy their clothes again. Boycott Yu Corporation. The crowd looked at Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shatze, and Yu Shangxiang in the group with indignant eyes, their gaze filled with contempt, even uniting to boycott Yu Corporation. Yu Shatze immediately panicked, cold sweat beading on his back. Brother, what are you doing? Yu Shatze shielded Yu Shangxiang, anxiously looking at the dazed Yu Xiuqi. Yu Xiuqi seemed to not hear the surrounding outrage, still staring fixatedly at Xiao Yan's Weibo post on his phone, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible, impossible." He had always chatted very pleasantly with Xiao Yan before. Xiao Yan's attitude towards him had also been very good. Moreover, when he had initially approached Xiao Yan, she had agreed to collaborate with Yu Corporation right away, never considering other brands, only helping them. He had even thought, perhaps Xiao Yan was attracted to and fond of him, that's why she only helped him, only Yu Corporation. But now, Xiao Yan was ignoring him, yet collaborating with Hongfeng. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't accept it. Impossible. It can't be this way. Yu Xiuqi was almost delirious, immersed in this devastating blow, unresponsive to everything around him. Yu Shatze could only tightly shield him and Yu Shangxiang. Yu Shangxiang looked at the dazzlingly brilliant and successful Yu Zhiwan outside, while she and the rest of the Yu family were being reviled and despised by the crowd. It was not Yu Zhiwan whose reputation was ruined, but them. Yu Shangxiang nearly gritted her teeth in fury, a glint flashing in her eyes as she tearfully rushed towards Yu Zhiwan. "Sister, why did you snatch Xiao Yan from Yu Corporation? You know how important Xiao Yan is to Yu Corporation. Why would you do this to your own family? These past few days you haven't come home. Mom and Dad have fallen ill with worry. Sister, we're a family. Please don't take revenge on Yu Corporation like this. I'm begging you." Yu Shatze immediately pulled her back, sympathetic. Xiang, a disobedient daughter like her, taking revenge on her own family, being unfilial to our parents, she's not worth you begging her like this. Yu Shatze finished, glaring at Yu Zhiwan disapprovingly, snatching Xiao Yan away from Yu Corporation, causing Yu Corporation to fall into crisis, and making him, his elder brother, and Xiangxiang the laughingstock here. This beast, how could she be so cold-blooded, not having an ounce of family sentiment? He's her own brother. The other people in the store looked at this scene, exchanging glances, no one daring to speak up. After all, it's hard for an upright official to adjudicate family matters.
Yu Jiwan is the true heiress of the Yu family, setting up Hongfeng on her own. Is she really just trying to take on Yu Corporation head-on? Is she really trying to take revenge on Yu Corporation, just as Xiang Xiang said?
Yu Jiwan's delicate features took on a sarcastic expression, her lips curving in mockery.
Revenge on you all? Yu Corporation deliberately holding their launch event half a month earlier, wasn't that to target Hongfeng?
At these words, the reporters suddenly had a moment of enlightenment.
Ah,
I've been wondering why Yu Corporation's launch was half a month early. Turns out it was to target Hongfeng.
So it's not Yu Jiwan taking revenge on the Yu family, but the Yu family deliberately suppressing Yu Jiwan?
Unbelievable, Hongfeng is just a newly established brand, yet the mighty Yu Corporation is going to such lengths to undermine it. How outrageous.
Wait, isn't Yu Jiwan the true heiress of the Yu family? Aren't they family?
Amidst the discussions, Yu Jiwan raised her gaze, her eyes clear and piercing, looking directly at the nearest camera lens as she publicly announced,
"Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to make a public announcement.
That is dash.
I, Yu Jiwan, have severed all ties with the Yu family,
and will no longer be the Yu family's daughter. Moreover, I have already transferred my household registration out of the Yu family. From now on I have absolutely no relation to them whatsoever." At these words, the entire venue erupted in an uproar.
Severed ties? Transferred household registration out? No more relations with the Yu family? No longer the Yu family's daughter? My goodness, why is this happening?
I've heard before that the Yu family favors the fake heiress, while the true heiress is not treated well at home. She must have suffered a great injustice to sever ties with her own parents.
It's not just hearsay.
This has long been a well-known fact in high society circles. Almost everyone knows the Yu family dotes on the fake heiress Yu Xiangxiang.
Just now, didn't you see how Yu Shouqi and Yu Shatsa accused Hongfeng of plagiarism, trying to ruin Yu Jiwan's reputation and destroy her? And they did this publicly. Their attitude towards Yu Jiwan was so malicious. Can you imagine how they treat her in private?
For the elder brother to treat his own sister this way, it's probably because the parents didn't teach them right. I'd say Yu Changde and Tao Shujing, as the parents, aren't that great either.
Strange, she's their own daughter, their own sister. How could they bear to do this?
Ah, some families are just like that. Their favoritism knows no bounds.
That fake heiress is quite something, to have the Yu family so obediently under her thumb.
Amidst the buzz of discussions, Yu Shatsa stared blankly at Yu Jiwan, his expression utterly dazed.
How could she publicly sever ties with the Yu family? So resolutely, without any hesitation. Does she really no longer want to return to the Yu family?
Hearing the chorus of criticisms, Yu Shatsa, unusually, did not get angry. He stared at Yu Jiwan with a lost expression, as if seeing her for the first time. As for Yu Xiangxiang, she bit down hard on her lip until it turned white.
"Sister, you really haven't left yourself any room for retreat, have you?"
After making her announcement, Yu Jiwan had no intention of letting the crowd dwell on her private affairs. She raised the corner of her red lips gracefully.
"Today is Hongfeng's grand opening, and we warmly welcome all of you.
In the future, Hongfeng and Xiaoyan will continue to provide even more exceptional designs for everyone."
Hearing this, He Kaiwei gave a signal to the store staff. The excited staff rushed outside, setting off celebratory fireworks and firecrackers. The atmosphere immediately became lively again.
The socialite ladies immediately crowded around Yu Jiwan. "Boss, I want to purchase that headline piece from Hongfeng."
"Me too. I want to be the first to buy it."
Yu Jiwan smiled serenely. "Hongfeng has a global limited edition of 10 pieces. Those interested can sign up for pre-order."
He Kaiwei knew an opportunity had arrived. "Everyone, you can register over here."
In no time, the pre-order list was full.
The young ladies who failed to secure a purchase slot lamented, "Boss Yu, a global limited edition of 10 is too few. Can you make more? I think even 50 pieces wouldn't be too many."
Yu Jiwan's smile remained, but she did not budge. Hongfeng's future direction would be high-end luxury, so this limited edition gown had to be rare and precious.
Moreover, the fabrics and jewelry used were extremely rare and expensive, not suitable for mass production.
Some customers who couldn't get their hands on it immediately signed up for Hongfeng's VIP membership to place custom orders for other styles.
In no time, the staff's order registration was booked up for 2 months ahead. Since design goddess Xiaoyan is collaborating with Hongfeng now, what's the point of me keeping my Yu Corporation membership? I'm just going to cancel it. Count me in too.
I'm quitting my Yu Corporation membership as well.
Everyone look at the news online. Xiaoyan is going to make a public appearance. What?
Where can I see this? It turns out the official Weibo of the Golden Maple Fashion Design Competition had posted a new update. First, congratulations to Hongfeng on their grand opening, and best wishes to Xiaoyan on her collaboration with Hongfeng. Now, with great excitement, we have an announcement to make. Teacher Xiaoyan has registered to participate in this year's Golden Maple Fashion Design Competition. Furthermore, Xiaoyan told our organizing committee last night that she will be making her first public appearance at the competition. Friends who want to catch a glimpse of Xiaoyan's true look, you can start following us now. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it instantly set the entire design circle abuzz, even trending on the hot search list. The socialites and wealthy ladies who adored Xiaoyan's designs were especially thrilled. Finally we'll get to see design goddess Xiaoyan's true appearance. If she can design so many beautiful clothes, Xiaoyan herself must have such refined elegance too, right? Oh yes, boss, you're collaborating with Xiaoyan at Hongfeng. Have you seen her in private? What does she look like? Yu Jiwan lowered her gaze with a light smile. You'll know in 10 days at the Golden Maple Fashion Competition. Standing outside the crowd, Yushatsu looked at Yu Jiwan being surrounded and fawned over, his gaze a mix of complex emotions. Hongfeng's grand opening was a resounding success, while Yu Corporation's new collection launch ended up disastrously. Not only no sales increase, but many customers even left. Taking advantage that no one was paying attention to them, Yushatsu quickly pulled the dazed Yu Shochi and Yu Shangxiang, slipping out of here quietly like scurrying rats. As soon as they stepped out, Yu Shochi received a call from Yu Changda. Shochi, what have you done? Even over the phone, they could feel Yu Changda's towering fury and agitation. Do you know what's going on out there? People are saying we've mistreated Yu Jiwan, saying your mother and I are no good, that we don't care at all for our own daughter. Yu Changda's chest heaved violently as he raged uncontrollably. What did you do? How could you let that ungrateful child Yu Jiwan publicly sever ties with the Yu family in front of everyone, and even make public that she's transferred her household registration? Now, how do you think the outside world sees our Yu family? They're all mocking us, calling your mother and I heartless beasts. Yu Changda's fury was such that even as Yu Shochi held the phone to his ear, Yushatsu and Yu Shangxiang standing beside him could hear the shouts. Yushatsu's brow furrowed tightly, never having seen his father this angry before. The Yu family has now become the laughingstock of the world. On the other end of the line, Yu Changda grew more frantic, and the business. Many VIP customers have called, saying they want to cancel their previous orders. They even want to quit their Yu Corporation memberships. Do you know how much orders and money Yu Corporation has lost? Most importantly, those customers quitting their Yu Corporation memberships have turned around to buy from Hongfeng instead. Hongfeng had just opened, yet already dealt a devastating blow to Yu Corporation. How could this not enrage him? What troubled him the most was Xiaoyan. Why did she have to collaborate with Hongfeng of all places? Here, hearing their father's escalating rage, while their elder brother remained lost in a daze, Yushatsu quickly snatched the phone to respond. Dad, don't worry. Your Shatsu and elder brother will definitely win those customers back from Hongfeng. After placating Yu Changda for a bit, Yushatsu hung up the phone, looking at Yu Shochi with a serious expression. Elder brother, what's wrong with you? You've been so out of it. Yu Shangxiang said worriedly. Elder brother must be devastated by the Xiaoyan situation. Yushatsu knew his elder brother had been particularly attentive towards Xiaoyan over the past 2 years of Yu Corporation's collaboration with her. It was Yu Shochi who had been the one communicating and coordinating with Xiaoyan on everything. Yushatsu took a deep breath, gripping Yu Shochi's shoulders and looking him straight in the eye. Elder brother, pull yourself together. Just because Xiaoyan is collaborating with Hongfeng now, doesn't mean she will keep working with Hongfeng forever. Xiaoyan has always worked with us, she definitely has deeper feelings for us. She's just been misled by Yu Jiwan for now. We have a great chance to lure Xiaoyan back to us. The dazed Yu Shochi suddenly perked up at the mention of winning Xiaoyan back, the desolation and gloom in his eyes flickering with a weak light. Can we really do it? Yushatsu replied firmly, of course we can. Xiaoyan is going to make a public appearance at the Golden Maple Fashion Competition. We'll go to her with sincerity, persuade her to leave Yu Jiwan and Hongfeng, and come back to work with us again. Remembering Xiaoyan's impending public debut, Yu Shochi's gaze gradually sharpened and focused. He didn't believe Yu Jiwan's relationship with Xiaoyan could be deeper than his own. Over the past 2 years, whenever Yu Corporation had any matters, it was he who communicated with Xiaoyan. He even knew the typing habits when Xiaoyan sent messages. In other words, he had the closest relationship with Xiao Yan.
Yu Jiwan was just a latecomer. What does she amount to? Good.
Yu Shouqi's expression finally regained its usual composure, his words carrying more confidence. We'll win Xiao Yan back and make her abandon Hangfeng, giving Yu Jiwan a harsh lesson.
Yu Jiwan wants to compete with him for Xiao Yan? She's dreaming. Hangfeng wants to contend with Yu Corporation? Even more of a dream.
Seeing Yu Shouqi finally regaining his composure, Yu Shatsa heaved a sigh of relief.
That's more like it, elder brother. Pull yourself together. We have a big chance of winning this.
Yu Shangxiang sweetly said, That's right, elder brother. You have the closest relationship with Xiao Yan. As long as you talk to her sincerely, you'll definitely be able to lure her back. Yu Shouqi nodded, no longer lost in despair over Xiao Yan abandoning him. His mind was back in gear as his brow furrowed slightly. Strange, that day Xia Yuntang said of course I have to go support my sister-in-law's brand, but then he ended up going to Hangfeng instead.
Could it be?
Yu Shouqi's heart suddenly dropped.
Could it be that the sister-in-law Xia Yuntang mentioned is referring to Yu Jiwan?
Hearing this, Yu Shatsa's face instantly paled in shock. Yu Xiangxiang's legs even went weak, her mind in utter turmoil as she nearly collapsed to the ground.
Impossible. Yu Shatsa vehemently shook his head. How could that be?
Yu Jiwan, she's not worthy of that. The only one Xie Jingma's wife could be is Xia Yuntang, and there's no way Xie Jingma would look twice at Yu Jiwan.
Moreover, Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma have hardly any interactions, they're practically strangers.
Yu Shatsa suddenly realized something, slapping his hands together.
I understand now.
Xia Yuntang has always admired Xiao Yan's designs. Maybe he heard some private information and knew in advance that Xiao Yan became Hangfeng's chief designer. That's why he detoured to Hangfeng.
Yes, that has to be it.
Yu Shatsa grabbed Yu Xiangxiang's hand.
Xiangxiang, don't worry. Other than being more beautiful, Yu Jiwan has nothing on you.
Xie Jingma is not the kind of man who only cares about looks. He absolutely will not look at Yu Jiwan.
Just relax. The position of the Xie family's young mistress can only be yours.
Yu Shouqi also felt Xie Jingma and Yu Jiwan were practically strangers, pushing down his doubts and nodding.
Shatsa makes sense. Xie Jingma and Yu Jiwan aren't even acquainted, and as for Xia Yuntang, she likes Xiao Yan's designs, so she must have gone to Hangfeng for Xiao Yan.
Xiangxiang, don't worry. Dad, Mom, and your elder brothers will definitely make sure you marry Xie Jingma as you wish. Yu Xiangxiang looked dutiful and understanding.
Elder brothers, I believe in what you say. You are Xiangxiang's best family.
Yu Shouqi patted her shoulder reassuringly, then narrowed his eyes.
As for this Yu Jiwan, where did she get the money to open a store? Most likely it's borrowed or a loan.
Yu Shatsa sneered. No matter how she borrowed the money, once we lure Xiao Yan back, we'll make Hangfeng go bankrupt and collapse.
Then Yu Jiwan will be the one deep in debt and ruin.
At that point, Yu Jiwan will have no choice but to obediently return to the Yu family. Somehow, after hearing Yu Jiwan publicly sever ties with the Yu family, seeing the cold detachment in her eyes, Yu Shatsa felt a tightness in his chest. Previously, the way Yu Jiwan looked at him was filled with affection and longing, but now, it had become so cold. Yu Shatsa didn't know why he felt this tightness, but he knew he wouldn't allow Yu Jiwan to transfer her household registration out.
Nor did he want to hear Yu Jiwan say anything about severing ties again. It was grating to his ears.
He must force Yu Jiwan back to the Yu family, to continue being a Yu family member, to continue being his sister under his guidance. At the Hangfeng store, customers were pouring in, keeping Yu Jiwan too busy to entertain Xia Yuntang.
There was a resting room in the back, stocked with tea and snacks.
Yu Jiwan told Xia Yuntang to go sit there for a while. Knowing Yu Jiwan was occupied, Xia Yuntang didn't cling to her, and bounced off to the resting room.
He Kai Wei came over with the order forms.
Boss, take a look at today's sales situation and our inventory. Yu Jiwan lowered her head to look. Suddenly, an excited male voice called out her name. Yu Jiwan. Yu Jiwan looked up, her brow furrowing. It was Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng had seen the news about Hangfeng and Yu Corporation's launch events online, learning about everything that happened that morning. What surprised him the most was that Yu Jiwan was actually the boss of Hangfeng. Gu Changfeng strode over, looking her up and down.
How did you open this store? Where did you get the money? Who gave you the money?
Yu Jiwan gestured to He Kai Wei, signaling her to go attend to other matters first.
He Kai Wei nodded and left. What's it to you where I got the money?
Yu Jiwan replied flatly, her expression cool and aloof, like freshly fallen snow. You, Gu Chengfeng faltered, remembering that Yu Zhiwan was still resentful about his relationships with those mistresses, so she hadn't been warm to him. Gu Chengfeng grunted uncomfortably, humbling himself for the first time in front of a woman. Alright, I've completely cut ties with those mistresses. You don't need to be jealous anymore. I, the esteemed young Master Gu, have made exceptions for you alone. Shouldn't you be satisfied now? Women asking for too much isn't a good thing. Yu Zhiwan was utterly baffled. This madman, what is he raving about now? Whether you've cut ties or not, what's it to me? Yu Zhiwan took a step back, lest he rant at her. Seeing her distance herself, Gu Chengfeng suppressed his anger. Yu Zhiwan, don't play hard to get. Honestly, you haven't seen me or heard my voice these past few days. You must have been missing me to death, right? Gu Chengfeng hooked his lips wickedly, opening his arms. Come here, let this young master give you a hug, to ease your pining. Yu Zhiwan, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Yu Zhiwan was completely baffled, looking at him like he was a mental deficient. Gu Chengfeng, I'll say it again, we've broken up. We have no relationship whatsoever. Stop bothering me. Hearing the word breakup, Gu Chengfeng became annoyed, his brow furrowing. Yu Zhiwan, a little temper tantrum is just flirting, but too much and it gets irritating. I know you like me, and I'm starting to take an interest in you too. Why are you still making a fuss? Just directly reconcile with me, won't that do? At this, Yu Zhiwan's red lips curved up in a cold smile. Who said I like you? Gu Chengfeng scoffed dismissively, confidently shoving his hands in his pockets. At this point, you're still playing hard to get? If you didn't like me, why did you agree to my pursuit? Out of all the men chasing you, you only agreed to me. Isn't it because you like me? Yu Zhiwan almost forgot about this. Her expression turned indifferent. I did not agree to your pursuit willingly. It was the Yu family forcing me to. They said on the surface it was to promote cooperation between the Gu and Yu families, but in reality, it was because they disliked me interfering with Xiangxiang's marriage prospects. What? Gu Chengfeng's brow furrowed, the carefree air around him disappearing as his body tensed up. What did you say? The Yu family forced you to agree to my pursuit? Yu Zhiwan, yes, if it was up to my own wishes, I would never have agreed to you. The girl's clear, enunciated words struck him one by one, a deafening explosion in Gu Chengfeng's ears, as if a landmine had just blown up, his entire body's blood flow reversing. It took several dozens of seconds before Gu Chengfeng finally found his voice again, his eyes fixed intently on her. I don't believe it, you must be deliberately trying to upset me. Yu Zhiwan's eyes were calm and still as a water pond in moonlight. If you don't believe it, you can go confront the Yu family. Or you can call them now, you'll know the truth with one inquiry. Shut up! Gu Chengfeng suddenly cut her off, his eyes rimmed with a scarlet redness as he clapped his hands over his ears, childishly refusing to listen. I don't believe it. With that, he turned and ran out. Yu Zhiwan, is this young master putting on a drama? After running out, Gu Chengfeng made his way to where he had parked his car. It was high noon, the sun blazing, but Gu Chengfeng paid no heed, standing by the car, panting and with a vacant gaze. While he kept saying he didn't believe it, deep down he knew Yu Zhiwan wouldn't deign to lie to him. Her words kept echoing in his mind. If it was up to my own wishes, I would never have agreed to you. Never would have. It was the Yu family forcing her, not of her own volition. She never liked him at all. From start to finish, she never liked him. Everything had just been his own delusions, his own one-man show. When she said they were breaking up, she meant it for real. It had nothing to do with being jealous of his mistresses. She never even felt jealous for his sake. This heartless woman. Gu Chengfeng was both angry and anguished, his young master temper flaring as he kicked the car door with a bang, only to end up stubbing his toe, crouching down and clutching his foot, tears almost spilling out. Well then, if Yu Zhiwan doesn't like him, he won't like her either. So what's the big deal about her? He's not short of women. Gu Chengfeng angrily pulled out his phone, his finger nearly poking through the screen as he called the mistress named Cece. Come keep me company. Bring a few more people. At the private room in the bar. In the dimly lit, decadent bar, the music was thunderous, with a room full of men and women. Gu Chengfeng sat in the middle of the sofa, a seductively curvaceous, beautiful woman snuggling up on either side of him. The woman to his left was called Cece, clinging to his arm like a wisp of silk. Young Master Gu, have a grape. Gu Chengfeng had been frowning since entering the private room, as if something was troubling him. Hearing this, he responded instinctively, I'll have a green grape. Cece obediently exchanged the grape, bringing it to his lips in a graceful, fragrant gesture. Smelling the green grape, Gu Chengfeng suddenly snapped back to his senses. This was what Yu Zhiwan loved to eat. Before, when he was pursuing Yu Zhiwan for 3 months, he had gained some understanding of her, knowing she loved green grapes, green grape cakes and candies, but he himself didn't like green grapes. Just now, he had instinctively said green grape, all because of that hateful woman Yu Jiwan. Gu Chengfeng's expression turned icy. Never mind, switch to regular grapes. Cece was momentarily taken aback, giving him a puzzled look, but immediately exchanged the grapes, hand-feeding them to Gu Chengfeng. Then she snuggled into Gu Chengfeng's embrace, her slender fingers tracing circles on his chest. Young Master Gu, you haven't been calling on me lately. Gu Chengfeng, I'll be calling on you more from now on. Cece giggled coquettishly, tilting her head up to try and kiss his face. Gu Chengfeng instinctively turned his head, evading her. Cece was stunned again. Young Master Gu. Gu Chengfeng was angered by his own subconscious actions. Yu Jiwan didn't even like him. Why was he still holding a torch for her? What are you spacing out for? Just keep kissing. Gu Chengfeng glanced at Cece. Cece immediately leaned up and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Then Cece started kissing down, inch by inch, intending to reach his lips. However, just as her kiss was about to land on Gu Chengfeng's lips, he suddenly shoved her away, abruptly standing up. Cece fell back onto the sofa, completely bewildered. Young Master Gu, what's wrong? The commotion drew the attention of the other people in the private room, who turned to look over. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth in anger, his fists clenched, a bloodshot glaze in his eyes. Boring, utterly boring. He just felt disgusted, not the slightest bit wanting to continue kissing. What used to be his favorite form of entertainment now held no enjoyment for him, just tedium and dullness. The other people in the room joked teasingly. What's wrong, young Master Gu? Isn't Cece's sweet kiss sweet enough? Then have her kiss you some more. Come on Cece, go in for another kiss. Tisk, could it be Gu Chengfeng is thinking about that woman Yu Jiwan? The moment those words left his mouth, Gu Chengfeng suddenly lifted his gaze, shooting an icy look at the speaker. Get out! All of you, get out! The playful chatter abruptly ceased, the group exchanging glances, unsure why Gu Chengfeng had suddenly lashed out. What's wrong with this young master now? Sensing his foul mood, they quickly stood up and retreated, wisely getting out of his way. The raucous private room fell silent. Gu Chengfeng collapsed back onto the sofa, tilting his head back and covering his eyes wearily with his arm. Yu Jiwan doesn't like him at all. Humph, how laughable. She never liked him, from the very beginning. So what were these past 3 weeks of their relationship then? He refused to believe she hadn't felt the slightest bit of affection for him. He was her first love, after all. Yu Jiwan had even given him a red bean bracelet. Ah, the red bean bracelet. Gu Chengfeng suddenly sat up, carefully retrieving the 18 red beans from his pocket. That day in the private room, when Yu Jiwan had broken the bracelet and broken up with him, he had collected all the scattered beads. Gu Chengfeng narrowed his eyes, taking out his phone to call Wei Chen, asking him to bring over a cord to string the beads. Wei Chen was Gu Chengfeng's good friend, but receiving this random request for a piece of cord, he was utterly puzzled. What the hell does this guy want a damn cord for? Wei Chen hurried over as fast as he could, pushing the door open. I say, Feng Gu, what do you need a cord for? Gu Chengfeng placed the red beans on the coffee table, not even looking up. Just give me the cord. Wei Chen handed it over, clucking his tongue in suspicion. These red beans, they look kind of familiar. Where has he seen them before? Gu Chengfeng took the cord, carefully threading the red beans, but his hand slipped, causing 2 of the beads to fall off, rolling on the floor. Gu Chengfeng panicked, kicking the trash can with a thud, scrambling to pick up one bead, while the other rolled under the sofa. Gu Chengfeng didn't care about the dirt on the floor, getting down on his knees and reaching under the sofa. Wei Chen watched this scene, utterly astounded. What the fuck, is this still the young Master Gu? Has he been possessed by some filthy spirit or something? It's just a measly bead, why make such a big deal out of it? Gu Chengfeng reached under several times before finally retrieving the bead, gently blowing the dust off it, then wiping it clean with a damp cloth, carefully threading it back onto the cord. After stringing all 18 beads, he tied a knot, but it looked a bit sloppy. He undid it and retied it, but it was still unattractive. Gu Chengfeng couldn't be bothered to fuss with it anymore, happily putting the red bean bracelet on his wrist. Wei Chen? Fuck! He remembers now. Isn't this the red bean bracelet that Yu Jiwan broke in the private room that day? When did Feng Gu pick these beads back up? Hey Feng Gu, let me see, is this the red bean bracelet that belonged to Yu Jiwan? Gu Chengfeng hid his hand away. Mind your own business. You worried it'll get ruined or something? He refused to believe that in those 3 weeks of dating, Yu Zhiwan had no feelings for him at all. Perhaps she had already developed feelings for him, but was unaware of it herself. That's right, Yu Zhiwan must have already fallen for him, she just hasn't realized it yet. He will find proof of Yu Zhiwan's hidden affections for him. He will draw out Yu Zhiwan's concealed love, making her fall for him all over again, madly in love with him. At the Hangfeng flagship store, Yu Zhiwan brought some desserts to the resting room for Xia Yuntang. Yuntang, thank you for helping with the promotion today. Xia Yuntang waved his hand casually. I only did a little promotion, but the orders have been pouring in. The customers are willing to spend money because of your abilities, sis-in-law. Getting Shuang Yan as the designer was a masterstroke. And besides, my brother Xie Jingma and Xie Xiaozhu are still overseas on a business trip, so of course I have to come support you, sis-in-law. By the way, they're not coming back until tomorrow, right? Yu Zhiwan nodded. Unless something unexpected happens, that should be the case. A few days ago, Xie Jingma had to go on an overseas business trip to negotiate a multi-billion-dollar project with an overseas partner. But he didn't want to go, wanting to postpone the trip to help her with Hangfeng's grand opening. Yu Zhiwan was absolutely amazed. For a store opening, was it really worth him delaying such an important work commitment? It's like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Furthermore, this was a multi-billion-dollar project, the significance of which was self-evident. Yet Xie Jingma didn't seem to care at all, saying that Hangfeng's opening was more important. Yu Zhiwan almost wanted to kneel before him. Hangfeng is just a new store, not even close to 1/100th of that billion-dollar project. How did he arrive at the conclusion that Hangfeng is more important? Most crucially, this overseas trip had been arranged 2 months ago. Suddenly canceling would be very improper. So Yu Zhiwan firmly pushed Xie Jingma onto the private jet, insisting that he proceed with the scheduled business trip. Yu Zhiwan had considered whether Xie Jingma cared so much about Hangfeng's opening because he had invested in it, afraid she would mess it up and cause him losses. But as soon as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it, because Xie Jingma is not the kind of person who cares about such trivial profits and losses. He must be concerned for her, even guessing that the Yu family might cause trouble, wanting to stand up for her. So he truly is an impeccable 24-carat husband. Even though she is only his nominal wife, he takes care of her in every way. It makes her want to truly marry him. As for why Xie Zhozhou also went abroad, it was actually to participate in a car racing competition. He loves racing cars, which is quite an expensive hobby, but Xie Zhozhou lacks nothing, except money. He has his own racing team and has won several championships. There was a car race happening abroad recently, conveniently located in the same city as Xie Jingma's business trip, so he happily tagged along with his brother. Xia Yuntang lamented, "It's a pity that my brother and Xie Xiaozhu won't get to see the grand opening of Hangfeng today." The moment he said that, a carefree voice chuckled, "Who says we won't get to see it?" Yu Zhiwan was momentarily startled, wondering if she was hallucinating, and turned her head in surprise. There was Xie Zhozhou, leaning cockily against the doorframe of the restroom, holding a trophy in his hand. Seeing them look over, he brought his middle and index fingers to his forehead in a salute, sweeping his hand forward with a suave and unrestrained grin. How flamboyant! Absurdly flamboyant! Yu Zhiwan only glanced at him briefly before shifting her gaze to the side, and sure enough, she saw Xie Jingma. The man was on the phone, seemingly still discussing work, his thin lips occasionally uttering some obscure terminology. With the phone held to his ear, his fingers with their distinct knuckles, the sleeves of his black shirt rolled up slightly to expose the alluring lines of his pale, vein-popping forearm, the sheer sexual magnetism was overwhelming, as if he were gripping a woman's waist rather than a phone. Even as he spoke to the person on the other end of the line, those bewitching peach blossom eyes were fixed intently on Yu Zhiwan, the gaze dark and tinged with an undercurrent of aggression and possessiveness. That aura of invasion and possession, as if he had been parted from her for mere days, his longing crashing over her like a tidal wave, yet also caging her as his prey, wanting to devour her. Yu Zhiwan's heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly as she hastily averted her gaze, unable to maintain eye contact with him, her heart inexplicably warming. He Wei was also present, and it was obvious that Xie Jingma and Xie Zhozhou had come to the store specifically looking for Yu Zhiwan, so He Wei had brought them to the restroom. At this moment, He Wei's heart was in complete turmoil. Xie Jingma. That was Xie Jingma, the powerful and lofty Xie Jingma, whom so many people wish to meet but can't even get an audience with. What exactly is the boss's identity? How is it that even Xie Jingma has come to look for her? He Wei swallowed her startled saliva, trembling as she turned to pour the tea.
Xia Yuntang recovered from his surprise. How come you're back early? Didn't you say you were coming back tomorrow? Xia Zhozhou flashed a smile. Well, I finished the race yesterday. As for our dear brother, he rushed to wrap up the important parts of the project last night, and now the remaining cleanup work has been handed off to the managers and the project team. And why was he so eager to speed things up? Of course it's because he's anxious to come back and see his dear sister-in-law. His words were twisted and sly, sounding both suave and scummy. Yu Shiwan. Xia Yuntang followed along with the twists and turns. Hee, I get it. Yu Shiwan. Xie Jingma had just finished his call, seeing the smiles on Xia Zhozhou and Xia Yuntang's faces. His brows raised slightly as he leaned in close to Yu Shiwan's ear, his voice lowered in self-deprecation. Now I'm in trouble. Everyone knows I'm a doting husband. Where's my face going, Mrs. Xie? Yu Shiwan. What doting husband? Before she could speak, the man sighed softly. Ah well, what's face compared to a wife? Yu Shiwan's cheeks suddenly flushed, her earlobes reddening inexplicably. Hika Wei brought 2 cups of tea, placing them on the small table in the restroom. As she looked up, the corner of her eye caught sight of something silver on Xie Jingma's hand. Upon closer inspection, he was wearing a simple ring on his ring finger. Does that mean Xie Jingma is married? Hika Wei's heart was not just shattered, it was completely pulverized. This is earth-shattering news that would rock the entire internet. Wait a minute, the style of the simple ring on Xie Jingma's hand. These past few days preparing for Hung Feng's opening, Hika Wei had been meeting with Yu Zhiwan frequently, and had noticed the simple ring she was wearing. And the ring on Xie Jingma's hand is exactly the same as the one on Yu Zhiwan's. It's the same wedding ring. This. Hika Wei's heart was not just crumbling, it was about to trigger a volcanic eruption and blow up the entire earth. Yu Zhiwan could see from Hika Wei's expression that she had definitely discovered something. Hika Wei is usually so composed and insightful, but now she was displaying such an incredulous expression, she must have observed something significant. Yu Zhiwan didn't really want to discuss her private matters, but she was worried Xie Jingma would become overly sensitive again, thinking she was ashamed of him. Yu Zhiwan sighed, needing to shield his delicate heart, introducing Hika Wei to the others. This is my friend Xia Yuntang, and this is Xia Zhozhou. You've probably heard of them before. And this, Yu Zhiwan glanced at Xie Jingma, clearing her throat, is Xie Jingma, my husband. He may occasionally come to the store to visit me, so I wanted to let you know in advance. In an instant, Hika Wei's pupils dilated in shock. Did she just hear that correctly? Hika Wei was absolutely stunned, barely managing to compose herself. Okay, boss, I understand. As Hika Wei left the restroom, her legs were trembling, her soul floating. Her boss really is no ordinary person. She's the new wife of Xie Jingma. In the restroom, Xie Jingma's lips curved up slightly, casually unbuttoning a couple buttons of his shirt, his languid and charming peach blossom eyes brimming with amusement as he looked at Yu Zhiwan. Thank you, madam, for giving me that title. Yu Zhiwan, what title or no title? Xia Zhozhou had a coy smile on his face as he signaled to Xia Yuntang. I just arrived at my sister-in-law's store, and I'm not familiar with anything. Could you give me a tour around? The implication was very clear, he wanted to give his brother and sister-in-law some alone time. Xia Yuntang was on the same wavelength, nodding readily. Okay, let's go. I'll show you around. The two of them headed out, chatting. Xia Zhozhou handed his trophy to Xia Yuntang. Here, little Tang, take my trophy to play with. Xia Yuntang examined it for a bit. So you won the championship like this, huh? You didn't crash or get hurt, right? Xia Zhozhou's face darkened. What nonsense are you saying? Of course not. Xia Yuntang sniffed haughtily. That's because the good luck charm I got for you worked. Xia Zhozhou, it's because my skills are superior. Xia Yuntang, with your lousy skills, don't even try to brag. Sigh, you really should have been beaten up when you were younger, then you wouldn't be rebelling all the time as an adult. Xia Zhozhou? Xiaotang, how many times do I have to tell you to call me big brother? Don't think I won't dare to hit you. Xia Yuntang was also disgruntled. After all, they were twins, how come this guy grew so much taller than her? The two continued bickering and squabbling as they left the restroom, even remembering to close the door behind them. Yu Zhiwan observed their interaction, finding it quite amusing. Car racing is indeed a dangerous sport, but Xia Zhozhou enjoys it, and while Xia Yuntang mocks his skills, she actually got him a good luck charm, clearly caring about him deeply. And Xia Zhozhou, he just handed his championship trophy over to Xia Yuntang, letting her play with it. No wonder they are twins, they are naturally very close. Yu Zhiwan asked Xie Jingma with interest, did they often bicker like this even when they were little? Xie Jingma hummed in affirmation, his gaze carefully studying her. It's only been 2 days, how come she seems to have lost some weight?
He'll have to properly fatten her up again. Yu Zhiwan's eyes darted around thoughtfully. Then I guess Yuntang must have won most of their bickering matches, right? Xie Jingma, more or less. Yu Zhiwan, well, As she was speaking, the man suddenly leaned in, the distance between them rapidly closing, close enough that a slight dip of the head could lead to a kiss. Yu Zhiwan's heart raced. What are you doing? The man looked at her with a half-smile. Zhiwan is so concerned about them, why don't you ask me about my own matters? The proximity was too close, his faint breath brushing against her, and Yu Zhiwan felt her skin shiver, a tingle down her spine. She couldn't help but retreat, trying to create some distance. What is there to ask about you? Xie Jingma almost laughed in exasperation. As she took a step back, he matched it with a step forward, his entire being exuding an alluring, invasive aura, his peach blossom eyes glinting with lazy amusement. What's there to ask about? You could ask, for example, if your husband had any crushes in school. Or you could ask, if your husband's first kiss is still around. Or even, what the most sensitive part of your husband's body is. Yu Zhiwan? What does he mean by the most sensitive part of his body? Is this something that can be said in broad daylight? Since the madam is too shy to ask, then let me just tell you myself. The man lazily raised his brows, the trailing end of his words drawling in a half-smile. As for the first kiss, well, that's still around. And as for the most sensitive part of my body, he caught Yu Zhiwan's hand, as if wanting to guide her to touch it. Yu Zhiwan's eyelid twitched, quickly retracting her hand. No need for that. The most sensitive part of his body, where else could it be besides there? She had no desire to touch it. Wait, she had already retreated all the way to the door, her back pressed against it, yet he kept advancing step by step, closing the distance until he towered over her. Enveloped by his tall, imposing figure, the pleasing woody scent of his cologne wafting into her nostrils, Yu Zhiwan's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and she nervously licked her lips. You should back off a bit. The girl's delicate tongue, gently swiping across her plump, rosy lips, leaving a glistening sheen, and Xie Jingma's gaze instantly darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. He stared at her intently, his deep, magnetic voice carrying a sensual rasp. I brought you a little gift, haven't given it to you yet. Yu Zhiwan was surprised. Ha! He rushed back from his business trip and still got her a gift? But he had tried to shorten his schedule to just 2 days, so he must have been working non-stop. Yet, in the midst of all that, he still remembered to get her a gift. Yu Zhiwan's heart softened. In the past, whether at her adoptive parents' home or the Yu family, no one had ever placed her so highly in their thoughts. Take a look, see if you like it. The man fished out a black velvet round box from his trouser pocket. Opening the lid revealed a pair of exquisite pearl earrings. They were elegantly set with sparkling diamonds, arranged in the shape of butterfly wings, vibrant and youthful. Just the right style for a girl of her age. While he called it a small gift, the luster of the pearls and the quality of the diamonds clearly indicated it was quite valuable. Yu Zhiwan's delicate lashes fluttered. How come, you suddenly thought to give me a gift? The man tilted his head casually, his tone matter-of-fact. Isn't giving a gift to one's own wife the proper thing to do? Do you like it? Shall I put them on you? Yu Zhiwan's heart seemed to flutter, a tremor of emotion. Looking at the man with her glistening, shimmering gaze, she nodded. I like them. I really like them. For some reason, she also wanted to give him a gift to reciprocate his kindness. The lighting in the restroom was a bit dim. Xie Jingma leaned in closer, gently pinching the girl's delicate, pearly earlobe as he carefully put the earrings on her. Yu Zhiwan was not typically a ticklish person, but at this moment, the skin he touched felt suddenly heated, an inexplicable tingling sensation that made her insides quiver, her heart contracting slightly. Just as Xie Jingma finished putting on the earrings, Yu Zhiwan's phone on the table dinged with a notification. Instinctively, she turned her head to look, but in the dim lighting, with Xie Jingma so close to her while putting on the earrings, as she turned, her cheek brushed lightly against his lips. Yu Zhiwan froze in surprise. Xie Jingma was also momentarily stunned. The soft, sweet sensation lingered, making his pupils constrict, his breathing halting for a few seconds. He slowly stood up straight, his throat tightening, but the corner of his lips curled up in a lazy, sensual smile. Now the first kiss is no longer intact. It's been taken by the madam. Pausing, the man's peach blossom eyes crinkled in amusement, gloating proudly and delightedly. Wow, Zhiwan, now you'll have to take responsibility for me. Yu Zhiwan had been in shock, but hearing his words, she suddenly widened her eyes, all embarrassment forgotten. What responsibility?
That doesn't count as a first kiss, the man asked leisurely, and why not? Yu Jiwan blurted out, flustered, I just brushed my cheek against your lips. It's not like I actually kissed your lips. Only a real kiss on the lips counts as a first kiss, okay? Xie Jingma languidly raised a brow, letting out a soft "oh." His gaze slowly lowered, settling on the girl's rosy, glistening lips, his eyes smoldering with deep, dark desire. Then a kiss here would count as the first kiss, Yu Jiwan's heart suddenly constricted, her back tensing up. The man's gaze remained fixed on her lips, so ambiguous, making her heart race and her cheeks flush. Was he going to? Before she could even complete the thought, the man suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Yu Jiwan held her breath, her eyes wide open, her delicate back pressed against the door, her shimmering gaze trembling. The man's handsome, enchanting face gradually loomed closer, and Yu Jiwan couldn't help but tighten her fists. In the next moment, he turned his head, not actually kissing her, his prominent nose gently nuzzling her soft cheek, with an almost coquettish air. As if restraining himself to the utmost, his voice raspy and hoarse, unbelievably seductive. Baby, don't be nervous. I was just teasing you. Yu Jiwan exhaled sharply, her palms starting to perspire, her heartbeat racing so fast it felt like it would jump out of her throat, her legs weakening, not knowing if it was from nerves or his provocation. Was he doing this on purpose? This scoundrel. Wait a minute, what did you call me? Yu Jiwan belatedly realized the term of endearment he had used was off. The man's sultry, peach blossom eyes, the corners slightly flushed, irresistibly alluring. Baby, is that not allowed? Yu Jiwan's heart skipped a beat, her just calmed heartbeat quickening again. That's a bit strange of a nickname. Xie Jingma, how so? Yu Jiwan didn't respond, walking over to the table to pick up her phone. Watching her, Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes suddenly narrowed, his expression dangerously ambiguous. When the madam was with Gu Chengfeng before, what nicknames did you two use for each other? Another bizarre question. Yu Jiwan glanced at him, her cheeks puffing slightly. I didn't really like him, so we just called each other by our full names directly. Pausing, she grew a bit curious. By the way, have you had any previous relationships? What did you call your girlfriends? Me? Xie Jingma lazily raised a brow. Baby, you've already taken my first kiss, so do you think I've had any relationships before? Yu Jiwan, what's with this new nickname he's calling her? As for just now, that can hardly be considered a first kiss. Yu Jiwan didn't want to dwell on it anymore, looking down at the message on her phone. But the man was lazily leaning against the table, one hand in his pocket, shamelessly pushing his luck. Whose message made Jiwan take advantage of me in broad daylight? Yu Jiwan? She was embarrassed. I didn't take advantage of you. It was all because of her stupid phone. If her phone hadn't rung, she wouldn't have turned her head to look. If she hadn't turned her head, her cheek wouldn't have brushed against his lips. Yu Jiwan pouted, irritably tapping on the phone screen, only to get even angrier when she saw the content. It's just a spam message. Damn that spam message, it's the root of all this trouble. The grand opening of Hangfeng today had seen great business results, and Yu Jiwan wanted to take the staff out for a treat. But with Xie Jingma, Xie Yuntang, and Xie Zhozhou still around, it didn't feel appropriate, so she just transferred the money to Hikawei, telling her to take the staff out for dinner and let them enjoy themselves however they want. Wow! Thank you, boss. Boss, I love you. The employees cheered excitedly, Hikawei smiling. Okay boss, I'll take them out. Yu Jiwan gave them a few more instructions, then left the store, going to have dinner with Xie Jingma, Xie Yuntang, and Xie Zhozhou. They found a nearby restaurant to eat at. After dinner, Xie Zhozhou wore a bright smile. Brother, Xiao Tang, and I will leave you and sister-in-law alone now. Xie Jingma nodded, regarding him with some approval. At least you're sensible. Yu Jiwan, what is he talking about? After the Xie siblings left, Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma took a leisurely stroll along the street. As they were walking, they suddenly heard the sound of a puppy barking nearby. It was just getting dark, the streetlights were on, and under the light they could see a yellow puppy lying in the bushes by the side of the road. Not very big, its fur a bit dirty, it was likely a stray. The puppy was well behaved, not biting, and started wagging its tail when it saw them. Xie Jingma glanced at it briefly, then turned his attention back to Yu Jiwan. But he noticed she was staring intently at the puppy, her gaze soft and endeared, seemingly liking it very much. Xie Jingma took her hand. Do you like it? Want to take it home and adopt it? As soon as he said that, Xie Jingma keenly observed the girl suddenly stiffen, her face paling slightly. She quickly averted her eyes from the puppy, almost evasively. No need to adopt it. She repeated no need twice, her tone stiff, hurriedly walking on. Don't look anymore, let's just go home. Watching her back, Xie Jingma's eyes narrowed slightly. Her emotions were off, it seemed, like she was afraid. But not just afraid. What was going on? On the way home, Xie Jingma kept observing Yu Jiwan's mood the whole time.
Although she tried to act nonchalant, he could still tell, and it took her nearly 20 minutes for her emotions to truly settle down.
Back at Lanchi Garden,
Xie Jingma leaned in to unbuckle her seatbelt, casually saying, "I have something to take care of at the office, you can rest at home first."
Yu Jiwan was surprised. "This late and you're still going back to the office? What are you busy with?"
The man chuckled softly, his voice sensual.
"Does my baby not want me to go?"
"Yu Jiwan, you should hurry up and go right now." Seeing this, the man shook his head, wearing an expression like a wronged husband looking at a faithless wife, sighing, "Not only did you take advantage, but you're also being mean to me." Yu Jiwan was dumbfounded for a moment, her expression freezing.
When did she ever act mean to him? And how many times does he need to bring up that taking advantage thing?
Yu Jiwan got out of the car, looking at him through the window, her small face sternly serious.
"Xie Jingma, you're sleeping on the sofa tonight." "Xie Jingma, question mark. Yu Jiwan's face was expressionless.
"That's what I call being mean to you." Without looking back, she turned and headed to the living room. Xie Jingma raised a brow, his Adam's apple bobbing as he chuckled lowly, lazily calling out after her retreating back, "Jiwan was really mean just now."
Yu Jiwan couldn't help but tilt her chin up proudly, still not looking back. But the next moment, and it was so cute.
Yu Jiwan stumbled slightly, almost tripping. She turned back to glare at him fiercely. Xie Jingma, having been glared at by his wife, started the car, content, and drove off. Her showing more of a temper in front of him was a good thing.
Yu Jiwan thought Xie Jingma was just going back to the office to work late. However, after driving out of Lanchi Garden, Xie Jingma turned onto a different road, not the one leading to the office.
A while ago, Yu Jiwan's aunt's daughter had fallen ill and undergone surgery. Last week, when she was discharged from the hospital after recovering, Xie Jingma had accompanied Yu Jiwan to visit the aunt's family. Now, the car was headed in the direction of the aunt's home. When they arrived, Su Yingzi heard the doorbell and opened the door to see Xie Jingma, her face immediately lighting up with joy.
"Jingma, you're here. Come in and have a seat." Su Yingzi looked behind him.
Xie Jingma, with his refined bearing, said, "Auntie, Jiwan didn't come with me.
I apologize for the late visit, but it's about Jiwan, and I couldn't wait until tomorrow to come." Su Yingzi grew anxious. "About Jiwan? Did something happen to her?" Xie Jingma assured her, "No, Jiwan is fine.
But earlier tonight, when we were taking a walk, we came across a stray puppy." After leaving the aunt's house, Xie Jingma sat in the car, his brow furrowed with a deep, malicious aura. He had just learned that in her childhood at her adoptive parents' home, Yu Jiwan had experienced such a traumatic event. No wonder when he had asked her about adopting the puppy, he had seen that fearful look in her eyes.
Xie Jingma closed his eyes.
An 8-year-old girl, the little dog she had considered a friend, brutally slaughtered by her abusive foster father, and then forced to eat its flesh. At that age, she must have felt so hopeless, so helpless. When he reopened his eyes, the man's aura had turned icy and merciless, his brow and eyes exuding an arctic chill. He had never regretted not meeting her sooner, so he could have saved her from that sea of suffering. That despicable foster father, that scum named Song Jiping, being merely imprisoned was far too kind of fate for him.
Xie Jingma took out his phone, his expression darkening as he made a call.
That very night, Song Jiping was specially taken care of by the other inmates in the prison, brutally beaten within an inch of his life. The terrified Song Jiping didn't know who he had angered, but that group of inmates wouldn't let him off, continuing to take care of him from time to time.
At Lanchi Garden, after taking a bath, Yu Jiwan went to the study.
This was the study Xie Jingma had specially arranged for her, right next to the master bedroom, bright and clean, suitable for her to draw design sketches or do other things. As soon as she sat down at the desk, her phone started ringing several times, all private messages from Yu Xuanqi to Xuanyan.
"Xuanyan teacher, why are you cooperating with Hengfeng?
Someone like Yu Jiwan doesn't deserve it. She even cut ties with her own parents. She's just an ungrateful, unfilial thing. Xuanyan teacher, please pay attention to me. I can't live without you.
I really need you. As long as you're willing to pay attention to me, I'll do anything you ask." Yu Jiwan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. How melodramatic.
In 10 days, it would be the Gold Flower fashion competition, and she would publicly expose Xuanyan's identity, making the Yu family completely despair. Yu Xuanqi kept spamming messages, and Yu Jiwan, finding it annoying, directly blocked him and exited the Xuanyan Weibo account. Right now, her mind was on Xie Jingma. She wanted to give Xie Jingma a gift, to thank him for taking care of her.
But what should she give him? Yu Jiwan was tormented with indecision, wishing she could bang her head on the desk.
Suddenly, an idea occurred to her. Why not design a piece of clothing for him? His figure was so good, he was practically a natural clothing rack. If he did the uniform seduction thing, he'd surely make people swoon. But she generally only designed women's wear, never having properly designed menswear before. The outside world also knew that Xuanyan had never designed menswear. Yu Jiwan propped her chin on one hand, tapping the pen against her jaw. Thinking carefully, this would be the first time she officially designed menswear, and it would be a gift for Xie Jingma. Such a gift would be so meaningful. No other man would have it, only Xie Jingma would be the exclusive one. Yu Jiwan's eyes brightened. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Alright then, she would design a piece of clothing for him by hand. After the design was finished, she would of course have to get it made, but she didn't know Xie Jingma's measurements yet. Yu Jiwan got up, her slippers clacking as she hurried into the wardrobe, rummaging through Xie Jingma's shirts. To her dismay, they were all custom-made, without any size labels. She flipped through his pants, still no size labels. Yu Jiwan pouted, not giving up, continuing to rummage, but accidentally touched his underwear. Yu Jiwan's scalp tingled, her fingers recoiling as if burned, immediately pulling back. Her earlobes were blushing bright red. She suddenly realized that secretly rummaging through Xie Jingma's clothes was like the behavior of a pervert. Unlucky her, the sound of a car engine starting up in the garden outside reached her ears. It was Xie Jingma coming back. Yu Jiwan felt guilty, quickly putting his clothes back in order, then hurriedly scuttling back to the study, sitting at the desk and pretending to be engrossed in sketching designs. When Xie Jingma passed by the study, he saw the door was open and raised a brow in surprise. So late, and the missus is still busy? Yu Jiwan, feeling very guilty, didn't dare to look up. I still have some things to do, you can go to sleep first. Xie Jingma, was he supposed to just wait alone? Don't work too late, get some rest soon. Yu Jiwan pretended to be writing diligently. I know. Xie Jingma noticed she kept her head down, and couldn't help furrowing his brow. Was it because of the puppy by the roadside, reminding her of the hardships from her childhood? Was she feeling sad because of her childhood experiences? She wouldn't even raise her head, seemingly unwilling to let him see her expression, unwilling to reveal her sadness in front of him. But it was fine, all her vulnerabilities could be shown to him. It was truly okay. Seeing the girl's slender, frail figure, Xie Jingma walked over, tenderly ruffling her hair. Jiwan, it's alright. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. Was secretly touching his underwear also okay? Xie Jingma bent down, embracing the girl's shoulders and pulling her into a hug. Be good, don't think too much. Yu Jiwan, how could she not think too much? She really felt that her earlier behavior of secretly touching his underwear was like that of a pervert. Xie Jingma gently nuzzled the top of the girl's head, his tone full of tenderness. Don't be alone, I'll keep you company, okay? Yu Jiwan blinked her lashes, sensing something amiss. She looked up, and found the man gazing at her, his peach blossom eyes filled with affectionate adoration, like an enchanting demonic creature. Wait, she just secretly touched his underwear a little, why was he looking at her with such eyes? Yu Jiwan was utterly perplexed, scratching her head in confusion. Well, I'm done with my work, you don't need to keep me company, let's just go back and sleep. Xie Jingma thought she was just putting on a brave front, and his gaze grew even more tenderly solicitous. Okay, I'll do as you say. Yu Jiwan, ? Whatever, she was just a pervert then. It was mainly because she wanted to check his clothing sizes, in order to design something for him. The next morning, Yu Jiwan went to Hongfeng. As she approached the store entrance, she suddenly collided with a fashionably dressed, well-maintained middle-aged woman coming out of the store. Yu Jiwan's steps abruptly halted, her pupils contracting sharply. This middle-aged woman. She looked so much like Xie Jingma's mother. Previously, when she had visited the old manor with Xie Jingma, she had seen photos of his family, and knew what his parents looked like. But Xie Jingma had said his parents had passed away long ago, when he was still a child. Yet, this woman had just walked out of the store, and Yu Jiwan was horrified to turn her head and see, the resemblance was truly uncanny. Exactly the same. In broad daylight, Yu Jiwan suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine, her whole body growing cold. Flustered, she frantically pulled out her phone to call Xie Jingma. After dialing the phone, Yu Jiwan gradually calmed down, staring at the gradually retreating figure of the middle-aged woman. Perhaps it was just a similar appearance? The middle-aged woman was well-maintained, with a few faint wrinkles on her face, her features resembling Xie Jingma's mother. But maybe it was just a simple resemblance in appearance? Yu Jiwan had not forgotten that Xie Jingma's parents' passing was an unspeakable matter for the Xie family. There must be something about it that could not be known to outsiders. Calling Xie Jingma about this now might not be appropriate. Thinking about this, Yu Zhiwan was about to hang up, but the moment she dialed, the call was picked up immediately. How rare, Mrs. Xie is the one calling me for a change. The man's low, magnetic voice was tinged with obvious playfulness and teasing. I should get a little notebook to record this. Yu Zhiwan was immediately flustered. He was really too much, always obsessing over that little notebook, jotting down nonsense all day long. The man lazily chuckled. Go ahead and scold me in your heart, but don't forget to tell me what you need your husband for. Yu Zhiwan. There was no scolding, but if she asked directly, Yu Zhiwan felt conflicted. She bit her red lips, puffing out her cheeks, hesitating for several seconds before speaking. I just ran into someone at the Hongfeng entrance. It was a middle-aged woman, and her appearance resembled your mother's a bit. As soon as she said this, the line fell silent. When the man spoke again, the lazy amusement was gone from his voice, his tone strangely placid. Just someone with a similar appearance, nothing unusual. Yu Zhiwan was still standing at the store entrance, head bowed, lightly kicking the ground with her toes. She wasn't stupid, of course she could sense the change in Xie Jingma's mood. Clearly, his parents' matter was not something an outsider like her could know about. Yu Zhiwan didn't want to probe into his painful past, so she didn't ask further, saying, now that I think about it, it's probably just someone with a similar appearance. She naturally changed the subject. By the way, I wanted to ask, when is your birthday? Has it already passed this year? Xie Jingma was surprised. My birthday? Yes, if it hasn't passed yet, I'd like to prepare a birthday gift for you in advance. In exchange, I can also tell you my own birthday. The man chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Isn't the missus's birthday on December 15th? Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. How did you know? There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line before the man's nonchalant voice came through. I looked at your ID card the day we registered our marriage. Yu Zhiwan was amazed. He was quite attentive. She hadn't even thought to check his ID. December 15th. The man's voice held a smile, a deeper meaning. A good day. Upon hearing this, the corners of Yu Zhiwan's mouth curved upwards, her delicate, painted brows and eyes brimming with a cheerful radiance. Of course it's a good day, it's your company's lucky day, which also happens to be December 15th. Speaking of which, that lucky day had caused quite a stir back then. According to the rumors, it was Xie Jingma himself who had drawn the lottery, selecting December 15th out of the 365 days of the year. Then on that day, all the employees of the Xie Group were given a paid holiday. And at exactly 12 a.m. on December 15th, a grand fireworks show was held, wishing a happy birthday to those whose birthday fell on that day. Xie Group's lucky day had started a few years ago. Yu Zhiwan really liked this lucky day, because she could bask in a little birthday blessing. In the past, at her adoptive parents' home, she had never celebrated her own birthday, only getting to watch as a cake was bought for her younger brother's birthday, with none for her. Later, when she returned to the Yu family, she and Yu Shangxiang shared the same birthday. The Yu family would enthusiastically organize birthday dinners every time, but it was always for celebrating Yu Shangxiang's birthday. The birthday princess of the party was always Yu Shangxiang, while she just stood in the corner, neglected and ignored. Heaven knows how much Yu Zhiwan envied Yu Shangxiang back then. No one had ever cherished her, nor had anyone ever celebrated her birthday. She had even heard that the Jianin temple in the suburbs was very auspicious, and had once prayed to the deities, asking if they could bless her just a little bit, that would be enough to make her content. She didn't know if she had received the deities' blessings. She only knew that later, at one of Xie Group's events, Xie Jingma had drawn the lucky day of December 15th. On the stroke of midnight on that December 15th, a grand fireworks display was held, and the fireworks formed the words, "Happy birthday to those born on December 15th. Watching the citywide fireworks, the endless blooming flowers in the sky, Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but feel her eyes grow moist. Even if it was just a coincidence, she had received a kind birthday greeting. She knew these fireworks were not specifically for her, but she had secretly managed to snag a birthday blessing. Thereafter, every December 15th, she eagerly anticipated this midnight fireworks display. It was like a ritual, snatching a birthday blessing that was her own. For a long time, she had felt that her very birth was an original sin. Her birth was a misfortune, a hardship, and even December 15th was shrouded in gloom. But after Xie Jingma had drawn the lucky December 15th, she gradually felt that her birthday was no longer so gloomy, as if it was something worth looking forward to, imbued with a sense of good fortune. Xie Jingma, I'm really curious. Yu Zhiwan's curled lashes blinked, her face youthfully bright and beautiful. How did you happen to draw December 15th out of 365 days? The probability of that was simply minuscule. The man lowered his gaze, chuckling lazily, probably just good luck. Hearing this, Yu Zhiwan's eyes curved into crescents, her gaze radiant and alluring, her brows and eyes crinkling with a smile. Then I hope your luck stays this good forever. After hanging up the phone, Yu Zhiwan stepped into the store. Hashao Weibo had seen her on the phone outside, laughing, and she asked with a smile, "Boss, who are you talking to on the phone? You look so happy." Yu Zhiwan paused, raising her delicate white fingers to touch her face, still unable to wipe the unconscious smile from her lips. It was only now that she belatedly realized. In front of Xie Jingma, she had been so carefree and vivid, even able to indulge in little tantrums without needing to suppress herself. In the past, at her adoptive parents' home, in the Yu family, she had been obedient and accommodating, belittled and disliked, timid and meek. Oh no! Yu Zhiwan furrowed her brow in self-reproach, her small face scrunching up. She was finding Xie Jingma more and more agreeable. If she ended up regretting it a year from now when they divorced, what would she do? Yu Zhiwan discussed with Hashao Weibo that in addition to the offline physical store, they should also open an official flagship store online. Online shopping was an important sales channel that couldn't be neglected. Around noon, Yu Zhiwan had a simple lunch at the store. In the afternoon, she had 2 classes at the school, so she headed over there. As soon as she walked out of the school gates after her classes, she received a call from Hashao Weibo. "Boss, there's a strange customer at the store who says he wants to buy all the clothes in the store." Yu Zhiwan was first surprised, then she cautiously asked, "Such a big purchase? Buying all the clothes in the store would cost a substantial amount of money." There were many customers in the store, and it was a bit noisy, so Hashao Weibo moved to a quieter area. That male customer said he wants to meet the boss of Hongfeng before he places the order. Yu Zhiwan was suspicious. "Meet me? Who?" "Hashao Weibo, I asked just now. He said his surname is Gu, and his name is Gu Chengfeng." Yu Zhiwan, this lunatic. What nonsense is he up to now? She had already broken up with him and made it clear that she had only agreed to his pursuit out of necessity back then. So why is he here again? And on the day they broke up at the billiards hall, didn't Gu Chengfeng say he was just playing around with her? Now, what is this supposed to be? Spending so much money to buy all the clothes in the store, just to see her once? Yu Zhiwan's attitude turned cold. "Tell him I won't see him." Hashao Weibo, being more experienced, could tell from Yu Zhiwan's tone that this was not a simple matter. She lowered her voice. "That customer said that if you don't see him, he'll just wait in the store until you're willing to meet him." Yu Zhiwan's eyes flashed with disdain. "Then have the security guards throw him out. Don't let him disrupt the store's business." Hashao Weibo, "Okay, I'll call the security right away." At the Hongfeng store, Gu Chengfeng was forcefully removed by the security guards in broad daylight, losing face completely. He was so enraged that he felt his lungs were about to explode. When had a young master like him ever suffered such humiliation? This Yu Zhiwan, she was just bullying him because she knew he liked her, wasn't she? In a fit of anger, Gu Chengfeng rushed over to the Yu Group's headquarters, disregarding his assistant's attempts to stop him, and barged into the CEO's office. But as soon as he entered, the pungent smell of alcohol hit him. Gu Chengfeng waved his hand in front of his nose, frowning as he looked around. The office was in complete disarray, littered with empty alcohol bottles. Yu Shochi was sitting in the chair, dazed and disoriented, his eyes bloodshot and stubble covering his chin. Yu Shangxiang was quietly sobbing in the corner. Yu Shatsa looked deeply concerned as he snatched a half-empty bottle from Yu Shochi's hand. "Big brother, stop drinking." Gu Chengfeng stared at this disheveled scene, utterly dumbfounded. "Damn, has your brother gone crazy?" Yu Shatsa said irritably. "No, you're the crazy one. My brother didn't come home all night, and Shangxiang and I came to check on him today only to find him drinking like this. Turns out it's because Xiao Yan blocked him." Outside the office, the other employees couldn't help peeking in as they caught the smell of alcohol wafting out. Goodness, was this really their composed and steady-handed President Yu? How had he become such a drunken, unkempt mess? Yu Shatsa slammed the office door, blocking the outside view. Gu Chengfeng was at a loss for words, looking at Yu Shochi. "Xiao Yan blocked you, and you're acting like you're about to die. But when Yu Zhiwan blocked you, you didn't seem to have any issues at all." "Yu Zhiwan." Yu Shochi repeated her name in a slurred voice, suddenly glaring with bloodshot eyes, his expression turning hysterical. "Don't mention Yu Zhiwan to me. That ill-omened woman. That calamity. It was all because she had snatched away his Xiao Yan. That scourge, why wasn't she dead yet?" No one knew how important Xiao Yan was to him. That was the biggest crisis he had faced since taking over the Yu Group. The company's development had fallen into a slump, and its operations were deteriorating. The old fossils on the board of directors secretly looked down on him, saying he wasn't fit to lead the Yu Group, that he was just a pampered heir, and that the Yu Group would inevitably fail under his management. He tormented himself with nights of insomnia, even sleeping pills were useless. Finally, under immense pressure, he found Xiao Yan, and to his surprise, she agreed to cooperate with him. With Xiao Yan's involvement, the U Group's development gradually improved, and the old board members did a complete turnaround, praising him for his capabilities and resolve, saying he was the best successor for the U Group. His prosperity and glory were all made possible by Xiao Yan. With Xiao Yan around, he felt at ease. He had dreamed more than once of partnering with Xiao Yan to develop the U Group into the top domestic brand and conquer the international market. But now, Xiao Yan no longer wanted him. She was ignoring him, even blocking him. His convictions were on the verge of collapsing, about to crumble. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yushatsa hurriedly opened the window to disperse the alcohol smell before letting the person in. The marketing manager entered, a troubled expression on his face as he held a report. Seeing Yushochi's disheveled state, he was taken aback, then grew increasingly anxious. Goodness, the company wasn't really going to collapse, was it? President Yu, the marketing manager reported with difficulty, another VIP customer called today, saying they want to cancel their order with U Group. I've compiled the past sales data, and 78% of our customers were here for Xiao Yan's designs. Now that she's gone to Hongfeng, it's very detrimental to us. And after the news of Yu Zhiwan's estrangement from the Yu family, the outside world believes the Yu family cruelly mistreated their own biological daughter. This has greatly damaged Yu Group's image, and the stock price is falling, adding to our troubles. Yu Shochi remained in a dazed, oblivious state, seemingly unaware of what was being said. Yushatsa was frantic. All right, the board will make a decision as soon as possible. You can leave for now. After the marketing manager left, Yu Shangxiang was crying with tear-streaked cheeks. Big brother, second brother, I'm useless, I can't help the family at all. Yushatsa no longer had the heart to comfort her, she truly couldn't be of any help. Yushochi stared at his phone, fixated on the chat history with Xiao Yan. After being blocked, his messages could no longer reach her. He was now desperately longing for the day when Xiao Yan would make a public appearance. He must find a way to lure Xiao Yan back. He even wanted to pursue her, to make her his girlfriend. That way, Xiao Yan would never abandon him again. Time passed quickly, and it was less than 5 days away from Xiao Yan's public debut. That morning, Yu Zhiwan had finished breakfast and was planning to return to her high school alma mater, Shirwan High. Previously, she had signed up as a volunteer for the school's autumn sports meet. Unexpectedly, the Shirwan High autumn sports meet had been postponed to October. Arriving at her high school, the campus was bustling with vibrant students. Yu Zhiwan was responsible for recording the 200-meter race results. The competition would start in half an hour, so she put on the volunteer badge and sat down at the desk, taking out her phone to take a picture of her high school to send to Xie Jingma. After all, this was also his alma mater. Zhiwan. Suddenly, a handsome and refined male student came running over, his smile radiant. You've signed up as a volunteer too? I've signed up as well. I'm recording the high jump results over there. Yu Zhiwan looked up, recognizing her university classmate, Lin Xiang, from the same major of fashion design, although they were not in the same class. Lin Xiang pulled over a chair and sat down next to her. Alright, Zhiwan, have you signed up for the Genoa fashion design competition? Yu Zhiwan nodded. I have. Lin Xiang chuckled. I've signed up too, but I know I won't win. I'm just doing it to gain some experience. As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Zhiwan, his earlobes turning slightly red. Zhiwan, would you, like to exchange WeChat? We can discuss the competition together. Yu Zhiwan didn't really need to discuss it with anyone, but out of politeness, she nodded. Okay. Lin Xiang was overjoyed. After they exchanged WeChat, Lin Xiang shyly scratched his head. Zhiwan, let me take you to lunch later. I heard there's a really popular food street nearby. Yu Zhiwan's eyelid twitched slightly. She wasn't unfamiliar with being pursued, and she could sense something was off. She placed her hand on the desk, intending to subtly reveal her ring to let Lin Xiang know she was unavailable. But suddenly, she realized, where was her ring? Her wedding ring? It was gone. Yu Zhiwan's heart sank. Had it fallen somewhere? Oh no, if Xie Jingma found out she had lost the ring, would he be angry? Yu Zhiwan immediately pushed her chair back, bending down to search the ground, as she had been sitting there the whole time, so it must have fallen nearby. Lin Xiang was puzzled. Zhiwan, what are you looking for? Just then, a deep, seductive male voice spoke up slowly. She's probably looking for this. Lin Xiang looked up, and there stood a man with a marriage certificate hanging around his neck, causing Lin Xiang's eyes to widen in shock. Lin Xiang. Yu Zhiwan turned around, and her entire expression became? Yu Zhiwan looked at Xie Jingma, who had the marriage certificate hanging around his neck, and she was completely flustered. How could he really wear it around his neck like that? She didn't know where he had gotten a transparent plastic card holder, but he had stuffed the marriage certificate inside and hung it around his neck, so the red cover and the golden words "marriage certificate" were flashing everywhere he went. Yu Xiwan couldn't bear to look at it. What are you doing here? And in this ridiculous getup? Xie Jingma didn't think his attire was strange at all, raising his eyebrows leisurely. Madame left her ring at home, so I came to bring it to you. The ring? Lin Xiang had been staring at the marriage certificate around the man's neck since the beginning, completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such a bold move in his life. It wasn't until he heard the word ring that he finally snapped out of it. The thing Yu Xiwan was so anxiously searching for was the ring? Wait, what did this man call Yu Xiwan? Xie Jingma took Yu Xiwan's hand and put the ring back on her ring finger, then raised his eyes to glance at the side at Lin Xiang, a hint of pressure in his tone. This classmate of yours, is he your friend? Hearing the words "my wife," Lin Xiang's eyes widened in shock. Yu Xiwan was married? When did she have a relationship? Lin Xiang's first reaction was that it couldn't be possible, but her husband was showing off their marriage so brazenly, even hanging the marriage certificate around his neck. Lin Xiang swallowed hard, stammering, "Why you're Yu Xiwan's classmate. I have something to do, I'll be leaving first." Lin Xiang no longer dared to pursue Yu Xiwan, and quickly ran off. That man's aura was clearly not to be trifled with. And come to think of it, wasn't that the famous Xie Jingma? But would Xie Jingma really hang his marriage certificate around his neck to show off his romance? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was Xie Jingma after all. How could he do something so devilish just to flaunt his relationship? Seeing Lin Xiang run off, Yu Xiwan heaved a sigh of relief. This budding romance had been nipped in the bud. The campus was crowded with people, and Xie Jingma's ostentatious display of the marriage certificate around his neck was dazzling and distracting. Many students were staring at him. Yu Xiwan couldn't take it anymore, reaching out to cover the marriage certificate. "Can you take that off quickly?" The man let out a low, muffled chuckle, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Where are your hands wandering to? Are you trying to grope me again? In broad daylight, still trying to take advantage of me?" Yu Xiwan flushed with embarrassment and withdrew her hand. "Who's groping you? I just want you to take off the marriage certificate. And why are you even here at school?" Xie Jingma glanced at her hand, inexplicably saying, "It's quite soft." Yu Xiwan? Today, Xie Jingma wasn't wearing a suit, just a loose white t-shirt that accentuated his tall, slender figure. He looked clean-cut and handsome, like a recently graduated high school student, as the wind blew through his black hair and billowed his white shirt. There were some volunteer desks and chairs set up nearby. He pulled a chair over and made Yu Xiwan sit down, then dragged another chair to sit next to her. "My high school teacher saw my social media posts and didn't believe I was married, so he insisted on seeing my marriage certificate." Xie Jingma shrugged nonchalantly. "As a dutiful and respectful student, of course I had to fulfill the teacher's request." Yu Xiwan's mouth twitched slightly. "Dutiful student? Wasn't it you who got into fights in high school and made the entire school love-hate you?" Xie Jingma suddenly looked at her with a faint, dangerous smile. "How unfortunate. As soon as I arrived, I saw a male student trying to add my wife on WeChat and invite her to lunch." He leaned closer to her. "So, how did my darling Xiwan find that young man? I hope I didn't interrupt you too." Yu Xiwan couldn't help but detect a mocking undertone in his words, and she punched his arm in annoyance. "What are you talking about? Don't speak nonsense. I was going to use the ring on my hand to tell him I'm already married, but somehow the ring went missing." "Oh right, where did I leave the ring?" Xie Jingma, who had just been punched by her, gently took her hand, massaging it as if afraid it would get hurt. "It's on the vanity in the main bedroom." Yu Xiwan thought for a moment she must have taken off the ring when applying hand cream, and then forgotten to put it back on. The campus was bustling with people, and this was the area for the 200-meter race. The students would be coming over soon. Yu Xiwan looked at the marriage certificate hanging around his neck, feeling embarrassed. "How long are you going to keep wearing that? Can you please take it off? It's so embarrassing." Xie Jingma fell silent for a few seconds, his tongue pressing against his cheek before he lowered his eyes sadly. "I see, Xiwan, deep down you really don't like me. You're ashamed of me. Marrying me must make you feel embarrassed." Yu Xiwan was taken aback, quickly shaking her head. She realized her previous words had been too harsh. "No, I'm not ashamed of you at all. I didn't mean that. I was just impatient and said something thoughtless." "Truly?" Xie Jingma kept his gaze downcast, his tone laced with brokenness. "What slips out is often one's true inner thoughts. It's fine, I won't make you uncomfortable. You don't need to worry about my feelings. I'll I'll deal with it myself. Seeing how understanding and considerate he was, Yu Jiwan felt deeply guilty. She scooted her chair closer until their bodies were almost touching, desperately grabbing his hand. I really didn't mean that. I actually think you're wonderful. Truly. Xie Jingma glanced at her hand grasping his, the corner of his lips curving up slightly, but his expression remained somber. You don't have to pretend to comfort me. I'm really fine. Yu Jiwan was frantic. I'm not pretending, and I've never hidden you or anything. I've always introduced you as my husband directly. She then took the marriage certificate from his neck and hung it around her own. See, now I'm the one wearing it. I really think you're amazing. Xie Jingma looked up at her. Really? Yu Jiwan wore the marriage certificate, nodding her head firmly. Really? Then, can my darling call me husband? He asked cautiously, his voice low and hoarse, as if it might shatter at any moment. I haven't heard you address me that way in private before. Yu Jiwan, huh? Seeing her hesitation, he looked down dejectedly. It's fine if you don't want to. I shouldn't have asked for something so. Husband. Yu Jiwan said it resolutely. After all, it wasn't like she had never called him that before. Xie Jingma paused at that, lifting his gaze to look at her, his voice very soft. Then, my darling, could you hug me again? Seeing his insecure, anxious state, Yu Jiwan couldn't bring herself to refuse. Oh well, it's not like they've never hugged before. Yu Jiwan took a deep breath and leaned in to embrace the man, her hands circling his slender, toned waist. Xie Jingma's crescent eyes crinkled with happiness as he nuzzled the soft, fragrant girl in his arms. Worried he might still be feeling down, Yu Jiwan gently patted his back. You should have more self-awareness. You're so handsome, with such a good family background, why would I ever look down on you? Xie Jingma buried his head in her shoulder, a hint of poutiness in his tone. Because Jiwan said before that you didn't like me, and you didn't want to marry me. His jet-black hair brushed against her delicate, porcelain neck, causing a faint tickling sensation, making Yu Jiwan's heart skip a beat. She bit her lip. That was so long ago, and I never said I looked down on you. Honestly, with your status and position, I doubt anyone would dare look down on you. After a few seconds of silence, he finally lifted his head, his deep, unfathomable eyes gazing at her, his lips curling up slightly without much emotion. My parents looked down on me, though. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. His parents. This was the first time Xie Jingma had ever mentioned his parents to her. From such a prestigious family, and yet Xie Jingma was looked down upon by his own parents? This was totally unexpected. Yu Jiwan furrowed her brows slightly. Why do they look down on you? Xie Jingma tapped his fingers on his knee, his tone nonchalant. Are you sure you want to know? Once you learn this secret, you won't be able to divorce me anymore. Yu Jiwan, then don't tell me. Xie Jingma, ? He burst out in ironic laughter, cupping her face with his hands. Yu Jiwan, I must tell you today, no matter what. Yu Jiwan's eyes were shining and clear, and she spoke with a muffled voice as he squeezed her cheeks. Stop with the foul language. She swatted his hands away, making him release her. Her skin was so delicate and smooth, her touch utterly soft. Xie Jingma couldn't resist giving her cheek a gentle squeeze again, his tone lazy. Your whole body is so soft. Yu Jiwan, as if he had touched her entire body. She slapped his hand away, rubbing her own cheeks. While her own parents were still alive, they weren't kind to her. Xie Jingma's parents had passed away early, but it seemed they hadn't treated him well either when they were alive. In a way, she and Xie Jingma were in a similar predicament. Looking at the marriage certificate around her neck, Xie Jingma casually raised an eyebrow. My Jiwan is so beautiful, even with the marriage certificate hanging around your neck, you still look so good. Yu Jiwan's face darkened. Did he think flattery would make her keep wearing it? She quickly took it off, preventing him from hanging it around his neck again, and stuffed it into her bag. I'm confiscating this for now. I'll give it back to you when we get home. The man chuckled lightly. You're quite strict. Alright, I'll listen to my baby. Hearing my baby, Yu Jiwan's heart fluttered, and her ears flushed. The 200-meter race was completed quickly, and Yu Jiwan successfully finished her volunteer duties. At noon, she pulled Xie Jingma towards the school cafeteria. Turning around to face him, she walked backwards, her eyes crinkling in a playful smile. I really loved the school cafeteria when I was in high school. Seeing the cute, coquettish girl, Xie Jingma raised his brows slightly. Is that so? Yu Jiwan, Their school cafeteria not only serves delicious food, but also occasionally provides free yogurt and fruits for the students. In her first year of high school, when she was still living with her foster parents, there was once a physical education class, and during the free activity time, the girls were chatting about what flavors of cakes they liked. One of the girls asked her, Yuziwen shook her head and honestly said, I've never had cake before. Although she had a scholarship and had worked part-time to earn money, some of her money was taken by her foster father to gamble, and some was used by her foster mother to spend on her younger brother. When her brother was eating cake, he secretly gave her a piece, but it was discovered by the foster mother and taken back. She didn't know what cake tasted like, only feeling that it should be sweet. When her classmates heard that she had never had cake before, they suddenly fell silent and looked at her with sympathy, pity, and even mockery. Ah, how come you've never had cake before? Her family is poor and the conditions are not good. It's okay, we all have things we haven't tried before, and Jiwon is better at studying than us. What's the use of being good at studying if you've never even had a cake? Yuziwon had known very early on that she didn't need to care about other people's opinions, but the self-esteem of her youth was sensitive and strong. A few glances and a few words could provoke her sensitive self-esteem, causing a subtle sense of embarrassment. Later, not sure if it was just luck, the school cafeteria, in order to improve the meals, unexpectedly provided free desserts and fruits to all the students. Among those desserts, there were all kinds of small cakes. Even after many years, Yuziwon clearly remembers that the first piece of cake she ever ate in her life was a grape-flavored one. From then on, grape-flavored cake became her favorite flavor. That was a bright sweet spot in her gloomy adolescence. Later, the cafeteria would occasionally provide free desserts or fruits to the students. Recalling these past events, Yuziwon walked backwards while looking at Siejingma, her hands behind her back. Back then, when we heard the cafeteria was going to give out free desserts, all the classmates were so excited, guessing if some wealthy patron had donated money to the school. Siejingma helped her watch her step, seeing her almost step on a stone, and pulled her back. How about you? Were you excited too? Yuziwon almost got pulled into his embrace, stopped in her tracks, and her eyes curved into a smile. Of course I was excited too. Thanks to the wealthy patron. The man hooked his lips, ruffling her hair with his big palm, his peach blossom eyes teasing. Don't get too excited too early, think about what to have for lunch later. Yuziwon, hateful. In the end, Yuziwon selected some of the dishes she remembered tasting good. The two found a seat and sat down. Many students had also come to the cafeteria for lunch, and hearing those carefree laughter and chatter, it really felt like being back in high school. Yuziwon looked at the Siejingma across from her, recalling a rumor, and her curled eyelashes blinked. I have a question I want to ask you. The man raised a questioning eyebrow. Yuziwon leaned forward, asking mysteriously in a soft voice, did you have a secret crush on a girl in high school? The air seemed to freeze for a moment after her words. Siejingma looked at her, his pupils contracting slightly. Why did you suddenly ask this? Yuziwon raised her chin and gestured to the distance. Just now I saw some guys over there wearing basketball uniforms, and it reminded me of when I used to watch you play basketball in high school. Hearing this, Siejingma raised his brow with interest. When was that? I can't remember the exact time. Yuziwon tilted her head as she recalled. One day I was passing by the basketball court and saw a lot of people gathered around. It seemed like you were having a game with another class. I stopped to watch for a while. As she spoke, Yuziwon's eyes brightened, shimmering with a soft glow. I was standing on the sidelines, and one time when you scored, you smiled and looked over in our direction. The young man in the vibrant red jersey, his dark hair swaying in the wind, the corner of his lips curled up, wild and vigorous, like a gallant knight on a warhorse, full of youthful vigor. Yuziwon couldn't recall the specific details from that time, but the scene of him smiling in her direction was deeply etched in her memory. Then the people around started cheering, guessing if you were looking at a girl you liked. You know that saying, right? The first person you look at after scoring is the girl you like. Yuziwon gestured as she spoke vividly. You wouldn't believe it, everyone was turning their heads, trying to find out which girl you liked. Siejingma raised his brow slightly, letting out a lazy "oh." So that was the time he had a memory of. Yuziwon got carried away, forgetting to even eat her food, her black and white eyes looking at Siejingma. I also looked around at the time, but couldn't find her. Siejingma chuckled deeply from his chest. You were also looking around? Yuziwon nodded her head, curious. So, did you have a secret crush on a girl back then? Siejingma had a half-smile, half-serious expression, a secret crush on a blind person. Yuziwon paused, her mouth slowly opening wide, her fair skin and cherry-red lips looking surprised. Ah, a blind person? But she remembered there were no blind students at their school back then. How could he have had a secret crush on a blind person? Yuziwon realized he was just teasing her, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at him disapprovingly. You're fooling me again. But judging from his reaction, it seemed he really did have a secret crush back then. How unexpected. Siejingma, such a favored son of heaven, actually had a secret crush. Perhaps the stirrings of the heart during adolescence are just so delicate and careful. Yuziwon picked up her chopsticks and continued eating, her mind a bit distracted, thinking about the girl he had a crush on. The dishes she had found delicious earlier now didn't seem to interest her much. She accidentally picked up a slice of ginger and only realized it when she put it in her mouth. The spicy taste made her little face scrunch up, and she quickly took a paper napkin to spit it out. Xie Jingma handed the drink he had just bought over to her. "Does your mouth feel uncomfortable? Quickly, have a sip to soothe it." Yuziwon bit on the straw and gulped down a big mouthful, her pearly white cheeks puffing up slightly as she looked at the man with her raven-like eyelashes. After hesitating for a few seconds, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you still have a secret crush now?" Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his lips curling up slowly. "If I say I still have a secret crush, are you going to avoid me and want a divorce? My lady, you can rest assured, I am a man of integrity. The only woman in my life is you. So, my lady doesn't need to avoid me or start thinking about divorce." "Oh." Yuziwon held the drink cup, gulping down another 2 mouthfuls. Suddenly, she realized this drink was quite sweet. The two finished their meal and walked out of the cafeteria. As they strolled around the school, not far from the gate, there was a bookstore. Yuziwon excitedly pointed it out to him. "The owner of this bookstore is really nice. I used to come here often after school, and the owner even gave me a special spot where I started self-learning fashion design." She was a day student in high school, not staying on campus. Back then, after school, she didn't want to go home early and face her foster parents, as that home made her feel suffocated. So she would hide in the bookstore and read books, self-teaching design. The bookstore owner was a very enthusiastic middle-aged man. Seeing her come often, he had reserved a spot for her. Sometimes when the bookstore owner was busy, she would help him watch the store. Xie Jingma raised his brows, his manner calm. This bookstore, I've been there a few times too, and I've occasionally seen you." Yuziwon was surprised. "Really? What a coincidence." The man's tone had a playful lilt. "Yes, just a coincidence." Yuziwon. Since they were here, Yuziwon decided to go in and take a look. Not much had changed. There were still many students coming in and out. The owner was not there, his son was minding the store. Yuziwon didn't have Xie Jingma accompany her, going in alone to browse and wanting to buy a few books on design. Xie Jingma waited at the counter, leaning lazily against it and checking his phone. Shortly, the bookstore owner returned and saw the man at the counter, his face lighting up with a delighted smile. "A rare visitor. What wind has blown you here? When did you arrive?" Hearing the voice, Xie Jingma looked over and saw the bookstore owner, the corner of his lips curving slightly. "Just got here. Quick, take a seat, let me get you a chair." The owner was enthusiastic, his face full of wrinkles from smiling. "When you were a freshman and sophomore, you would still come back to the high school area, but ever since that girl graduated, you haven't come by as often." I know, each time you come back, it's because of that girl." Xie Jingma chuckled. "All right, you go about your business, don't bother with me." The owner tooted, "How can I not care about you, sir?" In the past, when there was a financial crisis at his shop and he was forced to consider closing down, it was the young Master Xie who provided a sum of money to support the bookstore and keep it going. The bookstore owner had initially thought this wealthy patron was someone who truly loved learning and could not bear to see the knowledge-filled bookstore shut down. But after asking around, he realized he had thought too much. The young Master Xie had hardly bought any books himself. His sole purpose was for the sake of the girl he liked. That girl was named Yuziwon, who often came to his store to read and buy books, self-teaching fashion design. If the store were to close down, it would no longer be convenient for Yuziwon to continue her studies, as there were no other bookstores around. So the young Master Xie had generously poured in the funds to keep the bookstore open, all for the sake of that young lady named Yuziwon. Yuziwon came out after browsing, a few design books in hand, and was surprised to see Xie Jingma talking to the bookstore owner. "You two know each other?" The owner, seeing Yuziwon, was even more delighted. "Jiwon has come too." "Wait a minute." The owner looked back and forth between Yuziwon and Xie Jingma. "Are you two here together?" Xie Jingma's brow raised slightly, wanting to take out the marriage certificate around his neck to show off, but it had been kept by Yuziwon. He turned and took Yuziwon's hand, his peach blossom eyes lazy and smiling, introducing in a casual tone, "My wife." The bookstore owner. "Good heavens, so this young man has actually won her over?" The owner immediately broke into a wide grin. Good, wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations, congratulations." Yuziwon was utterly bewildered. Why was the owner so overjoyed? She lightly tugged at Xie Jingma's clothes. "You know the owner?" Xie Jingma glanced at the girl's small hand grabbing his clothes, a lazy smile gracing his brow. Not really, I've just seen him a few times.
Bookstore owner, haha. Xie Jingma tilted his chin, pointing to a spot not far away. Wasn't that where you used to sit?
I saw you sitting there once, drawing a cute little pink rabbit with long ears.
Yu Ziwen, he even remembers that?
She had drawn so many paintings, she couldn't even remember them all herself. After chatting with the bookstore owner for a while, reminiscing about their high school days, the two finally took their leave. On the way home, Xie Jingma was driving, and Yu Ziwen was sitting in the passenger seat. She was inwardly amazed Xie Jingma had gone to the bookstore back then, and he even remembered her drawing a little rabbit.
Wait a minute, the little rabbit. Yu Ziwen quickly flipped open her phone, opening Xie Jingma's WeChat profile picture. His WeChat profile picture was a cute, pink little rabbit drawn with a brush. Yu Ziwen zoomed in to take a closer look.
The more she looked, the more she felt. This little rabbit somehow resembled the style of her early drawing attempts. Yu Ziwen's heart suddenly began racing, pounding rapidly against her chest. She took a deep breath, glancing over at Xie Jingma in the driver's seat, then turning her eyes back to the phone screen. The first time she saw his rabbit profile picture, she had already noticed the style was not very polished. This immature style was somewhat similar to the things she had drawn when she first started learning. But to be honest, back then she had scribbled all kinds of messy things on scratch paper, and she couldn't even remember most of them now. If she tried to draw a rabbit again today, it would certainly look different from this unrefined style. So whether this rabbit was actually drawn by her, she couldn't say for sure.
Thinking rationally, how could Xie Jingma possibly use her drawing as his profile picture? What was she to him? They hadn't even been that familiar with each other before.
Yu Ziwen closed her eyes, taking a deep breath.
Don't read too much into this. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Time has flown by, and the Genoa fashion competition, the day when the mysterious Lian Yan will make her debut, is now just one day away. In the afternoon, Yu Ziwen was in the study, working on her design sketches.
Suddenly, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yu Ziwen answered casually. Hello?
Yu Ziwen, it's me, came the haughty, arrogant voice of Yu Shitaze. Yu Ziwen's eyes narrowed, glancing at the phone screen to confirm it was indeed an unknown number. She had blocked this Yu Shitaze before, and yet he was using a new number to call her. Without giving him a chance to speak, Yu Ziwen directly hung up the call, then blocked this new number too, wanting nothing more to do with the Yusha family.
The Yusha family. Enraged after being hung up on, Yu Shitaze angrily dialed back, shouting, "She's blocked me again."
Yu Shang's eyes glinted slightly.
Sister, you used to be so pathetically craving for family affection, begging for attention, but now, you've cut ties so completely.
Even when we Yusha family members have lowered our pride to reach out to you, you don't deign to acknowledge us at all. Yu Shoqi's expression turned cold. We've all humbled ourselves to reach out, and yet she doesn't even care. Good, let's see how long she can stay so unyielding.
Tomorrow is the day Lian Yan makes her public debut. We must absolutely get Lian Yan back under our control.
When that time comes, I'll make Yu Ziwen cry until she has no place left to cry. As Yu Shoqi spoke, he turned to look at Yu Shang. Shang, help me pick out a couple of suitable outfits again. Tomorrow, he must present himself in the best, most handsome manner.
He must leave a good impression on Lian Yan, and then, he will attempt to pursue Lian Yan.
Yu Ziwen sat at her desk, stretching. She had already designed the clothes she wanted to make for Xie Jingma, but she didn't know his exact measurements. If she asked Old Fu, he would definitely tell Xie Jingma, and then she wouldn't be able to surprise him.
After much thought, Yu Ziwen decided to measure him herself.
Last time, when Xie Jingma gave her the ring, he had said he had secretly measured her finger size while she was sleeping.
So she could also sneak in and measure his sizes while he was sleeping, right? How clever of her. That night, Yu Ziwen pretended to work on her designs, letting Xie Jingma go to bed first. She stayed in the study until the early hours of the morning, feeling it was about time, then took a soft tape measure from the drawer. Quietly, she walked into the bedroom. A dim lamp was lit, and the man lay on the bed, his eyelashes closed, breathing softly, seemingly already asleep.
Yu Ziwen approached and gently nudged him.
Xie Jingma, I've come to steal your private savings. The man didn't react at all. He must truly be asleep. Yu Ziwen pinched his nose, and seeing no response, finally felt at ease.
Carefully, she pulled back the covers, first measuring the length of his legs with the tape.
Goodness, they were so long.
Yu Ziwen noted the measurement in her phone memo, then moved on to measure his hip circumference. Better start with his waist first.
Yu Ziwen glanced at the closed-eyed Xie Jingma, then quietly climbed onto the bed.
But with him lying there, it wasn't very suitable to measure.
Yu Ziwen tried repeatedly, but couldn't get an accurate measurement.
Suddenly, the man rolled over, his arms sweeping out to pull her into his embrace. His long legs also extended, draping over her own. Yuzuwan's scalp tingled, and her entire body stiffened, trapped in his arms like a plush doll. She dared not move a muscle, not even daring to breathe, afraid of waking him. After waiting several seconds, seeing the man remain still, Yuzuwan quietly let out a relieved breath, trying to gently place his arm back. But the moment she moved, he held her even tighter. Then, a low, husky and sensual chuckle sounded in her ear, the breath warm and intimate. "So you were trying to secretly measure my waist, were you?" Yuzuwan froze, her breathing halting, eyes suddenly wide. "When did you wake up?" "No, you weren't even asleep to begin with." The man abruptly flipped them over, pinning her beneath him, gazing down at her. "And you even pinched my nose?" This position was utterly compromising. But Yuzuwan had no mind for that now, retaliating. "Why were you pretending to be asleep?" The man's expression was languid and charming as he glanced at the soft tape measure in her hand, chuckling lazily. "So you were trying to secretly measure my waist, Yuzuwan couldn't very well admit it now. Designing the clothes for him was supposed to be a surprise. If she told him, how could it still be a surprise? "No, I was just measuring randomly." "Do you expect me to believe that, darling?" Xie Jingma casually studied her, then suddenly his gaze darkened, his expression turning sly as he glanced downward. Yuzuwan didn't initially understand what he meant, but his expression was so suggestive that her heart suddenly plummeted. "No, I didn't. Don't jump to conclusions. She definitely wasn't measuring that." Xie Jingma glanced at the tape measure in her hand, tongue lightly pushing against the roof of his mouth. His right hand reached out, slowly grasping her hand, lightly scratching her delicate palm, his voice low and seductive. "Sweetheart, if you want to know, you don't need to use a measure like this." "Yuzuwan?" Yuzuwan was utterly flustered, wanting to pull her hand out of his grasp, afraid he would use it to touch the most sensitive parts of his body. "I really didn't. I truly wasn't trying to measure that." "Okay, fine, I admit it. I was trying to measure your waist, because when I hugged you before, I felt your waist was so nice to hold, so I wanted to measure it and see just how slim you are." Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes narrowed lazily, his tone sounding regretful. "Is that all?" Yuzuwan was confused. "What do you mean, is that all?" What was he regretting? Yuzuwan didn't dare blurt out anything inappropriate. She looked at him earnestly, her bright, dewy eyes blinking innocently. "Yes, that's all. Your waist really is so nice to hug. I was just complimenting your charm." The man hovered above her, raising a brow. Suddenly, he asked, "Have you heard the saying that when people see something cute, they can't help but want to bite it?" Yuzuwan was puzzled by this sudden topic, blinking her eyes like a pure, innocent deer. "I've heard of that. In psychology, it's called cute aggression. When the brain sees something adorable, it MMPH." Yuzuwan was mid-sentence when the man suddenly leaned down, gently biting her cheek. Her lashes fluttered, her pupils dilating in shock. "Why did you bite me?" The man couldn't resist biting her again before pulling away, his Adam's apple bobbing. "I'm sorry, my lady is just too cute. I couldn't help myself." It was no exaggeration to say that Yuzuwan's face instantly flushed bright red. Even her toes curled, her entire pale complexion suffusing with a delicate pink. How could he do that? The next moment, the man's well-defined fingers grasped her slender wrist, placing her hand on his waist. He had a magnanimous, self-sacrificing air about him. "Since you find my waist so nice to hug, as compensation, it's always available for you, my lady. Do you prefer to hug me while I'm wearing clothes, or would you like me without them?" Even as he asked, he was already guiding Yuzuwan's hand under his shirt, letting her soft, pale palm make unimpeded contact with his warm skin. The moment she touched his skin, Yuzuwan's fingertips trembled slightly. The blush that had just faded from her ears was slowly creeping back. There was no denying it, his waist was truly lovely to the touch. Not an ounce of extra fat. The muscle lines were perfectly sculpted. It was simply too bewitching, too alluring. Yuzuwan swallowed hard, her delicate eyelashes fluttering. Suddenly, feeling a bit daring, she couldn't resist giving his waist a playful squeeze. Almost simultaneously, the man's body went limp, collapsing onto her, letting out a muffled groan near her ear. The deep, sensual tone of his voice sent tingles down her spine. Yuzuwan shivered, feeling his weight pressing down on her chest. Struggling to speak, she said, "Wait, I just gave a little squeeze. Is your waist really that sensitive? Are you ticklish there?" The man's temple throbbed as he spoke, his hot, sultry breath caressing her neck, a hint of gritted teeth mixed with a sense of helplessness. "You really don't get it, do you? This is hardly about being ticklish." "Yuzuwan, huh? What do you mean I don't get it?" Feeling frustrated, she deliberately squeezed his waist again. As expected, she was rewarded with another muffled, oddly alluring groan from the man. She wanted to retaliate further, but her hand was suddenly seized by his large palm. Looking at her with flushed ears, the man's raspy, sensual voice rumbled from his throat. "Please, baby, don't torment me anymore, okay?" Yuzuwon's heart raced, suddenly realizing something. Her body stiffened, her earlobes flushed red like cooked shrimp, her eyelashes fluttering nervously as she avoided his gaze. You get up and stay away from me." The man's smoldering, intense gaze remained fixed on her, the veins in his pale, muscular arm pulsing, restrained yet taut. After staring at her for a long while, he suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace before heading to the bathroom. Yuzuwon sat up in a daze on the bed, hand clutching her chest as her heart pounded relentlessly. Her expression was one of pure bewilderment. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, she suddenly recalled the mornings when she'd caught Xie Jingma taking cold showers. She had thought it was because he was healthy and didn't feel the cold. But now she realized, it wasn't because he was healthy, but rather, because of a man's morning condition. Yuzuwon covered her face with her hands, her cheeks burning. Yuzuwon flung herself onto the bed, burying her embarrassed face in the pillow. Xie Jingma emerged from the bathroom, his body still fresh with the coolness of the water. Seeing Yuzuwon curled up like a small quail, her face hidden in the pillow with only her red earlobes visible, he raised an eyebrow slightly and approached her, gently tugging on her clothes. "What's wrong with you?" The girl remained motionless. Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he bent down and scooped her up, cradling her like a delicate cat. He freed one hand to lightly pinch the back of her neck. "Don't you find it stuffy in there?" Yuzuwon lifted her glistening eyes. From lying on the pillow for so long, fine beads of sweat had formed on her pale, smooth forehead, and a faint blush colored her porcelain complexion. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that to you earlier. I momentarily forgot that you're a normal man too." Xie Jingma looked puzzled. "Yuzuwon, in your eyes, how abnormal was I before?" Yuzuwon fumbled for words. "It's not that you were abnormal, I just meant." "Ah, well, it's just that." She didn't even know how to express herself. This was so awkward. As she was stammering, her stomach suddenly growled loudly. The air fell silent. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow and glanced at her flat abdomen. "Hungry?" Yuzuwon felt a little embarrassed, scratching her head. Not really that hungry. She had been preoccupied with the task of measuring Xie Jingma's size and had barely eaten dinner, forcing herself to hold out until the early morning. Now her stomach was grumbling. The man pinched her cheek, a casual smile playing on his lips. "Wait here, I'll go get something for my little empress." Yuzuwon hurriedly protested, "That's not necessary." And what did he mean by my little empress? "Making food for my own wife, how is that a bother?" he said casually, opening the bedside drawer and pulling out a small black velvet box, which he placed in her lap. "I have a small gift for you that I haven't given you yet." With that, he left the bedroom, leaving Yuzuwon sitting on the bed, blinking in bewilderment. Why was he giving her another gift? The dress she designed for him has not been sent out yet, and his new gift has already arrived. Yuzuwon opened the box lid, and it was a delicate and beautiful bracelet, with 2 rare green diamond-encrusted grapes pendants hanging below. Yuzuwon held it up to her eyes to take a look. "It's the grapes she likes. They're quite cute too." She swung it around on her wrist, finding it cuter and cuter, and ran downstairs in her slippers. The servants have all gone back to the servants' quarters, and Xie Jingma didn't call them, but went to the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack himself. Yuzuwon daintily jogged all the way there, intending to ask why he sent her another gift, but when she saw the counter, there were a few tomato slices cut into heart shapes. She twitched an eye corner. "What is this?" Xie Jingma, wearing his pink bunny apron, replied calmly, "It's made according to the recipe." What kind of recipe would have tomatoes cut into heart shapes? Yuzuwon had never heard of such a thing, and leaned over to look at the recipe on his phone. Ah, the picture in the recipe did indeed show the tomatoes cut into heart shapes. Soon, 2 bowls of fragrant and delicious noodles were placed on the table. "It smells so good." Yuzuwon's taste buds were piqued. In less than 10 minutes, a whole bowl of noodles was devoured, with the broth drunk as well. "Slow down, are you full?" Xie Jingma noticed he was hopelessly endeared by watching her eat. "Not just full, I feel like you're fattening me up. Your cooking is really that good." Yuzuwon gave him a big thumbs up. Just then, she had poured a cup of hot water next to her. Her hand accidentally bumped the cup, spilling the hot water, and the cup was about to fall off the table. Yuzuwon instinctively reached out to steady the cup. This was a habit from when she was with her foster parents. Even if she got scalded, she couldn't let the bowl fall, or else she'd get scolded. The scalding hot water had already spilled out. Xie Jingma furrowed his brow and immediately blocked her hand with his, using his other hand to grab the cup and move it away to prevent the splashing water from scalding her. "Your hand!" Yuzuwon's pupils shrank drastically. The hand he used to grab the cup was drenched in the hot water, the back reddened and blistering. The hand shielding hers was also reddened from the splatter. Yuziwon immediately stood up and pulled him to the kitchen, putting his hand under the faucet to rinse it with cool water.
I'm so sorry, let me take you to the hospital right away.
Yuziwon felt guilty, her eyes brimming with a layer of mist, her brows furrowed in remorse. Seeing her like this, Xie Jingma couldn't help but curve his lips, his tone still lazy.
My lady, I just have a minor burn. Why are you feeling as guilty as if I'm about to die? Yuziwon, you're talking nonsense.
She hurriedly spat out a sound.
Xie Jingma gently held her hand and examined it carefully, confirming it was not scalded. My lovely Zhanzhan's beautiful hands, the hands that draw design drafts, can't be injured. As for the cup, even if it breaks, it's not as important as your hands, understand?
Yuziwon's heart trembled, looking at him in a daze, the luster in her eyes quivering.
Doesn't it hurt that you're so badly scalded, yet you're still worrying about me?
Apart from furrowing his brow briefly when he was first scalded, he hadn't uttered a single complaint the entire time, nor blamed her.
But how could he not be in pain with such a severe scald?
The man's complexion was a little pale, but his expression remained as carefree and lazy as ever, speaking in a joking tone.
It doesn't hurt that much, but seeing my lady in this state just makes me want to take a bite. Would you let me? Yuziwon, am I a peach that you can keep biting into?
After rinsing with cool water, Yuziwon wanted to take him to the hospital, but Xie Jingma said it wasn't necessary. She could only find some burn ointment and carefully apply it for him.
Let me take off your ring first, we'll put it back on once it's healed.
Because his fingers were also scalded, and with one hand forming blisters, she needed to be careful about infection. After applying the ointment, Yuziwon instinctively lowered her head and puckered her rosy lips, gently blowing on his hand.
Xie Jingma's gaze deepened, his Adam's apple visibly bobbing.
This was going to be the death of him. As they lay in bed, the time was nearing 2 a.m. Yet, Yuziwon did not feel sleepy at all. Zhanzhan, she heard the man call her name. Turning to face him, she saw the moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting a soft glow on his flawless, jade-like complexion, making him look even more devastatingly handsome.
Yuziwon immediately checked his hand. Is it hurting again?
I think we should still go to the hospital.
The man raised an eyebrow.
My dear, don't misunderstand.
Your husband is not that delicate. Yuziwon gave him a sidelong glance.
Earlier when she was applying the ointment, she had taken off his ring.
All right, Yuziwon asked. The two letters MW on the ring, are they the initials of our names?
Xie Jingma, yes. Yuziwon bent her eyes, her smile as radiant as a lotus under the moonlight. How coincidental, I have an online friend I've known for years. His username is MW, and it has those same two letters. The man seemed to be making casual conversation.
An online friend you've known for years?
Yuziwon, yes. I forget how we started following each other initially, but later we became chatting friends. He has a girl he's been secretly pining for a long time. Poor thing. As she was talking, she noticed Xie Jingma gently caressing the back of her hand with his thumb. She immediately stopped, flustered.
Why are you moving around? Doesn't your hand hurt?
The man let out a low chuckle, his expression a mix of resignation and adoration.
My dear, I'm not made of porcelain, you know. Yuziwon.
Seeing a stray lock of her hair fall down, Xie Jingma reached up to tuck it back behind her ear. The distance between them had subtly closed. His lazy, flirtatious bedroom eyes looked even more captivating under the moonlight, exuding a profound, alluring gaze that could ensnare one's soul.
This was something Yuziwon had noticed before.
Xie Jingma's eyes were truly beautiful, his nose bridge high and straight. Even his thin lips had a faint blush to them, with a perfectly defined lip line. Perhaps because he had just drunk some water, his lips looked glistening, like jelly, and looked rather tempting.
Yuziwon swallowed, suddenly feeling her mouth go dry.
She grew curious, wondering if his lips would be soft and inviting to kiss. The last time their cheeks had accidentally brushed past each other, she remembered they felt quite soft. Yuziwon's gaze uncontrollably settled on the man's lips, as if entranced, her heart suddenly itching with the urge. She swallowed hard, fighting the impulse to lean in and try. Just as she was about to act on the thought, her mind suddenly snapped back to reality, her scalp tingling in alarm.
What was she doing? How could she have such thoughts? Panicked, Yuziwon's heart raced.
She didn't dare look at him, hastily turning over to face away from him.
I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep first.
Xie Jingma had been in the midst of fixing her hair when she suddenly turned over so abruptly, leaving his hand frozen mid-air. The man narrowed his eyes, glancing at his suspended hand, his gaze intently studying the outline of her back. After a long pause, he tentatively spoke, "Good night." The girl remained facing away, giving no response.
Xie Jingma's eyes darkened.
Yuziwon's mind was in disarray, her entire worldview on the verge of shattering. She had developed an physical interest in Xie Jingma? How could she suddenly want to kiss him? The bracelet he had gifted her still adorned her wrist, but Yuziwon restlessly ran her fingers over the two little grapes. Her heart was anything but calm.
It was utter pandemonium. This was wrong, so very wrong.
Yuziwon mulled it over, feeling she needed to properly sort out her feelings towards Xie Jingma. Previously, she had thought he was a wonderful person. But now, Xie Jingma's close attentions towards her, she realized she did not reject them at all. Tomorrow was the Gold Hua fashion design competition. Once she's got that taken care of, she must examine her true feelings for Xie Jingma. The next morning, Yu Ziwen got up and sheepishly avoided Xie Jingma, unable to even look at his mouth. She hurried out the door without even eating breakfast. She first went to Hongfeng, then joined He Kaiwei to head to the venue of the Gold Hua fashion design competition. The Gold Hua fashion design competition was the highest level event in the domestic fashion industry, organized by the National Clothing and Fashion Association. The entire venue was set up with grand and elegant decorations. The stage lighting was magnificent, with the catwalk in front for the contestants to showcase their designs. There were 6 distinguished judges from the industry, who would score the designs live and determine the champion. Even before the competition began, many media reporters had already arrived at the scene. Not only were they here to cover the fashion show, but the more important reason was that the reclusive genius designer Luo Yan was going to make a public appearance today. To try and lure Luo Yan back, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaorui had come early in the morning. Yu Shangxiang had also registered to participate in this competition, coming as a contestant. Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin couldn't hold back either, as the apparel industry was the main business of the Yu family. Whether they could recruit Luo Yan back was crucial for the future development of Yu Corporation. As the Yu family of 5 entered the venue, they were immediately spotted by the keen-eyed reporters, who rushed over with microphones. Chairman Vu, Ms. Tao, your biological daughter Yu Zhiwan publicly renounced her ties with the Yu family. Is it because you, as her parents, mistreated her? The real daughter was forced to leave home, even transferring her household registration, while the fake daughter has been pampered. The outside world says you favor one and discriminate against the other, being heartless. Mr. Yu Xiuqi, President Vu, what do you have to say about this? Yu Shangxiang, when Yu Zhiwan first returned to the Yu family, were you worried she would affect your status and did not want her to come back? Yu Xiaorui, Yu Shangxiang is not your real sister. Why have you been staying in the Yu family instead of returning to your biological parents? Hearing these sharp and incisive questions, Yu Changde's face darkened, utterly embarrassed. Now the outside world was saying they were heartless and mistreated their own daughter. All of this was caused by that damned Yu Zhiwan. Even if they favored Shangxiang, so what? Couldn't Yu Zhiwan just tolerate it a little? Did she have to create such a ruckus, making the Yu family a laughingstock? Yu Changde impatiently said, Yu Zhiwan's renouncement of ties is a private matter for the Yu family, which we do not wish to disclose to the public. Today is the design competition, so please focus your interviews on the competition. Yu Xiuqi was relatively quick to respond to this kind of high-profile situation. He hastily added, that's right, the divine designer Luo Yan will also make a public appearance today, and we are all looking forward to it. Moreover, Yu Corporation will try to recruit Luo Yan back. Hearing this, the reporters instantly sucked in a sharp breath. Yu Corporation actually still wanted to recruit Luo Yan back. Here is the English translation of the text. It is known that Late Smoke is now the chief designer of Jingfoam, which was founded by Yu Zhiwan. Yu's move to poach talent is obviously an attempt to go against Yu Zhiwan. But the thing is, Late Smoke's cooperation relationship with the Yu family has been longer. Who knows, she might even be recruited back by the Yu family. The reporters were interviewing, when they suddenly saw Yu Zhiwan and He Kaiwei entering the venue. Some quick-witted reporters immediately rushed over and pointed the microphone at Yu Zhiwan. Mr. Yu, just now Yu Xiuqi said he wants to poach Late Smoke back to Yu's company. What's your take on this? Mr. Yu, Late Smoke is the chief designer of your Jingfoam. Have you met with her privately? Yu Zhiwan, the Yu family is still your family after all. Even if the bones are broken, the sinews are still connected. Do you really have no plans to return to the Yu family in the future? For the first 2 questions, Yu Zhiwan did not immediately respond. As for the last question, Yu Zhiwan looked at the reporters present, her expression cold and determined. Ladies and gentlemen, I have severed all ties with the Yu family, and have no association with them whatsoever. As for family, I have no such filthy and disgusting family members. In this lifetime, I will never step foot inside the Yu family again. Every word was spoken with great force. In the distance, Yu Changde was suddenly infuriated. How dare she call them filthy and disgusting? This bitch, saying such things in public, she has completely ruined the Yu family's reputation. And beside her, Tao Shuqin stared at Yu Zhiwan, her face filled with disbelief and a trace of sorrowful bewilderment. How could this stubborn girl be so heartless? What did she do wrong, that she and her own daughter have come to this point? The reporters gathered around Yu Zhiwan and asked her a few questions, but when they saw the organizers approaching, they all rushed over to them, asking about the Xuanyan incident. After the reporters had left, Yu Changde could no longer restrain himself and approached Yu Zhiwan. Rebellious child,
Who told you to say those things in public? Do you know how the outside world has been cursing me and your mother?
Pushing your own parents into the public spotlight, you really are a good daughter, aren't you? Seeing this, Hikakaiwei looked at Yu Jiwan with concern. Not difficult to see from Yu Chanda's attitude what kind of life Yu Jiwan had led in the Yu family. However, Yu Jiwan's face showed no sign of shrinking back, her eyes full of sarcasm.
Charming Yu, are you blind or deaf? Who is your daughter?
Don't try to claim any relationship with me. I find it inauspicious to be associated with the Yu family in any way.
Yu Chanda was so angry that he could hardly speak.
Yu Shatsu came over, frowning unhappily.
Yu Jiwan, how can you treat your own father like this? Don't you have any manners? As your elder brother, I must discipline you today.
Yu Shatsu finished speaking and then rudely tried to grab Yu Jiwan's collar, intending to drag her out and discipline her.
However, slap.
Yu Jiwan suddenly slapped him hard across the face.
Yu Shatsu was stunned on the spot until the stinging pain on his face registered.
Then he angrily covered his face and roared, Yu Jiwan.
Yu Jiwan looked at him expressionlessly. What are you? How dare you try to discipline me? Try touching me again if you dare.
That slap had been so forceful that the sound was quite loud, and the people around heard it and started looking over. Yu Shochi frowned as he walked over, pulling Yu Shatsu behind him and giving Yu Jiwan a cold, harsh look.
Yu Jiwan, go ahead and act high-handed. Let's see how long you can keep smiling. It's best if you can't even smile after today. He then pulled Yu Shatsu away and coaxed Yu Chanda to leave as well. Hikatsui's mind was working quickly, and she immediately understood Yu Shochi was determined to poach Xuanyan. She must counterattack Huanfeng. Hikakaiwei immediately looked at Yu Jiwan with concern. Boss, is Xuanyan sure to keep cooperating with us? Yu Jiwan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, they definitely will.
Hearing this, Hikakaiwei felt slightly relieved, then thought about how forcefully Yu Jiwan had slapped Yu Shatsu. The sound was so loud, even she had been startled, let alone Yu Shatsu, whose face was now swollen like a pig's head.
He had it coming.
After Yu Shochi walked away, he instructed Yu Shangxiang, you've also signed up for the competition.
You must get a good result and bring glory to the Yu family.
Yu Shangxiang obediently nodded. I will, big brother. Yu Shatsu, holding his swollen slapped face, was fuming inside. Shangxiang was so much better, obedient and sensible. She was the good sister he wanted.
Not like that Yu Jiwan. How had she become so sharp and edgy?
He was determined to force Yu Jiwan back to the Yu family, to make her revert to her former weak, pleasing, and submissive self. Soon, the organizers of the Jinhua Fashion Design Competition displayed the list of all the participants on the big screen at the venue. The reporters and audience members immediately gathered around to take a look.
After searching through, they couldn't find Xuanyan's name. Where's the godly Xuanyan? Wasn't it said that Xuanyan was also participating? I got it. Godly Xuanyan must be using her real name today, so she's going to make a public appearance. One of these participants must be Xuanyan. Wow, I wonder who it could be. Let me guess.
Since Yu Shangxiang had also signed up for the competition, when the participant list was announced, the Yu family members were all paying attention.
However, they saw Yu Jiwan's name on the list. Yu Shatsu paused, then sneered disdainfully. This Iloman woman also dares to compete? She really has no self-awareness.
Yu Shochi glanced at it and said coldly, although she studied fashion design, she has never participated in a competition all these years. For her first time competing, to be in the fiercely competitive Jinhua Award, she is truly overestimating herself.
Shangxiang, you will definitely surpass Yu Jiwan.
This time, you must trample her underfoot and vent your anger. Yu Shangxiang nodded. Big brother, I will try my best. As they were talking, suddenly there was a commotion in the distance, as if something big had happened. But soon, the crowd dispersed little by little.
Yu Shochi frowned. Strange, what happened? Yu Shatsu saw Yu Changda and Tao Shuzhen coming back and quickly asked, Mom, Dad, when you went to the restroom just now, did you see what happened over there? Tao Shuzhen was greatly excited. I just overheard. Someone said that it seems Xie Jingma has arrived.
The organizers' leaders personally welcomed him and invited him to the VIP rest area.
What? Xie Jingma is here.
Yu Shatsu exclaimed, but the sudden movement caused pain in his injured face, and he grimaced.
Yu Changda thought for a moment and speculated, Xie Jingma has never attended a fashion competition before. Could it be that he's here for our Shangxiang?
Upon hearing this, Yu Shangxiang's face flushed red, and she fidgeted with her hands.
Yu Shatsu excitedly clapped his hands. Dad's right.
Shangxiang has only participated in the newcomer competition before, and this is her first official competition. Xie Jingma must be here to watch her, to witness her important competition.
Tao Shuzhen happily hugged Yu Shangxiang, smiling widely. My precious daughter,
I've always said that Xie Jingma has been distant from women all these years. It must be because he has you in his heart. Yu Shangxiang's face was as red as a boiled egg, and she shyly lowered her head. Mom, don't say that anymore. Yu Xiuqi did not express any opinion. What he was thinking about now was Xuanyan. At this time, backstage, each participant had a separate preparation room. Yu Zhiwan was organizing her competition outfit. For this design, she had boldly adopted a new style that was quite different from her previous works. When she showed it to Hika Kaiwei couldn't even tell it was Xuanyan's design. The style was so unlike her past ones. For Yu Zhiwan, this was an innovation, but also a risk. "Boss, the competition is about to start," Hika Kaiwei said as she entered the room. Yu Zhiwan nodded. "Okay, I know." Hika Kaiwei hesitated, wanting to ask if President Xie had arrived, as she had overheard the rumors earlier. If President Xie was here, since he was Yu Zhiwan's husband, she should know, right? But seeing how calm Yu Zhiwan was, it seemed like she didn't know about Xie Jingma's arrival. Perhaps it was just a rumor after all. Soon, the 25th Genoa Fashion Design Competition officially began. This competition had no theme restrictions, allowing each participant to showcase their strongest design style and fully demonstrate their abilities as designers. The order of appearance was determined by a draw, and Yu Shangxiang drew number 13. Yu Xiuqi was satisfied. "This order is pretty good. I just looked, and Yu Zhiwan drew 30, which is too late. By then, the judges and audience will be tired, and they won't appreciate an ordinary design as much." Yu Shatsa sneered. Even if she was first, the judges wouldn't appreciate her design. The Jinhua Award judges were notoriously strict. For example, the first participant was a well-known designer in the industry who had competed 3 times before. But when the model showed off his outfit, some judges only gave it a 7 or even a 6 out of 10, and the final average score was only 6.9. Some of the later participants had eye-catching designs, but the highest score they got was only 8.6, showing how demanding the judges were. Until Yu Shangxiang's design came on stage, the audience in the stands suddenly perked up. The model wore a forest fairy-style evening gown, with flowing green chiffon and flowers adorning the skirt, giving a refreshing springtime princess vibe, like something out of the Garden of Eden. The audience below burst into applause. "Wow, how beautiful, like a princess. I love this one. The designer is Yu Shangxiang? Isn't she the second young lady of the Yu family? No wonder she joined the design department of Yu Group. She has certain abilities." The judges on the scene exchanged views and all gave relatively high scores. The final average score was 9.4 points. Yu Xiaozi was instantly excited. 9.4. Higher than the previous contestants' scores. "Shangxiang, you are currently the highest score." Yu Xiuqi nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. The judges today are particularly strict, and Yu Zhiwan would never get such a high score." Yu Chanda was even more satisfied. "As my obedient daughter, she has brought glory to our Yu family. Not like that disobedient child Yu Zhiwan." Yu Shangxiang smiled sweetly. "Mom and Dad, I will work even harder." This was a style she had specifically imitated from Wang Yan. In the past 2 years, Wang Yan had designed quite a few dresses for Yu Group, and the electronic design drafts were also given to Yu Xiuqi. She studied those design drafts, bit by bit imitating them, and then added her own design, so that the audience would not suspect her of plagiarizing Wang Yan, and she could still get high scores in the competition. "Sister, no matter what, you can never beat me." The next few contestants also got high scores like 9.2, but still no one could surpass Yu Shangxiang. Yu Xiaozi became more and more proud. "I'm especially confident now. Maybe today's champion is our Shangxiang." 9.4, the current highest score. On the stage, the host announced that it was the turn of the 30th contestant. Yu Xiaozi sneered. "Finally, it's Yu Zhiwan's turn. With her abilities, even getting an 8 would be a miracle." Yu Changda snorted coldly. "After Shangxiang wins, the outside world will know why we favor Shangxiang. That bastard, what point can she compare to Shangxiang?" Yu Xiaozi, "Of course she can't compare. She can't even match Shangxiang's little finger." Yu Xiaozi was about to sneer, but the next moment, he saw the dress the model was displaying on the stage, and suddenly fell silent, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. It was a dazzling black evening gown. On the wide black skirt, ancient embroidery techniques were used to embroider a profusion of demon-like red peonies. Upon closer inspection, one can see that among those peonies, there are also embroidered skulls, underworld symbols, and various ancient mysterious totems. But it does not give a creepy or horrific feeling, but rather an ominous, mystical, and dangerously alluring aura, and ultimate cold elegance and powerful presence. As the gaze moves upward, the totems on the skirt gradually disappear, and from the waist up, sporadic crystals appear, like stars in the black night sky, gradually gathering into a galaxy across the bodice. From the underworld to the starry sky, it's like a metamorphosis, a rebirth. The designer did not have the model wear a necklace or earrings, only a diamond crown on her head. It's as if she's walking the path to the underworld, treading on peonies from the other shore, emerging from the darkness and despair, a queen. The noisy venue suddenly fell silent, not a single sound, as everyone stared, transfixed, at the magnificent and cold black gown. So stunning. So stunning. Someone's exclamation broke the stunned silence that had enveloped the venue. Like pressing the play button, the entire scene suddenly came alive again. My goodness. Such a powerful visual impact. Such a unique design style. Peonies from the other shore, the underworld, darkness, the starry sky, combining these elements, there is no incongruity, but rather a mysterious and powerful presence. I love it. I love it so much. Who designed this? It's so dazzling and shocking. Yu Jiwan? Damn, is this Yu Jiwan's design? Wait, isn't Yu Jiwan the boss of Hongfeng? She can also do fashion design? Wow, she's been hiding her talents, designing something so stunning. I thought this was Wang Yan's design, but it's not. This is not Wang Yan's usual style. Not only the audience and reporters on the scene, but even the 6 judges on the panel were staring in awe. One of the judges was so excited that he knocked over the water bottle on the table without even noticing. The Yu Changde and Yu Shaozi who had just mocked Yu Jiwan were now all dumbfounded. How could this be possible? This is actually Yu Jiwan's work. Even Yu Shangxian was staring dumbly at the stage. Yu Shouqi was also incredulous. This shockingly ominous and elegant gown came from Yu Jiwan's hands. Her design level was this high, and he had no idea? After the model finished the display, it was time for the judges to score. The 6 judges didn't even exchange any words, they just buried their heads and started scoring. The big screen soon displayed the scores. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. They all gave perfect 10 scores. The host exclaimed excitedly, 10 points. All 10 points. Goodness, this is the first time in this year's Golden Flower Award that we have a full score. Let's congratulate contestant number 30 for achieving the highest overall average score of 10 points. Currently in first place. As the scores were announced, thunderous applause immediately erupted from the audience. Even the previous contestants couldn't help but join in the applause. Amazing, just as I had predicted. I also guessed 10 points. This dark-themed gown is truly incredible. Well deserved. Yu Jiwan is so impressive. The current highest score. This is 0.6 points higher than the second place Yu Shangxiang. Wait, are you kidding me? Yu Jiwan's design level is this high, yet the Yu family let her leave? That's a huge loss for them. Who knows what the Yu family was thinking, letting their own daughter go? They must have lost their minds. At this time, Yu Changde, hearing the discussions around him, looked more sullen than someone who had just swallowed a fly. He had originally hoped that Shangxian would bring glory to the Yu family and trample on Yu Jiwan, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the unfilial daughter Yu Jiwan would suddenly get a perfect score, relegating Shangxian to the sidelines. Shangxian's 9.4 points were now completely insignificant. Yu Shaozi was about to go crazy, refusing to believe it. Impossible. She must have plagiarized someone else's work. Yu Shouqi stared intently at the stage. How could she plagiarize? The style is so unique and powerful. If she had imitated it, the judges and other designers here would have definitely noticed. Moreover, the elements like peonies from the other shore and skulls are so unconventional, it must be her own conception. Tao Shuqin looked at the stage in a daze. Her own daughter was actually this talented. Turning to see the aggrieved and saddened expression on Shangxiang's face, Tao Shuqin quickly embraced her. Xiang, it's alright, getting 9.4 points is already amazing. Who knows, maybe Yu Jiwan just got lucky this time. While saying this, Tao Shuqin's gaze couldn't help but be drawn back to the captivating design on the stage. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, I've let you down. Yu Shangxiang's face was filled with self-blame and sorrow, but there was a tinge of venom in her eyes. She had always felt superior, thinking that Yu Jiwan was only pretty on the outside, but inferior in everything else. Yet today's reality was like a slap in the face, harshly awakening her and filling her with a sense of crisis. She had secretly imitated Wang Yan's designs, but still ended up being surpassed by that despicable Yu Jiwan. Yu Changde suddenly thought of something, his face changing. Oh no, that disobedient child Yu Jiwan is so capable, and she's the boss of Hongfeng, won't that give them tremendous backing? Relying on Shangxiang, they ultimately couldn't beat the disobedient child. Sigh. Yu Shouqi comforted, Dad, don't worry, we still have Wang Yan. As long as we can lure Wang Yan back, everything will be fine. Wang Yan is our greatest support. Yu Changde felt reassured and immediately let out a sigh of relief. That's right, no matter what conditions Wang Yan sets, we'll agree to them, as long as she's willing to return to Yu Group. Yu Shouqi nodded, his eyes fixed on Yu Jiwan's design on the stage. In the past 2 years when Yu Group was in crisis, Yu Jiwan had offered to help, but he had snubbed her, thinking she was overestimating herself, and didn't even look at her design drafts. Now, he felt a tinge of regret. Why didn't he take a look back then? Even just a single glance would have been better. The competition continued, but the audience was still deeply captivated by the stunning impact of Yu Jiwan's design. The subsequent contestants didn't have any particularly eye-catching designs until the very last one, which finally piqued the audience's interest again, ultimately earning a respectable score of 9.3. When all the contestants had finished, someone noticed something amiss and started looking around. "Where's Wang Yan?" I didn't see any of Wang Yan's works among the contestants. To be honest, I've been watching from the first contestant till the last, and I didn't feel like any of them were Wang Yan's style. Wait, could it be that the one who just got the perfect score, Yu Jiwan, is actually Master Wang Yan? No way, Wang Yan's style is not like that. Then, maybe Wang Yan didn't participate in the competition and will just make a public appearance later? Possible. Why is the host going down from the stage? As the audience was discussing, they saw the host being called down by what seemed to be the competition organizers. The host then returned to the stage with an expression of surprise and excitement. "Dear audience, all the contestants' designs have been presented. After fierce on-site competition and scoring by the judges, the one who received the highest score is contestant number 30, Miss Yu Jiwan. Let's congratulate Yu Jiwan for becoming the champion of this Golden Flower competition. Please welcome Yu Jiwan to the stage." The audience burst into enthusiastic applause, fully accepting Yu Jiwan's winning score. The host couldn't hide her excitement, smiling like she had been energized. "And we have another exhilarating news to share with you all. Yes, we are deeply honored to invite a heavyweight guest to present the award to the Golden Flower champion." "What? A heavyweight guest presenter? Who is it?" "Please welcome Mr. Xie Jingma, the president of Xie Group, to the stage. He will be presenting the trophy and certificate to Yu Jiwan." "Xie Jingma? Whoa!" It was like a thunderclap had struck the entire venue. It instantly exploded with excitement. A socialite in the front row, in the middle of reapplying her makeup, accidentally broke her lipstick in her agitated state. "Did I hear that right?" the host said. "Xie Jingma? Yes, that's what I heard too. Oh my god, is it really President Xie? I must be dreaming." It wasn't just the socialites, even the prominent business tycoons who had been invited, as well as the designers and media reporters present, were all craning their necks to get a look at the stage. That's Xie Jingma, after all. Not to mention trying to curry favor with him, most people didn't even have the qualifications to see him in person. What's more, the Golden Flower Awards had invited Xie Jingma before, but the tycoon had ruthlessly rejected them every time. So why did he agree this time? The Yu family was equally shocked. Xie Jingma was here to present the award to the champion? They had thought he was just here to watch Shang Xiang compete. At the side of the stage, a tall, imposing figure with a formidable aura had already stepped up. Yu Jiwan blinked in bewilderment as she looked at that figure. What? How did he come here? Why didn't he tell her in advance? The man was dressed in a well-tailored black suit, tall and handsome, with an air of distinction. But his suit was unbuttoned, and his white shirt had the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his sexy collarbones, giving him a languid, roguish charm. Especially those languid, alluring bedroom eyes, they could make a girl's heart race uncontrollably. Yet the sheer power and dominance emanating from him kept everyone, no matter how enamored, from daring to approach him too boldly. As soon as Xie Jingma appeared in the public eye, the reporters' camera shutters were snapping furiously, the shutter sounds echoing one after another. The audience in the stands were in an uproar, with some even letting out excited exclamations that they couldn't contain. "Oh my god, it's really President Xie. So handsome, so charming. He's so attractive. I won't beat around the bush, I want to sleep with him. Who doesn't, but do you dare? Wait, what happened to President Xie's hand? It's wrapped in bandages? Oh, you're right. No wonder he's not wearing a tie with an injured hand. He probably couldn't even do up a tie by himself, and doesn't have a woman around to help him. I wonder why he's still single. I heard he has a long-lost love that he can't forget, which is why he's been keeping his distance from women all this time. He's never even held a woman's hand before." At this moment, the event hostess had brought the trophy up to the stage. This was the most prestigious design competition in the country, a true honor for any designer. Xie Jingma picked up the trophy and certificate from the tray, his deep gaze settling on Yu Jiwan as he solemnly presented them to her. Somehow, Yu Jiwan felt it was quite nice to receive the award from him. She accepted the trophy and certificate earnestly. In the spotlight of all eyes, the man's eyes crinkled in a charming smile, and he suddenly reached out and embraced her. Yu Jiwan was slightly taken aback. Xie Jingma held her, the corner of his mouth curving up as his low voice purred, "Congratulations, President Yu." Not Madam, but President Yu, acknowledging her own status and honoring her achievement. This was the first congratulations Yu Jiwan had received, and it came from him. Her red lips curved into a brilliant smile. "Thank you, Mr. Xie." After Xie Jingma released her, Yu Jiwan glanced at his lips, suddenly remembering her desire to kiss him last night, and quickly averted her gaze, feeling a bit flustered. Down in the audience, being too far away to hear their exchange, everyone saw Xie Jingma embracing Yu Jiwan, causing quite a stir. What happened to him being so aloof from women? How come he's hugging her now? And he initiated the hug himself. He even had his arm around her waist. The socialites sitting in the front row felt something was a bit off. I must be going crazy, but doesn't it feel like President Xie's gaze on Miss Yu is not very pure? You're right, Xie Jingma has never attended this kind of competition before, no matter how much they invited him. But today he suddenly shows up as the award presenter, and he even initiated a hug with her. Could it be that he's here specifically for Yu Jiwan? Strange, somehow I feel like President Xie and Miss Yu look quite perfect standing together on that stage. What's so strange about that? Yu Jiwan is already beautiful, and she's the boss of Hongfeng too. Plus, her design is so impressive. I really admire her. Meanwhile, Yu Shangxiang stared fixatedly at the handsome, distinguished man on the stage, biting her lower lip in resentment. It should have been her. It should have been her receiving the champion's trophy, standing on that stage, basking in the spotlight with him. But then this Yu Jiwan suddenly showed up. The man who had only appeared in her dreams, her fiancé, was now embracing that wretched woman. Yu Shaozi glared at the stage angrily. If it wasn't for Yu Jiwan, with Xiangxiang's 9.4 score, she should have been the champion. The one standing with Xie Jingma should have been Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang was filled with resentment, sobbing as she buried herself in Tao Shuqin's embrace. "Mom, I accept that I'm not as skilled. I'm willing to let my sister have the champion title. But the fiancé, Tao Shuqin quickly comforted her. "My dear daughter, don't cry. The position of Mrs. Xie is rightfully yours. Xie Jingma has no chance with her." Yu Changde frowned deeply. That disobedient child, not only did she go against Wang Yan and Hangfeng, but she also took Xiangxiang's champion title. She's truly lawless. Yu Shouqi looked at the Yu Jiwan on stage with icy contempt. This harbinger of doom was nothing but a curse. She had taken away his Wang Yan, causing Wang Yan to block him, and bringing huge losses to Yu Group. And now she had even snatched Xiangxiang's champion title. He should have given her more pineapple juice when she first came back to the Yu family, and let her die of an allergic reaction. Once Wang Yan appears, he'll make sure to lure her back, and let Hongfeng be ruined and go bankrupt. Thinking of the beloved Wang Yan, Yu Shouqi's gaze towards Yu Jiwan was filled with even more hatred and disdain. Finally, after the award ceremony, the host invited Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma to the VIP section. The host was bursting with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all been eagerly anticipating this. It's time for Master Wang Yan's first public appearance. The organizers just handed me a card with Wang Yan's real name on it, and I haven't opened it yet." The audience and reporters in the venue instantly grew restless with anticipation. "You can really hold your patience. Just open it and take a look already. If you won't, then let me see it. Hurry up and bring out Master Wang Yan. Quickly, quickly, don't be so coy." Amid the chorus of demands, Yu Shouqi nervously adjusted his collar, determined to maintain the best appearance. He was finally going to see the Wang Yan he had been yearning for. When Yu Group was in its darkest valley, when he was languishing in misery and living on sleeping pills, it was Wang Yan who had been his pillar of support. Wang Yan was not only the savior of Yu Group, but also his own savior. The host no longer wanted to keep them in suspense. Taking a deep breath, she announced, "Please everyone, be seated and stay quiet. Our Wang Yan master is already present in our venue. The spotlight in our hall will shine on Wang Yan master in 5 seconds. 5, 4. As the countdown proceeded, the spotlights began to swing around the venue, and the audience members eagerly craned their necks, anticipating where the light would finally land. 1. With the final count, the rapidly flickering spotlight abruptly came to a stop, shining on the woman. The woman's features were stunningly beautiful, her complexion as pure as snow. She had a transcendent air about her, with captivating, glistening eyes that made her stand out amidst the clamor of the venue, like a vision from another world. Yu Shouqi instantly held his breath, turning his head with trepidation. However, the next moment, as he recognized the woman's face, a thunderous sound seemed to reverberate in his mind, and he abruptly stood up, the color draining from his face. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, his entire form shaking unsteadily. Wang Yan was actually, compared to Yu Shouqi's outburst of losing his composure and standing up abruptly, the other members of the Yu family were even more shell-shocked. staring wide-eyed in disbelief.
No, impossible. How could the spotlight be shining on Yu Jiwan?
The host quickly opened the card in her hand and saw Wang Yan's real name on it, her voice trembling with excitement.
Now, it is with great honor and solemnity that I invite Miss Yu Jiwan, the renowned Master Wang Yan, to come on stage and give a speech. The entire venue suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Yu Jiwan is the legendary Master Wang Yan? Fucking hell. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness, staring dazedly at the radiant, beautiful woman gracefully stepping onto the stage.
Standing there, Yu Jiwan took the microphone handed to her by the host, her bright eyes and crimson lips curving into a slight smile, a vision of breathtaking beauty.
Hello everyone, I am Wang Yan.
With just those few words, she ignited the hearts of everyone present, and the previously silent venue erupted into a storm of exclamations and applause. As for the Yu family, their eyes were practically bulging out of their heads. They were struck by lightning from a clear sky.
How could this be?
The Wang Yan they had been searching for, the savior they had been begging not to abandon Yu Group, was actually the Yu Jiwan they had loathed, insulted, and looked down upon. She was their own daughter and sister.
How could the heavens play such a cruel joke on them?
Yu Xiangxiang stared fixatedly at the Yu Jiwan on stage, the sweet, gentle expression on her face shattering as her features contorted into a nightmarish, agonized grimace.
She absolutely refused to accept this reality.
The Yu Jiwan she had always looked down on and despised was the same Wang Yan who had defeated her and won the championship. The one person she hated most had stepped all over her. This was something she could never come to terms with. All of Xiangxiang's self-proclaimed superiority that she had gloated over when looking down on Yu Jiwan now became laughable farce. As for Yu Xiuqi, he had been standing there in a state of utter disarray since earlier, his body taut like a bowstring stretched to its limit, ready to snap. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the Yu Jiwan on stage. The Wang Yan who had unhesitatingly agreed to help him when Yu Group was in crisis, when others mocked him for being incapable of shouldering the family business, she was his own sister. The one who had been his pillar of support when he was languishing in misery, living off sleeping pills, she was his own sister. The one who had single-handedly rescued Yu Group, allowing him to bask in glory and success, she was his own sister. She was the sister he had loathed and despised, the one he had subjected to long-term emotional abuse, even knowingly adding pineapple juice to her drinks when he was aware of her allergy, wishing for her to die from the reaction. Yu Xiuqi's form swayed violently, as he clutched his chest in agonizing pain, as if a sharp needle had suddenly pierced his heart, the excruciating pain leaving him gasping for breath, his face deathly pale.
Why did it turn out this way? Meanwhile, in the venue, the socialites and designers who adored Wang Yan were exclaiming excitedly without pause. Unbelievable! No wonder Yu Jiwan got a perfect score. She is Wang Yan. Ah, Master Wang Yan, is that dark and glamorous gown your new style? Wait a minute. Does this mean the Wang Yan who has been designing for Yu Group and helping them become a major domestic brand is actually their real daughter? Whoa!
With such accomplished offspring, the Yu family's ancestral graves must be emitting green smoke.
Ah, no, that's not right.
Yu Jiwan has already severed ties with the Yu family. She's no longer their daughter.
TSK. Earlier Yu Xiuqi was boasting about luring Wang Yan back to Yu Group, and he was so rude to Yu Jiwan, I bet he's regretting it to the depths of his soul now.
Serves him right. With such a beautiful and talented real daughter, and they chose to favor the fake one instead, they completely deserve this. Hearing this, some curious media reporters couldn't resist asking why Yu Jiwan had used the identity of Wang Yan instead of directly helping the Yu family. Holding the microphone, Yu Jiwan cast a detached, indifferent glance towards the Yu family. When Yu Group was in decline, with its business deteriorating, I wanted to help lighten the burden for my parents and brother. But when I presented my designs to Yu Xiuqi, he dismissed me, thinking I lacked the skills and was beyond my abilities. So I had no choice but to use the identity of Wang Yan to assist Yu Group. Back then, when she was dismissed and looked down upon by Yu Xiuqi, she may have felt disheartened, but she still considered him family, her brother, and couldn't bear to see him suffer in distress. She sincerely wanted to help him, and humbly hoped to receive even a shred of familial affection from her parents and brother. Only later did she realize that a stone can never be warmed, no matter how much one tries. Hearing this, the people in the venue sighed heavily, and their indignation swelled.
Unbelievable,
How could he treat his own sister so horribly? This is his own sister. She grew up enduring a difficult life in her adoptive family, and finally returned home, only to be so despised by her own parents and brother. It seems Yu Jiwan had hoped to reconcile with the Yu family at first. Even when she was shunned and ostracized, she was still willing to help them using the identity of Wan Yin. How could she have wronged the Yu family in any way with her wholehearted efforts? The Yu family's favoritism and discrimination is truly short-sighted. They failed to cherish their own daughter, causing her to become disillusioned, and now she's severed ties with them. And just now, Yu Shochi was boasting about luring Wan Yin back. I'd say that's pure delusion. At this moment, upon hearing Yu Jiwan's answer, Yu Shochi staggered, his face deathly pale. He collapsed back into his chair, all strength leaving his body. If only he hadn't harbored such prejudice against Yu Jiwan from the start. If he had even a shred of treating her as family, as his own sister, would things have turned out this way? It was his mistake, a grave one. Suddenly, Yu Shochi remembered the look of yearning and admiration in Yu Jiwan's eyes when she first returned to the Yu family, how she had gently called him big brother. Even when he was hospitalized, she had stayed by his bedside for many nights. Every time it was his birthday, she had thoughtfully prepared a gift for him. Even when he had shunned her, she had still used the identity of Wan Yin to help him. But he, knowing full well she was allergic to pineapple, he had still added pineapple juice to her drinks. He had thrown away the birthday gifts she gave him. All these years, he had never once celebrated her birthday. In front of her, he had boasted about Shang Xiang, deliberately insulting and belittling her, saying Shang Xiang was his true sister. How could he have committed such despicable acts? She had offered him her genuine heart, and he had discarded her like worn-out shoes. Yu Shochi's heart felt like it was being ripped apart, his chest aching as if someone had brutally carved out a piece of flesh. Gasping for breath, he slid off the chair, collapsing to his knees in a disheveled heap on the floor. Shochi, big brother, Tao Shuqin and Yu Shaozi immediately rushed over to support Yu Shochi, trying to help him up. But Yu Shochi remained kneeling on the floor, his eyes bloodshot, his expression disoriented, oblivious to those around him. Shochi, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. Tao Shuqin's eyes quickly welled up with tears. Mom! Yu Shaozi's usual arrogance was gone, his voice hoarse as he spoke. It's because of Yu Jiwan. Hearing Yu Shaozi's words, Tao Shuqin turned her head to look at the Yu Jiwan on stage, her expression one of profound sorrow. The acclaimed genius designer Wan Yin was her own biological daughter, the child she had given birth to. How could she not be proud of that? But, Shochi, snap out of it. Pull yourself together. Tao Shuqin saw her eldest son kneeling in such a disheveled, desolate state, and her eyes reddened again. Yu Shochi kept his head bowed, one hand clutching his agonizing chest, the other hand pressed against the floor, his fingers digging in so tightly that his nails were on the verge of splitting. Amidst the haze, he heard a reporter ask Yu Jiwan if she would continue to help Yu Group, help the Yu family. The girl's voice was ice-cold and resolute. No, never again. Yu Shochi's entire body trembled violently, the fingers pressing into the floor, applying more and more force until his nails split, scarlet blood seeping out, but he was oblivious to it. Only a single tear silently fell and splashed onto the floor. By the time the Genoa fashion design competition ended, the socialites were still gathered around Yu Jiwan, with a few young designers even wanting to get her autograph. Yu Jiwan was amused and bemused, taking several minutes to finally extricate herself and head backstage. The people in the audience seats had not yet dispersed, their gazes towards the Yu family complex and nuanced, tinged with subtle disdain. Yu Changde no longer cared about the onlookers' eyes, reaching out to pull Yu Shochi up. Shochi, your hand is bleeding. Suddenly, Yu Shochi forcefully pushed him away, almost causing Yu Changde to fall to the ground. Before he could even get angry, he saw Yu Shochi shakily stand up and run towards the backstage area. Shochi, what are you doing? Yu Changde's brows knitted tightly as he shouted. Likely due to his physical weakness, Yu Shochi only managed to take a few steps before stumbling and falling forward onto the stairs with a thud. The once glorious Yu Group president, now disheveled and destitute, sprawled on the ground, devoid of his usual rational composure. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, wondering what he was going to do. Yu Shaozi immediately rushed over, his hand just about to touch Yu Shochi's clothing, when he was swatted away. Big brother, you. It seemed Yu Shochi did not hear what was said, staggering to his feet, his hands still dripping blood, his eyes bloodshot. Once more, he stumbled towards the backstage in a daze. Jiwan, his own sister, was there. His sister was there. When Yu Jiwan returned to the room where she had been preparing her outfits before the competition, she had not even pushed the door open yet when she suddenly heard a hoarse voice calling her. Jiwan. The voice was unfamiliar, and Yu Jiwan did not recognize it at first. Turning around, she was slightly startled to see that it was Yu Shochi. Jiwan, Yu Xiuqi was in a disheveled, pitiful state, the blood from his torn nails dripping onto the floor, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. His reddened eyes were fixed solely on the young woman before him. "Before, I was wrong, I should not have." Yu Jiwan's brows furrowed slightly, a faint trace of derision in her expression. "What are you doing? Do you think if you say that, I'll be willing to be lured back to you group, continue designing clothes for you?" Yu Xiuqi became agitated, his voice still hoarse and strained, like sandpaper scraping against the throat. "That's not what I meant, I didn't." He struggled to find the words, unable to express the piercing pain in his chest and the gnawing remorse. Yu Xiuqi closed his eyes, his trembling lashes glistening with moisture. "Jiwan, you are my own sister. You suffered so much since you were young, and finally got accepted back into the family, but I failed to be a good brother." "Your sister?" Yu Jiwan interrupted him, her face devoid of emotion. "From the moment I severed ties with the Yu family, you were no longer my brother." Yu Xiuqi's face paled again, his lips quivering timidly. Yu Jiwan looked at him, her exquisite, radiant features completely impassive. "Do you think that just by saying you were wrong now, I would happily forgive you, wipe the slate clean and go back to being your sister without any lingering resentment?" Yu Xiuqi's pupils shrank, and he desperately took a step forward, reaching out to touch her, but seeing Yu Jiwan retreat and avoid his hand with disdain, his outstretched arm suddenly froze in midair. In that moment, it felt as if his heart was being crushed and tormented, the pain choking his throat. So this was how deeply hurt she had been when they, her own family, had despised her back then. When Hikaiwai arrived, she saw the disheveled Yu Xiuqi trying to reach out to Yu Jiwan. "Boss!" Hikaiwai's expression tightened, and she immediately rushed over, wondering if this Yu Xiuqi was still going to lay hands on her. Yu Jiwan looked at Yu Xiuqi with an indifferent gaze and told Hikaiwai, "Call the security guards and have them escort him out." She then pushed the door and entered the rest area, leaving. Seeing the young woman's cold, indifferent back as she walked away, Yu Xiuqi's eyes stung, and the tears he had been struggling to hold back finally spilled over. Hikaiwai was efficient, and the security guards quickly escorted Yu Xiuqi out. When Yu Jiwan finished gathering her things, ready to leave, Xia Jingma came over, holding what looked like a lunch. He raised his brows. "You didn't have breakfast? Are you hungry?" Yu Jiwan still could not face him calmly, her eyelid twitching. "I'm not hungry. I still have some matters to attend to at Hongfeng. I need to go first. I'll talk to you later." She needed to sort out her thoughts. Why had she suddenly felt the urge to kiss Xie Jingma last night? That behavior was just too. She had to clarify her feelings towards him, but if she let Xie Jingma stay by her side, she would undoubtedly be influenced by him. So Yu Jiwan decided to go to Hongfeng and think things through quietly on her own. "I'm leaving first." Watching the young woman hurry away, the man's almond-shaped eyes narrowed dangerously. Why had she been avoiding him since last night? "Big brother." At this moment, Xia Yunjiao and Xia Yuntang, the brother and sister, came running excitedly. "Where's our sister-in-law? So she's the legendary Wang Yan all alone." According to Xia Yuntang's adoration for Wang Yan, knowing that Wang Yan would be making a public appearance, she had planned to attend the Genoa fashion design competition early. But unfortunately, one of the male top idols in her company, with over 80 million followers, had an incident the previous night, and the news had been all over the hot search topics. Xia Yuntang immediately gathered the PR department overnight, hurriedly trying to handle the crisis, also dragging Xia Yunjiao to the company to help. Fortunately, that male top idol was usually quite well behaved, and by noon, the scandal had finally been clarified and calmed down. After resolving the company's issues, the two hurried over. But when they arrived, they only saw their brother, not their sister-in-law. Xia Jingma lazily glanced at the two. She went back to Hongfeng. Xia Yuntang said, "Then I'll go find my sister-in-law right away." "Xiao Zhao, are you coming?" Xia Yunjiao thought about it and said, "You go first, I have something I want to ask our brother about." Xia Yuntang replied, "What is it?" "Oh well, I'm in a hurry to see my sister-in-law now. I'll talk to you about it later." Xia Yuntang then left in a flurry. Xia Yunjiao approached his brother, his face full of confusion. "Strange, brother, with such a great opportunity today, why didn't you take the chance to publicly announce your marriage to our sister-in-law?" Xia Jingma's brows rose slightly. "This is her important moment. Why would I want to distract from that?" This was Wang Yan's stage, Yu Jiwan's stage, not Mrs. Xie's. Why would he use their marriage to divert attention away from her? Xia Jingma lazily took out his phone. The fact that Yu Jiwan was Wang Yan had already become a hot topic online. "Look, many people are praising her talent, How wonderful! The Yu family had belittled and suppressed her, so he wanted to help her soar higher, bask in radiant glory. Xia Yunzhao listened, not fully understanding, scratching his head in bewilderment. Then he turned and saw his brother looking at the netizens' praise for Yu Zhiwan, with an expression like a besotted fool admiring his amazing, capable wife. At the Hongfeng flagship store, Gu Chengfeng had not gone to the Genoa fashion design competition venue, but saw the news online that Yu Zhiwan was Wanyan. He was immediately overcome with shock and hurried over. Seeing the young woman's figure, Gu Chengfeng's chest swelled with pride. His woman, she was truly remarkable. Yu Zhiwan was busy handling things in the store. After Wanyan's identity was revealed, the pre-order volume had increased significantly. It was only when Hikaiwai reminded her to look towards the entrance that she noticed Gu Chengfeng had arrived. Yu Zhiwan's expression instantly became cold and indifferent. Seeing this rapid change in her attitude, Gu Chengfeng felt a lump in his throat. He had never been so disdained by a woman before. Wanting to get angry but afraid of scaring her, he grumbled awkwardly, "What attitude is this? I'm a customer coming into your store, and this is how you treat a godlike figure?" Yu Zhiwan couldn't be bothered to argue with him. "Hu Weifeng does not welcome you." Gu Chengfeng's temper flared up. "Are you going to kick me out too? I know you're Wanyan, I came specifically to see you." His voice was not low, and the other customers in the store turned to look their way. Yu Zhiwan's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of annoyance in her expression. "Do I need you to see me?" Gu Chengfeng was retorted at every word, his forehead veins bulging with fury. This ungrateful woman, she made him both love and hate her. But now he couldn't bring himself to scold her, so he took a deep breath and suppressed his arrogant temper. "Yu Zhiwan, I may have just been your first love, but I chased you for 3 months, and we dated for 3 weeks. I refuse to believe that after all this time together, you haven't developed even the slightest feelings for me." At his words, Yu Zhiwan's emotions remained completely unaffected, and her expression did not change as she looked him up and down. "Oh, really, none at all?" Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth in anger. "You're just saying that insincerely." Yu Zhiwan's brows finally furrowed, as if she had been insulted. Before she could speak, Gu Chengfeng suddenly thought of something, his attitude softening, a hint of sheepishness in his tone. "Ahem, I know you've never dated anyone before, so you might be slow to recognize your feelings. Well then, how about this? Let me pursue you again, and we can have a proper, serious relationship." Yu Zhiwan's brows knitted even tighter. "You pursue me?" Gu Chengfeng let out a slightly smug hum. "How about it, hearing that I want to pursue you, are you feeling happy and shy?" Yu Zhiwan realized that sometimes people do smile when at a loss for words. Happy? Shy? If it were Xie Jingma pursuing her, maybe she would genuinely feel happy. But Gu Chengfeng, wait, why would she feel happy if Xie Jingma pursued her? Why did she suddenly think of Xie Jingma? Yu Zhiwan realized she was acting strange again, and she gave Gu Chengfeng an unamused look. "I told you before, I'm already married. Stop bothering me." Gu Chengfeng was feeling smug when he heard the word married, his expression freezing as he looked at the ring on her nameless finger. Realizing something, his heartbeat suddenly stopping. This ring. Before, when Yu Zhiwan had told him she was married, he didn't believe her, thinking she was just wearing the ring to make him jealous of his own sister-in-law. But later, he learned that Yu Zhiwan had been forced to date him, not out of genuine feelings. So the ring she was wearing now was not just to make him jealous, but because she was truly. Gu Chengfeng's mind suddenly went blank, his vision swimming, and it took him several tries to finally force out the words, You're really married?" Yu Zhiwan answered simply and decisively, "Yes, I'm married." In an instant, Gu Chengfeng felt as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head, the dizziness making it hard for him to see her face clearly, his legs growing weak. Gritting his teeth, he managed to speak, "No, I don't believe it." As if fleeing, he then stumbled and ran out. Yu Zhiwan, was this young master putting on a drama again? Yu Shaozi came driving to find Yu Zhiwan, and even before reaching the Hangfeng store, he saw the disoriented Gu Chengfeng wandering aimlessly on the sidewalk, bumping into people without stopping, being scolded by an old man. Yu Shaozi immediately pulled over and got out of the car. "Gu Chengfeng, what the hell is wrong with you?" Gu Chengfeng still seemed not to hear, walking forward in a daze, about to step onto the road with cars coming and going. Yu Shaozi hurriedly grabbed him. "Have you lost your mind? Those are cars. Do you want to die?" Gu Chengfeng finally stopped, seeing that it was Yu Shaozi. His temples were throbbing, his face drained of color. She's married, she's really married. He had been determined to seriously pursue her, to be with her, but she had married someone else. How could she marry another man? Yu Shaozi was utterly confused.
Who got married? Gu Chengfeng raised a hand to his aching temple, a metallic bitterness welling up in his throat. Yu Shiwan, she told me she's married. Yu Shaozi suddenly stiffened, staring in disbelief. That can't be possible. Gu Chengfeng bitterly tugged at the corner of his lips, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, his mouth tasting like bitter herbs. The day she broke up with me, she married another man. Oof. In vain had he been confident that Yu Jiwan would eventually return to him. Yu Shaozi was utterly perplexed. She had just severed ties with the Yu family, and yet she had suddenly gotten married? Yu Shaozi gripped Gu Chengfeng's shoulders tightly, urgently asking, who did Jiwan marry? Gu Chengfeng looked up at him. Jiwan? You call her Jiwan? When had he ever addressed his own sister so gently before? Wasn't it always that damned girl or that bitch? Yu Shaozi flushed awkwardly. You know Jiwan is Wanyan, right? The sibling he had looked down upon was actually the Yu family's benefactor and savior. The Yu group's former glory and Yu Shaozi's comfortable life as the second young master were all thanks to Wanyan. Gu Chengfeng looked at him, and a cold smile suddenly curved his lips. If Yu Jiwan wasn't Wanyan, you still wouldn't have given your own sister a single good look, would you? Yu Shaozi was at a loss for words, unable to refute that. This time, Yu Shaozi had come to find Yu Jiwan to tell her that their parents had agreed to accept her as a family member and promised to treat her well in the future. He wanted her to come home without holding a grudge. But for some reason, Yu Shaozi suddenly felt very lacking in confidence and didn't dare to go look for Yu Jiwan. Yu Shaozi gritted his teeth in frustration, no longer bothering with Gu Chengfeng, and directly drove back home. In the living room, Yu Shouqi's hand had already been bandaged. Yu Changde sat in the position of the head of the household, with Tao Shuqin and Yu Shangxiang also present. Shaozi, how was it? Did you speak to that girl? Yu Changde asked hurriedly. Dad, I didn't go. Why didn't you go? Yu Changde frowned, speaking urgently. Jiwan is the renowned Wanyan. This would bring so much glory and prestige to the Yu family, and she can do design work for Yu Group. Having her come back home is a win-win situation, you understand? By the side, Yu Shouqi's gaze suddenly turned cold. Dad, are you only willing to let Wanwan come back for the sake of face and profit? Yu Changde said, Shouqi, don't be so hasty. Here's what we'll do, I'll go personally to invite that girl, and we'll let bygones be bygones. We'll all live together as a family, how's that? Yu Shouqi stood up from the sofa, his tone sarcastic. Holding a grudge? Are you complaining that Wanwan is holding a grudge? Dad, have you still not realized your own mistakes? Yu Changde, scolded by his own son, felt his face losing luster. Then how do you want me to do it? As a father, I'm already lowering myself to personally invite that girl back. What more does she want? Yu Shouqi coldly sneered. It's because of the family's face and the company's interests that you want Wanyan to continue designing for Yu Group. That's why you want to invite Wanwan back. Have you ever treated Wanwan as your own daughter? I only know that Wanwan is my own sister, and we've done too much wrong to her. We should be making amends to her. I will strive to earn Wanwan's forgiveness, and I don't want Wanwan to contribute anything more to the Yu family, and the marriage alliance with the Xie family that should have been Wanwan's in the first place. As the words fell, Yu Xiangxiang's back suddenly stiffened, a trace of anxiety flashing in her eyes. In the past, when the marriage alliance was mentioned, her eldest brother had always agreed to let her fulfill it. Now how come he was so biased towards Yu Jiwan? In her eldest brother's heart, had Yu Jiwan become more important than her? Yu Shangxiang suddenly clenched her fists, a gleam of resentment and jealousy in her eyes. That despicable woman, Yu Jiwan, even wanted to snatch away her eldest brother's doting love. By the side, Tao Shuqin hurriedly spoke up. Shouqi, I know you want to make amends to Jiwan, and I also want to make amends to this daughter, but Shangxiang hasn't done anything wrong. This marriage alliance is Shangxiang's, how can we let Jiwan fulfill it? Yu Shouqi's expression remained impassive. Mom, you're wrong. This marriage alliance was originally Wanwan's, it has nothing to do with Shangxiang. When Wanwan first returned to the Yu family, I didn't have the heart to let Shangxiang return to her original family to suffer, so I agreed to let her stay in the Yu family and continue being the second young miss. Now, is she even going to snatch Wanwan's marriage alliance? Tao Shuqin was anxiously at a loss for words. She wanted to make amends to her own daughter, but she loved Shangxiang more. If she had to choose, let Jiwan suffer this last time. Yu Changde spoke in a serious tone. Enough, stop arguing. This marriage alliance still belongs to Shangxiang. The position of the Xie family's daughter-in-law is more suitable for Shangxiang. Yu Shouqi's expression turned cold. I don't agree. Now that the Yu Group's affairs are in my hands, I have the final say. Yu Changde angrily slammed the table. Good, so you're going to go against your own father for the sake of that girl. Big brother, Dad. Yu Shaozi suddenly spoke up, tiredly rubbing his forehead. You all don't have to argue, Jiwan is already married. What? Yu Xiuqi was shocked. When did she get married? To whom? Yu Shaozi shook his head. I haven't asked her who she married, I only know that she got married on the day she severed ties with the family. Yu Xiuqi's brow immediately furrowed. How could she have gotten married so hastily? Where did she find a man to marry? Would that man treat her well? Would he bully her? She no longer had any family members to turn to if she suffered wrongdoing. In contrast to Yu Xiuqi's worries, Tao Shuqin and Yu Changde simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. Tao Shuqin embraced Yu Shangxian with a pitying expression. Alright Xiuqi, since that girl is already married, even if I wanted her to fulfill the marriage alliance with Jingma, it's no longer possible. Now Shangxian can marry Jingma instead. Hiding in Tao Shuqin's embrace, a gleam of smugness flashed in Yu Shangxian's eyes. Sister, you really know how to help me. Since you've already married some random man, then Xie Jingma is completely mine now. Thinking of Xie Jingma, thinking of marrying him and becoming his woman, Yu Shangxian's cheeks flushed, shyly biting her lips. She could finally rest easy and wait to become his bride. Yu Xiuqi's brows were tightly furrowed, with no sign of relaxation. No, he had to go ask Wan Wan, find out exactly who she had married. Was that man reliable? Hung Thing's flagship store. When Xia Yuntang arrived, he had a huge pile of food in his hands. Sister-in-law, on my way here, my brother specially sent me a WeChat message, saying that you haven't had breakfast before going to the design competition, so he asked me to bring you some food. He also told me about some dishes you love, and he especially reminded me that you are allergic to pineapple, so I can't buy you pineapple juice or any dishes with pineapple. TSK, my brother really treasures you so much. Yu Jian's earlobes flushed with heat. What did he mean by treasures you so much? The main thing is, she didn't dare to look at his mouth in the morning, so she didn't dare to have breakfast with him, and rushed out the door. Unexpectedly, he still remembered it and was worried that she might be hungry. Yu Jian helped Xia Yuntang bring the food to the rest area. Xia Yuntang was extremely excited, hugging and touching Yu Jian, almost kissing her on the face. But she couldn't, her brother has too much possessiveness and jealousy. She didn't dare to kiss him. Really, I'm so excited. This is the real Wan Yan. My brother's eye for beauty is so good. Yu Jian, what does this have to do with your brother? Xia Yuntang smiled coquettishly. My brother's good eye for beauty is why he can marry you. Otherwise, how could I have such a good sister-in-law? Yu Jian. When they sat down to eat, Yu Jian was still thinking about Xie Jingma, feeling a bit unappetizing. Looking at Xia Yuntang beside her, she suddenly had an idea and asked casually, Yuntang, have you ever had a romantic relationship? Xia Yuntang said bluntly, why would I bother with that stuff? Yu Jian. Xia Yuntang pursed her lips. Sister-in-law, you don't know this, but the men around me are always currying favor with me, fawning over me all the time. I find it boring. I'd rather just bicker and quarrel with Xie Xiaozhou. Then, Yu Jian's eyes trembled with gentle waves, her milky white skin flushing with a translucent jade color. Have you ever had someone you liked before? Xia Yuntang didn't beat around the bush, smiling with crinkled eyes. Yes, I have. Yu Jian immediately leaned closer to her, like meeting a wise mentor, her eyes filled with pure, innocent eagerness as she asked, did you end up together? What does it feel like to like someone? Xia Yuntang didn't answer whether they got together or not, putting down her chopsticks and rubbing her chin. Liking someone, you'll think of them from time to time, wanting to meet them, and you'll feel very happy when you see them. Of course, your emotions can be easily influenced by them as well. You can be very happy because of them, but also easily get upset or jealous because of them. And when you're with them, your heart might race, wanting to get close to them, even wanting physical contact. Yu Jian listened with admiration, almost wanting to take out a little notebook to jot all of this down. Yuntang, you know so much. Then, if you want to kiss someone, does that mean you like them? Xia Yuntang was shocked to hear this. Sister-in-law, who do you want to kiss? Yu Jiwan almost sprayed out a mouthful of water. How did he guess it was her? No, it's not me. How could I want to kiss someone? I was just asking out of curiosity. Xia Yuntang clearly didn't believe her, and winked at her suggestively. Then sister-in-law, do you have a friend who suddenly wants to kiss her husband because they had a rushed marriage? You're practically revealing my identity. Yu Jiwan refused to admit it. No, I watched an idol drama yesterday, and there was a small childhood sweetheart who suddenly wanted to kiss her sweetheart, so I was wondering if that meant she liked him. Xia Yuntang actually believed it. Oh, one of those sweet idol dramas? If you want to kiss someone, of course that means you like them.
Think about it, if it was someone you dislike, would you want to kiss them? Yu Xiwan immediately shook her head. If it was someone she disliked, she wouldn't even want to see them, let alone kiss them. Xia Yuntang shrugged. Of course, it's also possible it's just physical attraction, but that depends on the personality. For example, you, sister-in-law, I feel like you're not the type to be suddenly physically attracted to someone. You've never had the urge to kiss anyone before, right? If that happened, his brother would be so jealous and upset. Recalling, Yu Xiwan shook her head. No, I really haven't. She had never felt that way towards any other man, except for Xie Jingma, but they had only been married for a little over a month. There was a guy who had pursued her before, loitering around her for half a year, but she never felt anything. But come to think of it, with Xie Jingma being such a handsome and attentive husband, living with her day and night, sleeping in the same bed, it's not surprising if she started having feelings for him. Suddenly, Yu Xiwan's heart started racing, thumping loudly like a startled deer. She unconsciously touched the small jade pendant on the bracelet Xie Jingma had given her. Oh no, she really did have feelings for Xie Jingma. After having lunch, Xia Yuntang had to return to his own company for some matters. Yu Xiwan remained in the restroom, cupping her burning cheeks. Looking in the mirror, she saw herself smiling silly like a foolish child from a wealthy family, and quickly patted her face. Don't smile so silly. Yu Xiwan rested her chin in her hands. She felt she had developed feelings for Xie Jingma, but what about him? Xie Jingma married her out of obligation, because of the family marriage agreement. But he has been quite nice and caring towards her, at least he doesn't seem to dislike her. As Yu Xiwan was pondering this, she suddenly noticed a notification on her phone. Zim had posted a Weibo update half an hour ago. She opened it. The post contained a photo of her and Xie Jingma. It was the one taken at the fashion show today, where Xie Jingma was presenting her the award and they were hugging. Looks like a reporter must have captured this moment. But why did Zim post this on his Weibo? Scrolling through the comments, Yu Xiwan was even more surprised. One netizen commented, "Ah, Chairman Xie and Schwinger's hug. He embraced her waist. Sister, don't you think Xie Jingma and Shanshan look great together?" Zim replied, "Mm." Then the netizen posted another photo. It was one of her and Xie Jingma sitting together after the award ceremony. The atmosphere seemed quite nice, likely taken by an audience member. The netizen excitedly commented, sister, look at this leaked photo. Chairman Xie was constantly glancing at Shanshan. I wonder what he was thinking? Zim, Shanshan glared at me. She only glares at me, she has me in her heart. The netizen? Sister, don't you think you're being a bit too love-struck? That's Xie Jingma we're talking about. How could Xie Jingma possibly think that way? Yu Xiwan was completely bewildered. Sister? Zim was a sister? He's a man. And the reason she glared at Xie Jingma was because when they sat back down in the audience, he suddenly leaned in and whispered teasingly to her ear, "My lady, your waist is so slender." She instinctively glared at him. How could Xie Jingma possibly think? Shanshan glared at me, she has me in her heart. Yu Xiwan's mouth twitched, using her Qingti small Weibo account to comment, he won't think that way. Zim instantly replied, why wouldn't he? Yu Xiwan was stumped. Because I am Yu Xiwan herself, the man in the photos is my husband, how could I not know him? But she couldn't say that. In the end, Yu Xiwan didn't reply to him. At the Lanqi garden. In the living room, the butler brought the ointment over. Looking at the man's burnt hand, "Sir, you should apply the ointment now, it says to apply it 3 times a day." Xie Jingma glanced at his silent phone, his tone indifferent. "Alright, just leave it. Why has he been avoiding me since last night?" The butler was worried. "Sir, let me apply it for you. I have years of experience in this. I can make sure the injury heals properly." Xie Jingma gave him a look, then suddenly remembered something and asked the butler to bring the desserts the chef made from the kitchen. There was a Qingti yogurt mousse cake and a double-layered Qingti pudding. Xie Jingma opened the camera, focusing the lens on the Qingti cake. Then, quite deliberately, he placed his burned hand next to the cake, as if it was casually captured in the frame. After taking the photo, he opened WeChat and sent it to Yu Xiwan. "My lady, would you like me to send over the Qingti cake you enjoy?" When Yu Xiwan received the photo the man sent, the first thing she noticed was the cake in the center of the frame, and the second was his burned hand. Her brow immediately furrowed. "Yu Xiwan, have you applied the ointment? It still looks so severe." It took a while for him to reply, as if the pain was affecting his typing. "My lady is not here. Who can apply the ointment for me?" The pitiful and aggrieved feeling was practically seeping through the screen. "Yu Xiwan, let the butler do it. Xie Jingma, he has poor eyesight, couldn't see clearly, and just now when he was applying the ointment, he ended up poking me." Yu Xiwan suddenly felt anxious. How careless of the butler. She quickly typed,
Then wait a moment, I'll head home right away. He replied, it's alright, just a small injury. I'm not in pain. Even if it hurts, I can endure it. Shanshan is busy outside. Don't let me delay your time. In an instant, Yu Zhiwan's heart felt like it was melting. How considerate of him, even at a time like this. And his typing was so slow, clearly his hand was hurting terribly, yet he stubbornly insisted he wasn't in pain. Yu Zhiwan, what delay? I've already finished what I needed to do. I'm heading home right away. Xie Jingma, alright then, I'll wait for Shanshan to come back. He added a obedient emoji at the end. Yu Zhiwan's heart warmed again. He was so considerate, it made her want to comfort him. Yu Zhiwan hurried out the door, eager to get home. As she pulled open the restroom door, she saw He Kaiwei standing outside, about to knock. What is it? Yu Zhiwan asked. Boss, someone is looking for you. He Kaiwei stepped aside to let her pass. It's your teacher. Teacher? Yu Zhiwan looked up to see Liang Yulan. Teacher Liang, what brings you here? Yu Zhiwan greeted her with delight, quickly walking over. In the past, when she competed under the identity of Xuanyan, it was always Teacher Liang who went up to accept the awards on her behalf, so she had great respect for her. Liang Yulan, with an air of academia about her, smiled warmly. Zhiwan, I'll be direct with you. I have a nephew, his parents are both doctors, and they want him to study medicine too, but he's not interested in that at all, and is instead very passionate about fashion design. So today I've brought him here, hoping he can learn from you. Liang Yulan gestured to the young man behind her. Sun, come over here. Yu Zhiwan examined him. He was quite tall, around his 20s, hands in his pockets, with dazzling silver hair and a silver earring. He had a handsome face but had an unruly air about him, not exactly the typical look of a medical student. Liang Yulan sighed as she looked at his silver hair. Zhiwan, you don't have to be too polite with this kid. Just treat him like an assistant, make him do all the dirty and tiring work, let him properly learn from you. She then turned to Sun. If you can learn even 1/10 of what Zhiwan knows, it'll be more than enough for you. Sun smiled, revealing 2 sharp little fangs. I know, this is the renowned designer Shuang. I've long admired your name. Liang Yulan chuckled. Since you know, then Zhiwan, please teach him. Of course Yu Zhiwan wouldn't refuse, since Teacher Liang had helped her so much in the past. Teacher Liang, it's no trouble at all. I'll just have Sun stay here, and I'll teach him whatever he wants to learn. Liang Yulan gave a few more reminders, then headed back to the school, as she still had matters to attend to there. Yu Zhiwan glanced at the time, telling Sun, come back tomorrow, I have to go home first today. Sun, despite his bold and unruly appearance, was still polite. Okay, you go ahead, I'll just take a look around the store. Yu Zhiwan nodded and hurried out. At the Lanqi garden, Yu Zhiwan walked into the living room and only saw the Qingti cake on the coffee table. She looked around but couldn't find Xie Jingma anywhere. She asked the butler, and learned that he was upstairs in the bedroom. Wasn't he supposed to be applying the ointment? Why did he go to the bedroom? Could it be that the injury was too severe and he wasn't feeling well? Yu Zhiwan's expression tightened, and she rushed upstairs, anxiously pushing open the bedroom door. But she was unprepared to see the man in the middle of undressing. His shirt buttons were already fully undone, revealing his well-defined abs and slender waistline, so alluring. Yu Zhiwan's pupils trembled, and she immediately covered her eyes. I'm sorry, are you changing clothes? Xie Jingma glanced up at her, covering her eyes, barely raising an eyebrow. The timing was just right. She came back just as he had halfway taken off his clothes. Xie Jingma, the cunning one, nonchalantly walked over and pulled her hand down from her eyes. What are you covering for? We've already slept in the same bed. Yu Zhiwan? That's not the same, at least when you're wearing clothes. With her eyes uncovered, Yu Zhiwan's gaze lowered, and all she saw was his chest. Her eyelids twitched, and she hastily raised her head, trying to keep her vision focused on his face. You should just change your clothes. The man spoke lazily. It's not changing clothes. I wanted to take a shower. Take a shower? At this time? Just now I tried to squeeze some fresh fruit juice for Shanshan, but accidentally knocked against the injury on my hand, and the cup slipped, spilling the juice on me. Shanshan won't think I'm useless, will she? Towards the end, his tone subtly carried a hint of dejection. Yu Zhiwan immediately shook her head. Not at all. Your hand is hurting so much, don't go about doing things. Tell me what you want to do, I'll help you. The man raised an eyebrow. Really? Yu Zhiwan nodded firmly. Of course. In that case, Xie Jingma spoke casually. My hand is still quite painful. I can't bend it or use any force. Could you please help me take off my clothes? He said it so nonchalantly, but Yu Zhiwan was suddenly stunned. Take off his clothes? The upper body would be simple. His shirt buttons were already undone, just need to remove the shirt. But the pants, how could she help him with that? Yu Zhiwan pressed her lips together,
feeling a bit uneasy. How about you just wait a bit, don't shower for now, but the juice spilled on me is quite sticky, you can see. He gestured to the still damp area on his abdomen. Yu Jiwan lowered her eyelashes, and the first thing she saw was his abs, her heart trembling slightly. His physique was just too alluring. She almost suspected that Xie Jingma was deliberately trying to seduce her. But he was so considerate and thoughtful, how could he have such ulterior motives? Besides the abdomen, the juice had also spilled onto his pants, a large wet area. Such sticky substances would indeed be uncomfortable on the skin. Yu Jiwan struggled for a long while, thinking that it was just taking off his clothes, not like she was helping him bathe. She took a deep breath. Okay, I'll help you. At her words, the man tilted his head slightly, the corners of his lips barely curving upwards, cooperatively raising his arms to let her remove his shirt. As for the pants, Yu Jiwan closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling involuntarily. She slowly reached out. His pants were slacks, so she could only grope to undo the buttons. Her fingers accidentally brushed against his abs a few times, and she had to admit, the texture was really nice. Suddenly, a low, hoarse chuckle descended from above her. Yu Jiwan felt a surge of embarrassment. What are you laughing at? The man's sexy Adam's apple bobbed, his voice seductively alluring. Darling, the way you keep feeling around like that, it's starting to tickle me a bit. Yu Jiwan couldn't help it, snapping her eyes open and giving him a reproachful look, her eyelashes tinted with a blush of shyness, almost pouting. Then tell me, how do I take it off? The man's bedroom eyes curved upwards slightly, languid and charming. Open your eyes, is that not allowed? Yu Jiwan, what should she do about seeing things she shouldn't? Moreover, her feelings for him were no longer simple. Yu Jiwan anxiously swallowed, then swallowed again. Looking at his bewitching face, she suddenly found herself calming down, the fluster and embarrassment in her heart instantly dissipating. Since she had already fallen for him, she didn't want to hold back. She wanted to pursue him, but she had never pursued anyone before, had no experience. Since Xie Jingma needs her help now, then, she'll start from this step? Thinking this, Yu Jiwan steadied herself, her face refined and radiant. Well, you're the one who said that, so I'll open my eyes. It's not like I have anything to be afraid of. With that, she lowered her head, no longer closing her eyes, her gaze landing on the man's abdomen. Her fingers still trembled slightly, but she steeled her resolve and deftly unbuttoned his slacks. Xie Jingma was surprised to see Yu Jiwan suddenly calm down. It was as if her mentality had undergone some transformation in a way he didn't know. At the moment, Yu Jiwan had a serious expression on her delicate face as her slender white fingers undid the buttons of the man's black slacks. Then she grabbed a snow-white bath towel, wrapping it around his slender waist, and decisively pulled down his slacks. Finally, she steeled herself and removed his last layer of clothing. Although she had wrapped the towel around him, so she didn't see anything inappropriate, her hands inevitably brushed against him during the undressing process. In that moment, Yu Jiwan's hands felt like they were on fire, as if scorched by the heat from his body, her fingertips trembling violently, curling up like a mimosa plant, frightened. Oh no! Though Yu Jiwan's expression looked composed, her brain had completely short-circuited. This was different from ordinary skin contact. From her cheeks to her neck, her skin flushed red, like a sun-scorched rose, hot and burning. Her heart was racing so fast it felt like it would jump right out of her throat. She was going crazy. That. Yu Jiwan's voice was quivering, wanting to say something, but suddenly noticed Xie Jingma's expression was off. What's wrong with you? Yu Jiwan became anxious, forgetting her shyness, immediately asking. Seeing the towel around his waist was about to slip, she hurriedly helped him rewrap it. This couldn't fall off. But when her fingers touched his abs, Yu Jiwan narrowed her eyes suspiciously, murmuring softly, strange, why did it suddenly feel so tense, different from just now? Can a man's abs change like this? Upon hearing this, Xie Jingma's temple throbbed, his jaw visibly tightening, as if forcefully restraining something. His peach blossom eyes had a darkness in them like never before, his Adam's apple bobbing repeatedly. He tightly shut his eyes, the corners reddening. Since she had touched him, to be honest, it wasn't just his abs that had changed. Yu Jiwan, the man finally spoke, his voice hoarse and incredibly sexy. Just now when you... His throat tightened, and he suddenly gripped her wrist, his thumb caressing her delicate skin. His eyes, filled with a dark, smoldering desire, stared at her unblinkingly, the air thick with an alluring haze. Under the man's intense gaze, Yu Jiwan's heart skipped a beat, her tailbone tingling. Flustered, she turned her face away, her ears burning as she pushed him towards the bathroom. You go take a shower. The man glanced back, his eyes giving her a meaningful look, then looking at her hand, before finally entering the bathroom. Yu Jiwan covered her erratic heartbeat, dazedly sitting down on the edge of the bed. She looked down at her pale, delicate palm, then raised her head to glance towards the bathroom. Ah, was she really not a person who was easily swayed by appearances? Before, she just thought Xie Jingma was simply handsome, but now she feels he's becoming more and more charming, more and more alluring and sexy. Is this what they call beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Beauty is truly bewitching, and this level of intimate contact, she doesn't feel any aversion or rejection at all. Is it because the one she's touching is Xie Jingma? Xie Jingma came out of the shower. Worried his hand might hurt again, Yu Jiwan proactively took the hairdryer and dried his hair for him, then applied the ointment. After carefully applying the ointment, she even leaned in closer to blow on it gently. Since the butler has poor eyesight and can't see clearly, from now on I'll be the one to apply the ointment for you. Xie Jingma had wanted to play a little hard to get. Won't that be too much trouble for Chanshan? But Yu Jiwan was very straightforward. It is a bit troublesome. Xie Jingma? The girl's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled sweetly. But I'm willing to go to the trouble for you. Xie Jingma's gaze instantly deepened. Yu Jiwan finished, scratching her head a bit shyly. She wasn't sure if this counted as pursuing him. In the past, some men had confessed to her, written her love letters, even said some cringy lines. Should she go find some cringy lines to say to Xie Jingma as well? For some reason, the master seemed to be in a very good mood after coming out of the bedroom. He even gave me a bonus and a raise. The butler scratched his nearly bald head, completely puzzled. Was the master deliberately spilling the juice on himself just so he could be this happy? The next morning, Yu Jiwan came to Hongfeng. Seeing her radiant expression, He Kaiwei couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Boss, did something good happen?" The girl's budding feelings were filled with shyness, but also pure passion. That saying about a maiden's heart being like poetry, it really applied here. There is indeed good news. By the way, Supervisor He, have you pursued someone before? Do you know how a girl should pursue a man? It felt like pursuing a man was a bit different from a man pursuing a woman. He Kaiwei was taken aback. Pursue someone? And a man at that? Boss, who are you trying to pursue? She looked around quickly, seeing no customers paying attention to them, and immediately lowered her voice. Be careful, boss. You're already a married person. And more importantly, your husband is Xie Jingma. The Xie family has the most powerful top-tier legal team. If you try to cuckold Xie Jingma, with the Xie family's methods, not only will they make you penniless, they can make you pay dearly. Yu Jiwan's mouth twitched, a look of exasperation on her face. What cuckold? Ah, it's a bit complicated, but the one I want to pursue is Xie Jingma. He Kaiwei was stunned, completely bewildered. Weren't they already married? How could she still be pursuing him? Just then, Lu Sun, with his head of white hair, sauntered over, and happened to catch their conversation. He was so shocked he almost stumbled, his face full of disbelief. Wait a minute, what did you guys just say? Xie Jingma? Yu Jiwan, your husband is Xie Jingma? That's Xie Jingma from the Xie group? Yu Jiwan felt she had become a bit thick-skinned, no longer awkward at all, nodding matter-of-factly, yes. Lu Sun was both surprised and doubtful, as if he had heard a major secret. He circled around Yu Jiwan several times, muttering to himself, "This shouldn't be. When did Xie Jingma get married? This shouldn't be. How could he get married so early? And so suddenly? This shouldn't be." Yu Jiwan was speechless. What do you mean it shouldn't be? Why shouldn't he be married to me? Stop circling, you're making me dizzy. It was mainly his silver hair and silver earring that were so dazzling, making her eyes spin. Lu Sun stopped and looked at her. Your husband Xie Jingma has a white moonlight that he can't forget in his heart. Did you know that? Yu Jiwan was taken aback, realizing she had indeed overlooked this matter. Xie Jingma had maintained a clean reputation all these years, being well known for keeping his distance from women, making the outside world speculate that he must have a white moonlight in his heart that he was guarding his purity for. But Yu Jiwan dismissively glanced at Lu Sun. Isn't that just a rumor going around? She used to think Xie Jingma kept his distance from women because he was incapable. But seeing how often he took cold showers after sharing a bed with her for over a month, it was clear he was very capable. Lu Sun clicked his tongue. It's not just a rumor, it's the truth.
A real white moonlight. Yu Jiwan furrowed her brow. Do you know the inside story? He Kaiwei glanced at Yu Jiwan's expression, immediately dissatisfied as she looked at Lu Sun. Don't just speculate. Even if the president has a white moonlight, how would an outsider like you know about it? Lu Sun lifted his chin. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I have a cousin who was in the same university and same year as Xie Jingma. It was in their freshman year. There was an academic competition they both participated in. Yu Jiwan asked, what competition? Lu Sun took off the sling bag on his body, not at all embarrassed. How would someone like me who doesn't study remember the details? Yu Jiwan. He Kaiwei. Lu Sun touched his white hair. Anyway, it was a pretty famous and high-difficulty competition, with high prestige. Only the top genius-level students in the school could participate. My cousin told me, when he saw Xie Jingma was also competing, his heart immediately sank by half, because he felt the gap between himself and Xie Jingma was like the difference between a mortal and a deity. Anyway, at the time, many people thought the champion would definitely be Xie Jingma, and he might even break records, becoming the youngest champion in the history of the competition, possibly shaking the entire academic circle. Yu Jiwan listened with great interest. Her husband was really impressive. Wait, she hadn't even pursued him yet. Her face was getting a bit too thick. Seeing her proud expression, Lu Sun felt he had been outshined, and his teeth ached. Don't be too happy yet. The strange thing is, before the competition started, Xie Jingma voluntarily withdrew. Yu Jiwan's brow creased. Why? He Kaiwei was also puzzled. Voluntarily withdrew? Yes. Lu Sun shrugged. My cousin said, Xie Jingma did it very suddenly, voluntarily giving up the competition, as if he had some urgent matter, hurriedly leaving the competition venue. Later, my cousin inquired and found out it was because Xie Jingma had a girl he liked, even an unrequited love. Apparently, that girl suddenly fell ill or got injured, and was taken to the hospital by ambulance. The situation seemed quite urgent. Once Xie Jingma found out, he couldn't sit still, immediately forfeiting the competition to rush to the hospital. According to my cousin, Xie Jingma even quietly waited outside the ward until that girl woke up before leaving. Lu Sun recounted it calmly, but Yu Jiwan felt a strange tightness in her heart. Was he that in love with that girl? Lu Sun sighed, shaking his head. You don't know, when Xie Jingma forfeited the competition back then, everyone was stunned. It caused a huge uproar. Luckily, my cousin said, that time Xie Jingma wasn't competing as a representative of the school, but as an individual, so when he withdrew, the school wouldn't be blamed. But it was especially regrettable that if he hadn't withdrawn, with his abilities, he would have been the youngest champion in history, breaking records. Though we outsiders feel it's a pity, Xie Jingma definitely doesn't see it that way. If it happened again, he would probably still forfeit for that girl. Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her heart seemingly sinking into a sour liquid, uncontrollably tinged with bitterness. So he had once loved someone so ardently before. For that girl, in the most vibrant years of his youth, he made the most rebellious and impassioned choice. Seeing Yu Jiwan's mood affected, He Kaiwei immediately glared at Lu Sun. Okay, that was so long ago. It's normal for someone to have liked someone in the past. It doesn't mean that girl was that special. Lu Sun glanced at Yu Jiwan, not wanting to dampen her spirits, but still hesitantly continued, special or not, it's hard to say. Anyway, my cousin said that from around sophomore year, Xie Jingma started taking over Xie Group's affairs, and by junior year, he was juggling both school and the company. Extremely busy, but he would still occasionally take time to go back to their high school just to catch a glimpse of that girl. Yu Jiwan's heart felt like it was being wrung, sour and stuffy. Recently, when they went back to their high school alma mater, she had even asked Xie Jingma if he had an unrequited love. The white moonlight he had kept in his heart all this time, was it the girl from high school? To be his white moonlight, she must have been a very good and exceptional girl. Yu Jiwan lowered her lashes like raven feathers, pressing her lips tightly, then raising her glistening eyes, her throat feeling strained. It seems he really liked that girl, but that's all in the past. He should have let it go by now. He told me I'm the only woman in his life now. Lu Sun widened his eyes, blurting out, you actually believe a man when he says that? Let me tell you, when a man says that kind of thing right in front of his real wife, he's the best at it. He Kaiwei was speechless, slapping the back of his head. What nonsense are you spouting? President Xie is not that kind of person. Lu Sun yelped in pain, rubbing the back of his head, muttering softly,
I'm just a man, of course I understand men. Alright, Yu Zhiwan, I have Xie Yunzhou's WeChat, he's Xie Jingma's cousin, he must know the story between Xie Jingma and that girl. Want me to discreetly ask him about it? Yu Zhiwan instinctively wanted to shake her head and say no. She felt an inexplicable timidity, afraid of hearing an answer she didn't like. But calming down, she realized she shouldn't shrink back from this. She looked up at Lu Sun, taking a deep breath and saying flatly, then go ahead and ask. Lu Sun, getting the permission, immediately opened WeChat and sent a message to Xie Yunzhou. Lu Sun, Xiaoge, I heard your brother got married. Is it true or not? Xie Yunzhou should not be busy at the moment, and quickly replied, it's true. Even you know about it now? Lu Sun, my cousin used to be in the same university as your brother, and he told me your brother had an unrequited love in the past. Has he given that up now, no longer loves her? Yu Zhiwan unconsciously clenched her fingers, even holding her breath. It felt like an agonizingly long wait, whether it was seconds or minutes. Finally, Xie Yunzhou's reply came. What are you asking about the past for, you little rascal? Anyway, my brother only has my sister-in-law now. You know who my sister-in-law is? It's Yu Zhiwan, the famous Ling Xiao. Let me brag a bit. My sister-in-law is so amazing. Lu Sun, there's even a brother-in-law fanatic? He Kaiwei had also been anxiously waiting for the reply since earlier. Now seeing Xie Yunzhou's response, she quickly looked at Yu Zhiwan, reassuring her, Boss, don't worry, that's all in the past. Now President Xie only has you. Yu Zhiwan stared at Xie Yunzhou's reply a few times, lightly nodding her head. Although Xie Jingma had once loved a girl so passionately in the past, she felt a bit unsavory about it in her heart. But he had let it go now. Although over the past month of being married, Xie Jingma had not treated her with such fervor, he had still been very good to her. Moreover, she wasn't that close to Xie Jingma before, so she had no right to be bothered by his past relationships. The past cannot be changed, the future is what's most important. Yu Zhiwan comforted herself a few times, forcefully ignoring the sourness in her heart, and decided to continue pursuing Xie Jingma. Worried Lu Sun might say something upsetting again, He Kaiwei quickly pulled him aside to keep him busy. Yu Zhiwan took out her phone, logged into her, a bowl of green plums, social media account, and posted a Weibo. Day 1, let's go. Soon, she received a comment from G_MW, what day 1? Yu Zhiwan suddenly realized he had experience with unrequited love. She could discuss this with him. She immediately replied, a bowl of green plums, the first day of pursuing someone. A bowl of green plums, let me share something with you, I have someone I like now too. Yu Zhiwan shared her past excitedly, but it took a really long time for a reply from the other side. Yu Zhiwan became suspicious and sent him a private message. A bowl of green plums? A bowl of green plums? Still there? Busy? G_MW, who is it? G_MW, who is the one you like? Yu Zhiwan blinked her eyes, somehow feeling his mood was off. His tone seemed a bit curt. A bowl of green plums, even if I tell you, you wouldn't know him. G_MW, tell me the general situation. A bowl of green plums, okay, but first let me say, it's not just my biased opinion, he really is exceptionally handsome. The kind you can spot in a crowd at a glance, sparkling. A bowl of green plums, and he's young and promising, beautiful like a flower, graceful and talented, beloved by all. G_MW, that's enough. Yu Zhiwan was getting carried away with the praise, the next message already typed out in the input box. But seeing G_MW's that's enough, she could only pout dejectedly, reluctantly deleting it. Really, now she could praise Xie Jingma for 800 words without repeating. A bowl of green plums, well, he had a girl he used to like before, but they didn't end up together in the end, and that girl seems quite special to him. G_MW, is this the kind of man worth you liking? A bowl of green plums, what's wrong with him? It's just that he liked someone in the past, it's not like he committed some unforgivable sin. G_MW, you're already defending him? G_MW, wow, impressive. G_MW, I never realized before, you're so easily drawn to someone. Yu Zhiwan was also surprised herself. She used to think she would be a forever single, not involved with love at all. She sighed resignedly. A bowl of green plums, I can't help it, even though I've only just gotten to know him. I've already developed feelings. G_MW, you've developed feelings for him after just getting to know him? G_MW,
Do you even understand him to have already developed feelings? A bowl of green plums, you don't know, he's really, really amazing. A bowl of green plums. Anyway, enough about that. How did you pursue your unrequited love in the past? Teach me, share your methods. G_MW, you want me to teach you how to pursue someone? G_MW, humph. Yu Jiwan was completely puzzled. What's wrong? Why is he acting like he's loaded a gun? A bowl of green plums. I used to give you advice before too. A bowl of green plums, give and take. Now that you know I have someone I like, aren't you happy for me? G_MW, after just getting to know him, how do you know he's so amazing? G_MW, he's probably just pretending to fool you. G_MW, with this kind of scheming, he's definitely not that great in reality. A bowl of green plums, just shut up. Now no one is allowed to disparage Xie Jingma in front of her, and Xie Jingma is so considerate and good. Where is the scheming? Yu Jiwan put down her phone angrily, gulping down several mouthfuls of water. Turning her head, she saw Lu Sun's eye-catching white hair, and suddenly wondered, will Xie Jingma's burn scar on the back of his hand leave a mark? Lu Sun, Yu Jiwan called him. I heard from Liang Laoshi that your parents are both doctors? Yeah, my grandparents are also doctors, and my older brother is a doctor too. Lu Sun sauntered over, hands in his pockets. Yu Jiwan looked amazed. Your family is a medical dynasty? How did you end up so deviating from them? Lu Sun sighed sorrowfully. I often suspect, maybe I'm not my parents' biological child, or maybe I'm just not weird enough to fit in with them. Yu Jiwan, Lu Sun, why are you asking about this? I'm just wondering, if there's a burn injury, is there any ointment that can prevent scarring? This question was very important to Yu Jiwan. After all, Xie Jingma's hands were so good-looking, it would be a shame for them to be scarred. Whose hand got burned that you're so concerned about? Lu Sun immediately became full of gossip. Yu Jiwan glanced at his gossipy face, slowly saying, my husband got his hand burned, of course I'm concerned. Lu Sun's mouth twitched, feeling like he just got slapped with some sappy lovey-dovey. Can you not show off? Yu Jiwan's eye corners lifted slightly in a bright smile. You made me upset by talking about Xie Jingma's white moonlight, so it's your punishment. Lu Sun, hating his big mouth. Smelling the sour scent of romance, Lu Sun recommended a few burn-specific ointments to Yu Jiwan. Yu Jiwan dutifully noted them down in her phone's memo. After finishing, she looked up again, only to be dazzled by his white hair once more. Couldn't help but ask, do you like silver? Your hair and earrings are silver. Lu Sun lifted his chin, proudly shaking his silver hair. Don't you think this color looks amazing? Especially in the sunlight, it shines so brightly. Very eye-catching. Yu Jiwan, it's a good thing he's handsome enough to pull off this hair color. As the two were chatting, He Kaiwei suddenly came over. Boss, President Xie is here. Yu Jiwan was startled, immediately looking up. Sure enough, she saw Xie Jingma entering. The man strode in with big steps, his thin lips slightly pursed, his handsome and cold face without any expression, the surrounding atmosphere heavy and oppressive. His assistant Taoyi was following behind him. Yu Jiwan was surprised and went over. What are you both doing here? Shouldn't he be in the office at this time, just past 10 in the morning? Taoyi, following behind, had a pitiful look on his face. Apparently something happened. President Xie had postponed the upcoming senior management meeting and suddenly decided to come find his wife. And originally it was him driving, but President Xie thought he was driving too slowly, so he switched to the driver's seat himself and sped over here. Even if the company was about to collapse, President Xie wouldn't be this anxious. What happened exactly? As soon as Xie Jingma came in, he saw Yu Jiwan chatting and laughing with a man with silver hair. His gaze lingered on Yu Jiwan's face for a few seconds, then he turned to look at the silver-haired man beside her, his peach blossom eyes narrowing dangerously as he eyed that silver hair. So this is the one that's eye-catching and shining in the crowd? Xie Jingma's expression darkened, his tone cool as he asked, and who is this? Yu Jiwan hurriedly introduced. You haven't met him yet, this is Lu Sun, introduced by teacher Liang. He just arrived not long ago. Not long ago. Xie Jingma caught those 3 words, his face impassive as he gave Lu Sun another cold look. PR President Xie, hello. At this moment, Lu Sun greeted him nervously, his back chilled. Why does it feel like Xie Jingma is looking at him with such icy hostility? Damn it! He's not his rival. Don't look at him with that terrifying gaze. After introducing Lu Sun, Yu Jiwan looked up at Xie Jingma, her glistening eyes blinking in confusion. Why did you suddenly come? Xie Jingma's gaze returned to her face. My hand hurts, it's time to apply the medicine. Yu Jiwan immediately became anxious. How is it still hurting so much? Should we go to the hospital to check it out? Xie Jingma, no need, you can just apply the medicine for me. Yu Jiwan was still worried, but since he said so, she could only pull him to the restroom first. Then let's go to the restroom. At this moment, Taoyi was completely bewildered. When has President Xie become this delicate? At the company, he's never been heard complaining about pain before.
And just now, he drove like a maniac to get here, acting perfectly fine.
Taoyi immediately understood.
Only in front of his wife would President Xie act this delicate. In the restroom, Yu Xiwan pulled Xie Jingma to sit by the table, carefully applying the medicine for him, extremely concerned. He must be in a lot of pain if he couldn't help but come find her to apply the medicine.
Are you really sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Yu Xiwan was still worried. No need, it's much better now. That's good then. Yu Xiwan sighed in relief, her gaze examining him. By the way, are you in a bad mood today?
She felt like his face was cold again.
Xie Jingma, no.
Yu Xiwan wasn't blind, there was no way she'd believe him. She pouted, okay then, I asked about some ointments that don't leave scars, I'll apply them for you later, your hand can't afford to have any scars.
Hearing this, the man's cold expression eased up slightly, his thin lips curving upwards. You're so concerned about me, Jiwan? Of course. If I don't care about you, who else would I care about?
Seeing him smile, Yu Jiwan also smiled, taking out her phone to check the time. It's just past 10 now. The medicine is applied. Are you heading back to the office now?
The man's eyes narrowed, his tone slightly chilly. Are you in such a hurry to see me off? Yu Xiwan. What, is he unhappy again?
Acting like he's on his period, with such unstable emotions.
Who's chasing you out? I'm just worried you'll be held up from your work, that's all.
Yu Xiwan puffed out her cheeks, looking at him pitifully, but if you don't mind being held up, then you can stay. After all, she was more than willing to stay with him.
The man tapped his long, bony fingers on the table, casually asking, that Lu Sun, he was introduced by Teacher Liang?
Yes. Yu Xiwan nodded, recounting in detail, the ointment that doesn't leave scars that I mentioned. I asked Lu Sun for recommendations. He may look outrageous on the outside, but he's actually very easy to get along with, extremely enthusiastic. She praised him to the high heavens, Xie Jingma lowering his eyelashes slightly, his tone unreadable. Oh, Yu Xiwan, don't worry, Lu Sun's family are all doctors, they're very knowledgeable about burn ointments. He even said just now, his grandparents, parents, and older brother are all doctors, it's just that he suddenly became the deviant one. He even suspects he might not be their biological child. Huh?
The man's expression remained calm. Oh.
Sitting at the table, Yu Xiwan cupped her face with both hands, blinking her lashes. But despite being a deviant, I saw some of Lu Sun's self-designed drafts this morning. They're quite creative.
In fashion design, Xiwan, my hand hurts again.
The man suddenly spoke up, his tone inexplicably aggrieved.
Yu Xiwan paused, whatever about Lu Sun immediately forgotten. She anxiously stood up. How is it hurting again?
Really, we should go to the hospital to check it out. Let's go right now. But the man grasped her delicate white wrist, yanking her forcefully into his embrace.
Yu Xiwan was caught off guard, letting out a light gasp.
When she stabilized, she found herself sitting on the man's lap, encircled in his arms.
Does your hand not hurt anymore, my darling?
The man's arms circled her slim waist, the blue veins on his pale skin standing out, exuding a powerful possessiveness. Yet he buried his face in the crook of her neck, nuzzling her affectionately. Just hold me for a while, okay? This low, alluring voice, tinged with a hint of fragility, invaded her ears.
How could Yu Xiwan resist?
Her curled lashes trembled. Of course, but is your hand still okay?
It still hurts a bit.
He kept his face buried in her neck, nuzzling her again, clingy to the extreme.
Then we should really go to the hospital. Yu Xiwan was anxious. No hospital. The man held her tightly in his embrace. I just want to hug you, is that okay?
Yu Xiwan's ear suddenly felt hot, her fingers curling slightly as she raised her hand to embrace the man's back. But with her sitting on the man's lap, she could clearly feel his firm muscles, her heartbeat uncontrollably accelerating. Xie Jingma savored the soft, fragrant warmth in his embrace, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. My darling, let's go to the old manor for lunch today.
Yu Xiwan, Grandpa and Grandma asked us to come? Xie Jingma lied without a change in expression.
Yu Xiwan, okay then, let's head over soon and have lunch with Grandpa and Grandma.
Xie Jingma, good.
As a result, Yu Xiwan ended up staying at the old manor for the entire afternoon, being pulled aside by Grandpa and Grandma to chat endlessly. In truth, she herself didn't want to leave either. As Grandpa and Grandma treated her so well, she naturally wanted to spend more time with the elders. Xie Jingma sat beside her, his phone screen lighting up. It was the information about Lu Sun that Taoyi had sent. Taoyi worked efficiently. As soon as he received the president's instructions to get Lu Sun's information, he immediately investigated and sent it over. But Taoyi was very puzzled.
For no apparent reason, why did the president suddenly want Lu Sun's information?
Could it be that the president brought Yu Jiwan back to the old manor today precisely to prevent her from being alone with Lu Sun? Back at Lanchi Park in the evening, after taking a shower, Yu Jiwan sat at the vanity. She felt that Xie Jingma's mood was off today. Could it be that he's really on his period? She wasn't good at comforting people either. Yu Jiwan drooped her head dejectedly, searching on her phone how to comfort a husband who's in a bad mood. The first answer that came up was, fights at the head of the bed, reconciliation at the foot of the bed. There's nothing that can't be solved by making love once, and if there is, then do it twice. Yu Jiwan, this works too? Yu Jiwan blinked, her fair cheeks flushing pink. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, and Xie Jingma came out after his shower. Yu Jiwan felt a twinge of guilt, reflexively flipping her phone over on the table. The slight sound of plop rang out. Xie Jingma, wiping his hair with a white towel, heard the sound and glanced at her upturned phone, his gaze slightly deepening. What was she feeling guilty about? But Xie Jingma didn't ask further. After Yu Jiwan burrowed into the blanket and lay down, he leaned against the vanity in a casual pose, his bony, cold white fingers holding his phone as he carefully read through the information about Lu Sun that Taoyi had sent. He read it from beginning to end, without missing a single word, his brow slightly furrowed. It was all very ordinary. What exactly did she like about him? Was it the white hair? Did she like silver hair? Yu Jiwan lay in the quilt, the blanket covering her chest, her two small hands obediently resting on the edge, eyes closed as she stewed in drowsiness, preparing to drift off peacefully. Suddenly, she heard the man's voice resonate in the room. I want to dye my hair. Yu Jiwan's eyes snapped open in surprise, sitting up. Huh? Dye his hair? How so sudden an impulse? The man leaned casually against the vanity, tilting his head playfully, his mesmerizing peach blossom eyes gazing at her. I want to dye it silver. Yu Jiwan? Silver? Silver? Is that necessary? Yu Jiwan scratched her head in bewilderment. You'll definitely look good with silver hair too. You're already so handsome, and your complexion is so fair, you can definitely pull off silver. But your current black hair looks great as well. The man strode over to the bedside, his legs impossibly long. Bending down to draw closer to her, his loose sleepwear collar exposed a tantalizing stretch of collarbone, his tone languid and alluring.